Family, in my last life, I was drugged by my siblings and sent to a laboratory to be a lab rat. I spilled zombie-happy water and took them down with me. As a result, I was reborn 2 months before the apocalypse and found that a jade pendant had merged into my body, granting me cultivation techniques and a storage space. I went on a stalking spree, and when the apocalypse began, I was actually lured into a horde of zombies on my way to the base. How wicked. Let me tell you, the most disgusting thing I ever heard in this life was when my dear sister Lin Wei, with her high-pitched voice, said to me, "Sister, your healing powers are so precious, you can't be selfish. You should contribute for the sake of all humanity." My dear brother Lin Xiao immediately looked at her with a doting gaze and then turned to me with a cold tone, saying, "LinLan, our wire is kind-hearted. You should not be selfish and ought to contribute something for humanity." Goodness, I was so angry I almost laughed. Just listen to the green tea vibes and the typical nice guy attitude. They were like a perfect pair. They played off each other like a comedy act, wanting to sell me out and still expect gratitude from me. I gasped for breath, feeling weak, and stared at them fiercely. "So you drugged me?" "We did it for everyone's good." Lin Wei feigned innocence. "Who told you not to cooperate with the laboratory?" "Ha ha ha." I laughed out loud. "Enter the laboratory? No risk to life? Who understands that place? Once you enter, you're just a live experiment being bled and sliced every day. It's worse than death. And they say it's for everyone's good? I would really thank them, a whole family together. And I'm the only expendable one, right? Want to send me to be a lab rat? Fine." I looked at them, smiling eerily. "You'll find out soon enough." Let me tell you, I had sensed something was off about this mission, so I had prepared in advance. I pulled out an empty bottle from behind me. The liquid inside had been scattered around. This stuff was a new zombie-happy water from the Research Institute. Once sprayed, it attracts zombies from a wide area. My brother Lin Xiao's face turned pale as he finally realized what was happening, pointing at me and yelling, "LinLan, are you crazy? We are your family." "Family? Huh." I looked at the dark horde of zombies rushing toward us and felt a rush of satisfaction. "Want to sell me out? Then let's all go down together today. It'll treat the zombies to a buffet, and no one gets to leave." So guess what happened? I suddenly opened my eyes, and instead of being in a zombie's mouth, I sat straight up in bed. Around me was my familiar yet strange bedroom, with posters of my idol on the walls. Hadn't I died? The agonizing pain from being devoured by zombies still lingered in my nerves. I was completely stunned. Family, I was utterly bewildered. I frantically retrieved my phone based on distant memories, and when the screen lit up June 25, 2047, I'm back. I really came back. 2 full months before the apocalypse. I pinched myself hard. It hurt. A piercing pain, but I laughed until tears came out. LinLan, crawled back from that hellish place. I pulled the curtains open below. Traffic flowed like water, a scene of peace. Who would have thought that in 2 months, this place would turn into a hell on earth? Thinking of the apocalypse, I remember my good siblings. In my last life, when the apocalypse hit, I awakened a rare dual-element ability of wood and water, with powerful healing capabilities. My brother Lin Xiao was metal, while my sister Lin Wei was just an ordinary person with no powers. All the way, I protected them like a mother hen. Lin Wei wanted to eat fruit. I would exhaust my powers to make it grow for her. And what did I get in return? Not a word of concern. It was all taken for granted. I had to thank her for my ability leveling up to 7, thanks to her daily exploitation. In the end, my abilities caught the eye of the Research Institute, and my dear brother and sister sold me out without hesitation for a so-called better life. 13 years. I was so foolish for 13 years, unable to see their true colors. I sat on the ground, sneering. But now it was different. Suddenly, I remembered something: a jade pendant. It was a gift from my parents on my 10th birthday. At that time, there were 2. A crystal-clear jade pendant and an ordinary jade plate. My dear sister Lin Wei quickly snatched the beautiful pendant away. My brother even chimed in, "Wire is young, you should let your sister have it." Great. Favoritism from a young age. I had been wearing that ugly jade plate all this time, and later, at the beginning of the apocalypse, I accidentally dripped blood on it and recognized it as mine, unlocking the space inside. But then Lin Wei saw it, and my brother used the ridiculous excuse of sister has no self-protection ability to take the jade plate for Lin Wei. I quickly yanked it off my neck. This time, it belongs to me. I concentrated my mental energy and discovered that my mental power had also been reborn and was even stronger than before. The moment I touched the jade plate, my head buzzed and I blacked out. When I woke up again, the jade plate around my neck was gone. My heart sank. No, my golden finger just arrived and it's gone. But soon I realized something was off. I sat cross-legged and felt the abilities in my body. Wow, the dual-element ability was still there, and it seemed like there was something extra in my dantian. I probed inside with my mental energy and was stunned. The J plate hadn't disappeared, it had merged directly into my body. It actually contained an ancient cultivation technique. Cultivating to the extreme would allow me to create plants out of thin air. Moreover, the J plate came with a 20 cubic meter storage space that could preserve living things, and time would stand still. My dear sister only unlocked the shallowest storage function in my last life, and thought it was amazing. Now, this immense fortune finally belonged to me. Plans had to change. I immediately rummaged through my wallet and found a bank card with 500,000 yuan. Not a lot, but enough for me to get started. With the space ready, why be polite? Just do it. I opened my computer, spent 10,000 yuan ordering a bunch of 1mm square sealed plastic boxes for organization. Then, I altered my voice to sound mature and stable, pretending to be my mom stocking up, and crazily placed orders with various manufacturers. What? You ask if a 14-year-old kid buying so much wouldn't raise suspicion? Let me tell you, the manufacturers heard my mature voice and thought I was a big client, happily sending me the goods. That evening, I happened to run into Lin Xiao and Lin Wei. I suppressed the disgust inside me and expressionlessly told them I was going on a trip and would return when school started. Lin Xiao didn't care at all, casually asked where I was going, and handed me 70,000 yuan, telling me to be safe. But Lin Wei, that little green tea, sensed something was off and actually pouted, saying she wanted to go too. Lin Xiao wouldn't want his precious sister to suffer, so he made big promises about trips abroad and new clothes, finally pacifying her. The next day, I left with an empty suitcase, putting on a show as if I was going all out. The first stop was the warehouse, where I stored all 20 big boxes into the space I ordered. Then, my journey of stockpiling for the apocalypse officially began. I specifically ran to an oil mill in a small county, filling 3 big boxes with pure peanut oil. Salt, soy sauce, vinegar, a few boxes of each. Rice and flour, packed full. Body wash, shampoo, all kinds of daily necessities, filling up. The sturdiest clothes and shoes, a few sets. Pots, pans, if I saw something useful, I took it. Of course, tissues, especially sanitary pads, were the top priority. If the apocalypse hits, and I get my period, that smell of blood would be like waving a flag for zombies, telling them there's fresh delivery here. Started heading in my direction. I cursed under my breath, realizing I had no choice but to engage. Drawing my specially crafted long knife, I prepared myself as the first zombie stumbled toward me, its decayed face twisted in a grotesque snarl. With a swift motion, I swung the blade, severing its head cleanly. The sound of the blade slicing through flesh was oddly satisfying, and it gave me the adrenaline rush I needed. One by one, I dispatched the undead that came my way, feeling my skills sharpen with each kill. The group that had been fighting the zombies seemed to notice my actions, and shock flickered across their faces as they realized I was taking care of the threat they had unwittingly drawn toward me. "Hey, you're pretty good," one of them shouted, but I didn't have time to respond. More zombies were coming, and I had to focus. I moved like a dancer, dodging and striking, my body moving instinctively as if it remembered the motions from my past life. As the last of the zombies fell, I took a moment to catch my breath, wiping the blood from my blade. The group approached, a mix of curiosity and wariness in their eyes. "Thanks for the help," a tall man said, looking me up and down. "We could have handled it, but you made it a lot easier." I nodded, not wanting to engage too much. "Just passing through," I replied, keeping my tone neutral. "Where are you headed?" Another asked. "Base," I said simply, not elaborating further. The mention of the base seemed to spark interest among them. "We're heading there too. Mind if we join you?" I hesitated. Traveling with a group could be safer, but it also meant more risks. I weighed my options quickly. "Fine," I said finally, "but keep up and don't slow me down." With that, my journey continued, now with a small group at my side, all of us heading toward the uncertain future that awaited at the base. It turned around and pounced at me. "All right, then let me show you what it's like to have survived on the edge for 13 years in the apocalypse." I narrowed my eyes, drawing my long knife with a hum. I sidestepped to avoid a zombie's claw, twisted my wrist, and with a flash of the blade, I sliced through its head as easily as cutting a watermelon, and it rolled to the ground with a thud. That thing on the ground was still emitting black smoke when suddenly, from the group of survivors nearby, a sweet girl jumped out and started issuing orders at me. "Hey, you, hurry over here and help us kill these monsters." The way she spoke was so commanding, as if she were directing her own maid, making it sound like it was a great honor for me to be given the chance to help her. I rolled my eyes up to the sky and thought that even looking at her one more time would mean I lost. "We're here to survive the apocalypse, not to be your free lackeys." Without saying a word, I quickly slipped away and dashed forward. Are you kidding me? A few zombies were wobbling behind us. I would be crazy to stay and wipe these big babies' butts, and I might not even end up well in the end. As for that sweet girl, let me tell you, Someone who lacks awareness and capability like her won't last more than 3 episodes in the apocalypse. Pure cannon fodder. As I ran, I happened to take away a few zombies' hatred values, which can be considered a bit of a burden off their shoulders. But I didn't run far before the noise behind me became unbearable, like a cacophony of ghosts and wolves, with screams rising and falling. I didn't look back, took a moment to catch my breath, and continued towards the base. I ran frantically and finally reached the edge of the base just as it was getting dark. Wow, the line was long, stretching endlessly. Well, it seems I won't be getting in today. I found a corner, took out my little flatbread and pickled vegetables for my space, and paired it with a bottle of water to discreetly have my dinner. And guess who I saw? That group of people from the road had also wandered over, but it seemed like there were a few less of them. That sweet girl looked at me as if she wanted to swallow me whole. Too bad. I didn't care. Those few oddball ability users had thinner skin than paper, not to mention the rows of black gun muzzles nearby. Who would dare to cause trouble here? The night wasn't peaceful at all. Every now and then, someone would suddenly mutate, leading to chaos and gunfire. Everyone was on edge. And the next morning, when the main gate opened, everyone lined up obediently, afraid of getting shot. The base's efficiency was decent. After waiting in line for 3 hours, it was finally my turn. The girl at the registration desk initially had a face that said, "Who are you? Don't bother me." But when she heard I was an ability user, her expression changed faster than flipping a page, and she immediately smiled like a blooming flower. After filling out the form, she gave me a magnetic card and told me that ability users could go directly to Area 2 to find a place to live, but they had to exchange contribution points or food for it. Moreover, entering the base required paying taxes. Half of the food on me had to be handed over, with a maximum of 10 pounds. All right, I understood the rules. I took out some flatbreads and pickled vegetables, along with a small bag of rice, and the staff, seeing my cooperation, decided to keep the rice. Once inside the base, it felt different from my memories. Construction was still ongoing everywhere. However, it was clear that while many people's faces showed a bit of panic, there was more relief at having entered the safe zone, as they hadn't yet experienced the true brutality of the apocalypse. Guided by my memories, I smoothly made my way to the registration office in Area 2. Those who worked in Area 2 had sharp eyes. As soon as they saw me coming, someone immediately approached. I asked for an apartment, just for myself, with a balcony and good sunlight. I got straight to the point. "Please wait a moment." The staff checked for a while and then looked up to say, "There's an apartment that meets your requirements, close to Area 3. The environment is nice. It's 300 points a month, or 50 pounds of food, or 20 crystal cores." I reached into my backpack and pulled out 20 energy cores, slapping them on the table. "Deal. This thing has energy, but it also has a bit of a technological and ruthless meaning. It's toxic and not good for the body. As someone who cultivates, I don't care for this stuff, but it's perfect for paying rent." Soon, someone took me to see an apartment, and I was very satisfied with it. I casually tossed a core to the guide as a tip, which made him extremely happy. I just settled down here, and my good brother Lin Xiao, along with his precious sister Lin Wei, have not been having such an easy time. Their family's support has lost its power in the apocalypse, and Lin Xiao can only escape with Lin Wei on his own. Along the way, Lin Wei, that useless burden, knows nothing but to cry and waste food. If it weren't for Lin Xiao awakening his metal ability, there would have been zombie food long ago. Time flies, and 5 months have passed. During this time, I've been following the mercenary group on missions, leveling up by killing monsters, and I've gained some fame at the base. The base is planning a big operation, organizing all the major teams to go out and scavenge for supplies, a mandatory mission that no one can escape from. As for me, I've now attached myself to the second strongest faction in the base, the Flying Eagles. Guess what? My cheap brother Lin Xiao is actually in this expedition team, serving as a small team leader in his so-called flame team. When he saw me surrounded by a bunch of people from a distance, it looked like a fan meeting, and he curiously came over. Back when I first joined the team, there was a big fool named Wang Chong who insisted on giving me a lesson because I was young. What happened? He ended up getting beaten up by my carefully nurtured thorny vine and was left looking for his teeth. Since then, these rough men have had to politely call me Miss Lin whenever they see me, which is quite embarrassing. So, when Lin Xiao and his team leader walked over, I was chatting with the leader of the Flying Eagles, SecuresJade. He approached dramatically, with a look of deep concern, saying, "LinLan, it's really you. I'm so glad you're okay. Brother has been looking for you for a long time. Who understands the family ties? What acting skills? He could have won an Oscar." SecuresJade furrowed his brow, looking at these unexpected guests, and asked me, "Xiaolan, do you know them?" I pointed at Lin Xiao expressionlessly and said, "This is my brother. The other one is a stranger." As soon as team leader Yang Ting saw the opportunity, he quickly came over to get close. But Lin Xiao wasn't in the mood for that. He came straight over and grabbed my arm, starting with a moral coercion. LinLan, where have you been? You entered the base and don't even come to find your brother. Wei and I were so worried about you. I shot back at him with a single sentence, not loud, but everyone around could hear it clearly. Oh really? Then why didn't I receive a single call from my brother for a whole 2 months before the apocalypse? On the first day after the apocalypse, when communication was still intact, I didn't see my brother care about me at all. As soon as I said this, the expressions of the onlookers changed. Lin Zhao's face turned green in an instant, and he stubbornly said that Wei was timid and he had to keep comforting her. Haha, comforting her for more than a day. Are you kidding? Unable to explain any further, he simply revealed his true intentions. Lan, come with my brother to our flame team, and my brother will take care of you. This was openly trying to poach someone in front of everyone from the Eagle team. I almost couldn't help but laugh when I saw his hypocritical face. I said slowly, no need, brother. It's already hard enough for me to take care of a sister. With my small frame, I won't trouble you. I can support myself. Changing couldn't stand it anymore and walked over, standing in front of me with a commanding presence. Nearly 2 meters tall, he looked at Lin Xiao with a forced smile and said, Xiaolan is doing very well with us at the Flying Eagles. With so many of us in the Flying Eagles, taking care of one sister is more than enough, so you don't need to worry. The others in the Flying Eagles joined in, making it clear. Hurry up and get lost, stop chattering here. Yang Ting saw that the situation was not right. If he kept pushing, he would anger the entire Flying Eagles. He quickly grabbed the reluctant Lin Xiao, said a few polite words, and left in a hurry. Just 2 seconds after they left, a big shot in a crisp military uniform walked over. Looking at his shoulder insignia, wow, a major general. As soon as he spoke, let me tell you, the entire square fell silent. This guy's name was Zheng Heng, and he had quite a rank with an imposing presence. He stood there and explained the mission clearly in just a few sentences. The destination was Qishan District. There were few zombies, but there were food factories and medical facilities. Goodness, isn't this a golden land in the apocalypse? Then he dropped a bombshell. For this mission, all the crystal cores belong to you, and for the supplies, you only need to hand over 1/3. I was stunned at the time. 1/3? What kind of miraculous condition is this? You have to know that those mercenary groups outside risk their lives to return, and they have to hand over at least half of their supplies. This directly adds 2 more points. Who understands this? It's like a pie falling from the sky. The entire square instantly erupted, buzzing with discussions like thousands of flies. Zheng Heng wasn't in a hurry. After letting everyone digest for a minute, he added, however, let me say this up front, actions must follow orders. If anyone disobeys and something goes wrong, you'll handle it yourself. The military takes no responsibility. After saying that, he turned and left decisively and neatly. All right, the main force is setting off. A mighty procession, military trucks leading the way, and our mercenary group's vehicles followed like little brothers in a long line. This journey was quite a hassle. A 2-hour trip before the apocalypse took almost 5 hours. Now, it's been 5 months since the apocalypse, and not only have people mutated, but plants and animals have also started going crazy. Occasionally, mutated rats or wild dogs would pop out on the road. Although they weren't very strong and the military dealt with them easily using firearms, they were quite annoying and seriously slowed down our progress. Bored on the vehicle, everyone naturally started gossiping, talking about my brother's mess at the square. Let me tell you, this news spread faster than a virus. I was originally a lone wolf, but now everyone knows I have a brother and a burdensome little sister. Those who previously wanted to get close to me but had no way to do so instantly turned into dogs, catching a scent, all finding their direction. My good brother Lin Xiao has become a hot commodity as soon as he returned to their group. Those who used to look down on him and try to trip him up are now all smiling like flowers, surrounding him and calling him Brother Xiao. After all, who am I? The only healing type in the base that doesn't belong to any faction. I'm like a walking resurrection coin. Having a connection with my brother is equivalent to having more lives, right? My buddy, who was originally a bit dissatisfied with me, has now been flattered by this group of people. And hey, he's gotten carried away. He's completely lost himself in the flattery of others. It's such a delight for him. I can guess his little thoughts with my pinky toe. He must think that since I'm his sister, I should obediently listen to him and be under his control. Huh, what a pipe dream. The car here is quite quiet, and the people from the Flying Eagle are quite perceptive. No one has brought up this matter, which has touched me a bit. The convoy has been swaying for over 4 hours, and just as we are about to reach Qishan District, I suddenly feel a jolt in my heart, sensing that something is increasingly wrong, That kind of anxious feeling is particularly unsettling. I simply close my eyes and extend my mental energy to probe. Almost at the same time, in the front military Hummer, a relatively clean-looking guy also furrowed his brow. His name is Shun Tian, and he is also a psychic ability user, a prized asset of the military. I have already identified the problem, but I didn't say anything. I know there are experts in the army, and sure enough, less than a minute later, I heard Shun Tian from the lead vehicle open his eyes, his face pale. Zheng Heng immediately asked him, "What's wrong?" There's something ahead. Shun Tian's voice trembled, his forehead covered in cold sweat. He couldn't say exactly what it was, just that it felt very, very dangerous. Upon hearing this, Zheng Heng wasted no time grabbing the walkie-talkie and shouted, "Everyone stop. Yu Xiaofan, immediately scout ahead." Yu Xiaofan is a scout with awakened visual abilities, nicknamed Thousand Mile Eye. The convoy screeched to a halt, and the disorganized mercenary groups behind instantly erupted into chaos. Our flying eagles had already been put on alert because I had given them a heads up, but the others, especially the scattered mercenaries, had been cooped up in the vehicles for so long that when they saw the stop, they cursed and rushed down, insisting on getting out for fresh air. What is going on? Wasting time. Right, these army folks are too timid. Zheng Heng didn't have time to deal with these loudmouths. The walkie-talkie crackled with Yu Xiaofan's urgent voice. "Major General, something is coming from all around. Most of it is in front, and the least is behind. It seems there are mental ability users creating illusions to interfere with me. They're not high level, but they want to drive us into a pocket. Good heavens. It's a trap." Zheng Heng made a quick decision. "Everyone get back in the vehicles immediately, turn around, and head back. Hurry." With that order, we in the discipline groups, like the Lions, immediately sprang into action. But those 200 fools who had just gotten out were completely uncooperative. They blocked the road completely and refused to get back in the vehicles. Why should we go back? I've already taken my pants off. Ugh. I've already pulled out my weapons, and I haven't even seen a single zombie yet. And you want us to go back? Are you messing with us? A muscle-bound guy was stirring things up. Next to him, a skinny guy added fuel to the fire. Exactly. I heard the army is scared. TSK, cowards. The base will have to rely on us ability users in the future. I can't help but laugh in anger. Family, who understands? A disaster is looming. And these people are really dragging their feet. Did they forget their brains at home? 10 minutes have passed, and the convoy is completely still. Zheng Heng's face is as dark as the bottom of a pot. What's going on back there? Report. Major General. Those mercenaries aren't moving. They've blocked the road. They say if we're afraid of dying, we should just get lost. It's over. Our retreat has been completely blocked by this group of idiots. Zheng Heng gritted his teeth. Everyone, get out of the car. Prepare for battle. There's no way out now. We can only confront them head on. Zheng Heng met with the leaders of the three major groups, Flying Eagle, Lion, and Cloud Sea. Everyone is clear-headed and knows the situation. Xie Changing immediately stated, "Don't worry. Those who came out together will definitely bear it together. As for those idiots, they won't live long." The members of the three major groups quickly and orderly got out of the cars to set up defenses, their quality clearly showing their elite troops. Those scattered soldiers who saw us getting out laughed, but they didn't dare to say anything too loud. In the end, Zheng Heng still sent someone to inform them of the situation, and as for whether they listen or not, that's up to them. I don't have time to deal with those who are seeking death because what I'm sensing is getting closer and closer, and my face is getting paler. Damn it. It's the mutated beast tide. And not just the beast tide, there are also mutated plants. These two groups actually know how to cooperate and coordinate. Damn, this world is too fantastical. I suddenly remembered that there seemed to be such an incident in my past life, where the organization conducted a mission that resulted in heavy losses, and those who returned never spoke about it. I didn't expect to stumble upon it. Chu Yang noticed my strange expression and leaned over to ask me, "Xiaolon, is it very tricky?" I vaguely replied, "I feel a great threat. Everyone needs to stay alert. This time it's going to be a tough battle." Just a few minutes later, rustling sounds came from the forest. Immediately after, groups of bizarre creatures rushed out. What the hell? A mouse as big as a large dog, as strong as a calf, and all kinds of snakes, cats, and foxes. Although there are no top predators like tigers and lions, the numbers are overwhelming. Ants can kill elephants, let alone these mutated monsters that have gone berserk. The craziest part is that these beasts have become intelligent. They actually understand tactics. The fast ones circled behind us, completely cutting off our retreat. Then they flanked us from three sides, forcing us to retreat in one direction. One mercenary exclaimed, "Damn it, this group of animals even knows how to encircle and drive us. Have they read Sun Tzu's Art of War?" There's no choice but to fight while retreating. Zheng Heng commanded with determination, instructing the army and the three major groups to conserve their strength and not to engage in a hard fight. Those ragtag troops, who were the most boisterous before, are now panicking, using their powers chaotically, and in no time they're exhausted like dogs, suffering heavy casualties. When we were driven into a valley, the real boss finally appeared. Holy crap, the tree is moving? Wang Chang's eyes were about to pop out. In front of us, a giant willow tree, thick enough for 5 people to hug, was swinging its whip-like branches and dragging its roots, thudding towards us. Xu Yang rolled his eyes. The corpses are running all over the street. So what if the willow tree takes a few steps? I wouldn't be surprised if he told me it could rap. As soon as he finished speaking, the willow tree seemed to respond to him, with hundreds of willow branches suddenly whipping towards us with a whoosh. Attack! At Zheng Heng's command, all long-range powers and bullets instantly flew towards it. We high-tier fighters charged in to surround the willow tree. Of course, I'm also at the forefront. Just kidding, it's a mutated plant from the first stage midterm. This is a great tonic. I swung the vine whip in my hand fiercely, but the willow leaves were as sharp as blades, making it hard to defend against. After fighting for a long time, everyone's abilities were almost exhausted, yet we still couldn't take it down. Zheng Heng, in a hurry, shouted at me, "LinLan, you're of the wood element. Can you find its weakness?" I just stepped back and took a breath, and immediately said, "Yes, but it needs time. Help me hold on." "No problem." Zheng Heng immediately adjusted the strategy, ordering everyone to protect LinLan. "Fire, burn its branches." The willow tree screamed as it was burned by the fire, completely going berserk, its branches waving faster, and our pressure instantly increased. I closed my eyes and gathered all my wood-based abilities, scanning the energy distribution of the willow tree like a radar. A minute later, I suddenly opened my eyes, pointed at a gap between its 2 thick roots, and shouted, "There, the root. Attack that gap." Having found the weakness, everyone felt invigorated. All abilities were unleashed like there was no cost, hammering fiercely into that gap. The willow tree let out a piercing scream, instinctively wanting to flee, but unfortunately, with its snail-like speed, it was impossible to escape. Before long, the willow tree was tormented to the brink of collapse. I immediately shouted to Zheng Heng, "Major Zheng, can I exchange all the rewards from this mission for this willow tree?" Zheng Heng looked at SecuresJade and the others. Everyone understood the importance of my healing abilities, and no one objected. He immediately nodded, "Sure." I felt a surge of joy in my heart as I rushed to the base of the willow tree, pressing my hands on its weak point, releasing kindness and my wood-based abilities. The willow sensed the threat of death, trembling slightly, and its massive trunk quickly withered. From the crack, a small, dripping green willow branch slowly emerged. I carefully held it in my hands. The small willow branch was crystal clear, like a jade carving, and it even nuzzled my fingers in a pleasing manner. As soon as the old willow tree fell, the beast tide immediately scattered like birds and beasts. The battle was over, and we began to tally the casualties. On our side, due to our preparations, the casualties were minimal. However, those teams that did not follow orders suffered over half of their members, a sight too tragic to behold. I took a break and began to prepare to treat the wounded. The first person they brought over almost made me laugh out loud. Wang Chang from the Flying Eagles and another teammate had made a makeshift stretcher out of branches, carrying someone on it. Lying on the stretcher was He Tao, the famous smiling tiger of their team. This guy usually has a handsome face and is quite charming, easily making someone like Wang Chang, who is straightforward, feel dizzy. But now, he was clutching his stomach, with a mournful expression, groaning and mumbling, while Wang Chang was next to him, cursing as he carried him. It's the first time I've seen He Tao looking so disheveled. It's quite a contrast and cute in its own way. I pretended to be clueless. What's going on? How did it turn out like this? Wang Chang was furious. "Xiaolan, hurry up and take a look at him. Don't let him die, or my effort to save him will be in vain." I was listening next to him and almost burst out laughing. He Tao is simply a live treasure, a typical example of someone who forgets the pain once the wounds heal. While I was checking him, I could hear Wang Chang talking nonstop like a machine gun. And wow, his chattiness was so intense that the other team member next to me was almost frozen in shock. I just figured out how this guy managed to make himself like this. Does anyone understand? A fragile mage who plays at a distance insists on getting in close combat with a mutant squirrel known for its agility. Fine, go ahead and play. But he had to show off his newly thought-up tricks that he hadn't practiced at all right before the battle was about to end. And what happened? The squirrel managed to pull off a last-minute counterattack before dying. and if it weren't for Wang Chang's quick reflexes, he would probably have lost his life by now. I was speechless after listening to it. Looking at He Tao in front of me, whose eyes were closed out of guilt, I thought to myself, oh, so you want to be a hero, huh? Then I must keep this hero's medal for you. I quickly used my ability to heal his internal injuries, and as for the external wound, I'll leave that as a souvenir. It won't kill you, but it'll serve as a reminder. This was just a small episode. Later, when we were setting up camp, the captain named Zheng Hang directly ordered me to move my tent away from the Flying Eagle team and relocate to their leadership core area. The reason was grandiose. He said I was the only healer in the team, and my combat ability was strong, so I must enjoy the highest level of protection. I know exactly what this old fox is up to. He just wants to poach me from Feiying and keep me under his control. Brother Xie and the others at Feiying have noticed it too, but they're military leaders, and with their higher rank, it's hard for them to say anything. However, I came back with 13 years of memories, and your little scheme's a note different from a toddler trying to grab candy from me. I can't be bothered to expose him. This operation is a huge win for me. Getting a VIP single tent is definitely better than sleeping in a sleeping bag, right? As soon as I entered the tent, I immediately took out the willow branch I had previously acquired. Let me tell you, this thing is definitely a treasure. I carefully infused my abilities into it, and in that moment, I felt like I had entered a fantastical space full of little green sprites, with those tiny lights excitedly swirling around me. After a lot of effort, I finally established a preliminary connection with this little thing. It turns out that this isn't a direct remote control for mutant beasts. Instead, it emits a charm aura that makes lower-level mutant beasts think it's a big boss, and they actively follow its commands. What's even more amazing is that the willow branch is both soft and tough, and its leaves are sharper than a scalpel. If you get entangled, it's basically goodbye to this beautiful world. We won purely by luck. The willow tree's main body underestimated us. Just as I was getting into my research, Brother Xie called me out for dinner. I stuffed the willow branch into my bag, actually throwing it into my space, and then opened the tent to go outside. When Brother Xie saw me, he naturally reached out his big hand and ruffled my hair. Sigh. Being treated like a child and pampered feels a bit intoxicating, to be honest. I sat next to him by the campfire with Zheng Hang and the others, silently drinking porridge. The atmosphere during this meal was charged with unspoken tension. As I looked up, I could see the concerned expressions on the faces of the Flying Eagles brothers. I smiled at them, signaling that I was fine. Looking further away, my good brother Lin Xiao was staring at me with an extremely complicated expression. As for me, I remained a cold observer, feeling no ripples in my heart. Even wanted to laugh a bit. The atmosphere on his side was quite something. A small-time punk named Chang Xinchi, who probably had a grudge against Lin Xiao, loudly mocked him in front of everyone. Hey, Lin Xiao, I heard that fierce healer over there is your sister? Your biological sister is doing so well. Why don't you go over and befriend her and let her treat your injuries, by the way? Honestly, you might as well jump ship to the Flying Eagles. That's the second largest group in the base. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xiao's face turned green. Even his captain, Yang Ting, suddenly had a meaningful expression. Let me tell you, Lin Xiao was calculating in his mind like crazy. Go to the Flying Eagles and be a tail? Where's the comfort in that compared to staying here and using my name to be a head? His little thoughts were simply absurd, like comparing a Nokia to someone else's AI computing power. Sure enough, he cleared his throat and put on a righteous front. How could I leave the Flame mercenary group? These minor injuries of mine are nothing. LinLan is already exhausted treating the seriously injured. I can't disturb her. After hearing this, Yang Ting's expression softened a lot. But the seeds of suspicion were probably already sown. After finishing my meal, I was too lazy to watch them perform and headed straight back to the tent. My sister opened the book immediately. Sitting cross-legged, I began to operate my unnamed technique. This technique is essentially a thorough body cleanse from skin to flesh, from internal organs to bones, and finally even clearing out the toxins in the bone marrow. That night, I broke through the longest standing barrier I had, and with a snap, it was done. I successfully advanced to the first stage of the first layer. Early the next morning, I emerged from the tent feeling refreshed. After practicing all night, I had expelled some dark impurities from my body. Although not much, I felt much lighter. Brother Xie spotted me from afar and came over to ask how my rest was. I smiled and said, "Very good, I've gained quite a lot." He took me directly to the territory of the Flying Eagles for breakfast. As soon as we arrived, I saw that troublesome He Tao was actually serving porridge to everyone. I was infuriated. "Why aren't you resting properly to recover? What are you doing here?" He replied with a pitiful expression, "I'm fine now." But they wanted to let me train and insisted I come cook. Nearby, that old fox Chu Yang walked over, slipped a small piece of ham into my hand, and glanced at He Tao. Xiaolan, you shouldn't have treated him so well yesterday. This kid wants to train today. But I had to hold him down to make him obediently come and cook. I looked at the ham in my hand, then glanced at the pickled vegetable porridge in others' bowls, feeling warm inside. This is the Flying Eagles. They treat me well, and it's not just empty words. After finishing the meal, I got into the lead vehicle with Zheng Hang and the others, and we set off again. On the vehicle, Li Mingxin handed me a few pieces of rare chocolate from the apocalypse. Zheng Hang spread out the map, and the atmosphere instantly became serious. He said we were about to reach Qishan County, a county with a population of 400,000 to 500,000 before the apocalypse, but now, it was a dead city filled with zombies. At that moment, even I felt a heaviness in my heart. As for the following mission, I won't go into detail about the process. It was just a smooth journey of cutting through the enemy, like slicing vegetables. Finally, we returned to the base. And I tell you, the moment I relaxed, I felt like I was alive again. This time, the harvest was tremendous. Not only did I take a willow tree as a pet, but I also broke through in my cultivation. I couldn't help but reveal a heartfelt smile. As a result, this one smile caught the attention of a group of mercenaries nearby, their eyes widening. Brother Xie immediately became displeased, taking a step to block me from their gaze, and then said, Xiaolan, come on, let's go to the team for a celebration banquet and collect your reward. I shook the willow branch in my bag and joked, haven't I already received my reward? Next to me, Chu Yang also leaned over, ruffled my hair, and said with a grin, that's not enough. Xiaolan is our great savior in the Flying Eagles. We must treat her well. Come on, Big Brother will take you to eat something delicious. After saying that, he didn't care about Brother Xie's murderous glare, grabbed my hand, and pulled me away, while turning back to shout at Brother Xie, Captain, thanks for your hard work on the finishing touches. My brain needs a rest after all this thinking. I wanted to laugh at that moment. Are you overthinking? Why didn't you say anything when you were squeezing He Tao? On the way, Chu Yang generously asked me what I wanted to eat. I thought for a moment and mentioned a few dishes and finally added, I also heard that there's strawberry jam in the warehouse. My eyes lit up in an instant, and I looked at him with high hopes. However, Chu Yang's face instantly resembled a color palette. It was quite a spectacle. I bet he was putting on a grand performance in his heart about the annual tragedy of losing his love, but since the words were already out, he could only swallow his disappointment and force a smile. Yes, plenty. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed just like that. I'm tidying up things at home, preparing for the next mission. These 3 years have flown by, and my skills have improved tremendously. If it weren't for my so-called family occasionally trying to annoy me, life would be nearly perfect. When the last mission ended, Lin Xiao went back and told Lin Wei about my situation. That little green tea, upon hearing that I was doing well, was practically oozing jealousy. I bet she dreams of stepping on me at night and finding a bigger thigh to cling to, so she can continue living her pampered young lady life. Sure enough, as soon as Lin Xiao returned, he told Lin Wei about how well I'm doing. Let me tell you, ever since then, these two have been like surveillance cameras installed right outside my home, haunting me. 3 whole years, folks. 3 years. They've been acting like the best siblings, constantly calling each other sister and LinLan as if they were in a drama. Their acting skills are wasted if they don't audition for the birth of an actor 2025. That little green tea, Lin Wei, has completely solidified her White Lotus persona, pretending to be pitiful every day, going around telling people she's my sister, using my name to scam food and drinks at the base, and even dragging Lin Xiao, that useless guy, along to be treated like a star outside. Good grief. If you didn't know better, you'd think he was some hidden big shot, when in fact, he's just a pure sister's boy. In the blink of an eye, it's time for another mission. This time, I'm once again with the Flying Eagle team. Over these 3 years, I've grown closer to them than to my own family. I haven't been idle either. My cultivation has reached the 5th level, and my combat power has skyrocketed to high level 6, able to wrestle with 7th level opponents. Plus, with my healing abilities, I'm practically a walking goddess of spring water, so my status in the Flying Eagle team is solid. I just arrived at the Eagle base when my big oaf of a brother, Wang Chong, came rushing over like a giant husky. He sneaked up to me and whispered in my ear, Xiaolan, I've got a huge secret to tell you. That old rascal, Chu Huli, somehow dug out a bottle of 1983 Maodai from some corner. The real deal. My God, these days that stuff is more precious than gold. Aren't I generous? Shall we go and get him? He was almost drooling as he spoke. I understood at that moment that this guy wanted to drag me along as a cover to ask for favors from Chu Huzi. I deliberately teased him, saying, but I don't drink. Wang Chang's expression instantly froze, and he even forgot to wipe the shiny liquid from the corner of his mouth. He looked simply ridiculous. In the end, after he persistently persuaded me, I reluctantly nodded. He immediately pulled me towards the vehicle convoy, afraid that Chu Huzi would run away with her long legs. Chu Yang, the Chu Huzi they mentioned, smiled like a blooming flower when she saw me, gently tucking my hair behind my ear. As for Wang Chang next to us, sorry, he was blind and couldn't see. Before I could say anything, Wang Chang's loud voice shouted, Xiao Lan wants to try that bottle of 1983 Mao Dai. Chu Huzi instantly understood, realizing it was Wang Chang the drunkard's doing. She shot him a glare and then generously said to me, it's just a bottle of wine. Brother will get it for you when we return from the mission. Wang Chang, upon hearing this, panicked. His bitter experience told him that when we returned, in front of everyone, he wouldn't get a single drop. He immediately looked at me with bright, sparkling eyes, and I could only nod shyly. Chu Huzi had no choice but to give in, gently taking my hand and saying, brother will get it for you right now. Just as I arrived at the gathering square, 2 flies buzzed over. Sister, let me go with you this time. If I'm with you, you won't be scared. Lin Wei, that little green tea, started her acting again, looking all delicate and weak. If you didn't know better, you'd think she was some princess who had suffered a grievance. Lin Xiao chimed in from the side. Yeah, LinLan, having a familiar face with you makes me feel at ease. I almost roll my eyes to the back of my head. My Flying Eagle brothers directly switched to on my OG mode, and one of them mocked. Does little Lan need someone to keep her company? She's not afraid. We're afraid of you causing trouble. Lin Wei's eyes turned red, and she said pitifully, I just want to follow my sister, and I'm a water-type ability user. I can supply water for everyone. That person wanted to retort again, but was stopped by someone next to them, implying that there was no need to waste words on such a person. She would just pretend not to understand. I couldn't be bothered to watch her act, and turned to leave. Lin Wei quickly caught up, squeezed past the person next to me, and tightly grabbed my hand, smiling proudly at the onlookers around us. She really thought she could swagger around just by relying on my reputation, and I could see the resentment in her eyes clearly. This mission was assigned by the military to gather supplies in a coastal city and investigate the situation of mutated marine creatures. It said that seafood over there can now stroll on land, and their fighting power is quite fierce. The journey was relatively smooth, and upon arrival, one group of us went to a nearby salt field, while Captain Xie Changhui took another group to the beach to check the situation and catch some fresh seafood. Those rugged men all had green eyes, as if they had never seen the world, staring at crabs on the beach that were nearly 10 times larger than in peacetime. Drooling. On my side, I was more elegant. With a flick of my vines, it was as if I had activated a cheat, and I quickly caught a large haul of fish and shrimp, more efficiently than their entire team. Lin Wei was not far away, watching me surrounded by my Flying Eagle brothers like the moon surrounded by stars, her expression dark enough to drip water. I knew in my heart that this woman was up to no good. Just as I was distracted by this thought, I suddenly felt a jolt in my heart. Danger alert. I quickly looked up at the sea and saw a dark mass rushing toward us from the horizon. I immediately shouted, the mutated creatures are coming, run. Everyone reacted quickly and started sprinting towards the shore. But the resistance of the seawater was too great. As soon as we reached the shore, we were caught up by the fastest of the mutated seafood. Seeing that escape was impossible, Xie Changhui decisively ordered, prepare for battle. The people of Flying Eagle followed orders without hesitation and quickly formed a formation. However, Lin Xiao, that coward, yelled at Xie Changhui, why aren't we running? How can we fight against so many? Xie Changhui shot him a cold glance and said, you're not one of us. If you want to leave, go. Lin Xiao, furious, grabbed Lin Wei and tried to run, but after not getting far, he slinked back in defeat because the way ahead was blocked. The whole scene turned chaotic, and we were soon scattered, fighting individually. I was like an army on my own, wielding a mutated willow tree in my left hand and a mutated vine in my right, striking those mutated creatures until they howled in despair. Lin Xiao and Lin Wei acted like 2 ornaments, hiding behind me and picking up the spoils. This battle lasted more than 4 hours, and by the time we cleared the area, everyone was exhausted, sprawled on a pile of corpses. Just when everyone let their guard down, suddenly, a shadow shot out from the sea, heading straight for Lin Wei. Family, who understands? In that moment, that wicked Lin Wei, without a second thought, grabbed me and pulled me in front of her, using me as a human shield. I was completely unresponsive due to the exhaustion of my abilities and could only raise my hand to block. That sticky line wrapped around my arm and suddenly yanked me into the sea. Xiao Lan, The members of the Flying Eagles reacted and roared as they chased after me. But that thing was too fast in the water. In the blink of an eye, it dragged me into the deep sea, and they could only see the shadow of a mutated squid. When the people sent to rescue me returned dejectedly, everyone was in despair. He Tao, with red eyes, said to Xie Chongwei, "Captain, that thing is too fast. It's gone." The anger of all the Flying Eagles members ignited instantly. Surrounding Lin Wei and Lin Xiao in the middle, their expressions filled with a desire to swallow them alive. Lin Wei, frightened, hid behind Lin Xiao, trembling as she said, I didn't mean to." Lin Xiao, that average guy, dared to stand up to our captain Xie Chongwei, saying that Lin Wei was also a valuable healing ability user and that we should prioritize the bigger picture, even wanting to bring Lin Wei into the Flying Eagles. Xie Chonghui's face was expressionless, but his eyes were cold enough to freeze shards of ice. He waited for Lin Xiao to finish before coldly speaking. "Are you done?" He glanced at Lin Wei as if she were a piece of trash. "Do you think something like her is worthy to be compared to Xiaolan? Xiaolan is our family. I won't kill you." He paused and said, word by word, "That would be too kind for you." Then he ordered He Tao, disable their abilities and throw them into the red light district. After saying that, he turned and left, his tightly clenched fists bulging with veins. Let me tell you, when I heard that, I almost wanted to come back to life right there and give him a thumbs up. Killing is just the tip of the iceberg. This kind of approach is truly worse than death. Of course, they didn't know that I wasn't completely dead yet. Did you think I just kicked the bucket? Not a chance. I'm a woman who knows how to hang on. Being dragged into the deep sea by that damn squid, I was lucky it only grabbed one of my arms. I endured the excruciating pain and pulled out a mutated plant from my space. I usually use that thing to make dumpling filling because its greatest feature is, it's a meat grinder. I poured my last bit of spiritual energy into it and struck the octopus tentacle that was entangling me. With a pop, the flexible tentacle was directly crushed into minced meat. Taking the opportunity, I broke free and swam desperately upwards. When I regained consciousness, I was awakened by the sunlight. I lay on the beach, completely drained of energy. My meridians felt empty, and it was a struggle just to sit up, looking at the blue sky. I thought to myself that I had truly escaped with my life this time. Just as I was emptying my mind, suddenly, with a pop, I felt something in my body being unblocked. Immediately after, the surrounding spiritual energy surged towards me like crazy, wrapping me in a cocoon of spiritual energy. I lay alone by the sea, suspended as if coming from the heavens. The spiritual energy repeatedly burst through my meridians and then repaired them over and over again. This process lasted for who knows how many days and nights. When I opened my eyes again, the spiritual cocoon had disappeared. I immediately sat up, feeling an unprecedented surge of power within me, as if I had changed to a new account. I crossed my legs to check, and to my surprise, I had actually broken through, advancing directly from level 5 to intermediate level 6. Just as I was feeling delighted, a sour and stinky smell suddenly assaulted me, almost sending me away on the spot. Looking down, I was shocked to see that the layer of black, greasy substance on my body was what? Decades-old grime? Does anyone understand the price of rising from the ashes? It was way too much, like I'd just been fished out of a vat of sauce. All sticky and clinging to my skin, unbelievable. I couldn't stand this grievance any longer, and without a second thought, I dived into the sea. Luckily, I had everything in my space. With soap and shower gel taking turns, I felt like I was about to scrub off a layer of skin, but at least I felt revived. After changing into clean clothes, I finally started to take a good look at this strange place. Let me tell you, this place is bizarre, like a sunken beach, surrounded on 3 sides by impenetrable primeval forest, with trees growing in a way that looks quite fierce and intimidating. Just as I was pondering this, my stomach rumbled louder than the waves. Forget where I am for now. It's time to eat. After all, you eat what the sea provides. I pulled out my treasure from my space, a seemingly ordinary little wooden stick. Hey, don't underestimate it. When infused with spiritual energy, it can grow over 1 meter long in an instant, with a tip sharp as a spear. This thing is a real badass. I got it during a mission years ago, and I personally witnessed it pierce a mutant goat right through, and that scene was, wow, incredibly bloody. Now, it's my fishing artifact. I went into the sea with my spear in hand. Goodness, the underwater world was like a seafood buffet, with all sorts of fish swimming in front of me, making my mouth water. I held my breath and quietly approached a particularly plump-looking fish, waiting for the right moment. With all my strength, I speared it. Got it. It was so easy. Let me tell you, after leveling up, everything is different. My reaction speed and breath-holding ability felt like I was using cheats. Back on shore, I quickly cleaned the fish. I took out some spices from my storage and gave it a thorough seasoning, then wrapped it in large leaves I found in the forest. Dug a pit on the beach, buried it, and started a fire on top. This is what you call a proper beggar's fish. Oh no, I mean beggar's fish. I couldn't just eat fish, so I took out some seeds from my storage, used my spirit power, and soon had some fresh vegetables ready to cook into a vegetable soup. My cooking skills could make me a master in any wilderness survival show. While waiting for the food, I couldn't shake off the feeling that something was off about this place. But who cares? Food is the most important thing. Once the fish was done roasting, the aroma wafted over, and I couldn't help but drool. Carefully, I picked a piece of meat from the fish's belly and put it in my mouth. Oh my gosh, it was so fresh, it almost made my eyebrows fall off. It melted in my mouth, better than any 5-star meal I had before the apocalypse. In no time, I finished the entire fish and the pot of soup, letting out a satisfied burp. After filling my stomach, my mind started to wander. I sat on the beach, and that feeling of unease returned. What was wrong? Suddenly, it hit me. In those wilderness survival shows I watched, didn't they say that beaches are the easiest places to find traces of human activity? Things like plastic bottles and broken fishing nets. But here, it was as clean as if it had just been factory reset, not even a plastic bag in sight. My heart sank, and I felt a chill run down my spine. This isn't Earth at all, no matter how bad the apocalypse gets. The beach is always littered with garbage. Am I banned from Earth? No, I can't just sit here and wait. I grabbed my knife and rushed into the forest. I had to find some clues. Let me tell you, this forest was like hell. I barely dodged a blood-sucking vine, almost tripped over a tree root, and there were thorny branches trying to ambush me. I relied on my wood abilities, feeling like I had a little cheat. But after walking for 2 hours, I looked at my watch and realized I hadn't even covered 3 kilometers in a straight line. Was this forest using some kind of navigation system that led me in circles? Just as I was feeling down, I suddenly saw a rabbit tangled in vines. I thought it was doomed, but the next second, the rabbit opened its mouth and shot out a fireball. My pupils dilated in shock. Can this rabbit use magic? It spat out several fireballs, burning the vines away. Then it just lay there, unable to move. It probably ran out of energy. I curiously approached it, and it tried to spit fire at me, but I easily dodged. I grabbed it by the ears, and it felt as soft as jelly. Seeing it still not calm, I lightly tapped it with the back of my knife, and everything went quiet. Dinner was served, braised rabbit meat, delicious. As night fell, I needed to hurry back to the beach. The way back was much smoother. When I arrived, I decided I couldn't keep living like this. I needed a seaside house. So I got to work. I chopped down 8 big branches in the forest, dug pits in the sand, buried the posts, built a frame, used large leaves as a roof, and branches with leaves as walls. Let me tell you, after leveling up, my strength increased, and I could do the work of an entire construction team by myself. Before long, I had built a simple but sturdy little shelter that could protect me from the wind and rain. I was practically a wilderness construction master. With the housing issue resolved, it was time to tackle food. I cleaned the rabbit, roasted half of it over the fire, sizzling with oil. The other half I chopped into pieces, added some freshly grown chili peppers, and stir-fried it. The aroma was incredible. I tore off a piece of the roasted meat to taste. Yum, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Paired with the stir-fried rabbit meat and vegetables, I devoured a few big pancakes. Life here, aside from being a bit lonely, was much better than during the apocalypse. After a hearty meal, I lay back on the beach, habitually wanting to look at the stars. But when I looked up, I was stunned. In the sky, there were 2 moons. One was bright, and the other was a dull yellow. Wow. This was the moment when all fantasies were shattered. Before, I could convince myself that I was in some corner of Earth, but now, these 2 moons crushed any remaining hopes. I really wasn't on Earth anymore. In that instant, an overwhelming sense of loneliness washed over me. I was all alone in this world. What was I supposed to do? Was I going to play a real-life version of Robinson Crusoe? Sigh. Overthinking wouldn't help. I sighed. As long as I'm alive, that's enough. I glanced at my watch. It was already 11 o'clock, and I still needed to explore tomorrow. I added some firewood to the fire, made some charcoal to warm up the house, washed up quickly, then crawled in my seaside house, spread out my blanket, and went to sleep. However, the next day, I didn't sleep well at all. I woke up as soon as it got light. When I opened my eyes, oh wow. It was pouring rain outside like the sky was leaking. Well, there goes my adventure plan. The firewood was used up, so I had to nibble on cold pancakes and sip cold soup. With nothing to do, I could only pull out my precious tablet and play Candy Crush. Who understands? Family? I traveled to another world, and on a rainy day, I could only rely on playing single-player games to pass the time. This felt too cyberpunk. The heavy rain continued until the afternoon. When the sun came out, it was warm and cozy, but I had no time to enjoy it. My seaside house was soaked from the rain like a water-curtain cave. There was no choice but to accept my fate as a demolition worker, tearing down the roof and walls and laying them out on the beach to dry. What life! Just as I finished building, I had to tear it down. Talk about experiencing life. Once I cleaned up most of the mess, I hurried to the forest to gather some firewood. The rain had drenched the forest with water dripping everywhere, and I had to watch my step, or I would accidentally step into a puddle and get my shoes wet. Straightening up, I looked at my meager haul and felt worried. After such a heavy downpour, the dry wood in the forest was mostly soaked, and I could only find a small amount in places shielded from the rain behind thick trees. In the end, with just that little bit, I spent over an hour painstakingly collecting it. Wow, this cursed place made it harder to start a fire than climbing to the sky. By the time I offered up my precious wet firewood and repaired my little hut, it was already dark. Honestly, I hadn't seen another person in over a month. Every day, I was playing a real-life version of wilderness survival in this primitive forest. I was starting to forget what humans looked like. Dinner? Not a chance. I rummaged through my storage for some pickled meat, boiled a pot of vegetable soup, and gulped it down. As the warmth filled me, I was so comfortable I almost ascended. Just as I was enjoying myself, let me tell you, without any warning, the hair on the back of my neck stood up. A foul wind hit my face. I rolled and crawled away and instinctively swung my knife. When I focused my eyes, oh wow. There was a creature that looked like a wolf, but with a horn on its head, baring its teeth and drooling while staring at me. Its look clearly said, "You are my dinner." This creature's combat power was off the charts. Its mouth opened, unleashing a wind blade like a machine gun, shooting at me. I relied on my ability to communicate with plants, summoning vines as tripwires, but I still got scratched by its claws several times, bleeding and in pain. Who understands, family? It felt like a cheating opponent was slaughtering me in a beginner's village, completely unfair. But I wasn't a pushover, having fought my way through the apocalypse. How could I be afraid of a beast? I seized an opportunity and braced myself as a blade of wind grazed my shoulder, feeling half my body go numb. But I gritted my teeth, using all my strength to drive the knife deep into its neck. With a splatter, hot blood splashed across my face. The unicorn wolf twitched a few times before finally going still. Only then did I dare to relax, collapsing onto the ground, panting heavily, feeling like my lungs were about to explode. Once I caught my breath, the first thing I did was quickly deal with the spoils. Skinning, gutting, extracting the crystal core. Let me tell you, the process was smoother than Dove chocolate. The wolf skin was nice. I could use it as a cushion later. As for the meat, I cut off a piece of the tender thigh. Whether it was tasty or not, I had to give it a try. As for the rest, I wouldn't dare take any more. With that bloody scent, within an hour, every carnivore within 10 miles would be drawn over for a party. I quickly found a place under a low cliff that was recessed as a temporary base, and cut a lot of thorny branches to surround the entrance, leaving only a small door. I lit a fire and roasted the wolf meat I had just obtained, chewing on it while reflecting. To be honest, that moment really made me feel down. I thought I was pretty tough, but I almost got taken out by a cub. This world is 1,000 times more dangerous than I imagined. I'm just a pitiful one at the bottom of the food chain, trembling in fear. As that sense of despair washed over me, looking at the dark forest, I felt like I was about to be swallowed at any moment. My hand trembled and accidentally landed in the fire, burning me and making me yelp in pain. But that very pain woke me up. Damn it, what was I thinking? I've seen all kinds of storms. I survived the apocalypse, and here I am lamenting. Every day, I live as a gain. After coming to this realization, I felt completely clear-headed. Even the spiritual energy in my body seemed to be much happier. I quickly sat cross-legged and used wood elemental energy to heal my wounds. And it was fast. Scabs visibly formed and fell off, revealing new, tender flesh. The days that followed were basically a copy-paste routine. Every day, I was crawling through this endless greenery, relying on chatting with plants to find my way, while also having to constantly guard against monsters popping up from who knows where. Let me tell you, my CPU was almost overheating. Several times. I thought about just turning back to the seaside, but then I realized, wouldn't I just be waiting to die alone? Moving forward, at least there's a glimmer of hope. So, after nearly 2 months of this, just when I was about to break down, a turning point came. That day, I had just crossed a mountain when I suddenly noticed that the trees ahead seemed less dense, and even sunlight was leaking through. I took a few steps forward and saw a cave on the mountainside. Moreover, there was a slope at the entrance, which looked clearly man-made. My heart was pounding like a drum. I rushed over to take a look, and there were footprints on the ground. Human footprints. I was really going to cry. Could it be that this incredible fortune has finally come to me? I was so excited that my hands were shaking, and I almost cried. Family. It's been 3 months. I finally found evidence of human existence. I forced myself to calm down and hid behind a big tree, ready to wait for a chance. The sky darkened little by little, and my heart grew colder bit by bit. I thought it could be empty. Just when I was about to give up, I suddenly heard footsteps coming from the woods. I quickly held my breath, my palms sweaty with tension. The sound grew closer, and suddenly there was a loud thud, as if something heavy had fallen to the ground. Right after that, a gust of wind rushed towards my face. My scalp tingled, and instinctively I shrank my head, forgetting that I was still in the tree, and with a bang, I fell down. Before I could get back up, a shadow stood in front of me, pointing something shiny at me. I focused my eyes and saw it was a sword. I could feel the difference in our power levels, even with my toes. I hurriedly raised my hands and shouted in Chinese, "I mean no harm. I just saw someone too excited." After shouting, I regretted it. Who in this other world understands Chinese? And guess what happened? That person was silent for a moment, then surprisingly sheathed the sword and said 2 words in a slightly hoarse but surprisingly pleasant voice. "Follow me." I stumbled and crawled in behind him into the cave. He skillfully struck flint to make a fire, and when the flames flickered to life, I could finally see his face. Goodness, this guy must be over 6 feet tall, with solid muscles and scars all over his body. His hair was casually tied back with a branch, and his gaze was sharp like a knife. When he looked at me, I felt like my soul was about to freeze. He nonchalantly started roasting meat, and the cave was eerily quiet except for the crackling of the firewood. Before long, the smell of meat wafted through the air, and my stomach embarrassingly growled. I felt so awkward that I wished I could dig a hole and hide in it. He heard it, but didn't say a word. Instead, he handed me a freshly roasted leg. I took it with a flushed face, muttered a thank you, and took a hearty bite. To be honest, it was quite tasty. Seeing me eat, he continued roasting the rest of the meat. Let me tell you, his appetite was truly frightening. Aside from the piece in my hand, he polished off the entire remaining large prey all by himself. After we finished eating, we just stared at each other, and the atmosphere was incredibly awkward. I thought I couldn't remain silent any longer, so I mustered up the courage to ask him where we were and if there were any people nearby. And guess what? He didn't stop what he was doing, fiddling with a pile of herbs, and without looking up, he replied with a flowery phrase. "I do not know. I have not seen any other humans besides you." Goodness, I was stunned at that moment. What era is this that he's still using such language? I was puzzled, wondering why this guy spoke like he was quoting a translation. Moreover, he said he hadn't seen any other humans. Could it be that he, like me, also came from another world? I quickly asked, "Then how did you come here?" "I came from Earth. It's been over 3 months. I told you." My eyes were as wide as copper bells, afraid of missing any expression on his face. As a result, he looked puzzled and said, "Earth? Where is that?" "I am from the Qin State, and I have been here for 7 years." My mind buzzed for a moment. Qin State? Qin State. I kept repeating these 2 words, then suddenly looked up, my eyes almost popping out. Qin State? Are you talking about the Qin State from the 7 warring states? Qi, Chu, Yan, Han, Zhao, Wei, and Qin. Now, it was his turn to stop. The look in his eyes, let me tell you, was like a knife slicing through the air with an overwhelming pressure that made it hard for me to breathe. Seeing that I was about to choke, he finally toned down his aura a bit and, with a serious expression, cupped his fist in salute and asked, "Indeed. May I ask which country the young lady is from?" At that moment, I was taken aback, feeling uncomfortable all over, and quickly waved my hand. "Big brother, don't get me wrong. I'm not from your era. I'm Chinese, and I came 2,000 years later than you." Seeing him still looking confused, I quickly added, "What I mean is, your era is already over 2,000 years old, like an old almanac. I know about you guys. It's all from history books. Part of the exam highlights," which left me with a deep psychological shadow. His brows furrowed so much he could crush a fly, and after a long pause, he seriously asked me if I could tell him about what happened after the Qin State. Who understands that? My level of history knowledge is just half a bottle clanging. Once the apocalypse came, I didn't even know where to throw the books. The little I know comes from reading novels and watching dramas in the past. But since he asked, I could only brace myself and go on, starting from Qin Shi Huang unifying the world to the Second Emperor's downfall, and then to the subsequent dynastic changes, mixing official history with unofficial tales, to the point where I almost believed it myself. You wouldn't believe it. But his comprehension skills were really strong. Despite my disjointed storytelling, he actually understood. After I finished, he let out a long sigh, his eyes reddening, and lamented, Our Qin state was able to unify the Central Plains, a great good. Its demise in the second generation, a great sorrow. Seeing a grown man in front of me with tears in his eyes gave me goosebumps all over. It was quite awkward. Once he calmed down, I quickly introduced myself. My name is LinLan. I fell into the sea during a fight and ended up here in a daze. How about you? What's your name? He looked at me and said word by word. My surname is Bai. My name is Qi. I am from the Qin state. My king bestowed a sword and commanded me to take my own life, and after death, I came to this place. My mind has crashed again. Last name Bai. First name Qi. Bai Qi. Why does that name sound so familiar? To commit suicide means to take one's own life. So was their king who ordered him to do it, and then he ended up here? Bai Qi. Bai Qi. I jumped up from the ground with a shout, pointing at him, my tongue all tangled. Bai Qi, the one from the Qin state, who fought against Zhao in the Battle of Chongping and killed 400,000 people. The god of killing Bai Qi? Goodness, I couldn't sleep all night. Lying beside me was the god of killing Bai Qi, who lived in the history books. Who could handle that? Wrapped in the animal skin he gave me, I curled up on the stone platform, feeling like I was dreaming. This wasn't just about finding a human. I was face to face with a historical figure, and a real social powerhouse known for burying people alive. My little heart was pounding, and just thinking about living with such a fierce person in the future made me feel tangled up. Early the next morning, we both got up with dark circles under our eyes. I thought, since we were going to be together, hiding things wasn't interesting, so I might as well lay it all out. So, in front of him, I waved my hand and directly pulled out a basin from my space, then conjured up a basin of water out of thin air and handed it to him. For washing up, here you go. I thought he would be startled, but he didn't even raise an eyelid and just accepted it. Well, after staying in this cursed place for 7 years, he must have seen all kinds of monsters and ghosts, so my little trick was nothing. I handed him the toothbrush and toothpaste and told him, brush your teeth. The big guy held the toothpaste with an expression as if he were looking at some alien creature, squeezing it with a puzzled face. I suddenly realized, right? Ancient people have never seen this thing. I had to take it back, squeeze some out for him, and personally demonstrate, repeatedly reminding him, don't swallow it. After tidying up, he said he wanted to go into the woods to find something and asked if I would come with him. Of course I would. He said he was looking for a kind of herb that could heal wounds and help him cultivate. As soon as I heard it was a plant, I thought, ISNT that right in my field of expertise? I'll go with you. I'm the best at finding plants with my wood-type abilities. But as soon as we set off, I regretted it. His legs were like two of mine in one step, bouncing around the forest like a monkey while I was struggling to keep up, nearly having my tongue out. Luckily, he later noticed I couldn't keep up and slowed down. After walking for more than half an hour, he pointed to a small patch of lush green grass not far away and said, that's it. As soon as he finished speaking, a creature that looked like a cow with antlers suddenly sprang out from the side. I had seen this thing yesterday. Its combat power was off the charts, and I had taken a detour to avoid it, but unexpectedly it came right to me today. The antlered cow, seeing someone intruding into its territory and wanting to take its precious herb, immediately got angry and charged at Bai Qi with its head lowered. My heart was in my throat, but Bai Qi swiftly sidestepped and his sword moved like lightning, directly slicing into the cow. The cow reacted quickly, instantly forming a soil shield around itself, but it was useless. Bai Qi's sword light shattered the shield with a crack and left a huge gash on the cow. With blood spraying high, I was completely stunned watching from the side. Truly, he is a god of death. The power of that sword strike was incredible. The antlered bull was hurt and went completely berserk, its eyes turning red, ready to fight to the death. Bai Qi struck successfully and then retreated, his gaze chillingly calm, just staring at it. In less than 2 seconds, the antlered bull roared and launched its attack, with countless clods of dirt raining down on Bai Qi. I tell you, that scene was just like a movie special effect. Bai Qi weaved through the dense rain of soil clumps, his movements so agile that he seemed inhuman. In less than 2 seconds, he dashed in front of the deer-horn bull, and with one sword strike, he pierced its throat directly. It was clean and swift, a one-hit kill. The massive bull crashed to the ground, and not a single drop of blood touched him. I stepped out from my hiding place, my heart filled with shock. What was a danger I wouldn't even dare to touch was as easy as chopping vegetables in his hands. At that moment, my determination to become stronger was more resolute than ever. Seeing him about to pick the medicinal herbs, I quickly stopped him. If you trust me, let me give it a try. I have wood powers. Maybe I can make it sprout seeds, and we won't have to search so hard in the future. He glanced at me, said nothing, and silently withdrew his hand. Family, this is what trust is. I felt warm inside at that moment. I immediately squatted down and carefully channeled my wood spirit energy into the herbs. Let me tell you, nurturing this precious herb is much harder than nurturing 100 ordinary plants. Fortunately, I had just broken through recently, otherwise I would have been drained dry. After more than 40 minutes, the herb finally bloomed, and a peculiar fragrance wafted out. This scent was deadly, like a flare, attracting all the red-eyed monsters from all directions. When Bai Chi saw that things were not right, he immediately drew his sword and guarded me, blocking the rushing beasts. The scene was like something out of Train to Busan. The number of beasts increased, surging in like a tide. To protect me, Bai Chi couldn't leave my side and could only passively defend, soon getting injured himself. I was also at my limit. My spiritual energy was almost exhausted, and my vision was going dark. Just when I was about to collapse, the floral scent reached its peak, then suddenly withered, producing 5 brown seeds. Using the last bit of strength I had, I collected the seeds into my space, and then everything went black as I fainted. When I woke up again, I was already lying in a cave. Bai Chi was not there, and when I touched my lips, they felt a bit bitter. But my body was warm, and my spiritual energy had recovered by half, probably because he had fed me some herbs. I quickly took out the 5 precious seeds from my space and examined them in my hands. Not long after, Bai Chi returned, dragging a prey with him. Seeing that I was awake, he didn't say much. I hurriedly held up the seeds for him to see. Look, I got the seeds. Once my spiritual energy is restored, let's try planting one. He grunted in acknowledgement and went to start a fire for roasting meat. I looked at the wounds on his body that hadn't completely healed and felt particularly guilty. Is your injury okay? Let me treat it for you. My ability can also heal. He nodded. I immediately reached my hand to his back. Family, I admit my thoughts were not pure. As soon as I touched him, his whole body tensed up. But the feel of it, TSK, those muscle lines. At that moment, the only thought in my mind was, oh my gosh. I couldn't help but squeeze it a couple of times. As a result, he coughed, and I suddenly woke up, my face turning red instantly. I quickly focused my mind and concentrated on treating him. Fortunately, I was standing behind him. Otherwise, this embarrassing scene would have been fully visible. I treated all the wounds on him, and my spiritual energy was depleted again. He handed me the roasted meat, and I was so hungry that I grabbed it and started to eat. Eating roasted meat all the time isn't a good thing. So I took out pots and bowls from my space, along with the spinach and bird eggs I'd stored before, and made him a spinach egg drop soup. My brother watched me pull things out as if I was performing a magic trick. His eyes widened, and he pointed at my porcelain bowl and asked, "Is this a royal tribute?" I couldn't help but laugh and explain to him that in our time, these were all street vendor goods, and there hadn't been an emperor for a long time. After finishing our meal, we were both exhausted and sat down to recover. More than a month later, we had gathered enough herbs and finally returned to the valley he mentioned. That place was simply a paradise, with a hidden entrance and a world of its own inside, featuring mountains and water. I followed behind him, looking at this future home, feeling a mix of emotions. My biggest achievement on this journey was spending almost a month finally breaking through his flowery language. Now, when I talk to him, I no longer need to have a built-in translator in my head. But as soon as I reached his doorstep, let me tell you, I was completely done for. I just tossed my backpack, which was bigger than me, onto the ground and collapsed like a puddle of mud, unable to move a single finger. This month of extreme hiking had completely drained my little body. But when I looked up, my goodness, my mindset shattered. I looked at Bai Chi, and that look in my eyes could practically spit fire. Why is that? Does anyone understand? We were both doing extreme sports, climbing mountains, and crossing rivers. Yet the backpack he carried was so heavy I couldn't even lift it, while he just acted like it was no big deal, not even breaking a sweat. Is there any justice in this world? Did this guy secretly activate some infinite stamina cheat? He seemed to sense my murderous gaze, acted like he didn't see it, and quietly took my bag into the house. I was so angry, and I knew it was irrational, but I just felt annoyed. However, seeing him busying about while an injured person, lay there relaxed, felt a bit out of place. I quickly got up, patted my butt, and followed him inside, saying, is there anything I can help with? But as soon as I entered, I was dumbfounded. This place is way too shabby. 3 walls were made of tree trunks, and 1 wall was just a rock face, like a youthful version of a thatched cottage. But that wasn't the main point. I suddenly discovered a huge, life-threatening problem. There's only 1 room, 1 bed, just the 2 of us. My brain went blank, and it felt like my CPU was overheating. This is bad, really bad, a man and a woman alone in 1 room. 1,000 thoughts flashed through my mind, and my face turned red enough to fry an egg. When I came to my senses, I saw Chi standing there with a smirk, making me even more embarrassed. He grabbed a cloth and ran off, saying I'll go wipe the table. He didn't tease me anymore and told me he was going hunting, warning me not to leave the valley because the beasts outside were very fierce. I knew that even without him saying it. I quickly started cleaning. I had no idea how long this place had been uninhabited, but the dust was thick enough to write on. I wiped everything down several times, changing the water 7 or 8 times, until it was barely presentable. After finishing everything, I was so exhausted I felt like my waist was about to snap, so I sat at the door, eagerly waiting for him to return with food. Before long, I saw him coming back with his catch. Let me tell you, once you have someone to rely on, everything feels different. In the past, I would have settled for a simple meal, but now all I could think about was having a big feast. I scampered over and babbled nonstop beside him. You're back. I cleaned the house. I've decided I must cook something delicious today to reward myself. I was really getting into it, planning the beautiful blueprint for our valley, when I looked up and saw Chi dealing with his prey. But his gaze, it was a bit unfocused. The corner of his mouth had that kind of smile that I couldn't understand but found profoundly shocking. At that moment, I felt a chill run down my back, but I didn't think much of it. Later, I found out that this guy was already plotting in his mind how to take me, this little white rabbit, back to his den without even spitting out the bones. He had already treated me as a limited edition collectible bestowed upon him by the heavens, and one that couldn't be exchanged. Poor me. I was still foolishly throwing out suggestions. Once he finished dealing with the prey, I waved my hand decisively. I decided, today we'll have braised ribs, roasted thighs, and some stir-fried vegetables. This guy really had a big appetite. I worked hard to prepare a big feast, but I only managed to eat 1 leg and drink 2 bowls of soup, while he polished off the rest all by himself. After eating my fill, I slumped onto the stool, declaring that no one was going to make me wash the dishes tonight. Thankfully, he was quite self-aware and quietly started cleaning up. After dinner, the most awkward question came up. I looked at the only bed in the room, then at him, feeling numb. I mumbled, so, how are we going to sleep tonight? He raised an eyebrow and asked back, what do you think? That look in his eyes completely drained my fighting spirit. I lowered my head, fiddling with my clothes, too shy to speak. Then, he began his performance. He pretended to sigh dramatically and said, how about I sleep outside? There are just a few more bugs. I immediately exclaimed that it wouldn't do. Then he looked troubled and said, should I sleep on the floor? It's a bit cramped. I can't stretch my legs, but I can make do. Hearing that was even worse. I was already exhausted. How could I not get a good night's sleep? In the end, he completely had me in his grasp. He looked at me, furrowing his brow, with a face full of annoyance and confusion. That expression, let me tell you, was like the latest 2025 limited edition innocent puppy skin, and it completely melted me. In a moment of impulse, I blurted out something without thinking, and he immediately replied, okay, let us do it this way. By the time I realized what was happening, he was already getting into bed with his fur. I foolishly made space for him, only to then realize, you're sleeping in the bed? So I'm on the floor? He looked all serious and said, didn't you say we both sleep in the bed? Don't worry, I sleep very honestly. I'm just worried I want to be honest. I lay in bed like a mummy, watching him turn off the lights, get into bed, cover himself with a blanket, and close his eyes all in one go. At that moment, I thought the world was too surreal. In the end, I might have been too tired. After some random thoughts, I fell into a deep sleep. In the middle of the night, my old habit of kicking off the blanket struck again, and I felt a bit cold as I kicked the blanket away. Then I found a warm source next to me, and like a maggot, I rolled and rolled, automatically snuggling into the person's embrace, finding a comfortable position and smacking my lips in satisfaction. When I woke up the next morning, I felt like I had slept incredibly well, as if I were lying on a human-shaped electric blanket. I was thinking that this pillow was nice, just a bit hard. Suddenly, a hoarse voice above me said, wake up. I was completely petrified. Does anyone understand what I'm going through? I couldn't sleep well last night and ended up rolling into someone else's arms. The worst part was that I felt something against my back. Something very ergonomic, but shouldn't be in this situation. At that moment, I had 2 options in my mind. A, jump up, slap him, and shout pervert. B, die on the spot. I chose C, to play dead right there. Luckily, he didn't expose me and got up like nothing happened. Only then did I dare to lift my head, quickly wash up at lightning speed, and sneak out. As soon as I stepped outside, I saw Chi practicing swordsmanship with his shirt off. My goodness, that aura, those muscles, those beads of sweat. Oops, sorry. I got distracted. After finishing his practice, he smiled at me and naturally took my hand back into the house. While washing up, he said, I want to build a new house. It gets really cold here in winter, and you can't stand it. I quickly asked how cold it was. He said winter here lasts for 7 months and is 2 to 3 times colder than his hometown during the Warring States period. I calculated in my mind, wow, ISNT, that like minus 40 or 50 degrees. I asked how he managed before, and he casually replied, in a tree hole or underground. Wow, that made my heart ache. After we finished eating, we went to the valley to choose a site. I picked a spot, but he rejected it, saying there were too many stones and too much work involved. Fine, I admit I'm a city kid and don't know anything. In the end, he chose the location. He said we needed to chop down some trees first, and the cut trees had to be dried before use. So we set off to chop trees. He walked up to a big tree, drew his sword, and with a swoosh, a tree with the thickness of a bowl fell. But the tree got stuck on other trees, and just as I was about to gloat and say, see, it got stuck, he gathered his strength, pulled on the trunk, and with a loud thud, he forcefully brought the whole tree down. The slap in the face came so fast, like a tornado. I felt like my face was swollen from it. We worked hard all day, cutting down 11 trees and dragging them back. In the evening, he went hunting while I was in charge of dealing with the small branches on these trees. I pulled out a wire saw from my space, but I felt like an idiot, sawing for half the time without finishing a single one. When Bai Chi returned with his catch, I immediately threw the saw aside and ran over. I'll cook tonight. You go handle the trees. If I keep this up, my hands will be useless. I took out my treasured wine, poured some into the marinade for the meat, and then set up a large pot to start frying. On Bai Chi's side, the efficiency was much higher. Just as my meat was beginning to stew, he had already tidied up 11 trees. When he finished washing his hands and came over, his nose was like that of a police dog. He sniffed and his eyes brightened, confidently saying, there's the aroma of wine. I was setting the table when I paused for a moment and nodded. It's for the pickled meat in my space. He stared at me intently, his eyes clearly conveying, is there more? I want a drink. I thought to myself, are you still drinking? Buddy, if you take another drop, I'm afraid you'll ascend right here. I just got a bottle of 1983 Matai from the warehouse at 53 degrees. I quickly stopped him. This is the only bottle I have. This liquor has a strong after effect, so take it easy. But General Bai was looking at the bottle with the same gaze as one would look at a loved one, completely ignoring my advice. I told you. He thought this thing was like the rice wine from their Warring States period. In the end, he poured a bowl, downed it in one go, and after finishing, he looked completely satisfied, claiming he could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk back in the day. I thought to myself, isn't that fruit wine, big guy? Before I could even finish my meal, he had already downed an entire bottle, leaving just a bit that I was using to marinate meat. Good heavens! When I looked up again, this guy's eyes were starting to drift, staring at me blankly without saying a word, just sitting there like a large puppet. Thankfully, he had good drinking etiquette and didn't get rowdy when drunk. I didn't pay him any mind, cleaned up the bowls and chopsticks, and thought I should get him to bed first. I wiped his face and upper body, but the lower half. That wasn't my responsibility. I tossed him onto the bed, covered him with a furry blanket, and quickly washed up and lay down myself. I'm so exhausted like a dog, turning my back to him, just about to doze off. But guess what? Who understands what family means? I felt that guy behind me move. Before I could react, a strong arm came across and pulled me into his embrace, holding me tightly. I was furious, completely stunned, both angry and anxious, slapping his arm and shouting, "What are you doing? Let me go. I'm going out to sleep." When he heard I wanted to go out and sleep, he couldn't let that happen. He flipped over and pinned me down, and in the dark, I could feel his discontented and focused gaze, making my heart skip a beat. We stared at each other for a few seconds, and then he suddenly lowered his head and pressed his lips against mine. My mind went blank. He wasn't satisfied. One hand started to roam over my body. I've never experienced this before. I was completely dumbfounded, but he pressed down a bit harder. I couldn't help but let out a soft moan, and as soon as I relaxed my jaw, his tongue slipped right in, turning my world upside down. I felt like a passive doll, dragged into a completely unfamiliar territory. He seemed to find the position uncomfortable and adjusted himself, hovering over me, his hands and mouth wandering all over my body. My remaining rationality told me to push him away, but when I lifted my hand, it just limply rested on his shoulder, and the posture made it look like I was inviting him, just as his hand wandered down to the most mysterious place. I jolted, and out of nowhere, I found strength and started to struggle desperately. Maybe my reaction was too intense. He paused, finally regaining a bit of reason, and pulled his hand back. But he didn't let go of me. He just lay back down, holding me even tighter. "Let me go." I was so angry that my voice trembled, but after all that struggle, my throat was so hoarse that it sounded a bit enticing. He completely ignored me and even adjusted me into a more comfortable position, saying, "Just go to sleep." How could I sleep like this? I pushed him hard, tugged at his arm, and yelled, "Let me go." And guess what happened? He leaned down again, giving me a deep kiss that drained all my strength. By the time he released me, I could only collapse in his arms, gasping for breath. Seeing me subdued, he added, "Just sleep." I finally understood that struggling was useless. I could only glare at him with resentment and shut my eyes. I thought for sure I would be sleepless, but I was soon enveloped by his scorching body heat and scent, and before long, I fell into a deep sleep. When I woke up the next day, he was already gone. Just thinking about what happened last night made my face flush with embarrassment, and my mind felt like it was on fire, half of it cursing him as a beast, and the other half feeling. You know what I mean? That kind of secret delight? Oh no, I'd become tainted. I decided to pretend nothing happened and walked out as usual. But as soon as I stepped outside, I saw Bai Chi tidying up the wood. He acted like nothing was wrong and casually told me breakfast was on the table. But let me tell you, the look in his eyes completely saw through my guilt, my flushed face, and my ears that felt like they were about to smoke. This old fox, a pure P player, was playing mind games with me. I felt both angry and a bit lost. He couldn't really have blacked out and forgotten, could he? As it turned out, I was overthinking it. From that day on, he completely stopped pretending. During the day, while working, he would suddenly hug me from behind and kiss me. At first, I resisted, but in the end, I was kissed to the point of being weak. At night, it got even worse. As soon as we got into bed, he would pull me over and his hand would go directly under my clothes, touching me all over, leaving me breathless and weak. But he always knew where to stop just before going too far. I couldn't fight him off, and resisting was useless. So I simply gave up and let things happen as they would. I ended up treating him like a servant, making him do this and that, which was my way of venting my frustration. One day, while we were looking at the chopped wood, I asked him why he chose this kind of tree. He said that when he first arrived, he lived in a tree hole, and this type of tree had the warmest holes. Hearing that made me feel a bit heartbroken, but then I remembered how he made my waist ache every day, and I thought, serves him right. Just as we were talking, it was time to prepare the ground for planting vegetables. I pulled out the multifunctional shovel to give to him, thinking it would save some effort. Goodness, I was too naive. Bai Chi just tossed the shovel aside, pulled out his sword, and began slashing wildly at the overgrown weeds. I had just one expression, the subway old man looking at his phone. JPG. Folks, that wasn't sword energy, that was a bulldozer. After 3 slashes, a large area of land was flattened, even the stones were leveled. Having martial arts means you can do whatever you want. The ground was flat, but both of us were novices at digging and turning the soil, so the holes were all uneven. I seized the opportunity to scold him, even though I didn't understand much, but I had to get some revenge. By the time we finished, we were both exhausted. I rested for a bit and quickly went to plant my precious herbs, using my spiritual energy to coax each one, afraid they would die. After a while, Bai Chi returned from hunting, dirty and covered in grime, dropping 2 birds that looked like wild chickens but were bigger than geese. He took off his clothes and went to wash in the waterhole. He said he almost got hurt by his prey and rolled around on the ground. I checked to make sure he wasn't injured before feeling relieved enough to look at the 2 giant chickens. My mouth was watering as I happily thought about how to cook them when suddenly I found a bamboo leaf on one of the chicken feathers. My eyes lit up at that moment. Bamboo, isn't this the perfect material for roofing? I hurried to the edge of the water, regardless of him being bare-skinned, and asked while holding up a bamboo leaf, "Bai Chi, have you seen bamboo before?" He nodded while coming ashore and said he had seen it, and it was quite thick and usable. I was overjoyed. This solved the waterproofing problem for the roof. But then he poured a cold bucket of water over me. That bamboo isn't easy to get. That grove is the territory of other exotic beasts. I was stunned. Can't you handle them? In my heart, I thought he was already strong enough. He sighed, pulled me into his arms, and gave me a lesson on safety in this world. Let me tell you, after listening, my back felt cold. It turns out the place we live in is a no-man's land caught between 2 major gang territories, a zone where no one manages. The monsters in this world are ridiculously powerful, often appearing in groups. The only reason he can survive here is that he keeps jumping around in the gaps. To the west is a dead end, and both south and north are fraught with danger. To the east, the direction I came from, is even worse, a devil's forest dominated by plants. He told me that he was able to take down small prey because he had previously wiped out a careless beast pack, intimidating the surrounding forces. Everyone sees him as someone not to be trifled with, so they turn a blind eye. The bamboo grove we want just happens to be the core asset of one of those forces. It's their natural barrier and cafeteria. Want to move against it? That would be a declaration of war. Just when I felt a chill in my heart, he said, "But there is a way." He explained that the bamboo tribe and a nearby tribe have to fight each other every 3 months, making the sky dark and the earth tremble. We could take advantage of the chaos when they all mobilize to sneak in and cut some bamboo. As soon as I heard this, I thought, isn't this just taking advantage of the situation? All right, I immediately made the decision to go ahead with it. The next big battle is just over a month away, so we should first build the walls of the house. With the plan set, I instantly felt energized and instructed by Chi to take care of those 2 big wild chickens. We must have a good feast tonight to celebrate. I made a beggar's chicken, stuffing it full of spices, rubbing it with salt, and then wrapping it in fragrant leaves and mud before burying it in the fire. The other chicken was chopped into pieces, stir-fried with chicken fat, making a big plate of spicy chicken. When the meal was ready, I dug out the mud lump, and as soon as I cracked it open, the aroma rushed into my nose. I couldn't help but tear off a chicken wing, and oh my, it was tender and juicy, so delicious that it made me want to cry. Bai Chi saw my greedy look and laughed, giving me another chicken wing and a drumstick. For a month, the 2 of us were like we were on fire. I was in charge of tidying up the valley and planting vegetables and spices, while he was responsible for building the walls. By the time the valley was neat and tidy, a month had passed. Bai Chi slung a rope over his shoulder, took his sword, and said to me, "Let's go." I nodded, tightly gripping my new weapon, a blood-sucking vine whip that I had finally managed to tame, as I followed him into the unknown bamboo forest. Let me tell you, this bamboo forest is simply a treasure. We ran through the woods as if we were on double speed, all just to gather some renovation materials. Bai Chi was in charge of cutting, and I was responsible for dragging. Our teamwork was impeccable. We were like busy little bees, moving back and forth like ants moving their home, for a full 3 days just to gather the bamboo we needed for our little nest. Looking at the pile of bamboo, stacked like a small mountain in the valley, 47 thick ones and 3 large bundles of thin ones, I felt an immense sense of satisfaction. But bamboo alone wasn't enough. We also needed cement, right? Bai Chi, this big brother, turned out to be a hidden treasure boy. He went up to the top of the valley and dug up a pile of yellow clay for me, saying the stuff had good stickiness and was pure natural building glue. All right, you're the expert. I'm just a little worker. I'll follow your lead. After preparing for 5 days, we finally got to work. Let me tell you, I was so excited that I couldn't sleep the night before. Bai Chi, on the other hand, hugged me and gave me a passionate kiss that nearly took my breath away. I was puzzled at first about why he was even more excited than I was, but later I understood, my friends, this guy wasn't just looking to build a house. He wanted to build a home and rightfully claim me as his. Bai Chi was simply a hidden master builder, with just a few strokes. He drew the floor plan on the ground. I took a look and thought, wow, a 1-bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom layout, complete with a storage room. This is like a luxury studio in the apocalypse. Digging pits, charring the wooden stakes to prevent rot, setting the beams. The whole process flowed smoothly. I was just the supportive sidekick, responsible for passing things and shouting 666. Especially that roof, with bamboo split open, laid in grooves facing up, fixed with yellow clay, then covered with another layer, fitting tightly together. I dare say not a single drop of rain would leak through. The stove and heated bed inside were also built up little by little with yellow clay mixed with straw, just for me describing what I'd seen in the north. And he turned around and perfectly replicated it. I was shocked. His hands-on skills were simply top tier, like something out of a survival reality show. When the entire house was covered with yellow clay and completely finished, I was about to cry. I was so happy that I spun around in the room, feeling blissful. However, I quickly discovered a fatal flaw. This guy had only built 1 heated bed. Just 1. At that moment, I thought, wait, brother, are you kidding me? But then I thought, whatever, given our relationship, why be picky? Building this house, not counting the preparation of materials, took us nearly a month of hard work. On the day it was completed, we were exhausted like dogs, ate a bit casually, and then just lay down. That night, we slept soundly. With the house done, it was time to work on the greenery. I planted all the mutated plant seeds I had saved at the entrance of the valley, arranging them into a natural defense. I kept my precious blood-sucking vine whip with me, as it was my main weapon and gave me a sense of security. One day, Bai Chi came back from hunting particularly early, carrying a huge pile of game, including the wild chicken I had been longing for. He set down his things, came over, gave me a kiss, and said, "The house is dry now. Let us move in tonight and celebrate with a good meal." I was so happy that I could have taken off right then and there, so I hurried to pack my things. It wasn't much, just some pots, pans, and a change of clothes. By the time I finished packing and went over, Bai Chi had already cleaned up all the game. We had a super lavish moonlit dinner outside our new house. After eating to our heart's content, We took a walk around the new home. This guy even used the leftover wood from building the house to make me a fence, which really added to the pastoral vibe. By that time, it had already gotten warm, and I was wearing a little tank top, while he was even bolder, just wrapping a piece of animal skin around his waist. That figure. Cough, cough. Let me tell you, the atmosphere that night was off. The way he looked at me was like a wolf that hadn't eaten for 800 years, pulling me for a walk. And I absolutely did not want to go back inside. My intuition told me that something big was going to happen that night. In the end, he directly threatened me, saying if I didn't go back, I'd have to sleep outside. When I heard that, wow, isn't that even more exciting? More dangerous? I quickly followed him back inside. As soon as we entered, I went to the bathroom to take a shower. Well, he just rinsed off with some cold water outside and lay on the bed, shirtless, waiting for me. I came out in a loose nightgown, my hair still dripping wet, and when I looked up, I saw him leaning against the wall with one leg bent, and that look in his eyes. My heart skipped a beat. I stood by the bed, too afraid to approach, and asked him softly, "Why aren't you asleep yet?" His voice was deep and heavy. Just 2 words, "Waiting for you." As soon as he finished speaking, he was right in front of me, lifting me up and throwing me onto the bed. The towel flew away, and a burning hot hand reached inside my clothes. Who understands the family dynamics? There was no time for me to react at all. I felt like a small boat caught in a storm, tossed about by a dragon king with the surname Bai. That night was simply, let's skip the 10,000 words of indescribable process. Those who understand, understand. Just when I thought I was about to pass out, suddenly, a change occurred. I felt a warm current flowing from him, aligning perfectly with the energy inside me. We were like we'd been hit by a pressure point, unable to move, only able to watch as the 2 forces circulated wildly within our bodies, as if we had unblocked our meridians. Then everything went black, and we both fainted. The next day, I woke up feeling like I'd been run over by a truck, but after checking my body, I was completely stunned. My special ability, which I had worked hard for years to reach level 6, had skyrocketed to level 9 overnight. Level 9, everyone. This wasn't just dual cultivation. It was like upgrading on a rocket, with a focus on overtaking on a curve. I didn't even have time to put on my clothes, so I wrapped myself in a blanket and rushed out to find Bai Chi. He had just finished practicing swordsmanship and looked refreshed. I grabbed him and asked, "Do you feel something is off?" He responded calmly, "Are you talking about leveling up?" My internal energy has also improved significantly. Its power is more than twice as strong as before. At that moment, I felt a mix of anger and joy. I kicked him on the foot and thought, this is what you get for taking advantage of me. After finishing dinner, I couldn't wait to plant those 5 precious herb seeds. Let me tell you, nurturing them nearly drained me. If I hadn't just leveled up, I probably would have turned into a raisin right on the spot. It took me 3 hours to get those 5 little seedlings to break through the soil, and I named them emerald leafgrass. Sounds nice, right? After planting, I was exhausted. When I looked up, Bai Chi was chopping wood with his bare arms. Wow, that bronze skin, those streamlined muscles, and beads of sweat trickling down his spine. I admit, at that moment, my mind was a bit impure, and I felt like my CPU was about to overheat. When we turned around, I quickly looked down, pretending to admire the scenery. Later, we decided it was too hot, so we needed to dig a water channel from the pond to irrigate the fields. We got right to it. He was in charge of digging while I delivered spiritual energy to those precious crops, afraid they would wither in the sun. In the evening, I played with my tablet for a while, and that old fossil's eyes lit up, saying it was a miracle, such a generational gap. But before I could play for long, he confiscated it and seriously insisted I go to bed early. I couldn't believe him. Sure enough, as soon as the lights went out, he started again. I resisted and struggled, but it was all in vain. Can you imagine, I, a level 9 powerhouse, was worn out by him to the point of fainting 3 times. 3 times. When I woke up again, it was already noon the next day. He, on the other hand, acted like nothing had happened and even served me chicken soup. I glared at him in annoyance, but, considering how delicious the chicken soup smelled, I decided to fill up before settling the score with him. I propped myself up, sat up with my sore body, and enjoyed a hearty bowl of chicken soup, finally feeling like I was alive again. Once I regained some strength, the first thing I did was go out to inspect my vegetable garden, as those little seedlings were thriving, and just looking at them made me happy. Let me tell you, there are a lot of treasures in my vegetable garden. Soybeans, corn, and wheat, all of which are my lifeline. Especially those few wheat seedlings. I'm counting on them for my future steamed buns and noodles. There are also a few climbing plants nearby, and I'm thinking I should build a trellis for them to climb on this afternoon. I took a glance at the water channel dug by Bai Chi. Hey, I have to say, it looks quite professional, not too wide or deep. Just right for me to use my spiritual power to draw water and create a refreshing artificial rain. Since I'm just hanging around, I might as well take everything out from my storage and do a big inventory after the apocalypse. Goodness, I have enough shampoo and body wash to last me forever. But the clothes and shoes are a bit tragic. Most of them are summer wear, and I lost several pieces while fighting with the beasts, leaving me with just a few t-shirts and pants. As for shoes, I only have 3 pairs. This is definitely not enough. I struggled to categorize my belongings, stuffing clothes into the newly made wardrobe, placing blankets on top, and shoes at the bottom. Things like solar chargers and flashlights, these high-tech gadgets, had to be stored separately. If they broke, I would truly become a caveman. By the time I organized everything neatly, Bai Chi had already returned from hunting and even cooked dinner. He looked at me, stunned, as I'd spread everything out in the space. Let me tell you, his expression was like that of Qin Shi Huang seeing the iPhone 18, eyes wide and mouth agape. In his eyes, my modern items probably seemed no different from divine treasures. As he stared, his gaze shifted a bit, and suddenly he grabbed me, pinning me at the dining table, as if afraid I would fly away with my divine treasures at any moment. All right, let us eat. After dinner, while it was still bright out, I pulled him to transplant a few vines and also infused them with spirit energy. I felt relieved seeing them perk up. However, as soon as I returned to bed, my vigilance shot up. I stared at Bai Chi like a thief watching for a burglar. My family understands. The aftereffects are too severe. He found my behavior amusing and immediately pulled me into his arms, asking, "Are you really that afraid of me?" I spit. I glared at him. "Who's afraid of you? If it weren't for you messing around yesterday, would I be like this? I warn you, be good tonight. I'm exhausted and I want to sleep." Guess what he said? He actually had this expression like he was doing it all for my own good, saying that this kind of thing is beneficial for our cultivation. Didn't you feel that your true energy has solidified? Goodness. I gave him a look like an old man on the subway looking at his phone. Oh, so this is called dual cultivation? This task is really a bit too advanced for you to handle. I gritted my teeth and said, "I don't want to either." I cursed him 100 times in my heart. If it weren't for his reminder, I really wouldn't have noticed that my spiritual energy had increased a bit. But that's not a reason for him to do whatever he wants. Luckily, he saw that I was really furious and didn't continue to tease me. Just held me and said, "Let's sleep." I waited for a long time, still skeptical, but seeing that he really didn't make any move. I finally relaxed and closed my eyes to sleep. Little did I know, once I fell asleep, this guy actually secretly opened his eyes, kissed me, and said something about doubling the compensation next time. I truly am. Thank you very much. Then, the nightmare began. I tell you, the weather in this ghostly world changes faster than flipping a page. Just when the land was parched and smoking, it suddenly poured rain like a waterfall for half a month without stopping. The whole house is damp, and it feels like mushrooms could sprout in the corners. Fortunately, I was clever enough to lay stone slabs on the floor, or else my home would be a muddy pit right now. In this half month, I've almost grown mole myself. The only entertainment I've had is sitting in the house, using spiritual power to hasten the growth of peanuts and wheat, adding to my seed bank for next year. Watching that pile of peanuts grow taller and taller on the ground, I feel like I'm becoming a peanut wholesaler. Just when I was getting bored to the point of growing hair, a figure walked through the rain curtain. It was Bai Chi, wearing my raincoat. The image, how should I put it, just emphasized a full display of affection, but with the wrong size. He also had a processed deer horn cow slung over his shoulder, which means we'll have meat to eat tonight. As soon as he entered the house and took off the raincoat, I saw that he was wearing the big shorts I had sewn for him out of animal skin a few days ago. My goodness, that thing is shockingly ugly, with crooked stitching and a shape that is completely arbitrary, giving the whole pants a very careless feel. But he, on the other hand, seems quite happy wearing it every day. I handed him a towel and served him a bowl of hot bone soup, asking him why he was so late. He said he had a fight with a giant python over that staghorn cow. I immediately got anxious and pulled him over to check him thoroughly, and sure enough, he had 2 long and deep wounds on his arm and waist. My anger surged at that moment, and while using my spiritual power to heal him, I poked at his wounds and scolded him. "You're just showing off. If it was a venomous python, could you have come back?" But he just smiled at me, his gaze so gentle it could make water drip. When I finished healing the wounds and looked up to meet his eyes, my heart skipped a beat, and I quickly turned my head to hide my fluster. In the following days, we lived through the endless rain. This guy, Bai Chi, possibly bored from the rainy days, was as energetic as a beast, dragging me into dual cultivation every day. Let me tell you, if it weren't for my spiritual power allowing me to quickly recover health and energy, I would have been drained by him long ago. But there were benefits. My cultivation actually broke through to the second level. I gained many new attack techniques in my mind, so I wouldn't have to worry about not having plants around during fights anymore. That morning, I woke up feeling weak all over again. As soon as I opened my eyes, wow, he was still on top of me. I angrily elbowed him backward, but he was fine, while my own elbow hurt so much that I grimaced. Is this man's body made of iron? I propped myself up and poked his rock-hard chest irritably. Are you made of stone? He grabbed my hand, his voice hoarse. Yes, yes, stone. Next time, don't do it yourself. It hurts me to see you get hurt. After saying that, he lowered his head to kiss me, and the thing beneath him also perked up. I was so scared that my soul nearly left my body, and I quickly pushed him away. Get up. It's dawn. In the end, I still couldn't escape a calamity. By the time I was served and finished eating, I felt like my bones were falling apart. I just sat there lazily watching the rain outside, and that guy by Chi, like a parrot, came over and asked again, LinLan, when are we going to get married? Since we established a substantial relationship, he asks me every day, as if it's engraved in his DNA. I always thought he was joking, but seeing the seriousness in his eyes, filled with affection and determination, I don't know what got into me, but I blurted out, let's wait until the rainy season is over. As soon as the words left my mouth, I was stunned myself. Bai Chi was even more shocked, staring at me in disbelief and asking, oh, you agreed? My face turned red with just a brush, and I quickly turned my head away and stubbornly said, no, I didn't say anything just now. The next moment, he picked me up and spun me around several times. He was as happy as a 200-pound child, giving me a hard kiss on the cheek. I don't care. You promised. We'll get married after the rainy season. Looking at his silly expression, I couldn't help but laugh. I nestled in his arms and teased him. Look at you. There's not a hint of a general in you. He squinted his eyes, grinned mischievously, and pulled me towards the bed. Then this general will let you see what a real general is capable of. I screamed in an instant, this can't be. If it happens again, I'll be done for. I quickly begged for mercy. I believe it. Isn't that enough? You're the best. In this playful banter, I felt the hardest ice in my heart beginning to melt. This damn rain had been pouring for 2 months. When the first ray of sunlight came in, I was so excited that I almost cried, rushing out to the yard with open arms to welcome this long-awaited warmth. I felt like I was alive again. Bai Chi watched me frolicking in the mud, smiling indulgently. The rainy season was over, which also meant our wedding date was approaching. However, the most important thing right now is spring cleaning. The house was so damp it could raise fish. Everything had to be taken out to dry. I put my hands on my hips and started directing Bai Chi to work. You move all the cabinets out of the house and set up 2 drying racks for me. I have no place to hang my clothes. In the storage room, take all the leather out to dry. He was quite obedient and hurried off to work. Soon, our yard looked like a general store, with clothes, quilts, and blankets hanging everywhere, filled with the scent of sunshine. I emptied everything from the house, picked up a mop and cloth, and prepared to take this opportunity to give our home a thorough spring cleaning. I'm telling you, this big cleaning is simply exhausting me to the core. I feel like my body has been emptied out, my waist isn't my waist, and my legs aren't my legs. I just slumped on the stool, and I couldn't even muster the energy to eat, let alone drink some water. As a result, my buddy Bai Chi stubbornly held a bowl of bone soup and fed me spoonful by spoonful, insisting I eat a couple of pieces of meat to replenish my strength. At that moment, I had only one expression, exhausted, just let it all end. Just as I caught my breath, he suddenly slid down on one knee, hugged me, and started pressuring me to get married. Goodness, I exclaimed. He rested his chin on my shoulder with a tone so affectionate. LinLan, the rainy season is past. When are we going to get this done? Who understands? I was completely petrified. Marriage? Dude, look at our situation. We're broke and just pulled ourselves out of the water. I immediately switched to counting fingers, going over the KPIs with him. Look, we still need to dry the house. Plant vegetables, peanuts, soybeans, corn, and wheat are all lined up. We don't even have decent clothes, and shoes are a luxury. I still have to start learning sewing from scratch. And what are we going to eat in winter? We need to hurry up and stock up on dried vegetables from the forest. I rambled on, with the core idea being one word, delay. If I can delay for a day, I will. I admit, I have a bit of premarital anxiety, focusing on the unnecessary, not getting married. And what happened? Bai Chi, that old fox, saw right through my little tricks. He directly held my hand, looked me in the eyes with such sincerity. I know I've put you in a difficult position, but in the future, if there's a chance, I'll give you a grand wedding. For now, let us keep it simple, pay our respects to heaven and earth, have a nice meal, and we'll be done in an afternoon. Looking at his serious little eyes, I realized I couldn't escape. I steel my heart, closed my eyes, and said, "All right." 5 days later. The sooner the better. This made Bai Chi incredibly happy, spinning around while holding me. In the following days, I became his protected target. He wouldn't let me do any work, and my only task was to make him a wedding outfit. I clumsily sewed away at a pile of animal skins, ending up with pricked fingers all over. After struggling, I finally made a vest and a pair of shorts. He tried them on, and I thought they looked fine. But when he took them off and grabbed my hand while looking at the needle holes, I felt a pang of pity. I rolled my eyes at him. "Try seeing if it hurts." He got all excited, whining about how it hurt, and I kicked him to calm him down. This guy is getting more and more indulgent with me, and I'm becoming more and more carefree. He's simply my personal emotional stabilizer. For this wedding banquet, he ran to the mountains every day like he was on fire. In just a few days, our yard was piled up like a small mountain. Deer antlers, wild chickens, and all sorts of exotic beasts I can't even name, making my eyes twitch. "Dude, did you just clear out someone's stash? Are we really going to eat all this?" He waved his hand and said in a bossy tone, "If we can't finish it, just throw it away." Fine, I guess I don't understand the joy of the wealthy. Throwing it away is out of the question. It's something we can't possibly throw away in this lifetime. I quickly processed all the meat, salted it, and put it away for storage. This is hard currency for winter. Finally, the big day arrived. Before dawn, Bai Chi started bustling around like a top. I was still dreaming, and he had already taken a shower, warmed the water, soaked the mushrooms, and even cleaned the yard. I'm telling you, it was cleaner than a mirror. I didn't even know where to step when I went outside. He came back carrying a bunch of wild fruits. And when he saw me standing at the door in a daze, he foolishly ran over to ask, "LinLan, is this enough? If not, I could go get more." Looking at his sparkling, silly face, I silently complained, "Dude, you're the infamous killing god Bai Chi who has slaughtered hundreds of thousands. If this love-struck look gets out, your old fans will definitely unfollow you." Although I was complaining, deep down, it was still a bit sweet. In the afternoon, the wedding officially started. The scene, I tell you, was ultra-minimalist. No guests, no grand hall, just the two of us. He used a tattered bedsheet to cut me a red veil, and I scolded him for being wasteful. We bowed to the empty heavens and earth. He reported to his parents, and I told my parents I was getting married. At that moment, really, even though there was nothing, it felt like we had everything. After the ceremony, we entered the bridal chamber. Goodness, I was completely numb. Even though we had done everything, we were as familiar as could be, but sitting on the edge of the bed waiting for him to lift the veil. My heart was beating like a drum. He was also stalling outside for a long time, and when he walked in, he was so awkward I could hear it. The moment he lifted the veil, the room was illuminated by just a flashlight, creating a hazy glow. I looked at him, he looked at me, and the air was filled with that kind of electric current. Honestly, at that moment, Bai Chi was so handsome it made my legs weak. We just stared at each other until he squeezed out a sentence. "Shall we go eat?" I almost burst out laughing. The meal was filled with flirtatious glances, and the air was full of pink bubbles. As for the night, let us just say, it's better left unsaid. In short, it was a sleepless night. As for married life, we just went about our business. But it felt like we had connected via Bluetooth, just a glance, and we knew what the other was thinking. One day, we decided to go for mushrooms in the forest, preparing for winter. But as soon as we entered, I was dumbfounded. It was stuffy and hot, with puddles everywhere. I stepped in one and soaked my shoes, looking like a drenched chicken. Bai Chi felt so sorry for me, suggesting we go back. I was like, no way. For the sake of winter food, I have to endure. After stepping in a few more puddles, I finally found a rhythm and started harvesting like crazy. Wood ear mushrooms, shiitake, matsutake, and walnut trees. My eyes sparkled, feeling like a hamster in a treasure trove, hoarding everything. Bai Chi laughed at my greedy look, almost going crazy himself. In the end, we returned home with 2 big baskets and a large bag full of mushrooms. Once home, I poured out all the mushrooms to dry and directed Bai Chi to cook. That night's matsutake chicken stew was so delicious that my tongue almost melted away. The result? The next day, I collapsed in bed, unable to move a single finger. Folks, picking mushrooms to the point of muscle strain, is this luck or what? Bai Chi massaged me while scolding me. I hummed and enjoyed it, secretly vowing that I couldn't be this weak anymore. I had to get back to exercising and return to my peak. After resting enough, we were energized again, and in just a few days we planted our fields. Looking at the lush green seedlings, feeling an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. Then Bai Chi suddenly said, "We're running low on salt at home. We need to go get some." I was like, sure, but then he told me it was a saltwater lake that would take 20 days round trip, and the area was full of top-tier exotic beasts, like we were directly brushing against a world boss outside the newbie village. All right, for the sake of meat, I'm in. I stuffed all the pots and pans I could carry into my space, and the next day, we set off on the long journey to get salt. The first few days went smoothly, but on the fourth day, good heavens. Not checking the calendar led us to bump into a big guy, a steel-armed gibbon. The thing was over 2 meters tall, looking like it was forged from steel, and one punch could create a pit in the ground. Bai Chi immediately started fighting it, and I watched from the side, my heart in my throat. I really didn't understand. We were just passing by, and this guy charged out like he was on drugs. What was he after? I tell you, that thing is completely unreasonable. It charged over with a roar. Bai Chi was already panting and exhausted, and could only rely on his agility to dodge desperately. As a result, that big fool couldn't stop in time and crashed right into a huge, thick tree with a bang. The tree was hit so hard that it shook like a sieve, and leaves fell all over the ground. I was just about to say that this guy might be a bit of a fool, and the next second my eyes almost popped out. It actually stretched out its claw and grabbed that giant tree that would take 7 or 8 people to hug, and just pulled it up. Family, who understands? It was as easy as pulling up a radish. Then it hugged the tree and directly used it as a javelin, throwing it straight at Bai Chi. I was so scared at that moment that I lost my soul. Fortunately, Bai Chi was only hit by some branches and wasn't seriously injured. But watching the two of them stalemate like this wasn't a solution. Bai Chi was clearly exhausted, covered in wounds, while the gibbon was like a blood-soaked gourd, with cuts all over from Bai Chi's sword, and the ground was practically a river of blood. I can't just stand by and watch. I steeled my heart and quietly made my way towards the battlefield. The gorilla noticed me too, but probably seeing my combat power as nearly zero, it just glanced at me and completely ignored me, continuing to fight fiercely with Bai Chi. Good heavens, who do you think you're looking down on? I hid behind a big tree and quietly took out my treasure from the space, blood-sucking vine. As soon as this little thing sensed the smell of blood, it went crazy, writhing in my hand and desperately trying to rush over there. I quickly suppressed it with my thoughts. Hold on, wait for my signal. I made the vine shrink instantly, becoming as long as a finger, looking just like a regular small branch. Then, I waited for the right moment, and while they were locked in a fierce battle, I swiftly threw it over. The gibbon sensed something flying by, looked down, and saw, just a broken branch, and even stepped on it without giving a second thought. The plan was a success. Bai Chi also noticed it. He understood my intention and immediately started to subtly guide the battlefield towards the vine. Just at the moment when the gibbon was stepping right above the vine, I shouted in my heart, "Now's the time." My blood-sucking vines suddenly surged in place, instantly binding the 2-meter-tall gibbon tightly. The dense little thorns on the vines accurately pierced into its wounds. The gibbon was momentarily stunned, followed by a heart-wrenching scream. The blood in its body was being drained like water from an open tap, furiously sucked away by the blood-sucking vines. In pain, it went wild, desperately tearing at the vines on its body, and my precious vines, still in their juvenile phase, were broken several times. But I have to say, this little thing was tough. After being injured, it became even fiercer, and the thorns on the vines instantly thickened and lengthened, piercing deeper. With Bai Chi beside me crazily attacking and seizing opportunities to stab it, that gibbon was ultimately worn down to death by the two of us. At the moment it fell, my blood-sucking vines completely unleashed themselves, expanding in size and wrapping the gibbon into a green zongzi. In less than a minute, this 2-meter-tall giant beast was reduced to just a skeleton and a tattered hide. Let me give you a little plant shock. We quickly slipped away and found a safe place to rest. Bai Chi sat cross-legged to heal his wounds while I stood guard beside him, setting up a pot to cook meat soup. When he opened his eyes, I rushed over to ask, "How is it? Is the little pill I refined for you effective?" He looked at me with such tenderness in his eyes and said, "Not only is it effective, but my internal injuries are all healed. Even the hidden wounds from before have been repaired, and my strength has improved quite a bit." Upon hearing this, the stone in my heart finally dropped. I had spent an entire night using wood spirit energy to purify the medicinal properties of the Baikeo, rolling out 70 pills smaller than mung beans. And now he had taken 3 at once. It pained me greatly. While drinking the hot soup, I leaned against Bai Chi and finally felt alive again. I asked him what was up with that iron-armed ape, and he said it was probably our bad luck, having stumbled into the border of 2 big shots territories. All right, I accepted that reason. That night, we squeezed into a tree hollow to sleep, and the next morning, we continued on our journey. The road ahead was something else. The exotic beasts we encountered were more ferocious than the last, and Bai Chi fought his way through almost the entire way. Every time I saw him resolve a battle with a single sword strike and sheath his sword, his movements were so cool that I nearly drooled. He truly embodied the word handsome. I followed him excitedly, healing his wounds and sending out my blood-sucking vines to drain the blood from the exotic beast corpses, which not only fed my treasure, but also saved me some trouble. It was a win-win, and I loved doing this. But my heart was always uneasy. If it was this dangerous before reaching Saltwater Lake, what would happen if we went further? Bai Qi, however, remained calm, patting my head and saying it was fine as long as we were careful. After walking for a while, I suddenly grabbed Bai Qi. Wait. I sense a large group of exotic beasts ahead, and their auras are quite strong. Should we go around, or? Bai Qi looked ahead and decisively said, keep going. Taking a detour would take us an extra 2 days, and we don't know what the situation is over there. It may not be safer. All right, I'll follow your lead. We steeled ourselves and moved forward. About an hour later, we encountered the group of creatures that felt dangerous to me. It was a herd of deer. Leading them was a massive stag, its physique intimidating. They were drinking and playing by the water, and upon seeing us, all the adult deer stood up, watching us warily. I was so nervous that my palms were sweaty, and I didn't dare to breathe. Bai Qi stood there, locking eyes with the leader of the deer for quite some time. I had no idea what they communicated through their gazes, but in the end, surprisingly, the herd allowed us to pass by. It wasn't until we had walked a good distance that I felt brave enough to let go of Bai Qi's hand, my heart racing like a drum. Bai Qi noticed I was quite scared and quickly had me sit down to drink some water, reassuring me that deer are herbivores and as long as we didn't tea-provoke them, we would be fine. I gulped down a big mouthful of cool water, thinking to myself, I understand the reasoning, but who wouldn't he be alarmed in front of a group of powerful creatures? After another day of travel, by evening, we were both exhausted and found a concave rock wall to rest against. Just as we were about to settle down, Bai Qi suddenly grabbed me and, without saying a word, swung his sword at a large tree not far away. The sword energy sliced the tree in half, and then a long whip-like thing flew out from behind the tree, rushing straight towards us. Bai Qi snorted coldly and swung his sword again, instantly cutting the whip into 2 segments, blood splattering everywhere. Even after being severed, the thing twisted on the ground, and I quickly threw out my blood-sucking vines, which wrapped around it and drained it dry, ensuring it was thoroughly dead. I looked back and was stunned. What is this thing? It looks like a snake. How come I didn't feel it at all? Bai Qi said, this is a hidden snake, extremely hard to detect. Moreover, as long as its head and heart are fine, it can't be killed. Hearing this sent chills down my spine. This world is too crazy. If it weren't for Bai Qi, I probably would have reincarnated 800 times by now. I asked cautiously, so, is there any more here? Bai Qi pulled me forward and said, no. This type of snake has a very strong territorial instinct. There won't be another one within a 5-mile radius. Only then did I breathe a sigh of relief. The next afternoon, we finally arrived. Bai Qi pointed to a blue lake ahead and said, we've arrived, the saltwater lake. I ran over to take a look. Wow. The lakeside was covered with white stones, thickly encrusted with salt crystals. Many strange beasts were licking the stones, each minding their own business, and the scene was exceptionally harmonious. We found a spot with fewer beasts, took out our knives, and started scraping the salt. This was coarse salt, which would need to be refined when we got home. But the most important thing now was to gather as much as possible. I brought all the pots and pans I could carry from home. After just 2 hours of work, my back was so sore that when I stood up, my bones cracked. Looking over at Bai Qi, he hadn't straightened up once and was working at twice my speed. It really made me feel inferior. As the sun was about to set, the view was absolutely stunning. The fiery red sunset painted the entire western sky and the lake in red, so beautiful that I couldn't help but exclaim. I quickly took out my tablet and started snapping pictures, insisting on taking a selfie with Bai Qi. After it got dark, we found a place to camp. While munching on some fruit, I told Bai Qi, wake me up early tomorrow, I want to see the sunrise. The sunset was so beautiful. The sunrise must be too. Early the next morning, I was awakened by Bai Qi. Still groggy, as soon as I stepped out of the shelter, a cold wind blew by, and I sneezed twice. Oh no, I caught a cold. Bai Qi quickly came over, held my hand, which was icy cold, and immediately shoved me back into the shelter, making me drink hot water. Holding the warm water and watching him bustle around, I felt a sweet warmth in my heart. After having a warm breakfast, we ran back to the lakeside to wait for the sunrise. Bai Qi, worried that I would be cold, let me sit on his lap, using his body to shield me from the wind. The moment the sun jumped out from the lake's surface, a brilliant light turned the water a fiery red. Leaning against his warm embrace, I felt like I was melting. After watching the sunrise, I finally remembered that there was work to be done. I rolled up my sleeves and said, let's get to work. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can go home. However, not long after we started, we suddenly heard a loud bang from afar. Startled, I dropped the knife and the ceramic pot I was holding, with one pot shattering completely and half a pot of salt spilling everywhere. I looked up and saw two giant bears over 4 meters tall collide in the distance. Then both were sent flying and crashed to the ground, producing a series of loud noises. The surrounding animals seemed used to it, merely moving a bit farther away and continuing to lick salt. Bai Chi said it was nothing, that those two were probably fighting over territory, and as long as they didn't come our way, it would be fine. All right, I believed you, you ghost. Just as I was starting to work again, accompanied by the booming sounds, Bai Chi suddenly picked me up and flew to the side. The jar in my hand fell and crashed. Just as I was about to get angry, I saw a bear smash down where we had just been, rocks flying everywhere, and the ground shook violently. I stared in amazement at the two little hills as they got up, ran over, collided with each other, bounced back, and got up again. It was a continuous loop. I was dumbfounded. Are they not tired? This isn't a fight. It's just like they're addicted to bumper cars. Bai Chi carried me away for a long distance before putting me down. I was still laughing, saying these two bears were like a circus performance. Bai Chi, with a serious expression, explained to me that this kind of bear is rare, and they can't really go all out. They can only rely on throwing each other down. Whoever runs out of energy first and can't get back up loses. As soon as I heard it, I laughed. Isn't this just a wrestling match? It has quite a sports spirit. Looking at the sky, I realized that today was a wasted effort. I didn't get much salt, and I broke 2 jars. I gloomily pulled on Bai Chi's arm and complained, today is really unlucky. If this goes on, there won't be enough jars to break. Sigh. I really should check the almanac before going out. I was feeling really emo at that time, counting on my fingers considering that I didn't have much to begin with. And now it was like going back to square one. Then Bai Chi, this guy, grabbed my fidgeting hand and said with a carefree attitude, it's fine if it breaks. We could just burn it again. Don't worry. My eyes lit up in surprise. What is this? You can make pottery? Let me tell you. My expression was like I had just won 5 million. He chuckled, pulled me into his arms, and proudly said otherwise. What do you think these jars came from? Wow. I was completely taken aback. I had been so focused on using them that I never even thought about that. It was only after spending time with Bai Chi that I realized my survival skills in this apocalypse were practically at an elementary school level compared to him. A spark of inspiration hit me, and I quickly looked up and asked him, hey, let me ask you, can you make charcoal? Charcoal. That's the ultimate winter tool. It's warm without smoke, and you can grill meat on it. It's simply a key step in the evolution from caveman to modern human. Bai Chi thought for a moment, said he had seen servants make pottery before, and asked a few more questions. He hadn't seen charcoal, but he was willing to give it a try. We hit it off immediately and set a flag right then and there, planning to get started as soon as we got home. As it was getting late, Bai Chi pulled me along, saying we needed to find a different place to sleep. That campsite had probably been torn down by those two bears. Just thinking about those two made my teeth itch with anger. That was our fixed asset. Just like that, it was gone. At that moment, I grabbed Bai Chi and made a fierce vow. Once our combat power goes up, we must take those two big fools down. I want to eat bear paws. You know what? Without even thinking, he agreed, saying we'd eat bear paws when the time came. Family, who understands? This was definitely a wife brain move, emphasizing unconditional obedience. Anyway, 3 days later, we filled our bags with salt, even stuffing my makeshift bag made of animal skins to the brim, and set off on our way home. This time, we didn't take the same route back. We chose a different path. As we walked, I suddenly noticed several large, green round balls on the ground. My curiosity shot up, and I ran over to pick one up and asked Bai Chi, what is this? Cyber coconut? Bai Chi was also curious. He drew his sword and chopped it open. The fruit inside, I took a bite and spit it out immediately. Yuck, it was so bitter that I lost my composure. But the seeds inside were brown and as hard as stones. I handed one to Bai Chi and asked him to crack it open. He squeezed one, and with a little bit of force, it crumbled into bits. He felt embarrassed, saying he hadn't controlled the strength well. I gave him a sidelong glance and handed him another one. This time he was more careful, and with a pop, the hard shell cracked open, revealing the white kernel inside. I quickly used my powers to check for poison. None. I licked it with the tip of my tongue, and let me tell you, my eyes lit up instantly. It was exactly the same flavor, just like the nuts we eat. I immediately stuffed it in my mouth, and it was delicious. I quickly shared some with Bai Chi. As he ate, he was cracking the shells with a loud pop, like a ruthless shelling machine, peeling all the nuts and handing them to me. I didn't hold back and accepted them all, munching away while marveling at how this guy's control over force was becoming increasingly abnormal. After picking up everything on the ground, I looked up and saw a massive tree over 30 meters tall, standing like a giant pillar, with absolutely no branches below. The top looked like a big cauliflower, hanging with many of those green-skinned fruits. I pointed at the top of the tree and asked, "Can you climb up there?" His damn competitive spirit kicked in immediately, and he replied with a firm sure. Just as I was about to tell him not to overdo it, he swiftly strapped his sword to his waist, using both hands and feet like a gecko to climb up. I was so frustrated that I stomped my feet on the ground. There was no way to get him down now, so I could only look up, my heart racing. I was looking up from below, watching him slowly disappear into the dense tree canopy, and then I could only hear the sound of fruits dropping with a thud. Thud. Let me tell you, those things must weigh over 10 kilograms. Dropping from more than 30 meters high. Isn't that just a pure version of high-altitude projectile? If one hit a person, they would be gone instantly. I could only dodge while picking them up. This went on for 2 or 3 hours, and when he finally came down from the tree, I rushed over and saw that his hands were red. I felt so sorry for him that I immediately used my spiritual power to reduce the swelling. After a short break, we continued on our way. The space was filled with salt and these large nuts. It was truly a bountiful harvest. We walked and stopped along the way, and after about 20 days, we finally returned to the valley we had been longing for. As soon as I opened the door, dust rushed at me, and my cleanliness obsession flared up instantly. "Bai Chi, move everything out. It's time for a big cleanup." I rolled up my sleeves and went into battle mode. He, on the other hand, smiled indulgently and then was directed by me in circles, becoming my human moving company, cleaning everything inside and outside until it was spotless. After we finished tidying up the house, we went to check the vegetable garden. Goodness, the crops in the field were almost dying of drought, and the weeds were taller than I was. Without a word, Bai Chi started pulling the weeds, and I quickly made a hand sign for artificial rain, then activated my wood-based abilities to recharge the crops. Just at that moment, let me tell you, something strange happened. I suddenly felt like I had opened my heavenly eye. The entire world in front of me turned pale, filled with blue and green light spots representing water and wood. It seemed like I could control them. A bold idea popped into my mind. Could I steal the energy from the weeds nearby to recharge my crops? I tried it, and wow, it worked. I watched in amazement as a weed instantly withered, while the corn seedlings beside it became vibrantly green. Family, I have unlocked a new skin, Plant Druid. I was so caught up in it at the time, practicing this new skill over and over again, going from slow to fast, having a blast, and ended up overdoing it. My mental energy was completely drained, and everything went black in front of me. I lost all awareness. Just before I collapsed, I only felt myself falling into a familiar embrace. When I woke up again, it was already the morning of the third day. Let me tell you, it felt like I'd been gaming for 3 days straight. My head was pounding, but my mental energy had surged significantly. This was worth it. I sat cross-legged to check my body, and apart from feeling a bit weak, there was nothing seriously wrong. My stomach growled louder than thunder. I fumbled to get out of bed, and as soon as I stepped outside, I saw Bai Chi diligently weeding in the yard, looking so serious, puffing and panting. I quickly pulled out a piece of cooled roasted meat from my space to munch on, but when he turned around and saw me, he strode over, frowned, and confiscated my meat. I panicked. "Hey, I'm still hungry." He completely ignored me and said, "It's cold, not good for your health. I'll make you something hot." I just realized that I've been unconscious for 3 days. He couldn't get anything from the space. So what has he been eating these past 2 days? I took a look in the storage room, and one piece of the previously cured meat was missing. In an instant, I understood. I felt quite uneasy inside. Bai Chi was quick in his actions. He picked some tender vegetable hearts from the ground and asked me to take out the meat in the pots and pans. Before long, a pot of steaming root vegetable rice, looking like sweet potatoes, and a plate of stir-fry greens with meat were served. Let me tell you, I devoured it all, feeling completely satisfied, so full that I couldn't move on the stool. He then held me in his arms, gently rubbing my belly, which made me hum in comfort, and I felt my eyelids starting to droop again. But I must tell you, I'm someone who can't sit still. Just when I was feeling comfortable for a couple of seconds, a thought suddenly popped into my head. No, I need to work on my career. I quickly wriggled out of his embrace, grabbed his warm hand, and said, "Let us start making salt from today. If we delay any longer, it will get cold, and we won't be able to do anything." He was very obedient and said okay, that he would follow my lead. He told me to go walk around the yard to help with digestion while he started busying himself. Goodness, in that cleared-out patch of land in the yard. He quickly built a simple earthen stove. I took out the pile of coarse salt from the space, which looked like a small mountain, and filled the bowl's jars. and animal skin bags, creating a truly spectacular scene. We made up our minds and first poured a basin of coarse salt into the pot, adding water to boil. Once the salt dissolved, it was time for my high-tech filtering device to make an appearance. Yes, it was my shirt. I held the shirt as a funnel while Bai Chi poured the boiling pot into it. But on the first try, he accidentally jerked his hand, and half of the salt water spilled all over the ground. I was heartbroken at that moment. Who understands the pain? Family? That was the hard-earned salt I had carried back trip after trip, and it didn't stop there. We were just a large-scale workshop disaster. After filtering the first batch, the basin was full, but there was still half left in the pot. When the water cooled, a lot of salt crystals formed at the bottom of the pot again. I was frustrated. What is going on? This efficiency is too low. Bai Chi gently rubbed my head and comforted me, saying it was fine. We could just find another basin. I could only run back inside, rummaging through cabinets, and finally found a usable broken jar, which took me half the day to clean by the pond. We filtered batch after batch, then poured the filtered salt water back into the pot to heat and evaporate. I didn't dare to turn the heat up too high, so I let it simmer on low. I used a bamboo stick to stir in the pot to prevent it from burning, but soon I got so bored, I felt like I was going to grow mushrooms. Looking at that small basin of fine salt in front of me, and then glancing at the huge pile of coarse salt beside it, I felt a sense of hopelessness about the future. I complained to Bai Chi, how long is this going to take? He saw my little face scrunched up like a bun and said, how about I handle the rest, and you go check on the field? The vegetables are overripe. It's a good time to harvest. I love this suggestion, but I felt a bit shy and asked him, can you manage it by yourself? He confidently assured me it would be fine and said he would call me when it was time to filter. As soon as I heard it, I immediately slipped away. I first went to check on the grain field, and wow, the peanuts had already bloomed. I performed a spell to create artificial rain for them, and listening to the rustling sounds of their growth instantly lifted my spirits. Then I went to the vegetable garden, and sure enough, the cucumbers and loofahs were all so old they could be used as seeds, and all the greens had blossomed. I picked and chose, but there wasn't much to eat. So I simply pinched off the ones meant for seeds and prepared to take them back to dry. When I strolled back to the courtyard, I happened to see Bai Chi pouring salt into the pot again. I hurried over and asked, why didn't you call me? He said he could handle it himself. I realized that the most labor-intensive part of this task wasn't dissolving the salt, but filtering the water and then evaporating it dry, which was quite exhausting. We both worked hard all day and only managed to get that little bit done. Lying on the bed at night, I boredly rested on him, drawing circles on his chest with my fingers and babbling. We definitely won't finish tomorrow either. If I had known it would be this troublesome, I wouldn't have moved so much in the first place. It's so annoying. He grabbed my mischievous hand, his voice a bit hoarse, and said to take it slow and not to rush. Just when his hand started getting a bit naughty, a light bulb went off in my head. Inspiration struck. A small pot? Of course. How did I not think of that? I suddenly propped myself up, resting my chin on his chest, looking at him with bright eyes, my gaze shooting out beams. Praise me. Praise me for being smart. Let me tell you, tomorrow we can set up that big black pot too. We'll use the small pot to boil salt water, and after filtering it, pour it into the big pot to evaporate the moisture. With both pots working together. Want our speed, just take off. How could he not understand my little thoughts? He cooperatively praised me. Our LinLan is really smart. Then he changed the subject, his eyes glinting like a wolf eyeing meat, and lowered his voice. But since I've been working so hard these past few days, doesn't LinLan need to compensate me a bit? I didn't react at the time. Compensate for what? But the next second, I felt something was off. This position was a bit dangerous. Just as I thought about slipping away, he flipped me over and pinned me down. Let me tell you, after the compliments, the atmosphere felt a bit strange. Anyway, let's just say it's all about paid content. He was still whispering in my ear that we should leave it at this for today and save the rest for when winter comes, then pay me back with interest. At that moment, I had one thought. I feel like I might not survive this winter. The next day, I woke up feeling like I was no longer myself. It felt like my body had been emptied out. Every part wanted to go on strike. Struggling to get up, sure enough, Bai Chi was already busy in the yard, with 2 big pots steaming away, perfectly executing my dual-core work method. He was running back and forth by himself, strong as an ox, pouring and filtering water like a pro. After finishing the warm breakfast he made, I went out to help. The efficiency of having 2 pots was high. We managed to finish all the work that took us a whole day yesterday in just one morning today. We packed the sun-dried refined salt into 4 large ceramic jars, filled to the brim, which gave us a great sense of achievement. After tidying up, I noticed something strange. I touched the pile of coarse salt left in the yard, and to my surprise, it was damp. The seeds we had laid out on the ground were the same. I asked Bai Chi, did it rain last night? He came over, touched it calmly, and said, no, it's just dew. I looked at him in disbelief. Is your dew as wet as a drizzle? He insisted that it was just a bit of heavy dew. Fine, I found a piece of rain cover left over from building the house and covered everything up. After finishing with the salt, Bai Chi said the meat at home was finished and he needed to go hunting. I looked at the sky and felt a bit worried, wanting him to go tomorrow instead. But he was very insistent, saying it was nearby and he would be back soon. Unable to argue with him, I could only watch as he disappeared at the mouth of the valley with his sword. After solving the salt issue, we took a day to rest. Early on the third day, just as dawn was breaking, we set off to dig some clay for pottery. The place wasn't too far. If we hurried, we could reach it in a day. In the primeval forest, there were no paths, just towering trees and thorns. Bai Chi was in front, wielding his long sword to clear the way, while I followed behind, using my abilities as a radar to detect any dangers around us. As we walked, I suddenly felt emo. It was that kind of philosophical questioning. Who am I? Where am I? What use am I? It left me in silence. You see, Bai Chi was the one making the path, and he knew the direction. As a wood-type ability user in this forest, I felt useless like a walking plant radar. Unable to do anything else, he quickly sensed my low spirits, stopped, and pulled me to the side of a big tree, asking me seriously what was wrong. Unable to hold back, I poured out all my grievances. Don't you think I'm particularly useless? My combat ability is lacking, and I rely on you for protection when we go out. I'm clearly a wood type, yet I can't even find my way in this forest. After listening, he chuckled and gently held my face, making me look at him, then began to list examples one by one. He said that since I came, he had moved into a new house, eaten food he hadn't seen in 7 years, and had various seeds. He mentioned how much my space could hold and how my knowledge opened his eyes. He said I could cook delicious food and tell if plants were poisonous. He even said that last time when we killed that iron-armed gibbon, he couldn't have done it without my help. But at that moment, I was stuck in my own thoughts, leaning against his chest, sulkily saying, but those things were brought by the space and me. I didn't invent them. You did all the work for building the house, and I just talked. He interrupted me, his tone becoming serious. LinLan, how can you think like that? How long have you been in this world? I've been struggling here for 7 years. Experience needs to be accumulated. Nothing happens overnight. My sword can kill beasts, and that's my ability. Your space can store things, and that's your ability. Right now, I'm protecting you, but who knows what the future holds? As long as you're making progress, you're the most useful person. His words about experience needing to be accumulated struck me like a lightning bolt. Back in the apocalypse, I was some of a big shot, but here I felt like a rookie, and that sense of disparity had been weighing on me. As a result of his words, I had an epiphany right then and there. I feel like the spiritual energy around me has burst forth like a dam. Rushing into my body frantically, I quickly closed my eyes and leaned into his embrace to digest it. When I opened my eyes again, wow, they were bright enough to be used as a flashlight. I directly sprinted from level 8 to the edge of level 9 in the second tier. My realm stable as can be. This incredible fortune has finally come to me. And let me tell you a secret, he didn't tell me. But I later found out that while he was holding me, he also gained some experience from me. Not only did it heal all his old injuries, but he also broke through alongside me. It felt like we were on a power trip with the wind at our feet. What was supposed to take us a whole day to walk, we arrived by 3:30 p.m. It wasn't until I sat down that I realized my stomach was growling. We had only nibbled on a few wild fruits since morning. Bai Chi skillfully led me to a tree hollow for me to rest while he went hunting. I couldn't help myself. I gathered a big pile of firewood. And guess what? I found a treasure. Not far away, there was a tree full of red fruits. I used a detection spell, and it was safe. I immediately climbed the tree like a monkey, picked one, and took a bite. Oh my gosh, it was incredibly sweet. This is like natural sugar. When Bai Chi came back with the prey, he saw me frantically foraging in the tree. I jumped down, holding the fruit to show him. Look, with this, we can have sugar from now on. We can make so many delicious things. He listened to me with a smile while carrying the prey. Then we ran to a small creek. He dealt with the prey, and I couldn't resist taking off my shoes and dipping my feet into the clear water. The water was cool, gentle, and extremely comfortable. Even better, there were little fish. Those little fish were so bold that they came up to give me a foot massage. It tickled me so much that I burst into laughter. I looked at the little fish, and instantly 3 words filled my mind: grilled, fried, and fish soup. No way. I'm so tempted. I slowly squatted down, held my breath, and aimed at a silly fish still nibbling at my toes. With a sudden clap of my hands, splash. Hey, you wouldn't believe it. I actually caught it, holding the lively fish. I didn't even have time to put on my shoes and rushed over to Bai Chi to show off. Look, I caught a fish. We're having fish soup for dinner. But when I turned around, I found a huge group of fish gathered around where he was processing the prey, all fighting over the minced meat. And each one was fatter than the one in my hand. My eyes lit up. I was about to jump back into the water when he stopped me. He told me to put on my shoes first, afraid of splinters on the ground. He had a face that seemed to say, "Please spare me," and mentioned that when he first came to this godforsaken place, he ate fish every day and almost developed a psychological trauma from it. However, seeing how much I wanted to eat, he broke off a branch, sharpened it, and quickly speared me 3 of the fattest fish. With limited ingredients, I decided to make fish soup. Let me tell you, cooking still relies on me. I took out my precious spice jar from my space, poured animal oil into the pot to heat it, and pan-fried the fish until golden on both sides. With a sizzling sound, the aroma began to rise. Then I threw in my treasured secret spices, Sichuan pepper, chili, and that leaf that enhances freshness, into the pot, using the oil's heat to extract all the flavors. Before long, the delicious smell spread out, and even Bai Chi, who was grilling meat nearby, forgot that he was tired of fish and kept peering into my pot, looking like he was about to drool. I tell you, over here the fish soup is simmering slowly on low heat, and the aroma is bubbling out. The lid can't contain it. Over there, Bai Chi is grilling meat, sizzling, and oozing oil, and the division of labor between the two of us is very clear. This pot lid was specially made for me by Chi from a big tree, and I have to say, it's quite useful. I'm almost ready here, so I'll head over to Bai Chi. He was skillfully flipping the grilled meat, occasionally sprinkling some of my special seasoning, and the smell was amazing. My stomach grumbled embarrassingly loud, and Bai Chi, with his keen ears, heard it and laughed, saying, "Hungry? Why not eat a couple of fruits first?" No way. I've eaten fruit all day, and my mouth is almost tired of it. I must wait for this big meal. Speaking of fruit, a light bulb went off in my head, and I pulled out a red fruit from my space and handed it to him. "Hey, try this. Brush the juice from this fruit on the meat while grilling. Isn't it said that honey makes grilled meat taste better? We don't have honey, but this fruit is sweet." It's the same idea. Bai Chi took it skeptically and tried brushing some on a piece of meat. Before long, the grilled meat was ready, and the fish soup had turned milky white. I quickly grabbed large leaves to use as plates and set them on the table, each with a knife, and we dug in. I scooped myself a bowl of fish soup and sprinkled some chopped green onions on top. The freshness was so intense that I couldn't help but wince and slurp a bit. Seeing my eagerness, Bai Chi chuckled helplessly and sliced me a few pieces of perfectly grilled golden meat, saying to take my time and eat the meat first. "You eat too." I shot him a glare. He hadn't eaten much today, and I wouldn't care if he got too hungry. Only then did he smile and slice himself some meat. Sipping hot soup and eating grilled meat felt like a heavenly experience. Suddenly, I remembered to ask him, "Hey, which leg did you brush with the fruit juice?" He pointed, and I quickly cut off a small piece to try. Let me tell you, the flavor, it was absolutely amazing. The meat was fragrant with a hint of sweet fruit aroma, not greasy at all, and the layers of flavor were elevated instantly. I hurriedly cut a large piece for Bai Chi. "Quick, try it. It's so good. Now I've made up my mind. I must stock up on this sweet fruit for the future. I need to put in the effort for my taste buds." We were like hungry wolves, devouring everything in sight. An exotic beast and a big pot of fish soup, all gone. I slumped on a stool, feeling stuffed, rubbing my bulging belly, not wanting to move at all. Bai Chi quickly took the pots and pans to wash them, and when he came back, he saw me leaning against the tree, massaging my stomach. He came over and pulled me up. "Stop sitting around. Let's go for a walk and help with digestion." I yawned as he pulled me for a stroll in the woods. You know, the nights in this other world, as long as you don't look at those strange plants and animals, really do resemble Earth. Suddenly, I saw a large area of sparkling lights flying by the stream, like special effects. "Look, fireflies." He excitedly pooed Boy Kiyovic. Those little creatures weren't afraid of people at all. When I reached out, I caught one easily. Opening my hand, it flickered in my palm, looking particularly dreamy. I asked Bai Chi, "Does your hometown have these too?" He gazed at the fireflies, his expression drifting away, and said that in his hometown, autumn was like this too, with many girls coming out to catch fireflies, and some young men would come out as well, hoping to meet their crushes. Wow, when I heard this, my radar went off. I grabbed his leather jacket and started interrogating him. "You just said that the guys there go to see the girls? What about you? Have you gone out too? Honestly, how many women have you been with before you came here? No wonder you're so skilled." My jealousy flared up instantly. Why was that fair? In my 2 lifetimes combined, he was the only one, and he was so experienced. Bai Chi saw that I was about to explode and quickly hugged me, trying to appease me. It's not like I met you before. If I had known I would meet you, I definitely would have kept myself pure for you. LinLan, please forgive me, okay? I looked at him sideways, grinding my back molars. Honestly, how many are there? He looked sincere for, seeing my eyebrows raise. He immediately changed his answer. No, it's 5. Say it again. My tone darkened. Are you kidding me? Do you really think I don't understand the tricks of ancient men? He was almost crying and finally managed to squeeze out a number. 7. This time it's true. Just 7. Looking at his stubborn expression, I knew there was a lot of exaggeration in that number. I sneered. All right, 7 it is? Then you can sleep for 7 days. Remember, only count the time in the valley. After saying that, I turned to leave, not even bothering to look at the fireflies anymore. I was so angry. What I didn't notice was that Bai Chi behind me had a look of relief on his face, probably thinking of some bad idea. The next day, I slept until daylight and stepped outside to see Bai Chi bathing in the icy creek. I instantly got angry and rushed over to scold him. Don't you know how cold the water is right now? I've told you so many times. Hurry up and come out. Is boiling a pot of hot water going to kill you? You'll be comfortable when you catch a cold. My harsh words were softened by my concern. Who understands my heart? He obediently came ashore, and I fiercely wiped him down with a towel. Afraid he would catch a chill. After a casual breakfast, the two of us set off to dig a special kind of soil. Bai Chi said this soil has good stickiness, and the pottery made from it would be sturdy. When we arrived, he took a spade and started digging quick, precise, and ruthless, specifically targeting areas without tree roots or stones. With one scoop, he would pull out a large chunk. I held the big basket beside him, and in no time, all 10 of the extra-large baskets we brought were filled. We both ended up looking quite disheveled. I looked at myself with disdain and pulled Bai Chi to the stream to wash my face and wipe my arms. I wanted to jump in for a thorough wash, but when I saw the clear, cool water, I thought better of it. I decided to hold off and promised myself a nice soak in hot water when we returned to the valley. On the way back, we weren't in a hurry. I used the detector to scout the path while searching for food. Bai Chi carried 2 freshly caught fat rabbits and said he wanted to go and get a nest of smaller ones too. The soft fur of the little rabbits would be perfect for making me rabbit fur socks. Upon hearing this, I insisted on going along. When we reached the rabbit burrow, Bai Chi lit some dry grass, blew out the flame, and stuffed the smoking grass into a hole to smoke them out. I guarded one exit while my blood-sucking vine guarded another. Before long, the rabbits, driven by the smoke, started to scatter and all ran toward us. I quickly caught 3 of them, and when I looked at my vine, it had cleverly woven itself into a net, causing the rabbits to run right into it. By the time we got over, 5 little rabbits were flailing inside. This vine is truly my dream vine, becoming smarter by the day. To reward it, I let it suck the rabbit's blood dry and gave it a bit of its spirit energy. Bai Chi also said that this vine was powerful in combat, and he felt reassured having it by my side. As we continued on, our luck was fantastic. We discovered a grove of hazelnut trees. We stripped the trees of every hazelnut, even dug up a half-meter-tall sapling to take back and plant. We walked intermittently, and by the next morning, we finally arrived at the sweet potato field I had detected earlier. This area had sandy soil, and the sweet potatoes were big and easy to pull out. With a bit of effort, I pulled out a long string of them. We pulled and pulled for quite a while, our legs getting sore. When Bai Chi saw me massaging my legs, he immediately came over to rub them for me. His technique was amazing. Once we had pulled out all the sweet potatoes, a problem arose. My storage space was full. Looking at the large pile of sweet potatoes left on the ground, I felt heartbroken. Suddenly, I had an idea. I remembered Bai Chi's weaving skills and hurriedly asked him to cut some thorny branches to make 2 big baskets. His basket weaving skills were now superb. I watched him deftly working with his hands, and in no time, a sturdy big basket was formed. I smiled and teased him, "Your skills are getting better and better." He joked back, saying it was all due to my excellent teaching. In the end, we each carried a heavy basket on our backs as we headed back. By the time we returned to the valley, it was almost dark. As soon as I set down the basket, my shoulders felt a sharp pain. Bai Chi hurried over, pulled up my shirt, and saw that the area on my shoulder was already rubbed raw and red. He gently touched it, causing me to shiver in pain. Well, given that my body had been reinforced, it could have been much worse. If it were before, my shoulder would have been in tatters by now. Oh, it's nothing. I told him, my body is no longer that weakling it used to be. I quickly channeled some special energy within me and circled it around my shoulder. To my amazement, the red mark vanished, and my skin returned to its former state. Bai Chi, still not entirely reassured, leaned in to check my shoulder again. confirming that everything was fine before he started lecturing me. Don't try to be strong next time. I can handle it by myself. I couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. I told him, brother, you've already carried more than half of it. I've only carried a bit more, right? If you keep treating me like a baby, I'm really going to devolve into a useless rice bug. He listened and, surprisingly serious, said to me, even if you do nothing, I can still support you. Although he might not understand what a rice bug is, that cheesy line really made my heart flutter. Yes, 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 we know our General Bai is the best in the world. I quickly went along with it, noticing that his handsome face was about to turn serious again. So I hurriedly changed the subject and asked, what about you? You've carried a huge load. Let me see your shoulders. Saying this, I went to pull at his clothes. And guess what? There was just a tiny red mark on his shoulder, like someone had just gently patted him. Nothing serious at all. I couldn't help but wonder if his body structure was different from that of ordinary people. He was practically a human-shaped Gundam. Once I confirmed he was fine, I felt relieved. I waved my hand and emptied that pile of sweet potatoes into space, spreading them out on the ground to dry, as they needed to lose moisture before being stored. Bai Chi was quick too. He had already taken 2 sweet potatoes inside to prepare sweet potato porridge and grabbed a piece of meat from me, planning to make some barbecue for a late-night snack. It was really cold, so I hurried to the fire to warm up. Without even looking up, Bai Chi said, go inside, it's warmer. But I didn't want to. It would be so boring alone in there. I just leaned against him, enjoying the aroma of the roasting meat and watching the porridge bubbling in the pot. This feeling was simply amazing. Who understands, family? This sense of finding a home in a post-apocalyptic wasteland is just so reassuring. I was so tired that my eyelids were fighting each other, feeling like a limp noodle hanging on Bai Chi. He didn't mind me being bothersome, wrapping one arm around me to make me more comfortable, while the other hand continued to skillfully flip the meat and sprinkle seasoning. The next day, we faced a huge problem. We needed to fire ceramics, but we had to sift the soil first, and we had no tools other than our hands. Looking at that big pile of soil, I was so worried my hair was about to turn white. I asked Bai Chi, how did you do it alone before? He looked troubled too, and said, before, I managed to live alone with low standards. Now that there are 2 of us, can the standards be the same? Just as we were worried, his eyes lit up, and he pointed to the basket at the door, saying, we can weave a net with vines. After saying that, he went outside to find vines. His motivation was max. Once he left, I thought I couldn't just sit around either. I flipped the sweet potatoes over and, seeing they were almost dry, put them back into space. Then I ran to the vegetable garden and harvested the elder's vegetables, casually planting some bok choy and rapeseed. I glanced at the grains I planted before, and wow, the corn had started to grow ears, and the wheat was beginning to head out. I calculated that by the time the ceramics were fired, it would be time to harvest the grains. My to-do list was longer than my face. After a while, Bai Chi returned with a large bundle of vines and some thick branches. Then, I have to tell you, I watched a personal show. He laid 2 branches parallel on the ground and started weaving the vines back and forth in between. His hand speed and precision were incredible. The distance between the vines was less than half a centimeter, and the tightness was exactly the same. I understood, then, that his sword training had given him an abnormal level of control over strength. I had no chance to intervene and just acted as a little assistant, handing him things, feeling that we worked together quite well. After a busy morning, we finally finished a green net that was 2 meters long and 1 meter wide. We found 4 big stones to prop up the net and dumped the soil onto it, instantly creating a cloud of dust that made me sneeze loudly. Bai Chi, concerned, told me to take a break, but I said it was fine and turned back to continue working. We squatted there, using our hands to crush the clumps of soil bit by bit, letting the fine soil fall through the net. After probably 3 hours of squatting and rubbing, when I stood up, my legs were completely numb, stiff as a wooden man, unable to move at all. My expression at that moment was probably as distorted as a Picasso painting. Bai Chi saw and understood immediately. He came over and picked me up in a princess carry. As he walked into the house, he rubbed my legs with his hands, and the pressure was incredible at a top-level massage therapist standard. I was squinting my eyes in enjoyment when my peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of something by the door. I froze. Bai Chi thought my leg had gotten worse and kept asking me. At that moment, I was speechless because I saw 2 small wooden stools standing by the door. I felt like 1,000 grass mud horses were galloping in my heart, trampling my IQ to pieces. It turned out we had been squatting like fools for so long for nothing. When I finally snapped out of my shock, Bai Chi had already carried me to the bed, taken off my shoes, and covered my legs with a blanket, sitting by the bed and continuing to massage my legs. I couldn't hold it in anymore and pulled him, saying, "Brother, I'm fine, my leg just went numb." I just realized we had stools and felt so stupid. He looked closely at my face, confirmed that I was really okay, and then stood up, saying, "You rest, I'll go busy myself." How could I agree to that? I lifted the blanket and put on my shoes. I'm not that delicate, I'm going too. This time, I was smart and casually brought him a stool as we went out. Sitting down to work was indeed much more efficient. After sifting through a basket of soil, Bai Chi added some plant ash and started kneading clay. He first rolled the clay into long strips, coiling them to form a base, then stacked and smoothed them on top. I took a glance and thought, hey, isn't this just playing with mud? I was quite the expert at playing with Play-Doh when I was a kid. I confidently grabbed a chunk of clay and started to mold it, trying to imitate what I had seen. Hey, I actually managed to shape the base quite well. Proudly, I handed it to Bai Chi and asked, look, isn't it good? He took it, felled it, and dug out a small stone from inside, saying, you need to clean out these small stones, otherwise they can crack when fired. I nodded and took it back to continue. As a result, what I intended to make into a jar ended up collapsing into an indistinguishable lump. By nightfall, the two beautiful jars were entirely Bai Chi's masterpieces. While I had only managed to shape 4 crooked plates, this made me quite unhappy, feeling like my manual skills were overshadowed. The finished pieces were all placed in the shed to dry. Dinner was simple, a pot of sweet potato porridge with leftover stir-fried meat from lunch. I could only comfort myself by saying it's not good to eat too much at night. In the next 3 days, we both went all out and made a lot of pottery, including 2 large jars about half my height, which I planned to use for brewing fruit wine. We managed to complete bowls, plates, jars, and pots, everything I could think of. Once all the pieces were in the shed to dry, Bai Chi started to build the kiln for firing the pottery. This guy is simply all-powerful. I watched him, covered in mud, building the wall with clay, and quickly brought him a basin of water. Just as he was about to wash his face, I immediately stopped him. Wait. Wash your hands and arms first. Look at how dirty you are. Don't make your face even dirtier. He obediently followed my advice. After he washed his face, I handed him a cup of sweetened water made from the red berries I had just found and boiled into syrup as an experiment. He took a sip. His eyes lit up sweet, and he gave me a dazzling smile that could kill. I quickly pretended to be unimpressed, acting like I was already immune, but my ears were definitely red. He noticed and seemed a bit upset, as if worried that his charm was losing its effect. This man is truly too adorable. I discussed the upcoming matters with him, saying that the grain was nearly ripe and we needed to prepare a stone mill. I gestured with my hands to show the general shape, and he understood immediately. Stone mill, for grinding flour, I know how to make it. All right, there's nothing he can't do. I also suggested making a smaller one to keep in the house, just in case it rains and we can't use it. He readily agreed. I don't know if my suggestion inspired him, but he seemed energized, turning his frustration into strength. What would normally take more than a day, he finished in just one afternoon. The next day, while the kiln was drying, he went up the mountain to find stones. Let me tell you, he gathered his strength, swung his sword, and with a swoosh, a large stone nearly 2 meters in diameter was cut from the mountain. After a few more swings, he trimmed off the edges, and a large stone block took shape. This wasn't T's swordsmanship. It was like a high-precision cutting machine. He tried to lift it, but it was too heavy to carry back. So he simply split the stone in half on the spot, tied one half with vines, and stubbornly carried it down the mountain on his back. When I saw him walking back with a stone slab wider than himself, I was stunned. I quickly ran over, and when he put down the stone, I was furious. Why didn't you call me? I could have stored it in my space. He wiped the sweat off his brow, unconcerned, and said, I could carry it back. It wasn't that heavy. It would be more tiring for you to make another trip. I was really, fine, that's just his way of caring. In the end, after my strong insistence, we both went for the other stone together, and I elegantly waved my hand to store in my space. I tilted my chin at him. See, it's so simple. He just laughed beside me, his gaze filled with affection. The process of making the stone mill turned into a personal showcase of his skills. He drew his sword, his eyes sharp as an eagle, and then transformed into a whirlwind of sword light. All I could see was a flurry of sword shadows and flying stone shavings. By the time he sheathed his sword, the 2 rough stones had become perfect stone mills, with evenly carved grooves, precise to the millimeter. At that moment, I thought, this man is unbelievably strong. A walking construction marvel, and he is stunningly handsome too. The large stone mill was set up well, and the small one was quickly finished too. He then checked the kiln and the clay pieces, saying we could start firing them at the latest by the day after tomorrow. We rarely had a moment to sit and rest in the yard, and I counted on my fingers the things we needed to do next. Harvest the grain, hunt for meat, prepare furs, and we also needed to make a bathtub. I couldn't stand not bathing for 6 months in winter. The next day, we went to the mountains to chop wood for the bathtub. He chose a tree that 3 people could hug, saying the wood was sturdy and wouldn't rot easily. I used my wood energy to sense it, and it truly was good material. Bai Chi felled the tree with a single swing, and after measuring the dimensions, I directly stored the lumber in my space. By the way, we chopped a large pile of firewood like squirrels, nearly filling the yard. I even asked him to make me a large cutting board while we were at it. Finally, the day to fire the pottery arrived. The kiln wasn't large, so we could only fire in batches. We first placed the small items like bowls, plates, and spoons inside and packed dry firewood all around, filling it up to the kiln opening. I was very curious and watched from the side. Is this really enough? Bai Chi lit the fire and waited until the flames stabilized before starting to seal the kiln, leaving a vent for smoke. He said yes. Once the firewood inside burns out and the temperature drops, we could take it out. I pointed at the kiln and everyone was stunned. I said, bro, is that it? We don't need to worry about it anymore. Let me tell you, in my impression, firing ceramics is such a huge project packed with high-tech support. But when it came to me, it felt like roasting sweet potatoes in the yard, so simple that it shattered my fantasies. Forget it, I thought. I won't care anymore. I directly pulled Bai Chi and rushed to the field. Those peanuts were long overdue for harvest, and we decided to just do it. Goodness, Bai Chi's combat power was no match for harvesting peanuts. It was more like an armed cleanup. With his multifunctional spade, he dug down, and a large patch of peanuts was flipped up along with the soil. I followed behind, shaking off the dirt and directly storing them in my space. His speed was so fast it felt like he was cheating. I couldn't keep up, and before long, he left me far behind. By noon, there was less than 5 meters left in the entire field. I thought to myself, who understands finding such an all-around husband? I feel like I'm not far from being spoiled. After lunch, I thought I should check on the corn in the field. I had pinched it earlier, and it was still juicy. Now it must be perfect for cooking. Let me tell you, the corn in this other world is half bigger than the ones in my original world. I picked 4 ears to take back, thinking that if they were good, I would stock up more. As a result, when I cooked them, oh my goodness, they were sweet and glutinous, absolutely amazing. Eating boiled peanuts and corn made me feel like my life was complete. Finally, I didn't have to eat sweet potatoes every meal. No matter how delicious something is, you can't stand eating it every day. I peeled a peanut and fed it to Bai Chi, asking him how it tasted. He chewed a couple of bites and suddenly leaned close to my ear with that deep voice, saying, "It tastes great, especially the ones LinLan gave me." My face instantly turned red, and I snatched the remaining peanuts away from him, refusing to let him have any. This guy always joking around. The next day, we excitedly went to open the kiln. I insisted on getting to the front, wanting to see the results first. As soon as Bai Chi pried the kiln door open a crack, there was a huge bang, and black smoke spewed out like it was free, choking me until tears and snot were streaming down my face, and I scrambled away. Bai Chi laughed at me while patting my back, saying, "I told you to stay away, but you didn't listen." I stubbornly said, "How was I supposed to know the smoke was this thick?" Bai Chi didn't dare to let me in, saying the smoke inside was even worse, so he went in himself to get it. Goodness, the kiln was low and suffocating. His tall frame of nearly 2 meters had to bend over, which was hard to watch. Once we brought everything out, we sat in front of a pile of freshly fired pottery to count them. I instantly felt emo. They were cracked, more than half of them, especially the few I had shaped. They were simply a disaster zone of defective products, none of them usable. My face fell at that moment. Bai Chi saw I was unhappy and immediately comforted me, saying that when he first did it, only 4 out of 10 turned out well. When I heard that, I felt instantly balanced and perked up again. I didn't even think about how he was figuring it out on his own, while I had a gold medal mentor teaching me step by step. Fortunately, the 2 large jars I valued most for brewing wine only had 1 small crack that wouldn't affect their use, so my efforts weren't in vain. Just after finishing the pottery, before we could catch our breath, the wheat in the field was ripe again. I collapsed onto the bed, feeling completely drained. Bai Chi rubbed my stomach, tempting me with food. "Just think, once we finish harvesting, we can have noodles, pancakes, and steamed buns to eat." As soon as I heard the word noodles, I nearly drooled and instantly jumped out of bed like I'd been injected with adrenaline. Let's go. Time to harvest the wheat. The scene of harvesting was simply a personal swordsmanship show by Bai Chi, with just a few swift movements. Rows of wheat fell neatly to the ground, and I was responsible for bundling them up with vines and storing them in space. Then the climax came. Suddenly, a large flock of birds flew down from the sky, darkening the area with hundreds of them, each about the size of a palm, with blood-red eyes that clearly indicated they were no good. They dove straight for the wheat. I panicked and shouted, "Bai Chi!" He understood my meaning, raised his sword, and immediately unleashed a small-scale Bai Chi shockwave on those birds. The flock was enraged and charged at him like crazy. I saw sword shadows flying around Bai Chi, protecting him completely, and all the birds that got close fell like raindrops. I wasn't idle either. I unleashed my blood-sucking vines. My vines were now quite powerful. They grew larger upon emerging, coiling around a bird, and the fine needles pierced in, instantly draining it dry. Before long, over 100 birds were wiped out by the two of us. However, looking at the mess on the ground, with so much wheat stained red with bird blood, I couldn't help but frown in distress. This was all my food. Bai Chi came over, patted my head, and said he would lead them away from the fields next time. I instructed my vines to drag the bird corpses to the edge of the field before eating them, and my vines happily rubbed against my face, carefully avoiding the wheat, and dragged away their spoils. We worked ourselves to the bone for 4 days and finally finished harvesting all the wheat. But a new problem arose. Looking at the mountain of wheat piled up in the yard, we stared at each other in confusion, not knowing how to thresh it. I squatted on the ground, holding my legs in despair. Are we really going to have to rub each grain out by hand? At this rate, it'll take forever. Bai Chi was equally troubled. After a long pause, he came up with a groundbreaking idea. How about we cut off the wheat heads first, spread them out to dry, and see if we can get the grains to come out? I was stunned after hearing it. This operation was unheard of, but there was no other way now. Let's treat a dead horse as if it were alive. All right, let's do it this way. So the two of us started working again. Bai Chi swung his sword and cut down the wheat ears in a neat row, while I collected the wheat straw behind him. Soon, the yard was filled with golden wheat ears, and smelling that wheat fragrance, I finally felt a bit more at ease. However, I was too early to be happy. Just as we finished with the wheat, I turned around and found that the beans and corn were ripe at the same time. I collapsed directly into Bai Chi's arms and said despondently, "Next year, I won't plant so much anymore. It's too exhausting." This time, even Bai Chi raised both hands in agreement. We struggled for another 6 days, working from dawn until dusk, and finally finished harvesting all the crops. The moment we finished, I collapsed onto the bed, becoming a pile of breathless mud, not even wanting to eat. Bai Chi, feeling sorry for me, specially cooked porridge with the freshly harvested corn for more than 2 hours and brought it to my bedside to feed me. I opened my mouth like a hungry chick waiting to be fed, and after finishing most of the bowl, I couldn't move anymore and fell into a deep sleep. When we finally woke up, it was almost dark outside. A breeze had risen in the valley, making it a bit chilly, so I quickly wrapped my clothes tighter. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw Bai Chi's bright eyes. His freshly woken appearance was practically walking hormones, making me almost nosebleed. I quickly got up and pretended to be calm as I went out to wash my face. In the yard, my blood-sucking vine was proudly waving its branches. Beside it was a small pile of bird corpses, clearly having been diligently guarding the food all afternoon. When it saw me coming, the vine quickly shrank and wrapped around me, rubbing its leaves against my face, eagerly seeking praise. I smiled and patted it, conjuring a green wood spirit energy sphere from my palm as a reward. The vine happily absorbed the energy, continuing to rub its leaves against my neck, tickling me into giggles. As a result, this scene was witnessed by Bai Chi. Let me tell you, his expression changed instantly. He strode over, as if heading into a major battle, walked up to me, grabbed the vine wrapped around me, and flung it outside the yard in one swift motion. Poor my vine, still immersed in the joy of being fed, completely unprepared, was thrown out. It wobbled on the ground for a while before getting up. Its leaves wilted, probably with little stars swirling around its head, wondering who it was and where it was. I was furious at that moment. Glaring at Bai Chi, "Why did you throw it out?" He had the audacity to hug me and replied, "I just saw it making you uncomfortable." I gave him a glance and said, "It has the intelligence of a 1 or 2-year-old child. Why are you getting jealous over a vine?" After that, I went to find my poor vine. The General Bai, who had received several of my disdainful glances, probably felt hurt inside and was likely thinking about some nonsensical stuff in his mind. I found the vine, and it pitifully wrapped itself around me, seeking comfort. I coaxed it for a long time before it finally cheered up. When I brought the vine back to the courtyard, Bai Chi looked at the green ornament on me and smirked meaningfully. Although the vine sensed danger, it was pure-hearted and couldn't understand, so it continued to cling to me. Sigh, this grudge has been established. From that day on, my vine embarked on a glorious path of backstabbing Bai Chi for 100 years, especially when he wanted to be intimate with me. It always popped up at just the right moment. Time flew by, and soon the autumn rain brought a chill. We went to burn a batch of large jars and finally stored all the grains. I also tried to brew a jar of fruit, wine, using the best jar. though I wasn't sure if it would succeed. The weather grew colder, and we both changed into clothes made from the wild goat skins Bai Chi had made. One day, as I was grinding corn flour with a stone mill in the courtyard, Bai Chi came from afar carrying a huge longhorn deer. He put down his catch, washed his hands, and naturally came over to take my place, pushing the stone mill. There are less than 2 months until winter. I handed a wooden stick to Bai Chi, while LinLan carefully swept the ground corn flour into a small jar with a broom made for flour. About 20 days in a month. We currently lack meat, oil, and fur, so we need to hurry and hunt during this time. Once we finish grinding this corn today, I'll go with you tomorrow. That works. If things don't go well, we can stay outside for a few more days. Now is a good time for hunting, as all the exotic beasts in autumn are preparing for the long and cold winter, trying to eat as much as possible to store energy to survive the long winter. Then I'll make more corn cakes tonight to take with us tomorrow. Nowadays, it gets dark quickly. During summer, it would only get dark around 7 or 8. But now it's already getting dark before 5. The more work we do, the more experience we gain. This saying applies everywhere. Previously, we struggled to do these tasks, but now we can complete each step very skillfully, which is a kind of progress. LinLan skillfully put the corn flour into the jar for Bai Chi to take inside, while happily mocking herself. She took a jar of salt from the cupboard and handed it to Bai Chi, saying, "Leave 2 deer legs for soup and pickle the rest. The staple food will be corn cakes." LinLan decided on today's dinner, and then the two of them clearly divided their tasks and got to work. Bai Chi was responsible for the deer legs, while LinLan only needed to make the corn cakes for tonight and tomorrow. This way of making corn cakes was something LinLan had seen in a TV drama before, and since there was a big black pot here, it was just right for making corn cakes. The corn flour ground by the stone mill was not very fine, so LinLan always had to rework it twice before it was good. She scooped out more than half a basin of corn flour from the jar and added water to knead the dough. Now both of their appetites had increased significantly. LinLan could eat as much as a man used to, and Bai Chi ate even more, enough for 3 or 4 adult men. Whenever they cooked, they would bring a big basin to the table. After kneading the dough, she placed it next to the stove to rise with the heat. Bai Chi had already cleaned up the deer, and LinLan took the deer hide to the side, waiting to gather more before processing it. Bai Chi chopped the deer legs into small pieces, and LinLan took them to wash clean. She boiled water in the pot, and when it boiled, she put in the deer legs to cook for 3 minutes, then took the meat out and placed it in cold water. She poured out the water mixed with blood foam, then boiled it again, adding green onions, ginger slices, peppercorns, and star anise, covering the pot to simmer on low heat. Outside, Bai Chi put the remaining uneaten deer meat on the chopping board, vigorously rubbing salt into the meat for more than an hour until all the salt was absorbed. Then set it aside to hang on the specially made rack in the storage room tomorrow. After LinLan cooked the deer meat, she pressed the corn flour and found that it slowly recovered when pressed, indicating that it had risen properly. She heated the big black pot, ensuring the fire wasn't too big, as a large fire could burn it. While managing the heat, she pulled up the kneaded dough, took a small piece, flattened it to the size of a palm, and then pressed it against the pot wall with force. With a sizzling sound, the corn cake stuck to the wall, and she quickly withdrew her hand, one side getting hit by the steam. Making these corn cakes also required skill, if one wasn't careful. It was easy to press their hand against the pot and get burned. LinLan had learned this after being burned several times. Remembering her early burns made her a bit apprehensive, leading her to repeatedly reassure herself that it was fine before daring to start. Not long after the cake was stuck to the pot wall, the sweet aroma of corn wafted through the air, and the color of the corn cake gradually changed, making LinLan, who was already a bit hungry, feel even hungrier. Over there, Bai Chi set the prepared deer meat aside and washed his hands before coming over. LinLan had already made half of the cakes. On another stove, the pot of deer meat was bubbling and releasing a delicious aroma. "It's done. You can chop the bok choy and put it in the pot. I've already washed it." Looking up, LinLan saw Bai Chi come in after washing his hands and began instructing him to continue working. He leaned over and gave LinLan a kiss on the lips, saying it smells so good. Then, following LinLan's instructions, he chopped the bok choy into half-inch pieces and added them to the pot, stirring and asking, "Did you add salt?" "No, you add it." He took the jar of salt and scooped out half a spoonful to put in the pot, stirring it, then tasted it and found it still a bit bland. He added a little more and then turned to hug LinLan, who was making the corn cakes. "LinLan, can you get to me today?" His tone was a bit aggrieved, and he nibbled on LinLan's earlobe with his teeth, sending a tingling sensation down her spine. Unconsciously, she moved a bit, saying, "Don't mess around. Be serious. Aren't you ancient people supposed to be conservative?" Why you have none of that ancient demeanor? Her words were full of disdain. At first, this man maintained an air of noble aloofness, showing the qualities of an ancient noble general that made people hesitant to approach him. But after getting familiar, especially once their relationship was established, this man completely changed. Being shameless was still fine, but to put it bluntly, he was just brazen. That's because you haven't seen how debauched those nobles can be. Bai Qi thought to himself, but he showed no sign of it on his face. He continued, that's just the facade maintained in front of outsiders. You're my wife, so it's unnecessary in front of you. Thinking of this, Bai Qi felt a surge of anger. Things had already been busy lately, and just when he finally got a chance to eat, that vine had to come out and cause trouble. He felt sorry for his brothers, as every time they were halfway through, they would be interrupted by that damn vine. The saddest part was that his current position was far inferior to that damn vine. It seemed his wife had forgotten her love for him once she found a new favorite. Speaking of this, LinLan's face turned extremely red. Recently, for some unknown reason, the blood-sucking vine had been particularly clingy, always showing up when they were about to do that kind of thing. Now that the vine had developed some initial intelligence, she couldn't treat it just as a plant anymore. Therefore, when the vine appeared, she would absolutely refuse to continue, leaving Bai Qi often in a state of wanting but not being able to. Thinking of this, LinLan suddenly had a rare moment of conscience and seemed to say to Bai Qi, it really is quite uncomfortable, and it's somewhat unfair to him. Therefore, upon hearing Bai Qi's suggestion, LinLan thought for a moment and agreed. After all, if it really caused problems, even General Bai might not be able to get past it. So, that night, when LinLan was subjected to various things, she felt an urge to cry. If she had known, she wouldn't have listened to Bai Qi and locked the vines in the space. She couldn't even sleep well all night, and even after dozing off, she felt as if she was in a raging sea, a small boat rocking up and down on the waves without rest. At that moment, she had no strength left to release the vines in the space and could only squint her eyes, passively enduring Bai Qi's various actions. The consequence of being tossed around all night was that the two of them, who had originally planned to go to the mountains early in the morning, especially LinLan, didn't get up until noon. Wrapped in a quilt, she struggled to get up. It felt quite comfortable, as it seemed Bai Qi had tidied up after their activities last night, which made LinLan feel a bit better. The sunlight streamed through the open window, illuminating the floor near the window and brightening up every corner of the room. It was a nice day. After putting on her clothes and opening the bedroom door, she found a pot of sweet potato porridge warming on the stove, just enough for LinLan to eat. Touching her growling stomach and smelling the fragrant porridge, LinLan felt even hungrier. After finishing the porridge and washing the pot and bowl, she went outside and saw Bai Qi practicing swordsmanship not far away. The sword's shadows danced, striking as fast as lightning, with a magnificent momentum, like a dragon emerging from the sea. Even though LinLan didn't understand the way of the sword, she recognized that this sword technique was extraordinary. After thrusting out the final strike and sheathing his sword, Bai Qi saw LinLan standing nearby watching him. He approached her with the sword in hand and said, "You're up. Are you still feeling uncomfortable?" LinLan, who had almost forgotten about his sword practice, suddenly remembered how he had tormented her last night when he said this. Fortunately, her recovery ability was strong. Otherwise, she probably wouldn't be able to get out of bed now. However, she knew that being angry at Bai Qi for this kind of thing was pointless. While she had an excellent attitude in admitting her mistakes, she would still behave as usual when the time came, being honest about her mistakes but firmly sticking to her ways. Used to this, LinLan could only give him a glare and prepare to not speak to him for 3 days. However, the latter was an impossible high demand. The fact had already told LinLan that she couldn't compete in wits with an ancient general. Bai Qi saw LinLan's reaction, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. It seemed that his plan was indeed effective. Although he had often been interrupted brutally during this period, he could enjoy a satisfying meal like this. Moreover, it allowed LinLan to no longer oppose him eating his fill. Are you sure it's no longer opposing, rather than being unable to oppose? Afterward, there were no severe punishments. It seemed that he could maintain this for a while, allowing LinLan to get used to it, and then continue to develop further. Now that she was just starting to get accustomed, Bai Qi wouldn't continue to discuss this issue. He immediately changed the subject, saying, "Let's pack our things and leave now. Bring more food and stay outside for a couple of days before coming back." "Okay, I'll go pack. You see if there's anything we need to bring." Once the business was mentioned, LinLan also became serious, letting Bai Qi lead her away and forgetting the previous topic. Salt 2 pots, 1 for stir-frying and 1 for soup, for bowls and plates, chopsticks, spoons, and a small jar of cornmeal. Bring the pancakes we made yesterday, 2 knives, 1 basin for washing vegetables, and another for washing face, a handful of vegetable seeds, towels, soap, toothbrushes, toothpaste, and some rain cover cloth. After laying out everything they needed to bring, she pointed at them with her hand to see if anything was missing. Bai Chi, come over and help me see if we're missing anything. If she really couldn't think of anything, she would call Bai Chi over to brainstorm together, as they might stay outside for a few days and needed to be fully prepared. Take an extra set of clothes and bedding. If they get torn during a fight with beasts, it would be good to have a change. Also, bring a flashlight for convenience. Looking at these things, LinLan had packed quite thoroughly, just short of clothes and bedding. Right, how could I forget the bedding and clothes? Without bedding outside, how can I cover myself? It's really cold at night now. LinLan ran to the bedroom and brought out a thicker fur quilt that she had already prepared. She took Bai Chi's clothes too, which were only 3 sets, as she usually didn't hunt, and only brought 2 sets for herself. She also took the flashlight from the bedside, stored everything outside into the space, locked the door and windows, and prepared to enter the forest, stepping on the dry yellow leaves. They made a crunching sound as LinLan and Bai Chi traversed through the forest. It should be considered late autumn now. However, it had only just entered that period. Some trees had slowly begun to yellow, dropping a few leaves to the ground, but most still clung to the branches, refusing to wither too early. The feeling of autumn was different from usual. The clear and crisp autumn air brought a refreshing chill that invigorated people. The two walked slowly, with no specific destination today, as beasts could be found everywhere. Their decision was simply to target whatever type of beast they wanted to hunt, and then head to its activity area. Following Bai Chi as he weaved through the mountains, more than an hour had passed without encountering any prey. It was unclear whether the animals nearby had all been hunted by Bai Chi, or if their luck was just poor. Where are we going? We've been walking for so long and haven't seen a single hare. After such a long time, they hadn't encountered any prey, not even a rabbit. Bai Chi pointed to the mountain ahead and said, "We're almost there. Once we cross this mountain, the terrain on the other side is flatter, and there are more beasts. However, the resources here are quite abundant. Why didn't you bring me here before?" LinLan casually picked a wild pear from a nearby tree, washed it with water, and took a bite. It tasted pretty good. Let's pick the pears from this tree first. Bai Chi, so mewat haupo, ziplit, LinLan. The main purpose of our outing this time is to hunt more prey, so let's not waste time here. What's the difference? If we don't get enough, we can just stay outside a few more days. It wasn't interesting to stay in the valley all the time. It was nice to come out and take a look. Moreover, the resources in the mountains were abundant now. There were countless edible and delicious things. This time of year was the best for gathering more. If they didn't take advantage of it now, there wouldn't be any left later. Bai Chi couldn't do anything with LinLan, so he climbed up the tree to pick the higher pears, while LinLan stayed below. They divided the labor, and in no time at all, they had stripped the small tree bare, leaving only a few that had been pecked at by birds still hanging lonely on the branches. After Bai Chi climbed down, he patted his hands and said, "Are you satisfied now? You should eat more meat. How can you survive on fruit all day?" In fact, Bai Chi was reluctant to let LinLan pick fruit, because as long as there was fruit available, she wouldn't eat properly. Taking out a pear, washing it, and handing it to Bai Chi, she said, "Hey, I also eat meat. Besides, eating more fruit is good for beauty. You should eat more too." That's how to maintain a balanced diet. Looking at the pear, still glistening with water droplets in his hand, Bai Chi shook his head and said, "I really don't know how you were educated back then. How can you fill your stomach by eating fruit all day without meat?" Even though LinLan often told him about modern things, there were still some things he couldn't accept. This is called scientific education. If you don't understand, you need to learn. With a disdainful look at Bai Chi, she took a bite of the pear, crunch. Although this pear is a bit small, it's really delicious. Juicy too. I'll remember this place. When spring comes next year, I'll come back and dig this tree back to the valley. After walking for a while, Bai Chi suddenly stopped and looked ahead. What's wrong? LinLan, who was following beside him, also stopped and observed the surroundings, not noticing anything unusual. There's a beast ahead. Wait here. After saying that, he quickly moved to the left. Seeing this, LinLan immediately stopped eating the pear, pressed her hands against the tree, and used her with spiritual power to communicate with it. Sure enough, there was a beast leisurely eating grass ahead. Feeling that the beast's combat power was not strong, LinLan relaxed, finished the pear in a few bites, and threw it away. She couldn't afford to be this relaxed anymore. After such a long time without encountering a beast, she had begun to feel complacent, forgetting that this was a forest where danger lurks everywhere. Luckily, this time it was just a beast with weak combat power. She didn't know if she would be so lucky next time. Adjusting her mindset, LinLan took out her vines and let them wrap around her, staying alert. The released vines happily rubbed against their owner's cheek, feeling very good since the bad person who competed for their owner was not around. However, it was a responsible vine. After being a bit spoiled, it diligently observed the surrounding dangers. In less than 5 minutes, Bai Qi resolved that beast and returned to see LinLan waiting obediently, which eased his mind. This time he hunted a deer, just like yesterday. It looked well fed, which meant they could extract a lot of oil from it. Happy, he stored in his space, and the two continued on. This time their main goal was to hunt as many prey as possible. So they ignored small beasts like rabbits that they passed by. Although Bai Qi pointed out that it was just ahead, once they walked over, they realized that what they saw from afar might not be real. They had been walking for over 4 hours and had just crossed that mountain. It was almost dark. She finally understood why Bai Qi hadn't brought her over before. In such a far place, without any must-have specialties, and with beasts nearby, there was really no need to travel such a long distance. Standing at the mountaintop, LinLan looked down and felt it was like a small basin. There's a small stream down there. She pointed to a thin stream shimmering with silver light. Are we staying by that stream tonight? No, we're stopping halfway down the mountain. It's too far to get there today. Saying this, he led LinLan down the mountain along a familiar path. Have you been here before? Yes, the resources are richer here. Sometimes when I'm tired, I'll stay here for a while to rest. Daily fighting is exhausting. And here you can get food without too much effort. So I treat this place as a vacation spot. Why didn't you choose this place as your residence? LinLan looked at Bai Qi in confusion. This place was not worse than the valley, except that the valley only had one entrance. Looking down the mountain, Bai Qi's face was filled with melancholy. Although this place was good, if a person stayed too long in a comfortable place, they would lose their ambition. Although the conditions outside were harsher than here, it was a place to temper one's will and improve one's abilities. This world is fraught with danger. What we see now is merely a drop in the ocean. To survive in this world, one must continuously grow stronger to better adapt to it. LinLan fell silent. If the dangers they encountered now were just a drop in the ocean, then what was the outside world like? Could they survive? She still wanted to leave this place and search for traces of human life. After all, humans are social animals, even if the two of them lived well. It wasn't the same feeling. Please remember the original domain of this book, www.forxiaoxua.org. Mobile reading URL, WAP. Forxiaoxua.org. Chapter 67, Autumn Hunting. The two didn't speak again along the way, and the atmosphere felt a bit heavy. Bai Qi said the place was only half an hour's walk from the mountaintop, but the two, not in the right state of mind, felt they arrived at the cave in no time. This was a natural cave, not big but somewhat deep. Once inside, you could see traces that Bai Qi occasionally lived here. In one corner of the stone wall, there was a pile of ash from who knows when, and on the other side, dry grass was spread on the ground as a bed. It was clear that not many animals came here. The traces inside the cave had basically remained undisturbed. Entering the cave, Bai Qi skillfully picked up the dry grass to take it outside. Perhaps it had been a long time since anyone lived here. Many small bugs crawled out from under the grass as Bai Qi lifted it, quickly scurrying away. Before it got dark, LinLan joined Bai Qi outside to gather some dry branches and grass for bedding and cooking for the night. The vegetation here was very lush, and soon they found plenty nearby. When they returned, they discovered Bai Qi was already back, tidying up the weeds and loose stones outside the cave. After placing the firewood down, LinLan picked out some soft grass to lay aside, carefully spreading it evenly, and took out the fur she would use as a bedsheet. Laying it on top to try it out, it was quite soft. However, the cave was a bit cold. Sitting at a distance, LinLan lit a fire and waited for Bai Qi to return so they could start eating. Dinner was simple: corn pancakes and soup made with pickled meat and vegetables. They warmed themselves with a bowl, and it was already completely dark. Checking the time, it was only just 8 o'clock. With nothing to do, the two sat by the fire, and LinLan leaned against Bai Qi, comfortably nestled in his arms, playing with his long, strong hands, which were covered in calluses. She softly said, "I've been meaning to ask you, why do you always say this world is dangerous? The beasts you mentioned before don't seem to warrant such a statement." Bai Qi hugged LinLan closer and said, "I didn't want to tell you before because I once saw a beast flying in the sky, passing through here. The aura it emitted was so oppressive that it left no room for resistance." "What kind of beast?" "I'm not sure, but it looked like a snake with wings. I couldn't see much else. It was very strange. There's also another one that looks like a white tiger, which also has wings. Both of these beasts are enormous, especially the winged snake, which is gigantic. Wherever they go, All other beasts prostrate themselves on the ground, trembling. Even the beasts I mentioned before were afraid of these two kinds. I recalled the scene I witnessed and told LinLan. Then he continued, I've only seen those two kinds. I'm not sure if there are others. However, I feel that although such beasts are rare, this world definitely has more than just 2 or 3. Only he knew that when he first encountered that beast, the pressure it exerted was overwhelming, making him feel as if he had fallen into hell. If it weren't for the countless battles he had experienced on the battlefield, his mind would have long been shaken. Whether he could walk out of that shadow in the future remained uncertain. Leaning against Bai Chi's chest, LinLan gently stroked his big hand, offering silent comfort. She realized that this world was always filled with the unknown. Whenever she thought she had grasped the dangers and cruelty of this world, reality would slap her in the face. What kind of creature could even terrify Bai Chi? Although a bit worried, it is undeniable that she also expressed interest. If she gains the ability in the future, she must go and take a look to see if it is like in the novels or fantasy movies. All right, stop thinking about it. At least for now, our place is quite safe. Our strength is also improving. Who knows, maybe one day we can become top existences in this world. We should sleep now. We have to get up early tomorrow. I'll take you down to take a look. There are many fruit trees down there that you should like. To divert LinLan's attention, Bai Chi joked, not expecting that this statement would actually become a reality someday. Looking at the watch on his wrist, it was still early. Even if they had to get up early, there was no need to sleep this early. It was only 9 o'clock, still early. Don't you want to sleep? He looked down at the time on the watch, influenced by LinLan. He now followed the modern time division instead of the ancient terms. There was no way. He couldn't understand. Every time LinLan heard the time, she would mentally repeat the names of the ancient time divisions and then correspond them to the modern time, reacting extremely slowly. He looked up at Bai Chi and felt something was a bit off, but he still replied well, I don't want to sleep. Since you don't want to sleep, we can do something else. Saying this, he picked LinLan up and walked towards the bed. Seeing this action, LinLan immediately knew what Bai Chi wanted to do and struggled. I want to sleep. I haven't brushed my teeth or washed my face yet. Let me down. I need to wash up. It's fine. I haven't washed either. We'll wash together later. Since LinLan wants to sleep, let's sleep first. This little struggle was no more than a mosquito's buzz to General Bai, who easily held her down, placed her on the bed, and began his feast. In no time, LinLan, who was still struggling, became as soft as water, forced to endure it. Considering there were many things to do tomorrow, Bai Chi only indulged once before letting LinLan, who was about to faint, go. He kissed her cheek, which was damp with sweat, got up, took the warm water from the fire pit, pulled out a towel, casually wiped himself, and then used the hot water to wipe LinLan's body. In the wild, with limited conditions, they couldn't soak in a bath to relieve fatigue, so they could only wipe off casually. Intentionally adjusting the water to be a bit hotter, he cleaned the towel and gently wiped LinLan's face and body, treating her like a rare treasure. LinLan's skin was very good, fair and glowing like pearls, with a hint of blush, looking very healthy. Carefully wiping her cheeks, neck, and down her chest, he parted her legs and looked at the enticing pink area in between. Bai Chi swallowed discreetly, feeling himself swell again. The slightly hot water temperature was just right for this weather. Originally feeling drowsy from fatigue, LinLan was stimulated by the warmth and the familiar, comforting scent. As Bai Chi wiped her body, she quickly fell into a deep sleep. Enduring the painful swelling below, Bai Chi seriously wiped LinLan's body, and, after finishing, he held the already asleep LinLan in one arm, while using the other to smooth out the quilt that had been turned over, placing LinLan on top. Without the warm embrace, LinLan frowned in displeasure and curled up, goosebumps rising on her skin from the cold air. Worried that LinLan would catch a chill, Bai Chi quickly brought over a blanket and covered her with it. Without the intrusion of cold air, LinLan's brows finally relaxed. Naked, Bai Chi washed the towel clean, then lifted the blanket to lie down, feeling a rush of cold air as he entered. LinLan shiver. After waiting a few minutes for his body to warm up, he snuggled closer, wrapping around the equally naked LinLan. The soft feeling was like holding a piece of warm, smooth jade, although he felt familiar warmth swelling below. Bai Chi still nestled himself between LinLan's legs, falling into a painful yet blissful sleep. Bai Chi's biological clock was very punctual, almost synchronized with the dawn outside. If there were no special circumstances, he would wake up as soon as the sky started to brighten. Today was no exception. Just as the light outside began to shine into the cave, Bai Chi opened his eyes, looked at the sky, and decided to indulge himself this morning. Feeling the warm, fragrant body in his arms, Bai Chi sighed comfortably. No wonder it said that the gentle village is a hero's grave. With such warm and fragrant softness in his embrace, which hero could resist? He seemed to understand the thoughts of tyrants like SecuresJade and Shangzhou. Closing his eyes again, he relaxed his breathing. Though he couldn't sleep, it didn't prevent him from lying there with his eyes closed to rest. Outside, the sky gradually brightened, and various animals in the mountains began their activities for the new day. Unknown birds chirped incessantly in the trees, seemingly urging the animals in the forest to wake up early. After a long night of exhaustion and several hours of climbing the mountain the next day, LinLan found it hard to cope even with her recovering abilities. The birds chirped clearly from a nearby tree, echoing into the cave. But LinLan remained firmly in the land of dreams, unwilling to leave. When LinLan woke up, the sky outside was already bright. The birds were still chirping incessantly on the treetops, though it was unclear how many waves had changed. She was completely curled up in Bai Chi's arms, her relatively petite body fitting perfectly in his embrace. One of his hands wrapped around her waist while the other rested casually on her ample chest. The heat still made her blush even after a long time. The warm breath brushed against her head, and with her head resting on Bai Chi's arm, she felt like a natural furnace, making her reluctant to get up. She moved her body, and Bai Chi, who had not slept since morning, naturally felt it and tightened his hold on LinLan, saying, "You're awake. Do you want to sleep more?" "No more sleeping. I have to get up. It's so bright outside, and you didn't wake me." She pulled away Bai Chi's hand from her chest, preparing to get up and dress. "No, Rus. It's not too late for us to go now." He lifted the blanket, sat up, and first brought LinLan's clothes to her, skillfully helping her put them on, saying, "Stretch out your hands." After dressing LinLan, Bai Chi began to put on his own clothes. He took out the toothbrush and cup to prepare to brush his teeth. Just as he was about to start, Bai Chi, who was beside him, saw it and said, "Don't use cold water. You might catch a cold in this weather." "Wait a moment. I'll boil some water after I get dressed. It won't take long." "It's fine. I'm not that delicate." Ignoring Bai Chi, she took the cup and was about to pour water in her mouth. But Bai Chi snatched it away midway. "It won't take long. There's no need to rush right now." He set the blanket aside, gathered some firewood, cleared out the ashes from yesterday's stove, lit it, and motioned for LinLan to condense some water droplets. Obediently, she performed a spell and condensed more than half a kettle of water, giving Bai Chi a glance and muttering, "You love to meddle so much. I might as well just call you an old lady from now on." The author has something to say. This shouldn't be considered too suggestive, right? I hope it's not. Praying please remember the original domain of this book, www.forxiaoshua.org. Mobile reading URL, WAP. Forxiaoshua. Org Chapter 68 Autumn Hunting 3. This small basin was indeed as lush as they saw from above, with many small points moving leisurely in search of their food. According to the pattern, where there are many herbivores, there will also be relatively many carnivores. And in this other world, apart from a few exceptions, most follow this principle. Leisurely nibbling on the last bit of green grass before winter arrives, occasionally wagging its tail to drive away the bothersome mosquitoes, its ears twitching from time to listen to distant sounds. It certainly didn't want to be munching on food here while being eyed as a meal by others. This place is indeed nice. If it weren't for the residents in the valley, there would be a strong urge to settle down here. With eyes darting around, observing the animals, many of which it had seen before, but also some it had never encountered. Hearing LinLan's thoughts, Bai Chi smiled and said, "It's quite beautiful here now, but winter will be much harder." "Oh, why?" LinLan looked at Bai Chi with curiosity, waiting for him to explain. "There are many exotic beasts here, and correspondingly, there are more powerful ones than in other places. It often snows during winter, and it lasts a long time with heavy snowfall. Many animals can't find food, especially in the last 2 or 3 months, when competition becomes even fiercer. Under such circumstances, many usually solitary exotic beasts will cooperate to hunt. If we are here and get surrounded by a pack of exotic beasts, it's really uncertain whether we can escape." "Cooperate? Are they from the same species or not? How can they be so intelligent?" LinLan pondered. "If that's the case, the valley they live in must not be very safe either. It seems they need to think of a way." Reflecting on the exotic beasts it had seen since arriving in this world, they indeed had high intelligence, much higher than in the previous world. Some of these beasts were from the same species, while others were not, but one thing in common was that their combat power was quite similar. Moreover, the number of each cooperative team was not large, generally 4 or 5, and wouldn't exceed 7. Their place could only be considered relatively safe. As long as they guard the entrance of the valley and keep an eye on the carnivorous birds in the sky, it would still be better than other places. Seeing LinLan with a worried frown, Bai Qi patted her head and comforted her. It's okay. We will get through this winter together. After thinking for a moment, LinLan nodded vigorously, speaking with determination. I don't believe that during the apocalypse I could break through the zombie horde, and now with my improved skills, there is no reason for me to be worse off now. I wasn't afraid before. It's just a few small exotic beasts, no big deal. She encouraged herself. Yes, just a few small exotic beasts. LinLan will definitely handle it smoothly. Nodding in agreement with LinLan's words. Bai Qi's tone was even more resolute than LinLan's, which showed that what LinLan said was undoubtedly correct. Bai Qi's words made LinLan feel a bit shy. She pulled Bai Qi to move forward, pretending to be casual. Let us hurry up and not waste any more time. However, her slightly flushed earlobes betrayed her, making it clear to Bai Qi behind her. Although the awkward LinLan was quite cute, to avoid making her upset, Bai Qi thought it was better to change the topic as LinLan wanted. The two stood behind a bush, which was not high, only reaching LinLan's neck, so it didn't obstruct Bai Qi's view. Not far from them, a group of wild goats were leisurely grazing on the grass. Although wild goats didn't have special abilities, their horns were hard and strong enough to push intruders away by 2 or 3 meters. If not careful, they could even pierce a predator's belly, which LinLan had just seen. I didn't expect wild goats to be so powerful. I thought they had no special abilities and were just prey here, LinLan said casually while watching the exciting battle in the distance. Bai Qi, who had already gotten used to it, didn't have much reaction. He squeezed LinLan's hand and smiled. Here, no creature is weak. Like these wild goats, although they don't have special abilities, they have a pair of hard horns, and the tips of their horns are sharp. As long as they find the opportunity, the predator will not end well, just like that one. He pointed to the exotic beast that had just tried to hunt a wild goat, but ended up having its belly pierced by the wild goat's horns, with its intestines spilling out. This exotic beast resembled a dog, but was larger, acting alone rather than in packs. This beast could spit fireballs. Just moments ago, the wild goats, grazing peacefully, were suddenly attacked by fireballs, causing chaos and allowing the fire dog beast to take advantage of the situation. However, the exotic beasts that survived in this world were not simple. The wild goats quickly regained their composure under the leadership of their leader and effectively countered the fire dog beast. Most adult wild goats went to confront the fire dog beast, kicking with their hooves and finding opportunities to charge with their horns, forming a solid encirclement around the fire dog beast. The fire dog beast attempted several times to break through the encirclement towards the young wild goats, but was unsuccessful. Each time it used fireballs to attack and burned one wild goat, another would immediately take its place in the encirclement, not allowing the fire dog beast to escape. In the end, the fire dog beast exhausted its energy reserves and stamina from the wild goats. The leader of the wild goats, a robust black male goat with shiny fur, seized the opportunity and charged at the soft belly of the fire dog beast. With a pitiful cry, the leader's horns pierced through the fire dog beast's belly. As it lifted its head, LinLan seemed to hear the rip of the skin tearing, and the internal organs of the fire dog beast spilled out, blood flowing down the leader's horns. The victorious wild goats, led by their leader, left the area for a new location. The leader went to the riverbank, dipped its horns into the water to wash off the blood, and then elegantly shook its head, sending droplets flying before returning to the herd to continue grazing, as if the previous scene had no effect on them. The place of battle, with the scent of blood, attracted countless carnivores. The newcomers cautiously observed their surroundings while greedily devouring the remains of the fire dog beast until they were chased away by a stronger predator. The new arrivals then began to enjoy a delicious feast of fresh blood and meat. LinLan and Bai Qi stood there watching, feeling no emotional disturbance. Both had weathered many storms, and the scene before them evoked no discomfort. It was simply the law of nature. The fire dog beast was devoured in waves by the carnivores until only bones remained, which were licked clean. Even the weaker bones were chewed and swallowed by these sharp-toothed exotic beasts. This was the competition of nature. LinLan knew that it was even more brutal here than on Earth, with fiercer competition. Seeing LinLan silent, Bai Qi thought she was worried and squeezed her delicate hand tightly. LinLan turned her head in confusion to look at him, and he smiled at her. We want to end up like that. The fire dog beast met its fate for several reasons. First, it was weak among the exotic beasts with special abilities. It belonged to the bottom tier, yet its combat power was not weak. Second, its intelligence was not high, and it chose the wrong prey, only seeing the wild goats' deliciousness while forgetting their combat strength. Third, it acted alone while the wild goats outnumbered it significantly, with at least 20 in their group. Those are the reasons for the fire dog beast's demise. and we one team make those mistakes, so we can live better. There were some doubts, but then she immediately realized that this person was worried about not being able to adapt to the scene. LinLan couldn't help but smile wryly, reflecting on whether she had always played the role of the weak, needing protection since meeting him. However, it was indeed the case, ever since she met Bai Qi. Apart from special occasions when she would command the blood-sucking vines to help, she had never fought. She had talked to him about the brutality of the apocalypse, but only through words. He had never witnessed it firsthand, so of course he couldn't understand the environment where zombies eat people, animals eat people, plants eat people, and people eat people. Can someone who survives and thrives in such an environment really be that weak? She should really show him some videos of the apocalypse. But she hadn't saved any on her tablet. What was she thinking at the time? It seemed like seeing that scene every day was enough. Did she really need it stored on the tablet to admire it in her free time? Forget it. Let him think what he wants. Being a protected character isn't bad either. At least it feels good to have someone care and protect her. She squeezed Bai Qi's hand back, smiled at him, and nodded vigorously, saying, "Yeah, we want it up like that. We will definitely live well." Neither of them wanted to continue this topic. LinLan looked ahead at the groups of exotic beasts, some grazing leisurely like wild goats, some lying in the sun to fatten up, and some quietly lying in ambush, ready to pounce on unsuspecting prey to hunt for food. Which one should we choose? LinLan threw this question to Bai Qi, letting him decide. After all, he was much more familiar with these exotic beasts than she was, knowing which ones were tasty and which ones were easier to catch. Bai Qi had lived in this area for 7 years. He didn't know everything about these exotic beasts, but he had a good grasp of their characteristics and habits, about 70 to 80%. Soon, Bai Qi picked out a target, one they had caught before, which had decent combat power but was large in size, a deer-horned cow leisurely munching on grass ahead. Are you really going to choose this one? LinLan looked at Bai Qi in confusion. After all, the combat power of this deer-horned cow was quite weak, and they needed to conserve energy to avoid being suddenly attacked by other exotic beasts when they were exhausted. Well, this deer-horned cow is large, and right now, these exotic beasts are in good condition, well fed. The size of the deer-horned cow and its decent combat power means that few exotic beasts go back to hunt them. With less movement, their body fat is thicker, allowing them to produce more oil when cooked. Plus, the deer-horned cow tastes good, you like to eat it. In fact, that last reason was probably the most important one. Bai Qi was increasingly embodying the truth that as long as his wife was happy, everything was good. Upon hearing this, LinLan felt quite sweet inside, unable to keep a smile from spreading across her face. She gently nodded, indicating that she understood. The two stood there casually, and the surrounding exotic beasts noticed them but did not react like animals on Earth would when they saw humans. The carnivorous exotic beasts sensed Bai Qi's powerful combat ability, so none of them foolishly approached to seek death. Wait here. After saying this, Bai Qi took his sword and walked toward the deer-horned cow. There were 3 deer-horned cows in total, 2 large ones and 1 small one, with the 2 large ones protecting the small one, indicating they were a family. Drawing his sword, Bai Qi quickly struck. His sword had become increasingly faster, and taking advantage of the deer-horned cow's momentary unawareness, he thrust his sword into the neck of the adult male cow, causing blood to splatter immediately. However, the deer-horned cow was able to live so leisurely here, without being disturbed by carnivorous exotic beasts, because it had experienced countless battles. Even though it didn't react immediately, it still relied on its instinct and sense of danger to shift slightly, avoiding the deadly thrust. The sword missed its intended target and only pierced the right side of its throat. With a missed blow, Bai Qi immediately withdrew, and the 3 deer-horned cows reacted. The ground where Bai Qi had stood shifted, with dirt flying like stones, some as large as millstones and others as small as fists, falling around where Bai Qi had been standing. Bai Qi lightly tapped his toes amidst the rain of stones, dodging effortlessly. The undulating ground had no impact on him. While dodging, Bai Qi approached the deer-horned cows, channeling his true energy into the tip of his sword. He lightly thrust it, and the true energy left the sword tip, forming a sword light that quickly reached the injured deer-horned cow's forehead. A moment later, blood oozed from its forehead, and the massive deer-horned cow collapsed to the ground. The death of its partner drove the female deer-horned cow into a frenzy. It even abandoned its Earth-type abilities and madly charged at Bai Qi, attempting to trample him underfoot. Bai Qi quickly dodged as it approached, raising his sword to strike at it, but it was blocked by an earthen shield. By the time it landed on the deer-horned cow, it only added another wound to its body. The pain intensified the deer-horned cow's frenzy. Along with the flying stones, It kept attacking Bai Qi while avoiding his sword light. Meanwhile, its young one took full advantage of the situation, cooperating with its mother to create difficulties for Bai Qi. LinLan stood at a distance, observing Bai Qi's battle, the cooperation of the exotic beasts, their intelligence, and Bai Qi's precise use of power. Although Bai Qi seemed to be in a passive state, she knew he was constantly seeking an opportunity. As she carefully watched Bai Qi fight, she didn't notice the danger approaching her. Suddenly, LinLan felt a hint of danger. Relying on the perception of danger she developed during the apocalypse and her quick reflexes, she swiftly dodged to the side, discovering that a gray fox had appeared behind her without her noticing. The nearby bushes had been sliced through, with several branches cut down by sharp wind blades. After LinLan dodged, the fox did not immediately attack, but stood there, poised to strike at any moment. Its small black eyes fixed on LinLan as if searching for a flaw. LinLan looked at the gray fox in front of her, which was only slightly smaller than a wild wolf on Earth. Its sharp claws dug into the ground, and from the exposed claws, it was clear how sharp they were. LinLan believed that even if it didn't hit a fatal spot, being scratched by those claws would definitely result in serious injuries. With its tail raised, it looked ready to attack, its mouth occasionally opening to reveal sharp teeth, making threatening gurgling sounds. LinLan flipped her wrist and summoned the blood-sucking vines. As soon as the vines appeared, they sensed their master's danger. When LinLan placed them on the ground, they immediately took root, growing wildly. Dozens of long vine whips waved in the air. The wind fox, seeing a new enemy, halted its advance to observe the situation before deciding what to do. However, LinLan did not give it that opportunity. After releasing the blood-sucking vines, she immediately coordinated with them. The dozens of vine whips struck out, and the leaves were sharp as blades, whipping towards the direction of the wind fox. Sensing the danger, the wind fox quickly fled the area. As it left, the vine whips struck the ground, creating deep marks, and the grass nearby was shredded by the blade-like leaves, scattering everywhere. The wind fox, possibly due to its wind-type abilities, moved extremely quickly. In the blink of an eye, it reappeared not far away. The blood-sucking vines were very unhappy that they had not drawn anything bad, so they immediately retracted their whips, found the bad thing's figure, and struck again. The wind fox moved quickly, and the vines reacted just as well. Although it was only a juvenile, it was nurtured by LinLans with spirit power and often fed on blood and flesh, causing its abilities to grow rapidly. With a dozen whips coordinating with each other, it was almost as fast as the wind fox. Centered around LinLan, the wind fox and the vines formed shadowy figures, constantly changing directions. Taking advantage of the time when the vines were holding the wind fox, LinLan took out some plant seeds, which she had obtained from a flexible vine. Although it wasn't a mutated plant, its flexibility was comparable to some mutated plants. In just a moment, LinLan had already observed the wind fox's movement trajectory, took out over a dozen seeds, and quickly shot them into the area where the wind fox was active, while forming a spell with her hands, causing the vines from the seeds to slowly grow. The wind fox was entirely focused on the blood-sucking vines. While the vines struck at the wind fox also spat out wind blades, sharp gusts that struck the vines, immediately cutting deep marks. And the sharp leaves were occasionally sliced off from their stems by the wind blades. Since the blood-sucking vines couldn't move, they could only passively be struck by those sharp wind blades. And because of the wind fox's agility, its leaves were not cut by the wind fox. For now, the wind fox could only temporarily stay away from the blood-sucking vines and LinLan. Strange beasts have the best patience to capture a prey. They can lie in wait for a long time, and some can even lie in ambush for several days without eating or drinking. For a while, the blood-sucking vines and LinLan could hold on. If there were no follow-up measures, they would only be able to meet their end here today. The wind fox was cunning and understood this well, so was not in a hurry, merely wearing them down slowly. LinLan could also see the wind fox's thoughts, and she sneered inwardly. This strange beast was indeed very clever. However, since humans could reach such a level and stand at the peak of all beings, it indicated that one should not compare intelligence with humans. Even if there were no humans in this other world, this truth still applied. The wind fox was only focused on LinLan and the blood-sucking vines, not noticing the spots under its feet that blended with the grass, where many small vines were growing. However, even if it noticed, it wouldn't care, because such weak vines could be cut through by any of its wind blades and wouldn't even warn a glance. As LinLan's hand changed the spell gesture, taking advantage of the wind fox's inattention, the vines under its feet grew rapidly, quickly wrapping around the wind fox's legs, causing it to stumble. It was at this moment that LinLan rapidly changed her hand gestures. The surrounding vines, nourished by the wood's spirit power, grew rapidly. Following LinLan's commands to approach the wind fox, quickly wrapping around its body, and in the blink of an eye, the wind fox was tightly bound. The wind fox was caught off guard and struggled to stand up, but could not roll over due to the tight bindings. Spitting out wind blades could cut the vines on its body, but while cutting the upper vines, there were still those below, and by the time it cut the lower ones, LinLan had already commanded the vines to rewrap the upper ones. Seeing that the wind fox could not escape, LinLan directed the blood-sucking vines, which had stopped moving after she bound the wind fox, to use their sharp leaves to directly slit the wind fox's throat, promising that the wind fox's blood would belong to them, while LinLan only needed the skin. On the other side, Bai Qi had seen this when LinLan was attacked, but he was still being held back, unable to free himself for a moment. By the time he dealt with the two horned cattle, LinLan had already bound the wind fox, taking only 2 or 3 minutes. This was the first time he had seen LinLan fight seriously, and, as she said, she was indeed not weak, which made him feel much more at ease about LinLan's safety in the future. LinLan stored the wind fox, drained of blood by the blood-sucking vines, and quickly directed the vines on the ground to channel spirit power for rapid maturity, collecting the seeds, and seeing that Bai Qi had also finished his battle. She walked quickly over. "You're really fast," she said, smiling at Bai Qi as he stored the 3 large horned cattle into his space. "You're not slow either." He raised his hand to touch LinLan's hair, but was dodged by her in disdain. "Wash your hands before you touch me." After saying this, she cast a disdainful glance at Bai Qi's hands. "Let me check," he said, looking at his hands. "They're not dirty. I didn't get any blood on them. Still need to wash them. I saw you dragging the horned cattle's hooves and putting them all together." LinLan smiled. All right, I'll listen to you. Can you give me some water to wash my hands?" "Let's wait to wash. First, let's skin this wind fox. We aren't planning to eat the meat anyway, and keeping it would just take up space." She took out the wind fox and placed it in front of Bai Qi. Picking up the wind fox, she noticed its fur looked quite nice. It felt very smooth to the touch and was thick, making it good material for clothing. "This wind fox's fur is quite good. Let's search for more in the next few days. This would make excellent clothing." "Yeah, I was thinking the same, but I don't know where to find more." This one just happened to appear suddenly. The two arrived at the riverbank, and Bai Qi skillfully skinned the wind fox, resulting in a complete pelt. The meat was directly tossed aside. The surrounding strange beasts had long been accustomed to such battles, merely moving away from the war zone whenever there was a big commotion. Now that the fighting had ended, they began to slowly converge towards this side. Seeing those strange beasts eyeing the meat, it was believed that once they left, the wind fox's meat would be divided cleanly by these beasts, leaving nothing behind. The author has something to say. "Everyone, please support my new work because of Ewan's hard work." The introduction has a teleportation array. Please remember the first launch domain of this book, www.forxiaoshua.org, the mobile reading website of 4WAP. 4xiaoshua.org, Chapter 70. Autumn Hunting 5. The scenery in front was nice. Since the battle had just ended, LinLan decided to relax and stroll around. Bai Qi, of course, would not refuse LinLan's request, and the two began to wander in this beautiful little basin. If it weren't for the occasional hunting behavior of strange beasts happening around, the entire scene would be quite harmonious. This basin was lush with grass and trees, and there were plenty of aquatic plants and wild fruits. "Look," LinLan pointed to a pile of rocks ahead, where some vine plants were climbing over the rocks, bearing a kind of milky white fruit. LinLan was pulling Bai Qi's hand toward it. Following LinLan's tug, they walked forward. It was only about 100 meters away, and they reached it in a few steps. Upon arriving, LinLan let go of Bai Qi's hand and stepped forward to examine the fruit she had never seen before. Unfortunately, LinLan loved eating fruit the most, but those fruit trees had all been planted on her balcony, and she hadn't brought any into her space. So this time, she couldn't eat any of the fruits she had previously collected. She couldn't help but wonder who would end up with her fruits in the end. It was truly unfair. However, what comforted LinLan was that the fruits in this other world tasted quite good, no less than those improved varieties from before. And some even tasted better than the ones she had eaten before. Just like the one before her, the vines were haphazardly spread over the rocks. The fruit was milky white but crystal clear, as if one could see the shape behind the fruit. A cluster of them grew behind the leaves, and even the broad leaves couldn't hide them. Each fruit was about half the length of a finger, resembling grapes, but not as compact as grape berries. A cluster looked sparse, but had at least a dozen or so. After casting a detection spell, realizing it was non-toxic, LinLan confidently plucked one and put it in her mouth. With a bite, the fruit is juicy, fragrant, and sweet, with a hint of sourness that makes it quite unique, a taste I had never experienced before. I immediately picked a bunch, washed it, and handed it to Bai Chi, saying, "Try it. It tastes pretty good, not sour." Bai Chi was a bit afraid of sour things. Seeing LinLan looking at him expectantly, Bai Chi took one and indeed found it quite delicious. "I told you, you should eat more fruits regularly to maintain a balanced diet, but you never listened to me. You can have this bunch. I see there are many more here. Wait a moment, I'll pick some more." Seeing Bai Chi also say it was delicious, LinLan looked at him proudly, thinking, "I found this. How could it not be tasty? Let us just call these grapes for now." Although this bunch looks sparse, there are actually quite a few. LinLan set aside a space in her storage to store these grapes, thinking that she would have Bai Chi weave a basket to hold them. Otherwise, they might get crushed by the beasts. Watching LinLan happily pick grapes, and recalling how Bai Chi had just shown his prowess by helping her defeat the wind fox and was rewarded with a feast, the blood of higher-level beasts is more effective for the blood-sucking vines and thus more delicious. Along with the comfortable wood spirit energy, it was now eagerly helping LinLan pick grapes. If LinLan couldn't reach certain places, it would stretch its vine-like appendage to pull the grapevines closer, carefully avoiding damage to the grapes, allowing LinLan to pick more with less effort. Seeing such a servile scene from a certain pet, Bai Chi was furious. If he lived in modern times, he would feel like 1,000 alpacas were galloping past him, kicking up a cloud of dust. "That's my wife. Why are you trying to please her?" He was just about to ask LinLan if she was hungry when he saw this scene. Indeed, pets are the most annoying, especially one that tries every way to divide you from your pet, and often appears to disrupt moments when the two of them are alone doing things they both enjoy, right? "I'll help you pick. It'll be faster this way." He was determined not to let a certain pet win LinLan's favor. Even if it did, it should be him doing it, and that pet was better off staying in the storage. However, LinLan was unaware of Bai Chi's thoughts. In front of LinLan, Bai Chi didn't show it, and for LinLan, she could only see that as long as the blood-sucking vines were around. Bai Chi's interaction with it would increase, leading her to believe they had a good relationship. If Bai Chi knew this thought, he would really cry. "Didn't he eat much this morning? Are you hungry? What good is that pet? Even it can communicate with LinLan." Look, LinLan's energy was immediately drawn over. "So, that pet was absolutely not worth mentioning. I touched my belly and realized I was a bit hungry. Let us eat first. No one will pick the grapes left here. We can come back after eating." After thinking about it, I'd already picked quite a few, and since these grapes could stay here for a long time, it was clear that the beasts here didn't like them much. It would be too late to come back in the afternoon. "All right, let us eat." The blood-sucking vine, still happily curling around the grapevines, received LinLan's instruction and immediately shrank. Before Bai Chi could react, it swiftly wrapped around LinLan's body, rubbing against her for a reward. I smiled and patted the vine that was rubbing against me, transferring some wood spirit energy until it could absorb no more. The satiated vine lazily rubbed against LinLan as if it were asleep, ignoring Bai Chi, who was glaring at it. Bai Chi was furious. Back in Qin, who would dare oppose him? Even when children cried, adults would scare them with, "If you cry, General Bai Chi of Qin will come and take you away." Yet here, he was being so blatantly ignored by a little pet, which climbed on a LinLan's body when he wasn't paying attention, and it didn't even respond when he glared at it. This was simply intolerable. The once great general was increasingly losing his military demeanor. However, to maintain a good impression in front of LinLan, our general Bai Chi swallowed his anger, thinking, "Just wait. I'll find a chance to have LinLan lock you into storage." He found a flat spot with low grass nearby, close to the river for easy water access. He picked up some stones from the side and stacked them to create a stove. LinLan took out pots and other items from her storage, arranging them one by one while asking, "What are we eating today?" The only vegetables available were bok choy and baby napa cabbage. The others were too much trouble to prepare, and LinLan was too lazy to bother. As for the meat, it was the salted meat she had brought from home. However, LinLan looked at the salted meat with some disdain. Eating it occasionally was fine, but eating it every day made her feel nauseous. Was this what they meant by easier from simplicity to extravagance? Harder from extravagance to simplicity? During the apocalypse, let alone salted meat. Even eating worse would make everyone cry tears of joy if they could have it every day. Sigh. Just as Bai Chi finished stacking the stove, he saw LinLan frowning and sighing while holding a piece of salted meat. He walked over carefully, ensuring not to touch her clothes, and asked, "Why are you suddenly unhappy?" LinLan held up the salted meat, looking troubled, and said, "Why is it that after just a few days of eating salted meat, I feel like I have no appetite?" back during the apocalypse, let alone salted meat. Even worse would be fine as long as it was meat, and we could eat it every day. But now I'm worried about eating salted meat every day. This shouldn't be the case, but I really don't want to eat it anymore. Originally wanting to put down the piece of salted meat. But seeing her hands were dirty, she had to give up and said, "Then don't eat it. I'll go catch you something fresh." There were too many beasts here to deal with the large ones in her storage, so if she wanted fresh meat, she could only look for smaller ones, like wild chickens or rabbits. Bai Chi twitched his lips and lowered the hand holding the salted meat. Wouldn't he spoil her if he went hunting again just because she didn't want to eat salted meat? However, after thinking about it, he still gave up, leaning against Bai Chi and saying, "Forget it if I can't hold on now. What will I do in winter? Winter lasts 6 months. No, I can't think about it anymore. Thinking about it will really give me a toothache. 6 months. Not only is it inconvenient to go out and stay in the valley all day, but I'll also have to bundle up like a ball and go without fresh meat for 6 months. The only phrase to describe it would be, there's no end to suffering." Stealing a kiss on my lips, I said, "In winter, we can freeze fresh meat with ice. Although the taste won't be as good as fresh, it won't spoil at that temperature, which is better than eating salted meat. When we go back, I'll dig a big pit by the pond, and when it starts to freeze in winter, I'll fill it with water. That will be convenient." "All right, how'd I not think of that? I'll do it when we get back." Solving a big problem, a smile returned to LinLan's face. And even the salted meat she had previously disliked seemed more appetizing. But thinking about the fresh meat issue being resolved, she suddenly remembered the smoked meat and cured meat she had eaten at a farmer's house in the south. Although she hadn't made it in a long time, she could try it once they returned to the valley. Seeing LinLan happy again, Bai Chi also felt pleased. "You wait here for a moment. I'll go hunt some prey." The prey in the storage was too big. It wasn't easy to deal with here. He would go hunt some smaller ones. "On the way here, I saw some wild rabbits and wild chickens." "You haven't eaten wild chicken for a long time, have you?" Thinking of the delicious wild chicken, LinLan's mouth began to salivate. Bai Chi saw her like this and knew she wanted to eat, so he smiled and said, "You wait here, I'll be back soon." After saying that, he picked up the iron sword beside him and swiftly dashed into the woods. In no time, Bai Chi's figure disappeared among the trees. After he left, LinLan, having nothing to do, played with the blood-sucking vine in her hand and idly surveyed the scenery around her. She had to admit that this was indeed a great vacation spot, with mountains and water and pleasant views. If it weren't for those ferocious, exotic beasts, it would be a perfect picture. However, the fierce beasts weren't a big deal, as long as they didn't disturb her. She could treat this place like a live version of Animal Planet, though it wasn't as vast as the African savanna. Standing by the water's edge, LinLan boredly watched the plants in the water, which resembled reeds. They were probably often visited by exotic beasts, as they were trampled and somewhat disordered, many having fallen into the river, letting the water wash over them. From a distance, the river didn't seem very wide, but up close it looked quite decent, and it was deep. LinLan estimated that the deepest part could reach her shoulders. Just as LinLan was carefully observing the river, a palm-sized fish leaped from the water not far from her, making a graceful move. However, it wasn't very lucky, as it jumped right into the patch of fallen reeds, which were submerged below the water's surface, with just enough water to barely cover half of the fish's body. This half of the water could sustain the fish's life, but left it unable to move, struggling in place. "Hee, this fish is quite amusing." LinLan observed the fish's struggles with great interest. It was her first time seeing such a situation. Could it mean that there were too many fish in this river, and this one was squeezed out of living space, preparing to live on the reeds? Feeling amused by the fish, LinLan was about to get up to catch it when a small figure swiftly darted across the water surface. In a flash, the silly fish disappeared. Not far away, a black exotic beast, resembling a squirrel but about 20 to 30 centimeters long, sat on the bank, holding the silly fish in its mouth and watching her warily. LinLan took a few steps to the side, indicating that she wouldn't compete with it. Only then did the little exotic beast relax, lowering its head to bite into the fish with its small yet sharp teeth. This exotic beast had a knack for eating fish. It started from the fish's tail, only consuming the meat while leaving the fins intact. After it finished, only the fish bones and head remained, with the fins and tail still nicely in place. After eating, it licked its paws contentedly and quickly left. Seeing its skilled actions, LinLan understood that encountering a silly fish wasn't a rare occurrence. Such things happened frequently here. Once the little exotic beast left, LinLan returned to her original position but didn't sit down. Instead, she crouched there, parting the reeds and discovering that there were indeed quite a few fish at the bottom, none smaller than the one she had just seen. She woke the blood-sucking vine, which was still sleeping, or rather, absorbing energy, and made it grow larger. The vine automatically wove itself into a net and silently extended downwards. The blood-sucking vine obediently followed her command, and when it first reached into the water, the fish instinctively sensed danger and swam away quickly. After a while, seeing that no danger was present, they returned to their previous spot. At that moment, LinLan gave the command, and the blood-sucking vine fully demonstrated its speed. With a whoosh and a splash, the vine net quickly emerged from the water's bottom, bringing with it a net full of lively fish. Looking at the net full of lively fish, LinLan happily patted the blood-sucking vine and said, "You've absorbed too much energy today. I'll keep track of it for you, and once you've digested what you've absorbed today, I'll give you some more." Hearing LinLan's words, the blood-sucking vine surprisingly nodded. Actually, it was the tip of the vine and leaves that bobbed. With a whoosh, it shrank back and wrapped around LinLan, dampening her clothes with its wet vines. Fortunately, her clothes were made of fur and were waterproof. LinLan generously expressed that she didn't mind the blood-sucking vine wetting her clothes, as it had just achieved a great feat, even if it was just catching fish. Happily counting the fish on the ground, there were a total of 7, varying in size, with the largest being as long as 2 palms and the smallest over a palm's length, all flopping around on the ground. Using nearby reed leaves, she twisted them into a rope and threaded the fish through their mouths and gills, carrying the 7 fish to a shallower spot. While walking, she thought to herself that the blood-sucking vine was truly versatile. Not only could it act cute and adorable, but it could also fight to protect its master and even catch fish and rabbits. Taking out a basin and a knife for cleaning the fish, she skillfully scaled them and removed their innards. This skill was something she had practiced when she first arrived in this strange world by the seaside. LinLan worked quickly, and in no time, she had prepared the fish. Just as she approached the stove with the fish, she saw Bai Chi returning, carrying 4 wild chickens. Sitting on a stone with his chin resting on his knees and arms wrapped around his legs, LinLan looked at the tall and handsome Bai Chi, dressed in leather. One hand holding his ever-present sword, and the other carrying 3 colorful and 1 gray wild chicken. He walked with an upright posture, his gaze sharp, exuding an air of a great general. For some reason, LinLan found this scene very amusing, and she couldn't help but let out a laugh. "What's wrong?" Bai Chi approached and saw LinLan laughing heartily, looking somewhat puzzled. He noticed the 7 fish in the basin, but even if she had caught fish, it shouldn't be enough to make her laugh so joyfully, as if something funny had happened. "Nothing, nothing," she straightened up, waving her hand and shaking her head. She couldn't say that Bai Chi looked very imposing, very much like a great general. However, the sight of this great general carrying a few wild chickens suddenly struck her as very funny. Seeing her like this, Bai Chi knew that she was definitely not saying there was nothing wrong. But he didn't ask because he could sense that the reason for her laughter was definitely related to him. He decided to act as if he didn't know and raised the wild chickens in his hand, saying, "Today I had good luck and found 4 wild chickens in the woods, enough for our lunch, so I didn't search for rabbits. Wild chickens are great, just right since I caught a few fish. Now we have enough for dinner as well." As he spoke, he started boiling water to scald the chicken feathers. He took out some pine mushrooms from his space. There were plenty of pine trees on the mountain, so these mushrooms were easy to find. He found a few large leaves nearby, placed the fish on top, cleared out the basin, and began washing the pine mushrooms by the river, while Bai Chi took the wild chickens to the riverbank to bleed them out. "Let's eat 2 of them for lunch, one with pine mushrooms and the other as beggar's chicken." After speaking, he looked at Bai Chi. "Okay." He handed the prepared 2 to LinLan to store in her space. For the remaining 2, one was chopped into pieces and placed in water to stew, while LinLan found a few large leaves to wrap the chicken. However, the large leaves here weren't that big, so she used several to wrap it properly, tied it with thin vines from around, covered it with mud, and dug a hole under the stove to place it inside, covering it with soil so that when they finished cooking, it would be just right to dig out. Once the chicken was ready, LinLan pointed at the fish on the leaves and asked, "How do we prepare this? What do you want to do with it?" Bai Chi, who was adding firewood to the stove and keeping an eye on the flames, asked. LinLan was truly confused by the question. She knew many ways to cook, like steaming, frying, pan-frying, and roasting, but the ingredients were incomplete. It seemed like the only options were roasting and making soup, neither of which she particularly wanted. She really missed the taste of braised fish. But never mind, given the limited conditions, and besides, she didn't have those sauces like soy sauce and vinegar. Nor did she know how to make them. "Let's just roast it. There's chicken soup to drink, but without the other ingredients, it wouldn't taste good." Nodding, Bai Qi rubbed salt inside and outside the fish, added some spices made from star anise and Sichuan peppercorns, found a stick to skewer it, and began roasting it over the fire. Actually, he didn't understand many other cooking methods. In their time, most meals were boiled or roasted. He had never seen so many ways to cook. With fewer choices, there was no need to be conflicted. He only learned about stir-frying after meeting LinLan. Here, it's done. The roasted fish was ready quickly. However, when Bai Qi handed the freshly roasted fish to her, it was very hot. LinLan cautiously took a bite, sucking in her breath as she watched Bai Qi roast the second fish. Seeing LinLan's reaction, Bai Qi laughed and said, "Take your time eating. It won't feel good if you burn your mouth." After sucking in her breath and noticing the fish was no longer too hot, she swallowed and said, "It's fine. But Bai Qi, your skills are getting better and better. If we could return to the original world, even if you don't become a general, opening a restaurant would be great." LinLan's words made Bai Qi's hand, which was flipping the fish, pause for a moment. Then he continued roasting as if it hadn't affected him. His voice was somewhat muted as he asked, "Do you think there's still hope for us to return to the original world?" Just now, his originally calm heart trembled slightly. It turned out he wasn't as indifferent about his fate as he thought. "I don't know." LinLan looked blankly at the burning fire, holding a dry branch and unconsciously drawing on the ground. In modern times, there was a theory about parallel spaces proposed, but no one could prove it. Now that we can come here, it means that parallel spaces do exist, and there must be a place on the other end connected to the previous world. We just don't know if the connection points will change, or if we can open the door of time and space. If we could go back, would you go back? Bai Qi looked at LinLan calmly, wanting to know what she really thought, whether she would return or stay with him. Burying her head between her knees and hugging her legs, she spoke in a muffled voice, "I really don't know. Our time spans over 2,000 years, but you only came here 7 years earlier than me. Although the time you experienced is already past history for me. We don't know if our time is the same or parallel." After saying this, she lifted her head to look at Bai Qi seriously and continued, leaving aside whether the conditions for going back can be met, whether there are requirements for the location, and whether the connection points will change. "Let's talk about whether our times are parallel or the same. If it's parallel, will we return to our own times, or—" LinLan glanced at him and stopped speaking, but they both understood what it meant. If it were the same, it would mean that the time difference between the two spaces was not the same. "I've been here for about half a year now. During this half year, who knows how long has passed in that world? I don't know if I should gamble on whether I can really travel through time and space back to the familiar world. Let's remember this book's original domain, www.forxiaoshua.org. Mobile reading site, WAP, forxiaoshua.org. If there really comes a day in the future when we can go back, would you go back with me?" Bai Qi looked at her, even though he was afraid to look, worried she would refuse. However, his pride wouldn't let him avoid the question. His hand, which had been tracing the ground, paused, and he silently threw the branch away before saying, "I don't know, really. Although that end of the world has many downsides, it is still the world I'm familiar with." Without needing to say much, Bai Qi understood what she meant and continued flipping the fish in his hands, remaining silent. LinLan didn't know what to say either, staring at the pot that had already begun steaming and bubbling, occasionally adding 2 sticks of firewood to the stove. She knew what Bai Qi wanted to hear, but could she really abandon that world? LinLan didn't understand. That world wasn't good. Life was always under threat. With zombies and mutated plants and animals still unresolved, human rights degraded, and morality shattered. That society had become one that completely respected the strong. The only ones who cared about her in that society were probably the Eagle people, but they had their own lives. They treated her well, but she also understood that in their hearts, there were many people more important than her, like their family, their loved ones, and their teammates. LinLan. In that society, you really failed as a person. She despised herself. In that society, it was hard to find anyone who would put her first. She glanced at Bai Qi, what if it were him? Would he consider her the most important person, always putting her first? If so, even if she followed him, she could still live well, even if that society was unfamiliar and uncomfortable for her. Suddenly raising her head and looking seriously into his eyes, she said, "Maybe I would go back with you." Turning her head, she met those dark, bright eyes, filled with sincerity, not just brushing her off. Bai Qi didn't know how to respond next. He had already lost hope, based on the daily details of living with LinLan. He could sense her rejection of his living environment. Some of her actions or words silently aimed to change his thoughts. From LinLan's words, he couldn't clearly grasp her living environment or educational views, but he could feel they were very different from his. He hadn't expected LinLan would actually consider going back with him, which made him very happy. Although they were usually close, occasional expressions reminded him that LinLan didn't trust him as much as he imagined. This time, her willingness to return with him might indicate that she was learning to trust him. Let's not talk about such a heavy topic. We might not even be able to go back anyway. Right now, we can't go back. Seeing Bai Chi's expression, LinLan immediately shifted the topic. I wanted to hear what he would say next. Your fish is going to burn. Eating is the priority now. You eat the burnt one. Her face slightly flushed as she turned her head away from him. A low, sexy voice sounded, making LinLan, who was already a bit flushed, even redder. Today, they had gathered enough information, and Bai Chi knew he couldn't push her any further. He believed that gradually, over time, LinLan would eventually show her true feelings to him. He handed her the best roasted fish, while he actually ate the burnt one, glancing at LinLan with each bite. His gaze made LinLan think inappropriately. Initially, she wanted to stop him from eating, but she turned her face away and stopped looking at him. Forget it. This guy's immune to everything. It's just burnt fish. It won't kill him. LinLan bit into the fish in her hand, treating it as if it were Bai Chi's flesh. The chicken in the pot was almost done. LinLan took it off the fire, found a thicker branch, and poked at the fire pit, digging out a large clump of mud from underneath, tossing it to Bai Chi, who with a haughty snore said, "Open this." In a good mood, she took the hot clump of mud, struck it with the sheathed sword, applying precise force that didn't harm what was inside. With a crack, the mud split open, revealing the leaves and intertwined vines that had been steamed to perfection inside. She placed it on the table, opened the now soft vines, and slowly peeled away the mushy leaves, exposing the tender chicken that emitted an enticing aroma. Unable to resist, LinLan tore off a wing and stuffed it in her mouth, ignoring the heat. As for who else would eat, she had completely forgotten about Bai Chi in her sulking mood. Bai Chi, who was overlooked, kindly took a bowl and served LinLan some chicken soup. The delicious chicken aroma combined with the special scent of pine mushrooms. LinLan took a sip of the soup and a bite of the beggar's chicken, not even touching the prepared corn cakes. Nearby, the strange beasts also caught the alluring scent and were eager to approach, but due to the unfamiliar aroma and the bloody scent from Bai Chi, which carried hints of killing intent, they felt pressured by his presence and merely observed from a distance, not daring to come closer. After a satisfying meal, LinLan put down her bowl and began directing, "You wash the dishes, then go hunting. I'll go pick grapes." "All right, just pick here, don't wander too far." Leaving Bai Chi to clean up, LinLan returned to the rocky area to harvest the remaining grapes. From the angle LinLan first approached, the rocky area didn't seem very large, but when she got closer, she found it was quite spacious. The grapevines were not only in this rocky area, there were also many nearby, which made LinLan very happy. She decided to leave all the hunting to Bai Chi for the time being, believing that those who can work more should do more, while she focused on picking grapes. They had been here for 3 days, and it must be said that Bai Chi was quite efficient. The entire space was almost filled with the strange beasts he had hunted. There were large ones like antler cattle and smaller ones like wild rabbits and chickens. The hunting goals had nearly been achieved. In the evening, sitting by the fire, LinLan comfortably leaned against the temperature-regulating human heater Bai Chi, looking at the space filled with the beasts she had stuffed, and said, "The space is almost full. Let's hunt one more day tomorrow and head back the day after." "All right, our haul isn't small this time. When winter comes and the water starts to freeze, we can go out and hunt again. It should be enough for our needs this winter." The strange beasts were all hunted by Bai Chi, and he kept track of the numbers. "Next time, you go out by yourself, just don't wander too far. Stay near the valley. I need to make some winter clothes. These I have now one tea last through winter." Thinking about her wardrobe, LinLan couldn't help but sigh. At her turtle-like pace, she estimated she wouldn't be able to finish making clothes in time if she did nothing else. "All right, it's getting colder now. You should stay home," Bai Chi said, touching LinLan's slightly cold hand. "Okay, we need to sleep now. We have to wake up early tomorrow." Saying this, he extinguished the fire and led LinLan to their bed, leaving behind the smoldering fire that continued to provide warmth. Having gotten used to living in a house, LinLan found it a bit uncomfortable to stay in a cave. The next morning, she was awakened by the cold wind blowing in from the cave entrance. The cold wind mixed with damp moisture made her shiver, prompting her to burrow into Bai Chi's embrace, burying her face in his arm to avoid any cold air. Ultimately, unable to withstand the cold air seeping in through the cracks, LinLan huffed and crawled out of Bai Chi's arms. Bai Chi handed her some warm clothes while he put on a slightly cold outfit himself. "It's so cold. I really miss my not-so-big but warm little house, even if the heating bill was exorbitantly high," she lamented while dressing, reminiscing about her comfortable past. Knowing LinLan was talking about her previous life, Chi chimed in, "Just hold on a bit longer. Once we get back tomorrow, I'll chop more firewood and the fire in the house will keep burning. So it won't be so cold. It's fine. I'm just reminiscing. The current temperature is okay." LinLan, wrapped in 2 layers of leather, chuckled and began to boil water for washing up and breakfast. After breakfast, the two returned to that small basin. Over the past few days, the strange beasts that had been eager to hunt them had all disappeared under Chi's sword. Some they only took the skins from, while the meat was left for other beasts, and some were now safely lying in LinLan space, waiting to become a delicious meal in the future. The strange beasts here were not foolish. They understood that Chi and LinLan were formidable characters they couldn't provoke and kept a respectful distance, with no one foolish enough to come over looking for trouble. However, the consequence of this was that many beasts had fled to a distance, fearing Chi's hunting prowess, which forced him to venture farther out to hunt. "You go ahead, I'll finish picking the grapes here. The beasts have been scared off by you, so they won't come over," LinLan said to Chi, who looked a bit worried. After thinking for a moment, she realized that no strange beast had come since yesterday, and reassured him, "All right, just be careful. This is still the wild." She took out the blood-sucking vine to keep watch around her while pulling at the distant grapevines. "Got it. You go ahead. I'll be careful. Don't forget, even though I don't often fight and can't compare to you, I'm not weak either." Waving her off, Chi urged her to hurry, saying they needed to finish quickly to return home sooner. "All right, I'm off. Be careful. I'll be nearby." Today, he was heading to a place that was a bit far from here, making him uneasy about leaving LinLan alone, so he kept reminding her. Chapter 73. Autumn Hunt 8. Chi went off to hunt in a distant place while LinLan stayed behind to pick the remaining grapes among the rocks. Her goal today was to harvest all the grapes and cut some vines to take back for planting. However, no matter how safe it felt here, it was still the wild, and she was unsure what kind of strange beasts might appear. LinLan didn't want to be reckless, so she obediently took out the blood-sucking vine to keep watch while she pulled at the distant grapevines. As she happily picked grapes, LinLan and the blood-sucking vine inadvertently ventured into the nearby woods. Suddenly, they heard a loud, angry "awoo" in the distance, startling LinLan and making her hands tremble. She quickly looked up. To her shock, a gray bear, at least 4 meters tall, was charging toward her, growling angrily as it ran. The bear was genuinely furious. It was just a little late returning home, and who knew it would find something taking its food? Since the grapevine was discovered, it has belonged to it. The strange beasts here do not dare to touch a single grape above, and this time, it just happened to arrive late due to some matters, only to find that its delicious grapes had been picked by this tiny creature, which was unbearable for the bear. If other bears found out that its food had been robbed by such a small thing, they would definitely mock it to death. No, it cannot be laughed at. It still wants to pursue that beautiful female bear, and it must make this tiny creature pay the price. Otherwise, that beautiful female bear will surely despise it and refuse its proposal. The thought of being hated by the female bear it has liked since childhood hit the bear hard, and its previous dislike for LinLan increased from 10 to 12 points. Watching the angry bear charge towards it, eyes fixed on the delicious grapes in her hand, LinLan wondered if it was as she thought. Could it be that the reason no strange beast dared to touch these delicious grapes was because they had an owner, and the owner's combat power was not weak, rather than there being no strange beasts that appreciated their taste? Thinking of the 2 bears she had seen playing bumper cars at Salt Lake, LinLan felt a toothache. How unlucky she was to encounter this bear. She was about to leave tomorrow, but ran into the owner of the grapes today. What kind of fate was this? If it weren't for the absence of a certain organ, LinLan would have thought she was going to die from frustration. However, backing down at the moment was not her style. She quickly put the grapes into her space, and the nearby blood-sucking vines sensed the atmosphere of battle, rapidly growing and waving their tendrils to challenge the bear. LinLan took out seeds from her space and quickly shot them towards the bear's path. The seeds landed on the ground, quickly taking root and sprouting. And as the bear passed by, those vines wrapped around its massive body with all their strength, preventing it from moving forward. With a sudden owl, the bear stumbled as it tripped over those annoying vines that had entangled it, and the vines on the ground obeyed LinLan's command, rapidly wrapping around the bear's massive body, trying to bind it tightly. The bear's strength was vastly different from that of the wind fox. These vines that had restrained the wind fox effortlessly were no match for the bear. With a single movement, the bear broke free from the vine's grasp and continued charging towards LinLan, realizing that those flexible vines could only hold the bear for 2 seconds, and the vines entangled around it were easily shaken off. LinLan's expression became serious. She immediately rummaged through her space, took out a large handful of vine seeds, scattered them to the side, and infused them with spirit power to encourage rapid growth, hoping they could hold the bear for a while. Meanwhile, she quickly retreated. As long as she got out of the woods and found by Chi, this bear would have a chance to stop. The brief skirmish had made her understand that this bear was not something she could defeat now. Seeing that the tiny creature actually dared to run away instead of standing there obediently for it to vent its anger, the bear was extremely furious. Plus, there were so many annoying plants in its way hindering its pursuit of the tiny creature, which further enraged the bear. Making its eyes turn red and a flash of earthy light appeared in its palms, unnoticed by LinLan, who was running towards Bai Chi. Instinctively sans signe danger, LinLan dodged to the side, but unexpectedly, that thing was faster than her. Before she could move away, it collided with her body, causing LinLan to stagger and nearly fall to the ground. She quickly steadied herself and glanced at what had bumped into her, only to find it was a clump of dirt about the size of 2 fists. Now she couldn't care less about how this clump of dirt came to be, because she sensed more danger approaching from behind. LinLan stide hersai took out a handful of seeds from her space and scattered them behind her, regardless of their combat power, urging the wood spirit power within her body to surge towards those seeds. Hoping they could trip that bear for a while. Bang, bang, bang. The blood-sucking vines behind LinLan helped block numerous attacks, but couldn't stop them all. Many still landed on her, causing her considerable injury. Just as she had run out for a short distance, the clump of dirt quickly shot over and collided with LinLan, directly sending her flying. Struggling to suppress the turmoil in her chest and forcing down the metallic taste in her throat, LinLan attempted to get up and run forward again. But her body felt powerless, lying there. It seemed she had truly sustained serious injuries this time. The blood-sucking vines anxiously waved behind her, blocking numerous flying dirt clods and pulling her forward, while the bear relentlessly pursued her, its paws flinging about as dirt clods continuously flew towards her. Channeling her spirit power, she made the wood spirit power circulate through her body, finally regaining some strength. Enduring the pain in her chest, she got up from the ground and continued running forward. In the distance, Bai Chi slashed through the throat of a longhorned deer with his sword. Blood splattered across the ground before him, and the longhorned deer collapsed, kicking up a cloud of dust. Shaking the blood off his sword and sheathing it, he walked over to grab the longhorned deer and tossed it aside. This area was already piled with 3 prey, and with this one, there would be 4, waiting for LinLan to come over and store them in her space. Aiming for the next target, Bai Chi stepped forward, but just as he took a step, he suddenly fell to panic, as if something were about to happen. Suddenly remembering LinLan not far away, he narrowed his eyes and looked up, only to find he could no longer see LinLan's figure. Feeling anxious, he dropped the prey and ran towards that direction. When he arrived, he found LinLan with blood at the corner of her mouth, running toward him, while behind her, dirt clods were flying chaotically, and the blood-sucking vines were waving their tendrils, helping her fend off the attacks of those dirt clods, but still, some managed to hit LinLan. With a fierce gaze, he looked at the bear that was still relentlessly pursuing her not far away. Its palms were still flickering with earthy light, clearly showing whose handiwork those dirt clods were. With a leap, he swiftly dashed in front of the bear, drew his long sword, infused it with true energy, and swung it down hard at the bear. Ow! Came a cry of pain as Bai Chi's sword struck the bear's shoulder, cutting deep enough to see bone. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, and in pain, the bear immediately abandoned its pursuit of the tiny creature and focused all its attention on this tiny creature that had injured it. This bear was indeed a high-defense strange beast. If it had been any other strange beast, Bai Chi's full force strike would have at least severed its entire arm. But this bear only showed bone and wasn't seriously injured. After delivering a blow, Bai Chi immediately dodged, carefully observing the bear's movements as true energy circulated within his body. Having run far away, LinLan suddenly felt the attacks behind her cease, and her footsteps came to a halt. Just now, she seemed to have seen a figure flash by, which looked like Bai Chi. The vines on her body, seeing LinLan stop and her body start to fall, quickly burrowed into the ground, rooted themselves, and grew larger to catch LinLan, preventing her from falling to the ground. Leaning against the blood-sucking vines, LinLan put all her strength into them, breathing deeply while turning to look back at the direction she had come from. At this moment, Bai Chi was already engaged in battle with the bear. Standing before the bear's massive body, Bai Chi's nearly 2-meter figure seemed somewhat small, but he was agilely running around the bear, attacking its head from directions it couldn't defend against. The bear had mastered its earthy abilities very well. Although Bai Chi's speed was quick, he occasionally got hit by those flying dirt clods, and the ground was in a quicksand state, requiring him to be careful every time he landed, as it was easy to get stuck in the quicksand if he wasn't cautious. With her internal injuries slightly healed and the sharp pain gone while walking, LinLan walked back with the blood-sucking vine. She noticed that Bai Chi's combat ability was even slightly worse than that of the bear. Just as LinLan thought, Bai Chi was currently in a stalemate with the bear, with neither able to gain the upper hand for the time being. However, the bear's stamina was far superior to Bai Chi's, and if things continued this way, unless Bai Chi fought to the point of mutual destruction, it would be difficult to kill the bear. When LinLan arrived, both Bai Chi and the bear noticed her. The bear, eager to deal with the small creature that dared to steal its food, was held back tightly by Bai Chi and had to eliminate this bothersome little being first. Bai Chi was anxious. He hadn't expected LinLan to return, but there was no time to tell her to leave quickly. He wanted to finish off the bear as soon as possible. LinLan also noticed Bai Chi's condition. With a flip of her hands, she took out a handful of seeds from her space and scattered them in the area where they were fighting. She pinched a spell, causing the seeds to sprout immediately, intertwining their roots so Bai Chi could step on them without having to worry about where to place his feet. The blood-sucking vine, unable to wait any longer, sensed the delicious blood within the bear and wanted to rush over for a feast, but it couldn't move without LinLan's command. After receiving her instruction, it rushed forward eagerly, its tendrils dancing as it worked in perfect harmony with Bai Chi. The slender needles found the opportunity to insert themselves into the bear's wounds and suck up its blood. Although each time it took only a small amount, it still caused some trouble for the bear, preventing it from concentrating on Bai Chi. LinLan's hands moved quickly, a green halo enveloping them, giving her a somewhat sacred appearance. The plants beneath her feet continued to grow, their roots tightly entwined, allowing Bai Chi to step on them with confidence. They found opportunities to occasionally entangle the bear's steps, disrupting its massive movements. The blood-sucking vine, seizing the moment, would insert its thick straw-like needle into the bear's wounds and suck greedily before retreating as soon as the bear moved. Meanwhile, when the bear's attention was drawn away by the blood-sucking vine and the vines at Bai Chi's feet, Bai Chi struck the bear's body fiercely, focusing his attacks on its head. The bear, continuously harassed and injured, became completely enraged, letting out a roar as its entire body became enveloped in thick earth elemental energy, making it difficult for both the blood-sucking vine and Bai Chi to find an opening. The plants beneath were buried by the thick earth layer, and the bear charged at Bai Chi with its massive body, intending to knock him away and injure him. Bai Chi furrowed his brows and quickly evaded the charge. Although the blood-sucking vine had low intelligence and acted purely on instinct during battle, it had a good sense of combat and could even coordinate with Bai Chi for counterattacks. The yellowish glow surrounding the bear flickered continuously, wrapping its entire body tightly, leaving no openings. From a distance, LinLan watched the bear wreaking havoc within its protective layer and felt somewhat troubled. Earth elemental abilities were strong against water, while it could overcome earth. LinLan recalled the materials she had gathered to understand her powers, which discussed the relationships between the 5 elements. Although these relationships had no effect in the face of absolute power, they could have remarkable effects when the strengths were comparable. After all, the interactions between the elements were not just empty words. Primarily using wood abilities which could overcome earth and water could nurture wood, perhaps she could give it a try. The consecutive actions had already exhausted much of LinLan's spiritual power. She concentrated on mobilizing her remaining spiritual energy, closed her eyes, and quickly moved her hands, feeling the wood elemental energy around her, trying to borrow some to compensate for her internal deficiency. The water elemental energy gradually seeped into the bear's protective shield. Earth overcomes water, and when the water elemental energy encountered the earth elemental energy, it merged. At that moment, LinLan's tightly closed eyes opened, focusing on the front. The water-moistened earth elemental energy was just right for the growth of her wood elemental energy. Her hands flew as she took out plant seeds from her space, wrapping them in wood elemental energy. Following her movements, they shot into the energy shield that had been moistened. The seeds, enveloped in wood elemental energy, dove into the earth elemental energy as soon as they encountered it, taking root and sprouting in the earth elemental energy. The water elemental energy absorbed into the earth elemental energy, nourishing the seeds, and the wood elemental energy helped them thrive. Before long, the protective shield around the bear changed from yellowish to various shades of green. Clearly, the bear noticed this change as the earth elemental energy shield was being absorbed by the plants, becoming thinner, obscuring its vision and making it restless. The agitated bear continuously inputted earth elemental energy into the protective shield, yet the plants grew even more lush due to the abundant earth elemental energy, intertwining more tightly. Although the intelligence of beasts in this other world was generally high, there were distinctions. For example, although this bear had strong combat power, it was not very clever when it came to change. It wasn't until its internal energy was nearly depleted that the bear realized there was a problem. It stopped inputting energy and used its powerful claws to tear at the green shield in front of it. The plants, nourished by the earth elemental energy, were evidently more resilient than those triggered by pure wood elemental energy. With the bear's immense strength, it took 5 or 6 strong pulls to tear open the shield. Seeing LinLan using wood elemental energy, Bai Qi initially wanted to intervene, but stopped, as LinLan had clearly entered a previous state and it was best not to disturb her. Soon, like the last time, the surrounding plants began to wilt, while LinLan was surrounded by a rich aura of wood elemental energy. After a while, as LinLan kept moving her hands, shooting towards the bear's protective shield, many plants grew at an astonishing speed, even faster than LinLan could stimulate with her wood elemental energy. Understanding something, Bai Qi knew this wouldn't hold off the bear for long. He gathered his true energy, thick killing intent enveloping him, and his eyes fixated on the bear concealed beneath the green shield, waiting for the moment it emerged. Although the bear didn't understand what was happening with the rapidly growing grass in front of it, it knew that the more energy it inputted, the more the grass thrived. Over time, even if it wasn't clever, it could sense something was off. It halted the energy input and forcefully tore at the green shield, aware that this was definitely the work of the small creature that stole its food. It thought it could easily break free. However, the grass on the shield was indeed very sturdy, much more so than the previous grass that had tripped and entangled it. But that wouldn't stump it. It was the smartest bear in its clan. Look, it was breaking free now, the bear thought triumphantly. That tiny creature should wait for its grandpa bear. Once it got out, it would slowly flatten it. As the bear tore at the green shield, it didn't expect that just as it broke through, a silver flash darted past. Before it could think about where the silver light came from, its massive body came crashing down, shaking the ground with a loud boom. The bear was finally dealt with, and LinLan sighed in relief. Exhausted, she collapsed to the ground. The blood-sucking vine was just about to rush over to catch her, but Bai Qi, who had been watching LinLan closely, dashed over and caught her steadily before she hit the ground. Seeing LinLan's pale face, with beads of sweat all over her small face, Bai Qi felt a bit heartbroken, but also somewhat blamed her for not taking care of herself properly, which led to her being hurt. However, seeing her so weak now, he couldn't say anything reproachful and could only remain silent. This time, LinLan was very glad she didn't faint, but looking at Bai Qi's expression, she suddenly felt a bit scared and thought that fainting might not be such a bad idea after all. However, if she really fainted when she woke up, she wouldn't be able to escape the consequences. She smiled at Bai Qi, pulling his arm and softly saying, "I'm fine, just a bit weak. I'll rest a bit, and I'll be okay." With a glare, Bai Qi fully displayed his commanding aura, successfully making LinLan shut her mouth. Just a bit weak? That smudge of blood at the corner of her mouth. Did she really think he hadn't noticed? He was a general who had at least seen the battlefield. Carefully wiping the blood from the corner of LinLan's mouth, he signaled the blood-sucking vine to pull over some grape leaves for her to sit on as a cushion, saying, "Wait here, I'll go deal with that bear." He needed to skin and dismember the bear. Otherwise, it would be an insult to his reputation as a god of killing. LinLan leaned against a tree, sitting there while the blood-sucking vine kept her company to prevent any careless beasts from disturbing her. The blood-sucking vine also knew its master was injured and stayed alert, but it couldn't help but gaze eagerly at the bear. If it had eyes, that is, it really wanted to eat. It looked so delicious, and it couldn't help but start to drool at the sight of that massive creature. However, even though it was very eager to eat, it was so obedient, prioritizing its master. It hoped that once its master recovered, she would reward it with a lot of spiritual power for being so good and enduring not eating that bear. Although a bit weak, the blood-sucking vine had been with her for a long time, so she could understand its thoughts. Just now, the blood-sucking vine had put in a lot of effort. If it hadn't blocked most of the falling dirt, she definitely wouldn't be in such a good condition now. Whether she could wait for Bai Qi was even a question. As for the blood-sucking vine, she increasingly saw it as part of her family, rather than just a helper and pet. Smiling, she called out to Bai Qi, who was dealing with the bear, "Leave the bear paws. I want to taste bear paws. Be careful while skinning it, and leave some blood for the blood-sucking vine to eat." Hearing her words, the blood-sucking vine eagerly nudged against her cheek, of course, retracting all its sharp needles, carefully controlling its strength, making LinLan feel ticklish and want to laugh. After cutting off the 4 bare paws and skillfully skinning it, he accurately controlled his strength so as not to damage the meat or blood of the bear. With a cold expression, he walked over, placed the bear's skin aside, and sat down to let LinLan lean against him, kicking the nearby blood-sucking vine to signal it to hurry and finish eating before they left. Kicked by the bad guy who always tried to steal its master, the blood-sucking vine was unhappy. Just as it was about to go and show that bad guy its power, it heard the command to eat the delicious feast. Happy, the blood-sucking vine decided to temporarily forget about the earlier disrespect and eat its fill first. It needed to be full to deal with the bad guy. Ha ha, LinLan, who could sense the blood-sucking vine's thoughts, laughed uncontrollably in Bai Chi's arms upon hearing those words. Bai Chi truly thought that he was unaware of the little struggles between her and the blood-sucking vine, even if he couldn't see it at the time. After such a long time, those little actions couldn't possibly all escape his notice, and besides, she was connected to the blood-sucking vine's thoughts and could sense its ideas. Looking helplessly at LinLan, who was laughing his arms, Bai Chi tucked her hair behind her ear and asked, "What are you laughing about? You seem so happy." "Nothing." LinLan straightened up, suppressing her laughter, and said, "I just realized that you and the blood-sucking vine are really in sync. Look how well you two cooperate during the fight." After saying that, she fell back into his arms, laughing nonstop. Smart as Bai Chi was, upon hearing LinLan's words, he knew that the little actions he had with the blood-sucking vine had been discovered. However, who was General Bai? He showed no signs of embarrassment, maintaining his usual expression, causing LinLan, who originally wanted to see him change his face, to have her plans foiled. The blood-sucking vine was quite fast, before long. The massive bear had been drained by it, and it stumbled back to LinLan's side. Just as it was about to coil around LinLan, it was swatted away by Bai Chi, who had already noticed its intentions. He had LinLan put away the bear's skin and paws, picked her up, and went to collect the other prey they had hunted before returning to the cave. Carefully setting LinLan down, he got up to start a fire, preparing to boil water to clean her face and body. "How did you provoke that bear?" LinLan began to ask while the fire was burning. "Maybe those grapes were its food. It saw me picking grapes and rushed over." LinLan's expression turned a bit ugly. She had been happily picking grapes. And who would have thought she would provoke such a formidable beast? If it weren't for Bai Chi, she would have been a corpse by now. Seeing LinLan's bad complexion, the words that were in his mouth were swallowed back down. Once the water was heated, he tested the temperature, took out a towel, and started wiping her down. After finishing, LinLan immediately burrowed under the covers. It was just too cold outside. Lying in the warm bed, LinLan watched Bai Chi wipe himself down. His powerful and perfect physique was something she could never tire of looking at. The blood-sucking vine, having been swatted away and not receiving comfort from its master, saw that she was actually staring at that bad guy instead of comforting its injured little heart, and instantly felt dissatisfied. With a whoosh, it dove into LinLan's blanket, coiling around her body, seeking comfort and affection. LinLan, who was a bit ticklish, lay in the blanket and rolled around, laughing as the blood-sucking vine wrapped around her, feeling ticklish and making her laugh uncontrollably, thinking her master was playing with it. The blood-sucking vine worked harder to please her, hoping to get her comfort, wishing to kick that bad guy out of the cave as long as it could be with its master. Bai Chi, who had been standing there wiping himself down, heard LinLan's laughter sounding a bit off. When he turned his head, he was greeted with a scene that made him want to bleed. In one corner of the cave, which they used as a bed, there was hay spread out, and on top of it, there were furs for bedding. LinLan should have been lying comfortably on the bedding, covered with blankets, resting her eyes after just experiencing such a tough battle. However, what he saw was a chaotic scene. LinLan laughing and wriggling on the hay, while his arch-nemesis, that annoying blood-sucking vine, was coiling around LinLan's bare body. The emerald green vine against her snow-white skin looked dangerously tempting. But in Bai Chi's eyes, he saw not just the temptation, but also the fury of having his territory invaded by someone else. Throwing the towel into the basin, he strode forward and yanked the colorful vine off LinLan's body. He took it outside the cave, wrapped it around a nearby tree a few times, and tied it tightly with several knots, ensuring it couldn't break free for a short time. He walked away proudly. Bai Chi executed this series of actions with incredible skill, indicating that he had rehearsed them countless times in his mind. Now, in front of LinLan, he had exposed the discord between him and the blood-sucking vine, which meant he no longer needed to endure it. Staring blankly at Bai Chi's movements that flowed like water, LinLan finally reacted upon seeing him enter. What did you do to the blood-sucking vine? Why did she suddenly have a bad feeling? Nothing much, just let it guard the cave entrance. Aren't you supposed to be concerned about me now? Seeing that LinLan only cared about that broken vine, Bai Qi felt displeased. It seemed he had to let LinLan know who her husband really was. After saying this, he didn't give LinLan a chance to speak. Lowering his head to block her mouth that was about to say something and began to suck vigorously. His hands were also moving nonstop, and before long, LinLan was limp on the bed, all her prepared questions forgotten. When she opened her eyes again, the sky outside was already dark. She had only eaten a little in the morning, and now she was so hungry her stomach was pressing against her back. She struggled to get up but felt weak all over. As soon as she stood, she fell back down. Bai Qi had already woken up and was sitting by the fire preparing dinner. Seeing LinLan trying to get up, he quickly came over to help her up, dressed her, and then served her a bowl of sweet potato porridge from the pot. Holding the bowl, she blew on the steam and took a sip to moisten her dry, hoarse throat. Meanwhile, the blood-sucking vine was pitifully coiled at the cave entrance. Its once upright leaves now drooping listlessly. When it saw its master finally wake up, it cautiously extended its tendrils toward her, but was scared back by a glance from Bai Qi. The blood-sucking vine, which had finally managed to free itself from being tied to the big tree, discovered its master was sleeping soundly, while that bad person was guarding her. At a glance, it knew it couldn't continue to play with its master this time. Being tied to the tree had made the blood-sucking vine hold a grudge, and it also understood that this bad person was not to be trifled with. Feeling unhappy, the blood-sucking vine could only curl up nearby, waiting for its master to wake up. With a rumbling stomach, LinLan drank 3 large bowls before feeling a bit better. After consuming the warm sweet potato porridge, she felt cozy all over and wanted to lie down and continue sleeping. Speaking of which, she had actually noticed the vine at the cave entrance early on. When it cautiously edged toward her, it quickly retreated upon being glared at by Bai Qi. She could tell that it was scared of Bai Qi's reprimand. She was curious about how Bai Qi had dealt with it, but couldn't bring herself to ask, because in the young blood-sucking vine's mind, being tied to a tree was a very humiliating experience, definitely not something it could tell its beloved master, as it would tarnish its reputation. Since she couldn't ask, she dropped the matter. After all, the two were just messing around, both had their limits, and wouldn't go too far. After the double rest, LinLan's spiritual power had recovered somewhat. Seeing the pitiful, blood-sucking vine, she waved for it to come over. However, the poor blood-sucking vine had already developed a psychological shadow regarding Bai Qi. It glanced at Bai Qi and, seeing he had no other reaction, quickly crawled to its master's side to receive her spiritual power and then returned to the cave entrance to remain vigilant. Although she wanted to lie down and rest quickly, after just eating 3 bowls, her stomach felt a bit full. So she had to put on her shoes and get out of bed to stroll around the cave entrance to digest. A cold wind blew by, bringing with it some yellow leaves that fluttered onto LinLan's face, making her shiver. If it's cold, just go back, Bai Qi said, wrapping his arm around her shoulder to warm her up and taking her back into the cave. Once back, Bai Qi pushed her down into the bedding, took care of things below, extinguished the fire, and lay down with her. Don't make a fuss, we have to go back tomorrow. She pinned down Bai Qi's mischievous hands, giving him a glare. He had worked from noon to the afternoon and still wasn't satisfied, wanting to continue at night. How could his stamina be so good? Clearly, he was doing all the work, so why was she always exhausted afterward? Bai Qi was unfazed by LinLan's resistance. He simply flipped over and pinned her beneath him, saying, "It's precisely because we're going back tomorrow that we need to do this. It's to help you heal and restore your spiritual power. Look, after one afternoon, your injuries are almost healed, and your internal spiritual power has also recovered a bit. If we double up tonight, I guarantee your injuries and internal spiritual power will be in the best condition." After saying this, he didn't give LinLan a chance to refuse and began to act, thinking that he must make her remember this lesson. Although he couldn't resort to force or silent treatment, there were still other methods of teaching. He liked this method, and if LinLan engaged in such dangerous activities again, he would definitely continue this kind of punishment. Before long, the entire cave was filled with sounds that could make one blush, but the only listener was the blood-sucking vine, which still lacked intelligence. The next morning, LinLan, still in a dream, was ruthlessly called awake by Bai Qi. Drowsily, she followed his instructions, had breakfast, packed their things, and the two returned the way they had come. This time, they had quite a harvest, with the space filled to the brim, leaving almost no gaps. LinLan calculated that this would probably last them a long time. After returning, they needed to pickle the meat quickly. They had almost eaten all the cornmeal and needed to grind more corn. As for the wheat, they should try to process a bit to see if they could make flour. They also needed to make a few more pairs of shoes. Her own were fine since she went out less and could wait, but Bai Chi couldn't. He often went into the mountains, and his shoes definitely couldn't be lacking. The ones he wore this time were already worn out. So the first thing to do when they got back was to make him a pair of shoes. As she planned for their return, she thought of more and more things. After thinking for a long time, she decided to set it aside and think about it after they got back. Holding a wooden stick, she discovered that she could now communicate with the plants through contact with the stick, albeit a bit vaguely. However, it was enough as a detector for sensing danger. This change was too rapid. LinLan looked at the somewhat withered trees around her. In just a few days, the scenery had changed somewhat from when they first arrived. Many leaves had fallen heavily from the trees. With the autumn wind blowing, they started to drop like rain. And some trees had less than half of their leaves left. When they came, there hadn't been so many trees shedding leaves. Once the leaves had mostly fallen, in a few days it would be time for snow. Once it snowed, it would signify the arrival of winter. Bai Chi had already gotten used to such seasons. In fact, he found it a bit strange that the seasons in this world were very distinct, with time evenly distributed, each season lasting 6 months. Not to say it was perfectly accurate, but it was close enough, at most just 2 or 3 days off. That's coming up soon. We need to prepare clothes quickly. Please remember the original domain of this book, www.forxiaoshuo.org. The mobile reading website for For Xiaoshuo is forxiaoshuo.org. Chapter 76, Making Shoes and Grinding Tofu. Back in the valley, the two began a tense and busy time. They had not been to the valley for 5 or 6 days, which LinLan could manage. But Bai Chi had also been busy making pickled meat all day in the valley. LinLan initially thought about doing other things, but then realized she had only seen others do it and hadn't paid attention at the time, so when she tried to recall it now, she had no memory of it and decided not to continue messing around. Outside the door in the yard, the area was filled with sun-dried pickled meat. When she opened the window, the strong smell of pickled meat wafted in, making it feel like a pickled meat processing factory. Inside, LinLan sat on the bed, seriously sewing the shoes in her hands. The soles are made of wood, and Bai Chi makes a series of small holes on the side. Sturdy threads are passed through the small holes to sew a layer of soft fur as insoles. The shoe upper is also made of fur, with 2 layers of thick fur. The inner layer is made of soft, high-quality fur, while the outer layer uses a more ordinary, less soft material. The craftsmanship isn't very good, and it looks quite odd, but it's warm and easy to wash later by just taking out the threads. The threads are made from flexible and sturdy fur cut into thin strips, which is a bit troublesome when threading a needle, but otherwise it's fine. After tying a knot, Bai Chi uses a nearby knife to cut the thread and happens to see Bai Chi entering from outside. He comes over to try on the shoes to see if they fit and are comfortable, and if there is any issue, he will modify them. After putting down the ground cornmeal in the storage room, washing his hands, he comes in to see LinLan sitting on the bed, legs crossed, covered with a blanket, holding the freshly made shoes, waiting for him to try them on. Next to her are some needles, threads, knives, and pieces of fur. Taking the shoes, he tries them on his feet and says, "Very comfortable, but it seems like there's a place that feels a bit bulgy." Not sure if it's his illusion. Bai Chi walks around a few steps to test it out. Where? Let me see. Bai Chi takes off the shoes and points to the bulging area for LinLan to see. This spot? It's designed like this. You'll get used to it. Wearing them like this is more comfortable than a completely flat sole. It turns out to be the arch of his foot, and LinLan intentionally made that part slightly higher to fit snugly at the arch, thinking it would be more comfortable than having a completely flat sole. She did the same when making the shoes for Bai Chi. You should change into them. Those old ones are already worn out. All right, I'll listen to LinLan. He takes off the worn-out shoes and puts on the new pair. He doesn't know if it's because they were made by LinLan, but as soon as he puts them on, he feels very warm. That's because these are double-layered fur. For the past few days, LinLan hasn't done anything else but sit on the bed making shoes. When she gets tired, she gets up to walk around, and when she's rested enough, she returns to continue making them. After spending so many days, mainly on the soles, she had Bai Chi cut the suitable wood according to her design, and then poke various small holes along the edges. The soles alone are one of a kind. Finally, after finishing Bai Chi's shoes, LinLan decides to get out of bed to stretch her legs. If this continues, she won't be able to walk anymore. She tidies up the needles and threads and puts them aside, rolls around on the bare skin on the bed after bringing it back. LinLan used it as a bed sheet, then puts on her shoes and gets out of bed. In the yard, Bai Chi is pushing the stone mill to grind cornmeal, while the blood-sucking vine is vigilantly watching the sky, preventing any birds from stealing the dried meat. Standing at the door, she stretches and moves her waist a bit, then walks over to the stone mill to help Bai Qi grind corn. Bai Qi turns the wooden stick in circles. With each movement, the ground corn falls down between the two stones, occasionally stopping to put some corn kernels into the mill's entrance. Grinding corn also requires skill. You can't put in too much or too little. Too much won't grind, while too little wastes time and energy. This conclusion was reached after countless trials by the two of them. Even while doing the simplest task, Bai Qi carries an undeniable aura that commands attention. Each step he takes is consistent, and his gait is steady, as if he is bearing 1,000-pound weight, making him unshakable. Such a person brings a sense of security. Walking over to Bai Qi's back, she uses a spoon to help him put corn kernels into the entrance, occasionally gathering the cornmeal in the stone trough. When there's enough cornmeal in the trough, she scoops it into a porcelain jar. "Why are you out?" Bai Qi asked while pushing the stone mill. "Just coming out a stretch. My feet went numb from sitting inside for too long." After saying this, as if to validate her statement, she jumps up and down in place. "How do the shoes feel? If there's anywhere uncomfortable, let me know, and I'll fix it quickly." "They're quite comfortable. I've gotten used to that bulging spot after walking a few times. They're indeed more comfortable than before." "That's good." Glancing at the nearby porcelain jar, she asks, "How many jars of cornmeal do we have now?" After thinking for a moment, she says, "Including this jar, 3 jars. Once we finish grinding this, let's switch to wheat. I want to eat some noodles." "Forget about buns. We need to think about noodles too, but pancakes are still an option." "All right, what about the beans? How do we eat those?" She had seen these yellow beans before, but had never eaten them. "We can make tofu or soy milk. We can also make sauce, but unfortunately, I don't know how." If she had known she would come to this place, she would have downloaded all the recipes for sauces on her tablet, so she wouldn't be in a position where she has the ingredients but doesn't know how to cook. After pushing for a while, LinLan returns to the house to make shoes again, this time for herself. She aims to make 2 pairs for Bai Qi in the next couple of days, and one for herself first, then she'll start making clothes. Taking out the fur she had prepared earlier, she finds the pieces to sew the sole together and then attaches the upper. LinLan's shoes are very simple, just a matter of a few pieces of leather, but since she hasn't learned how to do it, everything is trial and error, which slows her down. In the first few days, LinLan could spend all day in the house making clothes and shoes, but later she couldn't hold back, often running outside to do something else. Fortunately, she had already made a few pieces to use, and there wasn't much urgency for the others, which prevented them from being left without clothes as autumn ended. Now, LinLan is directing the blood-sucking vine to push the small stone mill. The stone mill is grinding soy milk. The soaked beans are placed in whole with water, and as she pushes the stone mill slowly, the white soy milk flows out through the cracks, which LinLan quickly scoops into a nearby basin with a spoon. Getting the blood-sucking vine to help was something LinLan discovered by chance. One day, while LinLan was making clothes in the house, the blood-sucking vine was bored and crawled around. It only dared to enter the house when Bai Qi was out. There were many things LinLan didn't let it touch. So the bored blood-sucking vine found the little stone mill that hadn't been used since it was made in the corner. Having seen Bai Qi and LinLan push the stone mill, it thought it was a toy, just that the one they used was big. So this small one naturally belonged to it to play with. The blood-sucking vine, with an intelligence level of a toddler, treated the small stone mill as a toy, dragging it out and spinning it around in the house, the noise catching LinLan's attention while she was making clothes. Putting down her clothes, she stepped out the bedroom door and immediately burst out laughing. A vine as thick as a thumb was wrapping around the handle of the small stone mill, spinning it continuously as if it were having a lot of fun, occasionally shaking its leaves and moving its body as if showing off to someone. Watching the blood-sucking vine push the small stone mill, she suddenly had an idea. In the future, if they needed to grind something with the small stone mill, they should have the blood-sucking vine do the pushing, making full use of various resources. Let's spare a thought for the blood-sucking vine. Unknowingly, it was hired as a child laborer by LinLan, defined as the dedicated pusher for the small stone mill. Thus, the earlier scene came to be. All right, watching the basin filled with ground soybeans, LinLan finally announced generously that the blood-sucking vine's task was complete and it could go rest. Once its task was declared complete, the blood-sucking vine was finally able to let go of the small stone mill, feeling dizzy as if it had been drinking. LinLan reaching out to pull it onto her body, allowing it to wrap around her while she infused some wood spirit energy into it, making the blood-sucking vine feel a bit more comfortable. Not minding the inconvenience of the blood-sucking vine wrapped around her, she began to make tofu, deciding that when Bai Qi returned, they would have stewed tofu. Clean the big black pot, Use a shirt as a filter cloth to filter out the soy milk, and then wash the soybean dregs with clean water, pouring the washed water back into the pot. The fire under the stove is lit and the firewood crackles, releasing heat that makes the blood-sucking vines coiling around LinLan shrink back. After all, plants are naturally afraid of fire. Patting the blood-sucking vines for reassurance. LinLan steps back a little and starts to cook the soy milk in the pot. She doesn't throw away the soybean dregs either, as they can be stir-fried with radish or made into soybean dregs pancakes, both of which are delicious. Before long, the soy milk in the pot boils, bubbling and emitting a unique aroma that fills the entire room. Staring at the soy milk in the big pot, she thinks for a moment, takes a large soup bowl from the cupboard, and scoops some out to keep as a drink. After doing this, LinLan retrieves a small bowl from the back of the cupboard, which contains gypsum powder that she had accidentally found while searching for food with Baichi before. She took some back, initially thinking of using it as a writing tool, but later remembered that it could be used as a coagulant for making tofu. Once the soy milk boils, LinLan removes it from the heat, skems off the foam, and slowly pours in the gypsum water while stirring to mix evenly. Then turns the heat back on, waiting for the tofu curds to form. She takes out the mold, places the filter cloth inside, and as soon as the tofu curds appear, she pours them in. This mold was made by Baichi, who found a rectangular piece of wood and shaped it accordingly. Hey, it's out. LinLan stares at the pot and sees chunks of tofu curds floating, knowing she has succeeded more than halfway. Now, as long as she can press out firm tofu, her task of making tofu will be complete. With a burst of strength, she lifts the big black pot and pours it into the filter cloth in the rectangular mold. With a few splashes, the large chunks of curds are all poured in. Excited, LinLan immediately puts down the big black pot, grabs the filter cloth, and squeezes it tightly. After squeezing for a while, she tightens the pouch, places a wooden board on top, and puts a small stone mill on it, leaving it there to wait. Finally done, LinLan claps her hands, feeling very satisfied with the results, but when she looks down, her head starts to hurt. The ground is all wet, and her shoes are soaked. She feels fortunate that the floor is stone, otherwise, she might be rolling in mud right now. Thinking about it, LinLan admires her wise decision at that moment. However, she still has to clean up, which is quite exhausting. Look, I made tofu. After finally finishing the cleaning, she looks up and finds Baichi already at the entrance of the valley. As he walks over, she quickly pulls him into the house without waiting for him to set down his things, pointing at the sizable piece of tofu on a large plate. Flaunting the results of her day, Baichi approaches, looking at the wrinkled mass with a strange expression. This is the problem with the filter cloth. The smell is quite unique, but it doesn't seem fragrant. Curiously, he pokes it with a finger, only to have LinLan slap his hand away, asking, "Did you wash your hands?" Chuckling, he turns to wash his hands, thinking that in front of LinLan, he is losing his standing more and more. If others knew that the illustrious General Baichi of the Qin dynasty was actually under the thumb of his wife, it would surely shock many. After washing his hands, he picks up the piece of tofu, but he doesn't control his strength well, and with a slap, the tofu breaks into two pieces in his hand, leaving him with a handful of crumbled tofu dregs. Staring blankly at the tofu dregs in his hand and the two pieces of tofu that fell on the table, Baichi is at a loss for what to do, holding the tofu dregs and looking at LinLan beside him. LinLan is also stunned. She never expected someone to handle tofu so forcefully. After all, tofu is so soft and easily broken, which is something everyone knows. However, looking at the tofu dregs in Baichi's hand, she suddenly feels less self-conscious, overwhelmed by the urge to cry, but the comedic aspect instead makes her want to laugh. The two stare at each other for a few seconds, with LinLan wanting to say something but not knowing what to say, so she just stands there stiffly. Finally, LinLan reacts, grabs a bowl from the side, places it on the table, and says, "Put that in here," mechanically obeying LinLan's command. Baichi places the tofu dregs in the bowl. Without that soft, fragile thing in his hand, he feels like he's come back to life. Taking a deep breath, Baichi resumes his usual expressionless state, but feels a slight aversion towards that fragile thing. It breaks with just a touch. Poof! Ha! Seeing Baichi's stiff face and his feigned calmness, LinLan finally can't hold back, covering her mouth as she bursts into laughter, bending over and rubbing her stomach, almost laughing herself into a fit. The atmosphere in the room instantly becomes much cheerier due to LinLan's laughter, and Baichi also sheds his embarrassment, joining in the laughter. While laughing, he walks to a corner of the room, fills a basin with water, and washes the tofu dregs off his hands. Turning back, he sees LinLan still laughing uncontrollably, now squatting on the ground with her shoulders shaking from laughter. Drying his hands, he walks over and helps the almost laughing LinLan up, sitting down and pulling her onto his lap, rubbing her stomach. Still laughing? Is it that funny? Struggling to hold back her laughter, she looks up at Bai Qi, still pretending to be serious, and recalls the earlier scene of him picking up the tofu, which makes her laugh again, burying her head in his shoulder and saying, "I can't take it anymore. I'm dying of laughter, haha." That seems really funny. But what a pity. If I had known, I would have recorded it for you to see how you looked just now, ha ha ha. With a stiff expression, he pretends to be calm, and his somewhat innocent gaze makes her laugh even harder. "I can't take it anymore. I'm dying. My stomach hurts, ha." Looking helplessly at the person in his arms who is laughing uncontrollably, Bai Qi still holds her hand to help rub her stomach. However, thinking about LinLan's description just now, he wonders if he really looked like that. Nevertheless, General Bai firmly refuses to admit that the person LinLan described was him. It must be an exaggeration on her part. Yet, reflecting on LinLan's description makes him snicker quietly. The two continue to laugh together, one lying in Bai Qi's arms while the other rubs her stomach, and after a long time, LinLan finally calms down, stops laughing, and gets up. Her neatly styled hair has become messy from rolling around in Bai Qi's arms, with strands playfully escaping. Because of the laughter, her eyes are glistening with tears, and her cheeks have a slight flush from being buried in Bai Qi's embrace. The alluring look in her eyes, slightly squinted from trying to hold back laughter, and the corners of her mouth curled up, make her seem incredibly tempting, enticing Bai Qi to want to taste her dewy, glistening red lips. Thinking this, he acts on it, as Bai Qi's greatest strength is to do what he thinks immediately. As long as it is right, he never procrastinates. A habit cultivated from being a general. Of course, this habit is definitely not considered a good one in LinLan's eyes. And just like that, Bai Qi's good habit comes into play, while LinLan feels it's a bad habit. General Bai believed that LinLan was tempting him, and he was indeed tempted, so he shouldn't hold back. His gaze darkened as he lowered his head, accurately finding the place that tempted him, biting down and beginning to suck. Poor LinLan, who had just laughed heartily, feeling weak all over and dizzy, was still recovering when a spot on her breathing was blocked. And she found it hard to struggle due to the energy she had just expended laughing. Her already hazy mind hadn't had time to breathe in more oxygen before it was once again cut off, leaving her unable to struggle and forced to accept passively. This feeling was truly unpleasant for LinLan. When Bai Qi finally let her go, LinLan, nearly fainting, had no time to settle scores with him and could only slump in his arms, gasping for fresh air, experiencing a feeling of rebirth. After the kiss ended, Bai Qi looked at LinLan, who was breathing heavily in his embrace, in a good mood but with dark eyes. Why did LinLan always tempt him? The pink little tongue inadvertently brushed against her snow-white teeth, making him tense down below, unable to hold back. However, if he were to do such a thing now, LinLan would definitely not agree. He thought to himself that he might as well collect some interest first, but he truly had no intention of taking revenge on LinLan for laughing at him earlier. Thinking this, he lowered his head again to block the spot that was still gasping for breath, the warm, soft, sweet sensation immersing him, making him reluctant to leave. He kept blocking her until LinLan could no longer breathe and was about to faint. Then he would let her go, repeating this several times until LinLan could no longer bear it, and Bai Qi reluctantly pulled away. Finally released by Bai Qi, LinLan was now completely drained of strength, only able to glare at the detestable man before her with her watery big eyes. However, those big eyes had no deterrent effect in Bai Qi's view. Instead, they were tempting, making him even harder. Feeling the pressure beneath him, LinLan's body, which was still heaving from her earlier breaths, became stiff as if frozen. After 2 seconds, LinLan struggled to rise from Bai Qi's embrace, and Bai Qi, worried that if she continued to struggle, he would truly lose control, let her get up. As soon as she stood up, she realized her legs were still weak and soft. After just a few seconds of standing, she fell to the ground. Quick-witted Bai Qi immediately reached out to catch her, pulling LinLan back into his arms, her hand unintentionally pressing down on his prominent part. Although there was a thick leather jacket in between, it was still quite noticeable. LinLan, now feeling completely weak, had no idea how to react. With a sigh, Bai Qi thought that if this continued, he would eventually be troubled by LinLan. There was no doctor here, and he was unsure if LinLan's healing abilities could help with such issues. Resigned, he picked LinLan up and placed her on his lap, leaning close to her ear as she tried to struggle, whispering, "LinLan, you'd better not move anymore, or I really might lose control and do something bad." Holding LinLan, smelling her unique fragrance, he took a deep breath and took a while to suppress his impulses. "LinLan, how should we eat this tofu?" The atmosphere in the room became a bit awkward, and Bai Chi began to look for a topic. Seeing Bai Chi change the subject, LinLan couldn't help but relax. If Bai Chi really wanted to, she wouldn't be able to refuse. However, upon hearing the mention of tofu, she reflexively looked at the miserable lump of tofu dregs in the bowl, thinking to herself, no wonder everyone calls that kind of unstable construction tofu dregs. Although this tofu dreg was made from tofu, the principle was the same. It was equally fragile. Seeing the tofu dregs, LinLan wanted to laugh again, trying hard to hold it in, saying, you can eat it however you like. It can be stir-fried, stewed, deep-fried, made in a hot pot, etc. There are many ways to eat it. However, after glancing at the tofu dregs in the bowl, she thought for a moment and said, how about I make you some fried meatballs first? After all, making meatballs requires breaking the tofu, and the stuff in the bowl can be used for that. Haha. And she began to laugh again. Bai Chi looked at LinLan, who was laughing nonstop, and waited until she had laughed enough before saying, what else do you need? I'll go find it. There wasn't much else, just green onions and ginger I'll handle. No need for eggs if we don't have any here. Did you catch anything today? Finally stopping to rest for a moment, LinLan wiped away the tears from laughing and looked at Bai Chi, asking, I caught a fawn. How should we handle it? She tucked her hair behind her ear and asked, chop a piece of fresh meat into small pieces. It must be sticky when chopped. Leave the heart and liver. Throw away the rest. The heart and liver can be stir-fried with chili for a spicy flavor. Looking at the deer on the cutting board, she pointed at a piece of meat on its back, instructing, we need this piece, chop it finely until sticky. Leave the 4 legs. Separate the remaining meat from the bones. I'll go make bone broth. After thinking for a moment, she decided to use bone broth to accompany the meatballs and use deer fat to make fried meatballs. Humming a tune, she took the bones and fat back inside, lit a fire, and tossed the bones into the pot, adding a few slices of ginger to remove the odor. As long as she kept an eye on the heat, she wouldn't need to worry about it anymore. Once the bone broth was done, LinLan began to render the fat. She cleaned the fat, cutting it into equal-sized pieces. At the same time, she cleaned the pot, heating it up until the moisture evaporated, then slid the cut fat into the pot, hearing a sizzling sound, quickly stirring to prevent the fat from sticking to the pot. When Bai Chi came in after chopping the meat, LinLan was standing in front of the stove, slowly stirring the meat scraps in the pot. He put down the minced meat, walked over, hugged LinLan, and kissed her earlobe, saying, is there anything else you need to do? He pushed him with the hand that didn't have the spoon, handed the spoon in his hand to Bai Chi, and said, you can fry the oil here, I'll mix the filling. After speaking, he stuffed the spoon into Bai Chi's hand and quickly walked 2 steps away, putting the minced meat into a bowl and stirring it vigorously until it was evenly mixed. After the oil was ready, Bai Chi put down the spoon and came over to see LinLan struggling with the mushrooms and black fungus, saying, it's done. Glancing at him, LinLan muttered, why so fast? Then she handed the soaked and prepared black fungus to Bai Chi, saying, chop this up, the finer the better. After that, she continued to fuss with her mushrooms, ignoring him. She still remembered how he had just bullied her. Wasn't it just a smile? She held a grudge. Looking at his little expression, it was clear that he better behave himself now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a good meal tonight. Bai Chi had no choice but to obediently go to the side and chop the black fungus that LinLan had given him. Try his best to make it as fine as possible. After chopping the black fungus, he set it aside. The oil was already hot, so he dipped a spoon in water, scooped a piece of tofu filling, and formed it into a ball, slowly placing it into the hot oil. Sizzle. A sound of frying erupted as the white tofu mixed with red meatballs rolled up and down in the hot oil, releasing a rich aroma. So fragrant, Bai Chi said, standing honestly by the side, watching the balls rolling in the pot. Of course, just look at who made it, LinLan said proudly. While speaking, she didn't forget to focus on her work. At first, she was a bit flustered, but after a while, she got used to it, and her hands became much faster. Before long, the pot was filled with many bouncing meatballs. Go get that bamboo slotted spoon from the cupboard. I need it, LinLan ordered Bai Chi, who was standing there getting in the way, without turning her head. Bai Chi walked to the cupboard, squatted down, and rummaged through it. LinLan had placed it further back, so it took him a bit to find it and hand it to her. She scooped up the fried, golden-brown tofu meatballs, placing them in a bowl that was meant to drain excess oil. After scooping one up, she handed the bowl to Bai Chi, saying, try it and see if the salt is enough and how it tastes. Taking the bowl, Bai Chi inserted his chopsticks and split the meatball in half, steam wafting up from the freshly fried ball. He picked up a piece, blew on it, and took a bite. The fried meatball was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with the savory flavor of the meat and the refreshing aroma of the tofu. How is it? How does it taste? LinLan asked eagerly, her eyes shining as she watched the taste-testing guinea pig. Very delicious, very fragrant. Bai Qi gave a high evaluation. Receiving praise, LinLan became even more confident, urging Bai Qi to finish the bowl quickly so she could start scooping out the already fried ones. One by one, the golden and crispy tofu meatballs were scooped out, filling the bowl with a rich aroma. LinLan, who hadn't smelled this scent in a long time, also felt a bit hungry. They had only made half the fried tofu meatballs. The rest was planned to be made into boiled tofu meatballs with some black fungus. But she wondered if it would taste good. Put this oil into a separate jar. LinLan pointed to the oil in the pot and said, while she eagerly grabbed a meatball, blew on it, and took a careful bite. It was not bad, though it was a bit over-fried and tasted a bit bland. After tasting it, LinLan made a final summary. After eating one, she handed the bowl back to Bai Qi, saying, "You eat first. I'll get the boiled meatballs ready." She mixed the chopped black fungus evenly into the tofu meat filling. The bone broth in another pot was also ready. LinLan fished out the bones and ginger slices, throwing them away. She brought the broth to a boil, sliced the mushrooms, and added them in, then dropped the meatballs in just like before. The meatballs that entered the pot began to rise and fall in the creamy, bubbling bone broth, and soon, a different aroma wafted out, making both of them, who had just eaten fried meatballs and felt a bit greasy, want to drink a mouthful to relieve the greasiness. Bai Qi even put down the fried meatballs he had thought were very good and squatted in front of the boiling pot. "You stay over there. Don't get in the way," LinLan said, looking at Bai Qi, who was standing nearby as she added meatballs to the pot. Once all the meatballs were in, she waited until they were almost cooked, then tossed in a handful of tender cabbage, some chopped green onions, and a sprinkle of salt. She turned off the heat and served the meatballs and soup into 2 bowls. The creamy soup, paired with the white meatballs, was dotted with a few green pieces of cabbage and slices of mushrooms, and sprinkled with green onions, making it very appetizing at first glance. "Here, try it," she said, putting a spoon in the bowl and pushing it in front of Bai Qi. She took a spoon for herself and stirred slowly, gently blowing on it before taking a sip. It tasted like a home-cooked meal, but the ingredients were good, pure, and natural green food. Produce. They hadn't eaten it often before, which made it very appetizing. LinLan didn't make a lot. Each person had a big bowl of meatball soup and a big bowl of fried meatballs, and they both finished it all, leaving not a drop of meatball soup behind. All of it going into Bai Qi's stomach. After eating, LinLan watched Bai Qi slurping the soup, and she was thoroughly impressed. Even though she didn't make a huge amount of meatballs, most of her big bowl was soup with fewer meatballs, while Bai Qi finished everything in his big bowl. And most of the fried meatballs went into his stomach, leaving nothing behind in the pot. After finishing, Bai Qi looked at the now completely empty pot with lingering desire, really wanting another bowl. The cuisine of the Qin dynasty didn't have that many varieties. He had never even seen these dishes, let alone eaten them. But he really didn't expect that the soft texture of the food, which didn't smell great at first, would taste so delicious. Was it good? Seeing Bai Qi's reluctant gaze, LinLan thought to herself, it can't be that exaggerated. Although she hadn't eaten it in a long time, it wasn't that amazing. Usually, when he ate other things, he didn't react like this. Pulling her gaze back, Bai Qi, still with a hint of reminiscence, said, "Very delicious, without the greasy feeling of meat. It's something I've never eaten before. If you want to eat it, I'll make it for you again in the future. I still have a lot of beans." She stood up and brought over the soy milk that had been set aside earlier, handing it to Bai Qi, saying, "Try it and see how it tastes. If you like it, I'll save some for you in the future." Bai Qi took the bowl, smelling the strange aroma. He originally thought to take a big sip, but first took a small taste, then put down the bowl, saying, "It's a pretty strange taste, like the flavor of the tofu before it's fully cooked. This is what comes out before the tofu is made. It's called soy milk. Some people like it, and some don't, but I think it tastes pretty good." Taking the bowl back, she didn't care whether it was used by Bai Qi or not, and directly took a big sip. "Let me try." Bai Qi took the bowl from LinLan's hand and drank from a spot where she had just drunk. Not knowing if it was because LinLan's lips had just touched it, he thought the taste was not bad. The two of them drank the entire bowl of soy milk, taking turns, and soon finished it all. LinLan felt that she should have saved more at the beginning. They barely drank a few sips before it was gone. For Xiaoshua, Ord mobile reading website. WAP. For Xiaoshua, Ord chapter 79 Winter arrives early in the morning. LinLan just woke up and felt a chill on her face. She carefully stretched out an arm, only to quickly pull it back with a hiss. It was so cold, and the chill came so suddenly, as if the temperature had dropped by several degrees overnight. Looking around the still dim room, LinLan lay in bed, not wanting to get up, preparing to close her eyes and sleep for a while longer. However, having already had enough sleep, LinLan closed her eyes and didn't he know how long she lay there, but she just couldn't fall asleep. Bored, she lay in bed thinking aimlessly, unwilling to get up and face the cold air outside. Bai Chi came back from outside, and as soon as he opened the bedroom door, light flooded in, indicating that it was already bright outside. With the door opening, a gust of cold air rushed in, causing LinLan to shout for him to close the door quickly. He hurriedly closed the door, exclaiming how cold it was today. It wasn't like this yesterday. The cold air brought in by Bai Chi made LinLan shiver, and she curled up in a blanket, burying her ears, nose, and mouth in it, leaving only her head and a pair of eyes exposed. Looking at Bai Chi and asking, "Is it snowing outside?" Bai Chi, wrapped in 2 layers of fur clothing, felt the warmth of the room as he entered, gradually thawing from the cold outside. Hearing LinLan's complaint, he quickly turned around to close the door, and the brightness in the room dimmed again. He had to turn on a flashlight to see clearly in the dimly lit bedroom. Using the flashlight, Bai Chi sat down at the bedside and looked at LinLan, who was curled up in the blanket like a silkworm, and said, "It's snowing outside. It started last night, and the temperature has dropped significantly." As Bai Chi sat down, LinLan could feel the cold air coming from him. She curled up even more until she no longer felt his coldness and continued, "Is it heavy? What time is it now?" Since her mouth was covered by the blanket, her voice came out muffled. "It's already noon. Are you hungry?" Bai Chi asked while gently tugging the heavy blanket up for LinLan. "I'm hungry, but it's too cold outside. I don't want to go out," LinLan pouted. Just that bit of cold air that had come in had made her feel so cold already. If she went outside, wouldn't she turn into an ice pop? However, her stomach was already protesting with hunger. After hesitating in the blanket for a while, LinLan finally got up with Bai Chi's help, putting on the clothes that Bai Chi had warmed up for her, and struggled to get out of bed. Opening the door, LinLan saw that Bai Chi had already prepared food on the stove, warming it over the remaining fire. Today, they were having corn porridge. The large kernels had been sifted out while grinding the corn. The fine powder was used to make corn cakes, and the coarser bits were saved for boiling corn porridge. She quickly took a bowl and filled it with a steaming bowl of corn porridge, paired with some stir-fried vegetables. The warm porridge made LinLan, who still felt a bit cold from just getting out of bed, feel like she was sweating. Pushing open the door, she saw that the autumn scenery, which had been desolate yesterday, was now covered in a layer of white snow. It was still snowing outside. The snowflakes were large and dense, and when LinLan looked outside, visibility was only 1 or 2 meters. Beyond that was just a white haze. Having never seen such heavy snow before, LinLan was no longer bothered by the cold outside and excitedly ran out. In the yard, it was evident that Bai Chi had already cleared some snow, but with the snow continuing to fall, the path he had just cleared was quickly covered again. Finding the cleared areas too shallow, LinLan chose to walk in the untouched snow, but it was indeed deep. Stepping in, the snow reached her calves. Walking in the snow was quite difficult, especially with such deep snow. Every time LinLan walked, she had to lift her feet high and carefully place them down, the snow crunching under her feet with a crunch-crunch sound. After drinking a cup of hot water, Bai Chi also came out. Seeing LinLan, who had just been complaining about the cold and not wanting to get out of bed, happily playing in the snow, he smiled and said nothing. He picked up a broom nearby and began to vigorously clear the snow in front of the door, creating a path. After playing for a while, when LinLan's excitement subsided, she finally returned. Her furry clothes and shoes were covered in snowflakes, and at the door, she stomped her feet vigorously, feeling a chill. Large clumps of snow fell down her neck and into her clothes, feeling icy, which made her shrink her neck and turn her head. Bai Chi set down the broom and came over to help brush off the snow from LinLan's clothes, touching her icy face and saying, "It's cold here. Hurry inside to warm up, and don't forget to drink some water. The water on the stove has been boiling. You should come in and rest too. The snow keeps falling, and no matter how much you sweep, you won't be able to clear it all," LinLan said. Noticing Bai Chi's cheeks were also red from the cold, feeling a pang of conscience. "Just a bit more, it will be done soon. Otherwise, if the snow piles up, it will be harder to clear," Bai Chi said, while brushing off the snow from LinLan's head. "I'll help you. Let's finish quickly and go inside to warm up," LinLan said, picking up a broom and walking forward without waiting for Bai Chi to object. However, initially, for convenience in drying clothes and keeping the yard clean on rainy days, they had covered the yard with stone slabs, but now, due to the snow, the stone slabs were not easy to walk on and could be quite slippery. Carefully stepping on the stone slabs, LinLan used the broom to help Bai Chi clear a path. The thick snow made the task difficult. Each time they had to exert a lot of effort to push the snow aside. After just a couple of sweeps, LinLan already felt like she was sweating. Once they finished clearing the snow and returned to the house, LinLan stomped her feet vigorously at the entrance to shake off the snow before stepping inside. The warmth hit her as the fire had been burning continuously inside. "Cut some ginger and make some ginger tea to drive away the chill," LinLan said, adding firewood to the stove and warming her hands by the fire. She turned her head to call Bai Qi, who was putting the broom away in the storage room. The storage room was warmer than outside because it held many winter supplies, but it was still colder than the kitchen and bedroom. Bai Qi placed the broom in the corner, heard LinLan's words, and took a piece of ginger from the corner, washed it, and cut it into slices before handing it to LinLan. LinLan took the ginger slices, directly dropping them into the pot of boiling water, then rummaged through the cupboard for the rock candy they had made earlier, tossing a few pieces in. Soon, a strong ginger aroma, mixed with a hint of sweetness, wafted from the pot. Seeing it was almost done, she used a ladle to serve a bowl for Bai Qi and one for herself. The ginger tea was very hot right out of the pot, but for LinLan, who was nearly frozen solid, the temperature was just right. Without minding the heat, she held the bowl in her hands like a heater, occasionally blowing on it and taking a sip. A warm current slid down her throat into her stomach, spreading warmth throughout her body, reviving her numbed limbs. However, after another sip, LinLan found the taste of the ginger tea somewhat unpalatable. It wasn't that great. Thus, she sipped slowly, and before long, only half a bowl of ginger tea remained, and its temperature had lowered, enduring the spicy taste she didn't particularly like. LinLan finished the remaining half bowl in one go and put the bowl down, looking at Bai Qi, who had already finished his, and curiously asked, "How does the ginger tea taste to you?" "Not bad, nothing special. It's just the taste of ginger," Bai Qi replied, somewhat puzzled, wondering if there was anything wrong with the flavor. "Don't you think it tastes bad?" LinLan looked at Bai Qi, who showed no reaction, as if he were drinking plain water, feeling a bit unfair. She thought it tasted terrible, yet he had no response at all. After thinking about it, "I really didn't find anything unpleasant about the taste," I said. "It's not bad at all, much better than medicine. Usually, when drinking the bitter medicine, General Bai wouldn't even change color. How could this small ginger soup be difficult for the general?" LinLan thought carefully and agreed. One shouldn't view ancient people with the perspective of normal people. They drank traditional Chinese medicine all day, so this ginger soup was really nothing to them. After drinking the ginger soup, she felt a bit warmer, but her feet were still icy cold. Sitting on the stool, LinLan carefully moved her feet closer to the stove, being cautious not to let the sparks jump out and burn her shoes while roasting by the fire. "Are your feet cold?" Seeing LinLan trying to get her feet closer to the stove, it was obvious. He pulled the stool under him closer, placed LinLan's legs on himself, took off her shoes, and felt her icy feet, which were freezing enough to make someone shiver. Frowning at LinLan with an unhappy expression, he said, "Why didn't you say your feet were cold earlier?" He took off her other shoe, holding her delicate feet in his hands, and placed them inside his clothes to warm them with his body heat. Her feet were one of LinLan's sensitive spots. Being held by Bai Qi's warm hands, the heat transferred through the tops of her feet into her body, making her involuntarily move a bit. At this movement, Bai Qi, who rarely used a sharp gaze on her, glanced over, and LinLan immediately sat there obediently, letting Bai Qi warm her feet. Neither of them spoke. The only sound in the room was the crackling of the burning wood, creating an unusually warm atmosphere that made one feel warmth from the bottom of their hearts. Bai Qi's body temperature was slightly higher than LinLan's, and with her feet wrapped in his embrace and the burning fire nearby, also radiating heat, LinLan felt a bit drowsy. "Are you sleepy?" Hearing LinLan yawning repeatedly and rubbing her tears, Bai Qi pinched her tender foot and asked, "Yeah, I've already slept a lot today, but I still feel sleepy." After saying this, she covered her mouth and yawned again, casually wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes and rubbing them to wake herself up a bit. However, if she slept now, she definitely wouldn't be able to sleep at night. With nothing to do, LinLan started chatting with Bai Qi to find some topics to chase away the drowsiness. "When will this snow stop?" After yawning again and rubbing her eyes, she asked Bai Qi. Seeing LinLan like this, Bai Qi hugged her along with the stool she was sitting on, letting her lean against him while continuing to warm her feet. "Lean against me and close your eyes for a bit. Your eyes are getting red from rubbing them. If the snow is good, it might stop tomorrow. If not, it could last for 3 or 4 days. He remembered when he first arrived in this other world, he knew nothing about the situation here. When it snowed for the first time, he didn't expect the temperature to drop so much. He recalled that he lacked warm clothing and was frozen stiff, unable to even hold his sword. If he hadn't found a tree hollow just before freezing to death, he might not have survived. After a while, when he didn't hear LinLan's voice or any more yawns, He looked down and found that she had already fallen asleep, leaning against him. With a helpless smile, he directly carried her into the bedroom, took off her clothes, and placed her in the somewhat warm bedding. LinLan was sleeping soundly. Even with Bai Qi carrying her and undressing her, she didn't wake up. This was also why LinLan was familiar with Bai Qi's scent. To her, Bai Qi was now a resting harbor. The fire in the stove kept burning, and the heated Kong, a traditional heated bed, was also very warm. LinLan obviously liked this temperature. When placed inside, she rubbed against the fluffy blanket beneath her, instinctively rolling herself up like a silkworm cocoon. Watching LinLan sleep sweetly, Bai Qi suddenly felt sleepy too. With the heavy snow blocking the mountains and nothing to do, Bai Qi decided to take it easy and enjoy a nice afternoon nap with his wife. When LinLan woke up, she found herself lying in the arms of the equally bare Bai Qi. The slightly higher temperature of Bai Qi's body made LinLan feel a bit indulgent. She rubbed against his smooth chest and touched it, the sensation as good as ever. "LinLan, are you trying to seduce me?" Just as LinLan was happily touching, a hoarse voice came from above, unclear if it was due to just waking up or because of excitement. Bai Qi woke up when LinLan did, but he didn't open his eyes or speak. He noticed LinLan wasn't preparing to get up. Instead, she pressed her face against him and rubbed, her hands slowly exploring his body, waking up his own arousal and slowly hardening. He hesitated for a moment, wanting to pull his hands away, but then thought that every time he was the one being overwhelmed, this time she was going to turn the tables. He wrapped his arms around Bai Qi's strong waist, playfully touching a couple of times, then looked up at Bai Qi with a proud expression. "So what if I'm seducing you?" Bai Qi raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile appearing on his face. In the dim light, LinLan didn't realize she was in a dangerous situation. One hand was rubbing Bai Qi's strong waist while the other was provocatively roaming over his chest. Hiss! LinLan's hand accidentally grazed a sensitive point, causing Bai Qi to tremble. Feeling his shiver, LinLan giggled a few times, raised her leg to rub against the already hard place, and was pleased to hear Bai Qi let out a muffled groan. Seeing that the moment was right before Bai Qi could grab her, LinLan disregarded the cold air outside the blanket, threw back the covers, ran to the other side, picked up her clothes, and slid down the edge of the bed. In less than 2 minutes, LinLan had already run outside, leaving Bai Qi staring pitifully after her. Looking at a certain part of him that was still standing tall despite being surrounded by cold air, Bai Qi shook his head helplessly. It seemed that LinLan's ability to hold a grudge was truly remarkable, and now she was seeking revenge. His poor brother would have to wait until next time to be well fed. Bai Qi also put on nearby clothes and stepped out of the room. As soon as he exited the bedroom, he saw the storage room door ajar, and LinLan was inside, searching for something. "What are you looking for?" He approached the door and saw LinLan carefully removing a row of bamboo baskets one by one, rummaging through them. "Did we pick a lot of hazelnuts last time? Do you remember where we put them?" LinLan asked while lifting a bamboo basket, but finding nothing underneath. She frowned, slowly recalling and searching around. In no time, the neatly organized corner of the storage room was thrown into disarray, and she was covered in dust. Taking long strides and carefully avoiding the various items hanging around the storage room, she thought for a moment and came to a corner, lifted a bamboo basket from the top, rummaged around, and finally pulled out a covered bamboo basket. Opening the lid, she found the hazelnuts she was looking for. "I found them. They're here." She raised the bamboo basket in her hand to signal. After tidying up the things she had just messed up, she closed the storage room door and took a look at the contents. It was indeed hazelnuts. However, how did they end up in another corner? Did she rarely remember wrong? After taking a nap in the afternoon, LinLan was now full of energy. Having not done much activity, she wasn't hungry. With nothing to do, LinLan decided to find something for herself, to fry hazelnuts and eat them, the latter being the main point. Bai Qi looked outside. The snow was still falling continuously, showing no signs of stopping. He glanced up at the roof and said to LinLan, who was busy figuring out how to fry the hazelnuts, "LinLan, I'm going to clear the snow off the roof." "Hey, why do you have to clear the snow off the roof?" LinLan, who had never lived in such a house, felt a bit strange. She had never heard of anyone needing to sweep the snow off the roof. But then again, whether in her previous life or this one, LinLan had never lived in a rural straw house, and she had never encountered such heavy snow in her environment. The pressure resistance of high-rise buildings made of reinforced concrete or small bungalows and villas was quite strong, so even if the snow were to get heavier, it wouldn't be a problem, let alone the snow that barely reached the soles of their shoes. However, wooden houses were different. The compressive strength of wood could not be compared to that of reinforced concrete, although they had added several layers to the roof, using bamboo and burnt mud bricks. and bamboo had considerable toughness. Under such heavy snow, it could easily lead to accidents. It was freezing cold in winter. If something happened to the roof now, they would truly have nowhere to stay. Seeing that LinLan genuinely didn't know about this, Baichi had to explain, the snow is too heavy. I'm worried the roof won't be able to bear it. And we don't know how long this snow will continue. If it snows through the night, it will accumulate on the roof and could cause problems. Oh, I'll go with you then. It's snowing heavily now, and an extra person can help. Putting down the hazelnuts she was still fiddling with, she tightened her leather jacket and stood up to follow him. After an afternoon, the snow that had only reached her calves was now almost to her knees. Baichi held LinLan's hand carefully as they walked through the snow, taking slow, cautious steps. The hand exposed to the cold, which LinLan described as exceptionally cold, had turned red, but the part held by Baichi felt warm, reminding LinLan of the phrase, ice and fire. Poof! LinLan couldn't help but laugh. She thought she should commend her own thinking for recalling this expression at such a moment. Had she become obsessed with martial arts novels during her previous boredom? Tightening her grip on his hand, she turned back to look at LinLan, who seemed to want to bury her head in her clothes, and curiously asked, "Why are you suddenly laughing? Is there something funny?" Hee. No, I just suddenly thought that the two of us walking in this snow looks like we're pulling radishes. Pull one leg out, then the other. ISNT just like pulling radishes? Originally, just trying to find a casual excuse. She hadn't expected to suddenly come up with such a vivid action. Watching their clumsy movements made LinLan laugh again. What a say radish. Seeing there was nothing serious happening, Baichi turned back to continue walking. A radish is a radish, the kind that grows underground with a slightly spicy skin. She drew a rough shape of a radish in the snow. Seeing Baichi still shaking his head in confusion, she bent down and used her finger to sketch out a radish shape again. Although it wasn't very standard, Baichi could barely recognize what it was. Oh, it's a radish. Do people where you call radishes loabois? Yeah, from the front of the house to the back. It wasn't a long distance, but it took them several minutes to walk. There was no helping it. Baichi had long legs, but LinLan had to take small steps to move forward. Finally, reaching the back of the house, LinLan let out a sigh of relief. If they had gone any further, she would have felt like her legs weren't her own. Walking in such deep snow was truly uncomfortable. The broom was a long-handled one made in advance. LinLan steadied the stool below while Baichi stood on it, broom in hand, beginning to sweep down the snow. After a night and a day, the snow on the roof was no thinner than that below. All piled up and unable to fall down, they could only use the broom to scrape it down little by little. Be careful, take it slow. LinLan held her mouth and breathed warmth into her hands, occasionally rubbing them together to warm up. Watching Baichi poke the snow down with the broom, his hands turning red from the cold, she thought that after they returned home, she would find some suitable leather to make a pair of gloves to prevent her hands from freezing while working outside. However, she also needed to make a scarf and a hat. Otherwise, snow would fall in her collar and her ears would freeze off. They spent over an hour sweeping the snow off the entire roof. By the time Baichi came down, he was covered in snow, and when LinLan grabbed his hand to check, it was already red from the cold. She hurriedly pulled him back inside. You should warm up by the fire first. After more than an hour without attention, the fire in the stove had gone out, leaving only a few sparks. She quickly added a handful of kindling to the stove, and when the fire started, she added some larger logs, pushing Baichi closer to the stove and taking a towel to wipe off the melted snow from his head. Don't rush. You've been outside for so long. Your feet must be cold too. She pulled LinLan over, and they sat side by side in front of the stove. Baichi pressed his hands firmly against the fire, and when they warmed up, he took off LinLan's shoes. Sure enough, her feet were icy cold. You're always telling me to take care of myself, but you don't worry about yourself. He placed her feet against his abdomen, separated only by their layers of clothing. Yet he could still feel the coldness in her feet. He was somewhat annoyed that she didn't take her own body seriously. But he also understood it was because LinLan was worried about him that she neglected herself. Baichi felt a bit sour inside. LinLan smiled and said, "It's fine. I've gotten used to it. My feet are always cold in winter, and it doesn't help no matter how I try to warm them. But having someone who doesn't mind warming your feet makes me feel really happy, even if I fell into this strange world full of dangers. Meeting someone like you is worth it. By the way, I still haven't dealt with my hazelnuts." Suddenly seeing the bamboo basket on the stove, LinLan reached for it. But because her feet were on Baichi's, she couldn't get up and couldn't reach it. Having warmed her feet enough, LinLan pulled them back, put on her shoes, added some firewood to the large black pot, carefully controlled the heat, and poured in the hazelnuts to roast them. It was her first time roasting such things, and her technique wasn't very good. Many of them burned, but they were still edible, LinLan reassured herself. Throughout the winter, aside from cleaning the yard or sweeping the roof, Baichi and LinLan didn't go outside, let alone leave the valley. Fortunately, they had made ample preparations beforehand, stocking up on plenty of food, which allowed them to spend the winter so leisurely. In this otherworldly winter, it often snowed, and when it did, it would last at least a day or two without stopping. The snowflakes were large and dense, and the snow on the ground had already reached over a meter deep. The inside of the house was much warmer than outside, and the two stoves they had built previously kept crackling with fire all day. LinLan even lit the stove she had brought with her before. Although it was now minus 40 to 50 degrees outside, it wasn't that unbearable inside. Feeling bored, LinLan sat there eating roasted peanuts. She counted on her fingers and realized she had already been stuck in the house for 3 to 4 months. Picking up a peanut, she squeezed it hard, and the shell split in half, 2 red peanuts falling into her hand. She tossed the shell into the stove, where it quickly caught fire and rubbed off the red skin, leaving 2 white peanuts. She popped one in her mouth, and the unique aroma of roasted peanuts spread in her mouth. When would this winter end? Bored. She looked out through a small crack she had deliberately left in the door, but all she could see was the white snow. Even the mountain walls had been dyed white by the snowflakes, reflecting the sunlight and shining dazzlingly. At first, she found the heavy snow quite interesting, but after looking at it for 2 or 3 months, anyone would get tired of it. Peeling the tender white peanuts and placing them on a plate, I pushed it over to LinLan, finding it amusing to see her face clearly expressing so bored. I felt a bit helpless. This time, we had been cooped up indoors longer than during the rainy season. No wonder LinLan couldn't hold back. However, this winter was the best and most comfortable one I had ever experienced, and I felt quite satisfied. Bored already? We still have to wait for more than 2 months. The sun outside is quite nice today. Why not go to the yard for a while? While peeling peanuts, I placed the tender white ones in front of LinLan and suggested, "How about we go outside?" Thinking about it, it seemed reasonable. The weather looked good outside, and even if it was a bit cold, with the sun shining, it shouldn't be too uncomfortable. I brushed off the peanut shells from my hands, stood up, and went to the bedroom to get some clothes and gloves, ready to go play in the snow. I put on 3 layers of fluffy clothes, wrapping myself up like a ball. Looking at Baichi, who had not exceeded 2 layers of clothing since winter began, paired with his tall and slender figure. Even though his clothes were all furry, it didn't diminish his heroic demeanor. Quite enviable. Let's go. Not want to deal with Baichi, LinLan directly ignored him, threw out a sentence, and opened the door to go outside. As soon as the door opened, a blast of cold air hit LinLan, making her shiver involuntarily. But she didn't care, cheering as she ran out, lifting her head to feel the warmth of the sunlight, not knowing what had upset LinLan this time. Baichi could only helplessly follow behind her, as he had gotten used to her coming over every few days. Watching LinLan come alive again, Baichi felt happy. Watching her excitedly holding a snowball and using a specially made wooden shovel to move the snow in the yard, enthusiastically wanting to build a snowman. LinLan raised the shovel, drawing in the thick snow, wanting to create a snow sculpture. Seeing Baichi behind her, she eagerly pulled him over, saying, "Come help me. I want to make a snow sculpture." "How do we do it?" he asked, taking the wooden shovel LinLan handed him. LinLan gestured to a range and pointed, "Shovel away the snow outside this range. You go from that side, and I'll go from this side. Go for it." After making a gesture of encouragement, she excitedly ran over to start digging a hole. Oh no, a tunnel. Seeing LinLan so interested, Baichi could only play along. Holding the shovel, he started digging along the range LinLan had just drawn. They dug for over an hour, but only managed to clear a short distance in the over a meter of thick snow. It was minus 4 or 5 degrees Celsius outside, and after working hard for more than an hour, both of them were sweating profusely. LinLan felt that her face should be flushed, hot, and burning. So she fanned herself while looking at Baichi, who was bent over, working hard. Just as she was about to laugh, she heard a rustling sound in the distance. Alert! LinLan immediately straightened up and craned her neck to look towards the source of the sound. Baichi, who was shoveling snow, also heard the noise and stood up to look into the distance, but saw nothing. However, the rustling sound was getting closer. Baichi frowned, thought for a moment, and suddenly his expression changed. "Not good, it's a group of rock mice." "What?" LinLan, who was trying to observe the situation in the distance, immediately turned to look at Baichi when she heard his voice. She noticed the serious look on his face. It was rare for Baichi to look so grim. It seemed that the beasts that had come this time were not to be underestimated. She hoped they could get through this smoothly. Baichi immediately went back inside to grab his long sword, listened carefully, confirmed something, then drew his sword and swung it with all his might towards the source of the sound. A sword light shot out, and wherever it passed, the snow was cleared away, revealing the ground and forming a passage. LinLan watched and thought to herself that next time, she wouldn't have to clean by hand. She could just let Bai Qi sweep it away with his sword, which was cleaner and saved effort. Eventually, a few sharp cries came from the direction of the sound, and several black shadows were split in half, staining the snow with spots of red. Then Bai Qi continued to swing his sword, the sword energy flying, cutting through the snow in lines, each line leaving behind more or less bloodstains, black and red, standing out prominently against the white snow. LinLan quickly took out the blood-sucking vines from her space. Because the winter temperature was too low, the blood-sucking vines didn't like such weather. When they came out, they would usually fall into a deep sleep unless necessary. LinLan had directly placed them into the space, which was more comfortable. Once the blood-sucking vines emerged, they grew wildly. After absorbing energy throughout autumn, they had spent the winter slowly digesting it, allowing them to grow a bit more. Now, the vines had reached lengths of 30 to 40 meters, with 20 branches. Following LinLan's instructions, they emerged and immediately expanded to their maximum size, with 20 vines diving into the snow, searching for the positions of the rock mice. The blood-sucking vines were very sensitive to the scent of blood and flesh. But since the rock mice were in the snow, their scent was obstructed by the thick snow, making it quite challenging for the blood-sucking vines to search in such weather. Receiving the information transmitted by the blood-sucking vines, LinLan felt a bit of a headache. Currently, the mutated plants around her were only the ordinary type and couldn't adapt to the cold, snowy environment, which made it difficult for the blood-sucking vines to search in the snow. Glancing at Bai Qi, she pointed to the still rustling area not far away and said, "Can you clear the snow over there? The blood-sucking vines are having too much trouble finding those rock mice." The sound was getting closer, and the blood-sucking vines had only found about 10 or so, still because there were too many rock mice, some bumping into the blood-sucking vines nearby. Bai Qi gathered his true energy and swept his sword outward, forming a fan-shaped wave of true energy that spread outward. Any snow within that fan-shaped true energy was cleared away. If someone stood far away, they would feel that the snow falling on them was no less than when it was actually snowing. The snow was too thick, and Bai Qi had to repeat the action 3 times before the accumulated snow was cleared, revealing the rock mice slowly. They were about the size of adult rabbits on Earth, with black fur, resembling mice from Earth, and their 2 giant incisors were exposed, exceptionally sharp. Clearly, there were not a few that had come this time, at least over 100, all following behind their leader. Their small eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty cold light, filled with greedy and brutal expressions as they looked at LinLan and Bai Qi. Seeing those rock mice forming a semicircle to surround LinLan and Bai Qi, it seemed these rock mice had considerable experience in combat, retrieving the blood-sucking vines, which were almost frozen in the snow, but still searching. Bai Qi infused some with spirit energy into them, restoring their spirit to about 70 to 80%. He stood beside LinLan, the vine whips dancing in the air, intimidating the group of ferocious rock mice. The leader of the rock mice was larger than the others, with shinier fur. Bai Qi's previous attacks had already taken down a dozen of them, and the blood-sucking vines had killed another dozen, which made the remaining ones too intimidated to act recklessly as both sides awaited the best opportunity. Finally, the rock mice took the initiative. The leader at the front let out a short, sharp cry, and the group of rock mice, ready at the back, almost simultaneously charged toward the 2 of them. Over 100 black rock mice formed a black wave, surging towards them. LinLan sent a command in her mind, and the vine whips of the blood-sucking vines immediately met the attack. Although there were only 20 vine whips, each was at least 5 to 6 meters long, with sharp leaves growing on them, forming a green wave to meet the oncoming black tide. A black and green wave collided, producing a loud bang, followed by a sharp squeak and the sound of the writhing vines of the blood-sucking vine, which made LinLan realize that while the blood-sucking vine was eliminating the rock rats, it had also sustained considerable damage. Please remember the original domain of this book, www.forxiaoshuo.org. The mobile reading URL for forxiaoshuo.org is WAP, forxiaoshuo.org. Chapter 82, Elimination of Rock Rats. The blood-sucking vine couldn't hold back these rock rats for long. Soon, some rock rats broke through the vine's defense line and reached the 2 of them. Bai Qi picked up his sword to confront the advancing rock rats, channeling his true energy into the sword and continuously thrusting, not wanting Bai Qi to protect her. LinLan also took out the long knife she had used before and stood back to back with Bai Qi, blocking the rock rats trying to sneak attack from behind by Chi. The rock rats were extremely fast, and their small targets made their evasive maneuvers in the air very agile. LinLan's knife just followed the jumping trajectory of a rock rat, but unexpectedly, the rock rat dodged the long knife's attack in a bizarre manner. Moreover, the claws of these rock rats were very sharp. When they landed, their claws dug deep into the ground, leaving deep marks as they jumped, making it impossible to underestimate their power. Looking not far away, it was winter after all, and in such low temperatures, the blood-sucking vine's movements were greatly hindered. Slowing it down, those rock rats were quick, and aside from being injured by the blood-sucking vine at the start of the clash, after killing a few, they could always slip through the gaps in the blood-sucking vine, carefully dodging its fine needles and sharp leaves, inflicting considerable damage on the vine with their claws. Frowning, LinLan saw that only Bai Chi could still injure the rock rats. If this continued, even if they won, they would still be injured. She put away her long knife and called the blood-sucking vine over to help shield her. LinLan condensed her wooden spiritual energy, compressing it to form tiny wooden needles. This was her first attempt to materialize her wooden spiritual energy, which required a high demand on her mental strength. If it weren't for her rebirth and the pressure and tempering from traveling through time and space, her mental strength would not have been able to withstand it. The blood-sucking vine stood in front of LinLan to protect her, retracting all its tendrils in front of her, densely packed, making it impossible for the rock rats to find a gap to pass through, forcing them to gradually wear down the shield of tendrils in front of them. At this moment, the rock rat leader, which had been inactive, finally began to move. This rock rat was faster than the others, with sharper claws and teeth, and even its fur had stronger defensive capabilities than those of ordinary rock rats. It leaped a few times and easily landed in front of Bai Chi, swiping its claws forward. Bai Chi quickly reacted, blocking with his long sword. The sword met the claws of the rock rat with a crisp sound, and the rock rat used the force to bounce back to the ground, unharmed. Just as it steadied itself, the rock rat moved again, this time heading towards LinLan. Its speed was so fast that even Bai Chi couldn't react in time before it crashed into the blood-sucking vine with a bang, causing several clumps of fur to be cut off by the sharp leaves. And the vine was severed halfway by the sharp claws, falling to the ground. As LinLan moved, the surrounding wooden spiritual energy became dense, slowly compressing and forming tiny wooden needles, each wrapped around a small seed. The rock rat leader, after successfully landing a hit, continued to attack, inflicting wounds on the blood-sucking vine, causing its sharp leaves to fall to the ground. Once the wooden needles formed, LinLan was already sweating profusely, unable to wipe the sweat from her forehead. The success or failure depended on this moment, and she could only give it her all. At this time, especially in front of Bai Chi, the ground was already drenched in blood, with the red blood and the black bodies of rock rats everywhere. There were still quite a few rock rats continuously looking for opportunities to deliver a fatal blow to LinLan and Bai Chi. Carefully controlling over 1,000 needle-thin wooden needles, she took advantage of the rock rats' inattention to stab into their bodies. The needles were so small that they posed no threat to the rock rats. The ones that were pricked only felt a slight pain and continued to search for opportunities to leap and attack Bai Chi and LinLan. However, these wooden needles were not to be underestimated. Once they pierced the rock rats' bodies, the compressed wooden spiritual energy dissolved instantly, dispersing throughout the rock rat's body. The small, inconspicuous seeds wrapped in the needles, after the wooden spiritual energy dissolved, detached from the wooden energy's protection and entered the rock rat's bloodstream. Once the wooden spiritual energy in the rock rats reached a certain level, it stimulated the seeds to germinate. The tiny seeds quickly absorbed the wooden spiritual energy in the rock rats' bodies and grew into extremely thin yet long thread-like plants, gradually forming a size comparable to a fingernail, obstructing blood circulation and causing the rock rat's speed to drop instantly. These wooden needles pierced into the bodies of the rock rats, with each one managing to pierce 3 or 4, and some even more than 10. Once inside their bodies, stimulated by the wooden spiritual energy, they took root and sprouted, immediately obstructing the blood circulation within the rock rats' bodies with this strange plant, causing their speed and strength to naturally decrease. Seeing this, Bai Chi continuously pointed his sword, and in an instant, those rock rats that had slowed down were all eliminated by Bai Chi's sword until the last one fell under his blade. At this moment, LinLan, having used this technique for the first time and with her mental energy exhausted, felt completely weak and dizzy. If it weren't for the blood-sucking vine supporting her, she would have collapsed to the ground long ago. After eliminating the group of rock rats, Bai Chi immediately put away his sword, picked up LinLan, and rushed back to the house. As he turned, he casually instructed the blood-sucking vine to clean up the rock rat corpses, leaving without taking a single hair. The poor blood-sucking vine, having sustained such heavy injuries, with 3 of its 20 tendrils broken and having lost more than half of its leaves, not only received no reward or comfort for such a great contribution, but was also forced to deal with so many rock rats in such a cold environment. Truly a grave injustice for a plant. However, recalling the lesson of being tied to a tree by Chi, the blood-sucking vine shivered all over, confirming that it wasn't just shivering from the cold, but out of fear from that bad person. If it were tied to a tree now, it would probably have to wait until winter passed and spring arrived to be untied. No, that would be very hurtful to a plant's feelings. It still wanted to spend time with its dear master, even if it had to go to the comfortable place in space. It didn't want to be tied to a tree anymore. Overwhelmed with fear, the blood-sucking vine had no choice but to drag its battered and stiff body to stab the long needles into the rock rats' bodies, draining their blood while thinking how fortunate it was to still have some benefits. After slightly satisfying its hunger, the blood-sucking vine regained a bit of spirit, rolled up the rock rat bodies, and dragged them to throw them outside the valley, spending the entire afternoon doing nothing but throwing these corpses. After overexerting her mental energy, LinLan felt completely weak and her head was heavy. Bai Chi held her tightly as he entered the house, took off his outer clothing, and placed her on the bed. He touched her hair, which was frozen and damp from sweat, and her cheeks had little warmth. He pulled over a nearby blanket to cover LinLan, then turned to go outside to relight the extinguished stove. The temperature in the room gradually began to rise. He checked the warm water on the stove. The temperature was fine. Bai Chi turned around, took a towel, wrung it out in the hot water, and entered the room to wipe LinLan's face and forehead. After several changes, LinLan's face finally regained some color, and when she touched her skin, it wasn't as cold anymore. Only then did Bai Chi feel relieved and turn to exit the bedroom. He went to the storage room to find some broken corn, added water to the pot, and cooked some corn porridge for LinLan to eat when she woke up. After adding some firewood to the stove, LinLan thought for a moment, then grabbed her sword and turned to go outside. She went to the pit she had dug by the water pool and swept away the accumulated snow on top, revealing various fresh meats frozen beneath. She knocked out a well-prepared chicken from the ice. LinLan opened her eyes, rubbed her still dizzy head, realizing that the consequences of forcibly using her mental power to gather with spirit power were quite severe, but fortunately, it was within her tolerance. At least for more than half a month, her head would be in a daze, remembering the move she had thought of earlier. She was surprised at how useful it turned out to be. As a surprise attack method, it could be executed without anyone noticing. Staring blankly at the ceiling, she summarized the experience of that move in her mind. It could be used not only to wrap around seeds, but also when her mental power increased. She could directly compress it into wooden spikes, which could serve as a range attack method, LinLan thought. Just after waking up, her energy was low, and after thinking for a while, her head began to spin. She tapped her head and slowly sat up. A smell of food wafted through the door crack from outside, causing her empty stomach to protest with a grumble sound, urging LinLan to hurry and eat to fill it. She put on her shoes, opened the bedroom door, but didn't see Bai Chi. On the stove, one pot was simmering corn porridge, while another pot had the savory aroma of chicken stewed with mushrooms, which made LinLan's stomach growl even more. Lifting the pot lid, a rush of steam accompanied by the smell of food escaped. The porridge had thickened, and the chicken looked like it had been stewing for quite some time. She grabbed a bowl nearby and eagerly served herself a bowl of corn porridge, not caring if it was hot, and quickly took a sip. The sensation of food slid down her throat, making LinLan, who had been feeling cold, suddenly feel warm all over, letting out a comfortable sigh. With food in her stomach, LinLan remembered Bai Chi and opened the door to look outside, seeing him cleaning up the blood from the previously killed rock mice. He was digging a pit right there, shoveling the blood-stained soil into it, then covering it up, ensuring no trace of blood remained outside. "You're awake. How do you feel? Is there anywhere uncomfortable?" When LinLan opened the door, he had almost finished cleaning up and hurriedly covered the last few shovelfuls of dirt, then covered it with a layer of snow, pulling LinLan's hand to go back inside. "It was just using a new move. I didn't control my mental power well. It's nothing serious." Following Bai Chi's pull, she sat down and smiled as she sipped her corn porridge in response. "Next time, don't act so recklessly. Just leave it to me to handle." Seeing that LinLan didn't seem to have any major issues, Bai Chi finally relaxed the heart he had been holding on to and let out a sigh of relief. All right, she agreed first, but if there was another situation like this, she would certainly still take action. LinLan then realized that her combat ability could indeed become stronger. Previously, she could only rely on close combat and mutated plants, but she couldn't use her abilities to launch attacks like other ability users. It turned out that her level was still too low. By the way, what are these rock mice? I've never seen them before. LinLan asked while taking the chicken soup Bai Chi, server, sipping from the bowl. I've only seen them a few times before. Bai Chi slowly recalled. These rock mice have sharp teeth and can gnaw through rocks. They can dig holes in the hard rock of the cliffs, which is why I call them rock mice. If they're in the snow, you can only hear some rustling sounds, but you can't see any traces. They are very good at hiding. Rock mice are bloodthirsty. The first time I encountered them was during the first winter after I arrived. They were quite far away, and I could only watch from a distance. There were even fewer than the group we saw, about 50 or 60 of them, and they cleaned out 3 deer without leaving a trace. I've only seen them a few times, but each time left a deep impression on me. Once I even came into contact with them. If I hadn't run fast, I would have ended up in the stomach of that group of rock mice. However, these rock mice seem to only appear in winter. I've never seen them at any other time. Listening quietly, LinLan lowered her head and continued eating from her bowl without saying much more. After finishing, she placed the bowl on the table and asked, "Do you think there will be other mutated beasts coming besides these rock mice?" Maybe it's hard to say. Bai Chi sat up straight and looked outside, seemingly trying to see beyond the closed door to the valley. The winter lasts too long, and many mutated beasts can't survive. Especially during the end of winter, it's the most brutal time. By this time, they've eaten all the food they stored in autumn. Starving, they will come out recklessly searching for food, and that's when they are the most dangerous. When they disregard their lives, they can unleash their potential to the fullest, whether it's humans or others. In dire situations, they often exhibit unimaginable energy. I see. LinLan frowned, her hands unconsciously tapping lightly on her knees, saying, "Should we set some traps at the valley? The winter here is too cold, and those mutated plants can't adapt at all. In such a cold environment, their reactions become much slower, and they even enter a dormant state. Otherwise, during this rock mouse attack, those mutated plants wouldn't have been completely unresponsive. It seemed that the level of these plants was still too low. If they were higher, they wouldn't fall into a dormant state in such an environment." Bai Chi rubbed the patterns on his sword, quickly thinking about how to keep those mutated beasts outside the valley. He flashed through various methods, but all were denied one by one. Ultimately, it was still because their materials were limited. They could only create some simple traps and rudimentary warning devices. After figuring out what to do, Bai Chi stood up and said, "I'll be back soon." With that, he opened the door and walked out. If he were still in the previous situation, he wouldn't need to think of ways to set traps. Even if those mutated beasts attacked, he wouldn't be afraid. But now he had LinLan here, with many things at stake, and he couldn't afford to gamble anymore. He had to find every possible way to keep those mutated beasts out, at least to get a warning before they attacked, giving them enough time to prepare. Watching Bai Chi leave, LinLan took out a seed and began to control the wood spirit power to induce growth, but as she just started to push it, a sharp pain shot through her head. Taking a deep breath, she slowly emptied her mind, and when the pain in her head eased slightly, LinLan slowly opened her eyes. Opening her palm, she saw a seed that had just begun to sprout lying quietly in her hand. She tossed the seed away and sighed. She had played it too big this time and decided not to think about using her spiritual power for a while. After adding a few pieces of firewood to the stove to keep it from extinguishing, LinLan stood up and unsteadily walked to the door. Opening the door, a blast of cold air rushed in, making LinLan shiver, but the cold air also cleared her mind a bit. In the distance, Bai Chi was busy at the valley, the blood-sucking vines still pitifully dragging their stiff bodies, slowly moving the corpses of the rock mice out into the snow. LinLan saw this and knew it was Bai Chi's intention, unable to help but want to laugh. There were only the two of them here, and if she didn't find some fun for herself, she would surely be bored to death. Clearly, the subtle competition between the blood-sucking vines and Bai Chi was the amusement LinLan referred to, as the blood-sucking vine that had been following LinLan around during this time sensed her standing at the door. Seeing her dear master watching her, the blood-sucking vine instantly came back to life, its blue and red energy fully restored. It felt a surge of motivation, and its movements, which had been as slow as a turtle, immediately transformed into the speed of a rabbit. Quickly gathering the few remaining rock mouse corpses on the ground and throwing them out of the valley, rushing towards LinLan. Catching the blood-sucking vine, LinLan noticed its shrunken form looked pitiful. Most of its sharp leaves had fallen off, and several branches had been severed. The whole plant appeared to have suffered greatly. Since it had been with her, it had never been injured like this. Gently stroking the broken branches, LinLan felt a pang of sympathy. But she couldn't gather her with spirit power right now, leaving the vine to recover on its own in the coming days. The blood-sucking vine sensed LinLan's regret and her current state of injury through their bond. So it extended its few remaining leaves to rub against her cheek in silent comfort. LinLan chuckled at the gentle touch and stroked its leaves and roots a few times before putting it back into her space where it could recuperate better. Taking one last look towards Bai Chi's direction, she turned back into the house and closed the door, shutting out the cold air from outside. Instantly, the temperature inside the room rose a little. With the door closed, no sunlight could enter, and the only light came from the flames in the stoves. If she was low on energy, she could recover through meditation, but now her mental power had been affected, and she could only wait for it to slowly recover. Sighing, she closed her eyes, feeling the warmth from the firelight on her face, realizing how weak she still was. When Bai Chi entered the room, he saw LinLan sitting in front of the stove, holding a stick and staring blankly at the flames, occasionally poking at them. He walked over, gently patting her head with concern, and asked, "What is wrong, LinLan? If there is anything, talk to me, and we can think of a way together." Startled by the sudden touch on her head, LinLan jumped, and when she realized it was Bai Chi standing behind her, looking at her with concern, she relaxed. Throwing the stick into the stove, she said, "It's nothing. It's just that I can't use my mental power for a while, and, as a result, my spiritual power is also affected. If the beasts attack again during this time, we'll have to rely on you." LinLan looked worriedly at Bai Chi. Sitting down, Bai Chi wrapped an arm around LinLan's shoulders, letting her lean against him. "It's just beasts. I can handle it. You just rest at home and leave everything to me." LinLan leaned her head on Bai Chi's shoulder, responding softly. Beyond that, she didn't know what else she could do. After a warm moment together, LinLan got up, took the dried fruits and other items she had prepared earlier, and placed them in front of them, slowly peeling them as they cherished this rare, leisurely time. Even though she had mentally prepared herself, the cruelty of this winter still exceeded LinLan's expectations. Ever since encountering the rock mice, it was as if a battle mode had been activated. In the struggle for survival, these beasts had evolved over millions of years, gradually forming physiological traits that adapted better to the environment here. Their sense of smell was extremely sensitive in this long and cold winter. They could detect the scent of flesh from thousands of meters away, accurately judging the location and finding their prey. Clearly, Bai Chi and LinLan's place was an ideal hunting ground for them. They posed no natural threat in terms of strength and were only 2 in number. Even if the hungry beasts were 10 or 100 times stronger, they would fight desperately, let alone the 2 who had similar combat abilities. After that, beasts frequently attacked the valley. The traps at the entrance could only deter the weaker ones. For the stronger beasts, they merely served as a warning, at best slowing down their movements, giving Bai Chi and LinLan more time to prepare. Some beasts with special abilities could silently infiltrate from the surrounding cliffs of the valley, catching them off guard. Every time they killed a beast, they would do their utmost to cover up the strong smell of blood, but as time passed and the number of dead beasts increased, the stench became impossible to conceal. This consequence attracted even more beasts, creating a vicious cycle that forced them to fight daily without rest at night. As time went on, both LinLan and Bai Chi accumulated fresh wounds. If it weren't for LinLan's healing abilities and the pills made from the precious green leaf grass that she had saved, it was uncertain whether they could survive this winter. Moreover, Bai Chi hadn't expected so many beasts to attack them this year, catching him off guard. And just as one wound healed, new ones would appear. LinLan felt that these last 2 months of winter were as long as 2 years, filled only with battles and energy replenishment, leaving no time for anything else. The fresh meat frozen by the pond was also found and eaten clean by those beasts, which amazed LinLan. If they could find something frozen in ice, how much easier it was for them to find 2 living people exposed to the air. After winter, as the ice and snow melted and everything revived, LinLan took off her heavy layers of leather clothing and stood outside the door, watching the green shoots gradually emerge from the ground, feeling a sense of revival unique to spring. She suddenly felt alive again. Rushing outside, standing in the yard, LinLan spread her arms wide, embracing the warm sunshine with an unending smile on her face. Turning back to the house, she waved her hands excitedly, saying, "Bai Chi, are you done yet? Hurry up." "Almost done," came a cheerful voice from inside. After spring arrived, the beasts came less frequently. After all, with more food available, there was no need for them to come here to die. They were not foolish. This time, the 2 planned to go into the mountains to see if they could find some wild vegetables to supplement their meals. Of course, it would be best to find some wild game, as eating pickled meat every day made LinLan feel like she could hardly taste anything else. Please remember the original domain for this book, www.forshaoshual.org. Mobile reading URL, WAP. forshaoshual.org. After searching for nearly half an hour, LinLan threw the branch in her hand and sat on a fallen tree, looking at Bai Chi, who was standing in front of her, and said unhappily, "It's just starting to sprout, and we can't find any edible wild vegetables. If we can't find them, forget it. Don't we have food at home? Let's go back and come back in a couple of days. Your injury hasn't healed yet." Bai Chi walked over and tightened the clothes on LinLan, suggesting, "They are now coming out to look for food, and it's not safe here. Your injury hasn't healed yet. It's best if we don't confront those. I'm worried I won't be able to protect you if we encounter a powerful." LinLan pouted and said, "All right, let's go back." They got up and continued to walk towards the valley, stepping carefully. LinLan also knew her current situation. Last time her mental strength hadn't fully recovered, and they were attacked by a wave of. This time, another wave came, making it impossible for her to let Bai Chi protect her from behind. She had to go up. She tried her best to avoid using spiritual power, relying only on her agile skills to confront those. However, sometimes Bai Chi was injured too heavily, and she had no choice but to use her healing ability, which led to her mental strength not recovering until now. And it even became more severe. Now, she was completely unable to use her mental strength and would need at least 3 to 4 months of rest to recover. Once things got on track, time flew by quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 40 years had passed. For LinLan and Bai Chi, aside from becoming more in sync and stronger, with the not daring to bother them, not much had changed. LinLan's cultivation technique had reached the mid-level of the 5th layer, while Bai Chi had reached the upper 6th layer, nearing the completion of the 6th layer. With such combat power, they truly could walk through this area unchallenged. Inside the house, LinLan used a water curtain to create a mirror the same size as herself. Standing in front of the mirror, she looked up and down, left and right, with a joyful smile on her face, clearly very satisfied with her appearance. She reached out, pressed on her skin, raised her arms to look, and then turned around. LinLan felt that cultivating this nameless technique was truly a beauty tool. Previously, every time she finished cultivating, she would expel some black impurities from her skin, and even now, it was still continuously being expelled. Moreover, every time after expelling, she could feel her skin becoming smooth, fair, and tender. Now it seemed that not even a single pore could be seen like the finest tender white jade, which seemed to transmit light under the sun. What LinLan didn't know was that this nameless technique was passed down from ancient times and was divided into 9 layers. The first 5 layers could expel impurities from the human body, allowing the body to reach a congenital state, which would be more beneficial for future cultivation. The remaining 4 layers, each time one reached a layer, the internal strength would undergo earth-shaking changes until the last layer, where a domain could be formed from nothingness, manifesting billions of plants to be used against enemies. She was currently just getting started. With a wave of her hand, the water curtain dissipated in the air, leaving no trace of water around, indicating that LinLan had a good grasp of water manipulation. Besides these, over the years, as her technique progressed, LinLan found that her space was also slowly expanding. Now, it had grown from the original 20 cubic meters to a 300 square meter space, 5 meters high, which was what LinLan was most pleased about. Suddenly, as if hearing some noise, LinLan walked out of the bedroom. Just as she reached the door, she saw Bai Chi in a gray fur vest, holding his long sword, which he never parted with, walking towards her. He walked slowly, but in the blink of an eye, he was right in front of her, as if he had mastered the legendary technique of. This was also a move Bai Chi had comprehended over the years. Over the years, Bai Chi had changed even more. How to say it? From the perspective of his physique, Bai Chi had always had a good build, tall and slender, not the type with bulging muscles but still impressive. His face was handsome, coupled with that unique aura, standing there made it easy to notice his presence. Now, the overall change wasn't much, but every fiber of muscle in his body contained powerful energy, just the right amount. If there were a bit more or less, it would lose its flavor. He wasn't overly robust, but he wasn't thin either. LinLan knew that beneath the clothes, those smooth lines displayed his perfect golden ratio figure, complemented by skin as smooth as silk, making him irresistible. If the previous Bai Chi could be spotted in a crowd, the current Bai Chi made it hard to look away. This was also due to the cultivation techniques. Bai Chi's technique was different from LinLan's. LinLan expelled impurities from the inside out, while Bai Chi's first 5 layers focused on strengthening every muscle and cell in his body. By the time he reached the 5th layer, His body strength had reached a level that ordinary people couldn't match, and common weapons couldn't inflict any harm on him. Additionally, by practicing dual cultivation with LinLan daily, their techniques complemented each other. When LinLan expelled impurities, Bai Chi's impurities would also be expelled due to the operation of his technique, and vice versa. Although LinLan's body wasn't as tough as Bai Chi's, it was still much better than that of an average person. "I've finished tidying up the house," LinLan said. The wardrobe contained both of their clothes. The cupboard held all the utensils, and the table and stools were neatly stacked aside. Everything in the storage room was packed together. "Let's go," Bai Chi said, patting LinLan's shoulder. Nodding, LinLan turned and stored all the items in the house into her space. In just a few seconds, the once full house was now empty, aside from the bed and stove that couldn't be moved. Looking around the house where they had lived for over 40 years, LinLan felt very reluctant, and her eyes turned red. Bai Chi walked up and comforted her. "It's all right. If we can't find a crowd, or if we do and you want to come back, we can always return." LinLan wrapped her arms around Bai Chi's waist, burying her head in his chest. Her voice a bit muffled. Bai Chi didn't rush her, just repeatedly patted her back until she slowly calmed down. After 2 minutes, LinLan rubbed her head against Bai Chi's clothes, wiping her tears on him, and then looked up, feeling both reluctant and determined, and said, "Let's go." After saying that, she used a piece of wood to prop the door shut, turned around, stored the stone mill in the yard into her space, and walked out of the valley without looking back. You could say we're almost 60 now, but why does it feel like we haven't changed since the year we arrived? After all, they were leaving a place where they had lived for so many years, and both LinLan and Bai Chi felt a bit down. However, LinLan still tried to lift her spirits and started to find a topic to lighten the mood. But as soon as she brought it up, LinLan felt a bit awkward. Almost 60 years old. Wasn't she becoming an old lady? LinLan quickly lifted her arm, noticing her skin was still so shiny and elastic, not feeling old at all. Stopping in her tracks, she quickly grabbed Bai Chi's clothes and asked anxiously, "Do you think I've aged?" Women are particularly sensitive about aging. Bai Chi cooperatively stopped, crossed his arms, and pinched his chin with his right hand, looking LinLan up and down. This made LinLan feel a bit flustered and more nervous. Then he burst out laughing, hugged LinLan, and gave her a peck on the lips, saying, "My LinLan is the prettiest. How could you be old?" LinLan's face turned red, and she raised her palm to give Bai Chi a couple of playful slaps, looking at him suspiciously and asking, "Really? Really, can I still deceive you?" However, even if LinLan is truly an old lady, I still like her. Saying this, I lowered my head and captured LinLan's lips, which were more delicate than the most tender petals, and began to suck and nibble. My tongue entered her mouth, filled with honey-like sweetness, teasing her slippery little tongue, pulling it into my mouth, sucking hard, and I really wanted to swallow that fragrant little tongue into my belly. Breathless, LinLan felt a bit unsteady, her body going soft, and she could only wrap her arms around Bai Chi's neck, tilting her head back to passively accept Bai Chi's advances. Her eyes were hazy, and the honey-like liquid that couldn't be swallowed in time dripped from the corners of their mouths. From a distance, a tall and handsome figure embraced a stunning beauty, gazing deeply at her and kissing her passionately. With the surrounding dense forest, if there were a photographer present, they would definitely not miss this beautiful scene. However, there were no photographers here, only unknown insects and strange beasts that occasionally glanced over but were intimidated by the powerful aura surrounding Bai Chi and LinLan, not daring to provoke them. After quite a while, Bai Chi finally let LinLan go. Once released, both of their breaths were a bit hurried. But Bai Chi was much better than LinLan. At least he could stand steadily there as a support for her. Leaning against Bai Chi, LinLan slowly calmed her breathing, feeling her strength somewhat restored. She stepped out of Bai Chi's embrace, tidied up her slightly disheveled clothes, and rearranged her hair. Glancing sideways at Bai Chi, at the sight of her spring-like eyes, Bai Chi felt a certain part of him rise timidly, but looking around, he decided to hold back. Otherwise, if he angered LinLan, he might really end up ruining himself. After leaving the valley and climbing to a high mountain, looking at the dense green forest around, LinLan felt a bit of headache. The surroundings were filled with continuous mountains, covered with green trees. If it were a picnic, one would definitely be overjoyed at such a view. However, now they were searching for the humans of this world, and in this endless forest, they had no idea which direction to look in. "Let's head that way." LinLan turned to look at Bai Chi behind her and asked. The scenery all around looked the same, and she truly couldn't tell, so she had to rely on the all-capable General Bai to figure it out. After surveying the area, Bai Chi pointed towards the west and said, "We'll keep heading west." With their current abilities, the obstacles in the forest were no longer a problem, and they moved very quickly. They climbed mountains when encountering them, waded through water when faced with it, found caves before the summer rainy season, and gathered more beast furs before winter arrived. When they encountered impassable areas, they would change direction and head elsewhere. Thus, they traveled for nearly 8 years in total. Over these 8 years, they encountered many dangers, and only after emerging did they truly realize the cruelty and peril of this world. The powerful strange beasts they faced were ones they had never seen before, and with their current combat strength, even together they could not contend with them. Wait. LinLan grabbed Bai Chi's arm and whispered, "It seems there's a group of powerful strange beasts coming this way." Exchanging glances, they immediately hid in the nearby bushes, finding a spot where they could see clearly without being discovered, waiting to see what was approaching. Bai Chi, being tall, could just see the area, and, after a while, his keen hearing also picked up the sound of something approaching. However, at the same time, there were also intermittent voices. Bai Chi's expression turned serious as he continued to observe. Sure enough, after a short while, a group of 10 people dressed in leather clothing walked over. From the aura they exuded, it was clear they were all experts. "Who are you? Show yourselves." The leader turned his vigilant eyes towards Bai Chi and LinLan's hiding spot. The 9 people behind him also spread out, weapons drawn, pointing towards the two, ready to act at the slightest sign of trouble. Such vigilance, Bai Chi thought, but did not show any surprise on his face. He pulled LinLan out from behind the bushes. The group relaxed slightly when they saw it was a man and a woman, their combat power seemingly lower than theirs. However, they still kept their weapons pointed at Bai Chi and LinLan. "Who are you? This is the territory of the Terra tribe. You should leave quickly." The leader, seeing them, relaxed a bit, but remained cautious, as if ready to act at any moment. Squeezing LinLan's hand, Bai Chi stepped forward, cupping his fists in a salute and saying, "Greetings, warriors. I am Bai Chi, and this is my companion LinLan. We have come from afar seeking the location of the human population. May I ask if the Terra tribe is a human-inhabited tribe?" Bai Chi's gaze was sharp, and when he cupped his fists, the group's hands moved reflexively, indicating that any unusual movement from him would trigger their response. Given their heightened vigilance, it seemed that conflicts were common here, and he wondered whether finding this human population would be good or bad. Seeing that Bai Chi made no further movements, the leader, who had just been on edge, relaxed slightly and smiled, saying, "I am Belial, and these are the warriors of our Terra tribe. Are you wanderers? We Terra tribe is the largest tribe here. You can rest in our tribe for a while." Observing LinLan and Bai Chi, he noted that they were wearing rough animal skins and holding weapons smaller than heavy swords, suggesting they were indeed wanderers. After all, only wanderers would lack the resources to forge a good sword and end up with such a thin blade. "Just in time, our patrol time has come. You can accompany us back to the tribe. However, we only accept warriors. Only true warriors can join our tribe. Otherwise, you will only be able to do the most menial tasks. The nutrition of wanderers is quite poor, looking so skinny." Belial glanced at Bai Chi with pity in his eyes. "No wonder you came to our tribe. At least you can have a good meal." Belial was always very confident in his tribe. Belial and the 9 men behind him were all tall and robust, with muscles that clearly indicated great strength. Not only Belial, but the 9 behind him also looked at Bai Chi and LinLan with pity, seeing how weak they were and wondering if they could even handle the menial tasks in the tribe, let alone join the patrol team or form a hunting team with others. "Thank you very much." Bai Chi found their looks somewhat strange, but felt it was not the right time to ask, so he cupped his fists in gratitude. LinLan had been following Bai Chi silently, leaving all the negotiations to him. However, Bai Chi, as expected, quickly established a rapport with the group, managing to glean some information about their situation in the tribe, giving them ample preparation to avoid walking into the unknown. "Brother Belial, aside from the Terra tribe, are there other tribes around here? You know, my wife and I have lived in the dense forest, and this is the first time we've encountered fellow humans. We want to learn more about this place." Bai Chi casually inquired while walking alongside Belial, holding LinLan's hand. "Our Terra tribe is the largest tribe here, with the most territory, the most people, and the most experts, including 4 experts above level 16. Belial's tone was filled with pride as he continued excitedly. "Apart from our Terra tribe, to the southeast is the Yajiki tribe, and to the west of that is the Maha tribe. The others are all small tribes that depend on us larger tribes. It doesn't matter if you don't know them." When mentioning the other 2 major tribes, Belial had a dismissive look when talking about the smaller tribes. Bai Chi observed quietly that not only Belial, but the others also shared the same attitude when discussing these tribes, leading him to form a decision in his heart. After contemplating, he continued, Then, are there any requirements for us to enter the tribe? Upon hearing Bai Chi's question, Bailier and the other 9 looked at him with a mix of pity and disdain, some even brazenly scanning him with their eyes. Bai Chi's expression remained unchanged as he allowed them to look at him, and despite his frail appearance, he exuded a decent aura, causing them to slightly retract their gazes. To enter the tribe, outsiders must undergo the tribe's trial. However, compared to the people from the smaller tribes, if wanderers fail, they can still enter the tribe. But only at the bottom level, doing dirty and chaotic work, receiving very poor food that barely fills them but doesn't leave them starving. It was still Bailier who answered, "I don't know what this trial entails." The tribe trial involves fighting a warrior from the tribe. If you win, you can enter the tribe. If you lose, you leave immediately, said a burly man beside them, waving his strong arms as he spoke, spitting as he looked at Bai Chi and LinLan with a disdainful expression. Not just this man, but the others, including Bailier, looked at them with the same attitude. However, having experienced so much, such looks held no power over Bai Chi and LinLan. Bai Chi pretended not to see and continued speaking with them, while LinLan remained silently beside him. The tribe was not far from their current location, but not very close either. The 10 of them walked very quickly, seemingly intentionally making it difficult for Bai Chi and LinLan. The 2 followed behind leisurely, as if strolling through a garden, their expressions unchanged. Even LinLan, a woman, had no complaints, which caused a slight change in the attitudes of these men. After nearly 2 hours and having crossed a peak, Bailier finally pointed to a massive city gate ahead and said, "We've arrived. It's right here." They stood on a high slope that allowed them to see the tribe below. Calling it a tribe was more fitting to describe it as a city. A huge city gate with many guards standing above and on either side, with people constantly entering and exiting. Inside the gate was a wide and orderly street lined with many stone houses, showing that the closer one got to the city center, the better the houses became. At the very center was a large plaza that occupied almost a third of the city. LinLan and Bai Chi were surprised to see such a large-scale establishment in this other world, exchanging astonished glances. Initially, they thought it was a primitive tribe, one made of wooden structures with few people, but they never expected it to be this grand. Clearly pleased with their shock, Bailier proudly pointed to the city ahead and said, "Look, that's our tribe. How about that? It's your first time seeing so many people, right? Our tribe has a population of 760,000, the largest of all tribes, and we also have the most skilled warriors." LinLan estimated the total area of the tribe, noting that it was as large as a major city. Having seen international metropolises, she was merely surprised by the exotic scenery, not particularly shocked by the population. Bai Chi, a general who had commanded hundreds of thousands of troops, also felt only slight surprise at the numbers, not viewing them as particularly impressive. However, seeing Bailier and the others so proud, they kept their thoughts to themselves. Aside from their initial astonishment, their faces showed no further admiration, calmness, or envy, which displeased the others. "Come with us," Bailier said, leading the way toward the city gate. Upon reaching the gate, Bailier and the others greeted the guards. "Hey, Ross. On duty today?" Bailier stepped forward and playfully punched the shoulder of a man who appeared to be a small leader, laughing loudly. Back from patrol, Bailier? Ross seemed very familiar with Bailier, returning the punch and glancing back at Bai Chi and LinLan, raising his chin in inquiry. "Bailier, who are these 2? They look so weak." After speaking, he looked them up and down, especially Bai Chi, with even more disdain than Bailier. "These 2 are wanderers we encountered during our patrol. Want to join our tribe. You know, even those from the smaller tribes take pride in joining us, let alone these wanderers." "These 2? Ross sneered at Bai Chi, while completely ignoring LinLan. After all, in this other world, the main combat power lay with men. Powerless women were merely subservient at home. So weak, how could they possibly defeat those trial warriors? Don't let those warriors knock them out with a single punch. Haha. Ross laughed heartily, as if it were the funniest thing ever. Behind him, the others, including Bailier and the group with him, laughed without restraint. Even passers-by entering and exiting the gate joined in. Despite being mocked like this, Bai Chi's face remained calm, though his tightly clenched fist betrayed his feelings. LinLan was not as composed as Bai Chi. Her lips were tightly pressed together, and her eyes burned with anger. Neither in her past life, nor this one had she ever been looked down upon like this. If it weren't for Bai Chi holding her tightly, she would have wanted to take out a mutated plant from her space to show these people the taste of the blood-sucking vines. Once their laughter subsided, Bai Chi stepped forward and cupped his fist toward Bailier, asking, "Brother Bailier, how should we proceed with the trial? What are the requirements?" His voice was as gentle as before, as if he hadn't understood the mocking words at all. Seeing his reaction, the others looked at him with even more disdain. Even some nearby women, who had felt a slight attraction due to Bai Chi's handsome appearance, lost their interest and shifted to dislike him. Casting sympathetic glances at LinLan's delicate and beautiful face, some even showing a hint of schadenfreude. In this other world, where powerful exotic beasts existed, strength was revered. The strong here all had robust physiques and well-defined muscles. In LinLan's words, from behind, they all looked like bears. Bai Chi's slender figure, compared to the average height of 2 meters among the crowd, was not impressive, and his lack of muscle made him appear weak and useless in their eyes. LinLan also noticed that in this world, not just men, but women too had a robust and muscular appearance. LinLan noticed that even the shortest women here were more than half a head taller than her, and their figures were impressive, with their clothes nearly bursting at the front and being quite round at the back. As they walked, they swayed with every step, and LinLan couldn't help but worry for them, fearing that they might expose themselves inadvertently. The crowd of onlookers was growing, and it seemed that the tendency to gather for excitement wasn't just a trait of the people from the Heavenly Dynasty. Everyone had a sense of curiosity. The people were all gathered around, pointing at LinLan and Bai Chi, especially the women, who huddled together chattering away. Those who had been there for a while were explaining the situation to the newcomers, and upon learning the backstory, they looked at Bai Chi with disdain and contempt, while their gazes towards LinLan were filled with sympathy and schadenfreude. LinLan's petite figure, delicate fair skin, smooth black long hair, and beautiful face were undeniable. Even if the women here wouldn't admit it, they couldn't deny LinLan's beauty and their jealousy. In the eyes of these people from another world, LinLan should be a treasured gem, while ordinary people needed strong women like those here, capable of doing hard labor. Being so weak and good-looking was of little use. She couldn't even handle a pig, let alone cook one. One of the onlookers, seeing the men around staring at LinLan, said with a hint of jealousy, "But look at the man beside her. He is so weak, he probably can't even handle a pig." And with that thought, she couldn't help but laugh with glee. Clearly, this woman's words resonated with the many women around her. Who would want the attention of the opposite sex? This woman had drawn so many male gazes, which created an imbalance in the hearts of those women, especially those who believed their men, or the men they had their eyes on, were quite impressive, decided to keep a close watch on them to prevent any contact with this weak woman. They thought that her man, being so frail, could not provide her with a good life, and if they entered the tribe, he would surely take their strong men. Unbeknownst to her, LinLan had become the public enemy of the women around, all watching her with wary eyes. As everyone was busy discussing LinLan and Bai Chi, which was driving LinLan to the brink of exploding, a voice cut through the crowd from behind. Once the voice came through, the onlookers automatically parted to make way for the newcomers. Bailey and Ross stood at attention upon hearing the voice, as if welcoming an important figure. LinLan and Bai Chi, noticing Bailey and Ross's seriousness, also raised their heads to look at the newcomer. LinLan saw 3 people approaching, each wielding an enormous sword nearly 8 inches wide. The leader, around 2 meters tall, had a physique that perfectly fit the standards here, with prominent muscles and dark skin, and his black hair stood upright. His brown eyes were incredibly imposing, and his face was ruggedly defined. It was only the beginning of autumn, yet his upper body was bare, revealing a strong chest, and he wore a fine black animal skin around his waist, walking barefoot. From the expressions of the crowd, it was clear that this person held significant prestige in the tribe. After he arrived, the previously chattering crowd fell silent, watching him with excitement, as if they had just seen a super celebrity. The newcomer scanned the area and noticed LinLan and Bai Chi standing in the middle. At a glance, he saw no threat from them and looked at LinLan a little longer, smiling before directing his attention elsewhere, standing still among the crowd. Bailey immediately stepped forward with excitement, trying to suppress his emotions, and respectfully addressed the man, Lord Bart. "These 2 are wanderers I encountered today who wish to join our tribe. I brought them here for the trial." Ross, standing behind him, felt a bit frustrated that Bailey had spoken first, but nodded continuously to affirm the truth of Bailey's words. Upon hearing Bailey's words, Bart glanced at Bai Chi with the corner of his eye and snorted coldly, "You really think our tribe is easy to enter, Stan? You go teach him. Our Terra tribe is not for just anyone." Bart pointed his chin in Bai Chi's direction with an arrogant and disdainful attitude. "If you lose, I'll give you a chance. Leave this little beauty beside you as my woman, and I'll grant you entry into the tribe." At this statement, the crowd instantly erupted in discussion. This wanderer actually gets to be personally tested by Lord Bart, and to have Lord Stan step in, what a privilege. said one voice filled with envy and jealousy. Lord Bart actually let Lord Stan intervene. This wanderer is in for a show, another chimed in gleefully. Lord Stan has already reached level 11, just 2 levels away from the expert rank. You know, there aren't many experts above level 13 in our Terra tribe. Only 529 in total. It's rare for someone as young as Stan to have such achievements. Only Lord Bart is stronger than him, said a voice filled with fanatical admiration. What is so great about this woman that Lord Bart took notice of her? She is so small. She definitely can't handle Lord Bart's strong and powerful physique. I'm not any worse than her. Why can't Lord Bart look at me? Said another voice, filled with resentment. Lord Bart actually has his eyes on such a woman who has no chest and no backside. Clearly, I am much stronger than her, said a sour voice, filled with malice as they looked at LinLan. A person slightly shorter than Bart stepped forward, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Wherever his gaze landed, silence fell, and the crowd parted to leave ample space for the 2 fighters, leaving only LinLan, Bai Chi, and Bart with his 3 companions. After a moment, Bart smirked and condescendingly said to Bai Chi, "Let us do this. I see you looking so weak. You probably haven't had a decent meal before, which is why you want to come to our tribe. We don't want useless people looking at you. I bet you can't even take a punch from Stan. I'll give you a chance. Give me that little beauty beside you, and I'll let you into the tribe and even give you a place to stay. What do you say?" Upon hearing this, a cold light flashed in Bai Chi's eyes, and his smile grew even more gentle. As the veins on his hand gripping the sword bulged, he replied, "Thank you for your kind offer, but my wife is not for trade. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you." LinLan felt very angry upon hearing this. Great, nobody dared to use her as a bargaining chip during the apocalypse. And now, in this other world, she encountered it. However, with a look of disgust in her eyes, she believed that General Bai would give these people an unforgettable lesson. Those who dared to covet General Bai's belongings were asking for trouble. Please remember the original domain of this book, www.forxiaoxua.org. The mobile reading URL for forxiaoxua.org is WAP. forxiaoxua.org Chapter 87. The Trial to Enter the Tribe. Clearly, Bart did not respond to Bai Chi's words, smirking coldly. In his view, with someone as weak as Bai Chi, the final outcome was already obvious. His sharp gaze glanced at the petite beauty protected behind Bai Chi. Unlike the sturdy women of this world, she easily evoked a protective instinct in men. Bart believed that this unique little beauty would ultimately belong to him. At the moment Bai Chi refused, Stan stepped forward from behind Bart, stood firmly in front, and plunged the giant sword in his hand into the ground, saying, "Since you refuse Lord Bart's kindness, then I won't hold back." Releasing LinLan's hand, Bai Chi also stepped forward, driving his slender long sword into the ground. Compared to Stan's giant sword, his sword was too thin, which caused the onlookers to burst into laughter. Seeing this action from Bai Chi, Bart and the others felt he was very courageous. However, this courage was misplaced. Everyone around looked at Bai Chi with expressions of disbelief, clearly thinking that it was utterly unwise for him to imitate Stan by plunging his sword into the ground to indicate he wouldn't fight with a weapon. Stan saw him insert his sword into the ground and spoke again. "Are you sure you want to fight me barehanded?" With a look of disdain. This was just fine. Bai Chi stroked his long sword, receiving a slight tremor in response, and smiled. He was not just skilled with the sword. Stan sneered. "Since you insist on not using a sword, don't blame me for bullying you." With that, Stan raised his fist and quickly charged towards Bai Chi. Seeing Stan make a move, the onlookers all looked on eagerly, discussing how this vagabond would be defeated by Lord Stan. "I bet he won't even withstand 3 punches from Lord Stan before hitting the ground," one person said firmly. Upon hearing this, those nearby looked at him with expressions that questioned his eyesight. One person scornfully replied, "You really overestimate this vagabond. I bet he can't even take 2 punches from Lord Stan. It's possible that with just 1 punch, Lord Stan could take him down." After this statement, the surrounding people all nodded in agreement, and the speaker appeared very proud, as if he were the victor. However, someone else disagreed, and a fanatical Stan supporter immediately rebutted. "We all know Lord Stan's combat power. Look at how weak this vagabond looks. Who knows, before Lord Stan's fist even reaches him, he might already be kneeling on the ground, licking Lord Stan's toes." The crowd was buzzing with discussion, while LinLan, standing aside, remained completely unperturbed. She was not afraid of this level of combat. If she used her life-saving techniques, it was uncertain who would end up on the ground, let alone Bai Chi. On the other side, Bart wasn't even looking at Bai Chi. To him, Stan was more than enough to handle this person, and there was no need for him to watch. However, the little beauty beside him didn't seem worried at all. Was she not concerned about whether this person would win or lose? But then again, the words he had said earlier had given her enough confidence. Knowing that regardless of how this person failed, she could still enter the tribe and be her own woman. Feeling a hot gaze, LinLan looked up to see Bart staring at her intently. She frowned in annoyance. If it weren't for how highly the tribe regarded him and the fact that she couldn't defeat him, she would have already let the blood-sucking vines teach him a lesson. In the center of the battlefield, Stan raised his massive fist and charged at Bai Qi. To the onlookers, his speed seemed incredibly fast, but to Bai Qi, who valued swift swordplay, it was quite slow. Just before the giant fist arrived, Bai Qi moved effortlessly to dodge it. The wind from the punch blowing back his long hair, causing LinLan's eyes to light up. General Bai's graceful move was so handsome. Bai Qi dodging that punch so easily astonished everyone, including Stan, who couldn't believe that this vagabond had managed to evade his punch, leaving him very dissatisfied. However, the crowd thought it was merely luck. Stan gathered his strength again and, like a small mountain, charged towards Bai Qi, raising his fist high, wanting to resolve the humiliation of his earlier punch. As Stan's fist rained down towards Bai Qi calmly dodged each one. At this point, he realized that Stan's combat style was purely based on brute strength, with no skill involved. LinLan also noticed this, and felt even more confident about the fight. Earlier, when she was bored, she had exchanged combat experiences with Bai Qi. Although battles in the apocalypse were often one-hit kills, that didn't mean she lacked combat techniques. Due to her own abilities, LinLan valued combat skills greatly, and compared to foreign fighting techniques, she preferred the style of traditional Chinese martial arts. Coincidentally, before her rebirth, many people in her team had traditional martial arts backgrounds, and they had shared everything with her, the one who could save their lives. After arriving here, she and Bai Qi had discussed their martial arts routines, and against those who only knew how to use brute force, combat techniques like dodging were incredibly easy. If dodging once was luck, dodging twice was great luck, and 3 times was exceptionally good luck. However, to evade continuously for over 10 or 20 times was far beyond what could be attributed to luck. Stan had thrown countless punches, yet he hadn't even brushed the hem of Bai Qi's clothing, leaving the onlookers in utter disbelief. Was this vagabond a wind-type warrior? But why had they noticed any wind magic fluctuations around him? As the crowd watched Bai Qi easily evade Stan's punches, they were all in disbelief. Stan was a notable figure in this tribe, known as a young genius, able to reach level 11 at his age. And now he was a famous warrior in the tribe, with some even reaching level 15, just a step away from level 16. Yet this vagabond, whom everyone looked down upon, could easily evade Lord Stan's punches, which was truly incredible. He might be a speed-type swordsman. Otherwise, how could one explain why there were no magical fluctuations around him? Stan, who also held a prominent position in the tribe, never expected to be toyed with by a frail vagabond today. His eyes turned red with anger as he fixed a fierce glare at Bai Qi, saying, "If you're a warrior, then stop dodging. Constantly avoiding is not the behavior of a warrior. That's what weaklings do." With these words, he garnered the agreement of those around him, and their scornful gazes shot towards Bai Qi like rays. In this world, pure strength clashing was what mattered. Even a wind-type warrior relied on speed to dodge and fight against other warriors, rather than avoiding confrontation like he was. Bai Qi and LinLan heard their discussions. But the two didn't care, as after today's battle, they would definitely not enter this tribe again, even if they could. They were not afraid of trouble. They just didn't want to provoke it. However, since they said so, Bai Qi decided to meet their demands. He stood firm, looking at the furious Stan not far away, and resolved to accept his challenge. Over there, Stan gathered his strength again and swung his fist towards Bai Qi. When everyone thought Bai Qi would once again evade with his quick reflexes from the powerful punch, before they could react, Bai Qi met Stan's fist head-on. Extend your hand, grip Stan's arm, slide your foot to the side, lean your body, using Stan's strength to pull yourself outward, while your other hand pushes against his waist, pulling him back towards yourself. With a loud bang, Stan's massive body is now lying on the ground. The surroundings fall into silence. No one expected that the warrior who seemed capable of winning easily in everyone's eyes would be knocked down by this vagabond using some unknown method, which was hard for everyone to accept. Stan gets up from the ground, spits out the dirt from his mouth, wipes his mouth with his arm, and glares fiercely at Bai Qi, saying, "I underestimated you, but I will take this seriously from now on." Just now it was truly bizarre. His fist felt like it was hitting cotton, unable to find any leverage. The push at his waist made him unable to stand, as if something in front was pulling him forward. Bart, who had started watching because Bai Qi could dodge every time, frowned at this moment. No wonder this person dared to refuse his proposal. It turned out they had underestimated him. He had some ability. However, his luck ends here. Stan has begun to take him seriously, and it won't be as easy as it was at the beginning. Bart still had great confidence in his subordinate. At this moment, the spectators around were silent, all wanting to know what abilities this vagabond possessed. They all found the previous scene unbelievable, as they all knew Stan's strength. However, the thoughts of everyone present were the same as Bart's. This vagabond was in trouble. No longer just swinging his fists, Stan began to use the martial arts he had learned, his hands swinging with a fierce wind, each movement creating a punch wind that would surely sting if it hit someone's face. However, Bai Chi seemed unaffected, dodging each swing effortlessly, while occasionally raising his hands to grab Stan's arm, turning with the force, pulling him back, and before Stan could react, delivering a punch to his jaw. Then, using his elbow to jab into Stan's stomach, the massive body of Stan crouched down in pain, holding his abdomen. Bai Chi's series of actions left the crowd no time to react. Before they could regain their senses, they saw Stan crouched on the ground, clearly injured in his solid abdomen. Stan was a strength-based swordsman, known for his brute strength in the entire tribe. Yet he was knocked down by a vagabond, which was hard for everyone to accept. Since adulthood, Stan had never been forced to such an extent. He stood up, his eyes bloodshot, walked to the position of the giant's sword, and drew it, pointing it at Bai Chi. At the moment he drew the giant's sword, the crowd erupted in shock. They never expected this vagabond could force Stan to draw his sword. Bart and others not far away shared the same disbelief that this vagabond could injure Stan and force him to this extent. And Bart looked at Bai Chi with a hint of curiosity. After Stan waited for Bai Chi to pick up his sword, he shouted and charged towards Bai Chi, as if wielding a giant sword that weighed 1,000 pounds, ready to strike down, making people believe that this sword could split a bear in half standing here, let alone this frail vagabond. At this moment, Bai Chi's display could only change the crowd's impression of him. They would no longer see him as someone powerless. Stan's long-standing reputation as a warrior had been ingrained in their minds, and even though Stan had been injured by Bai Chi earlier, everyone still believed this vagabond would not be Stan's opponent. Drawing the long sword from the ground, Bai Chi raised it effortlessly to block the descending giant sword, making Stan feel as if he had struck a massive mountain peak, which remained unmoved. Bai Chi's eyes sharpened. He twisted his wrist holding the sword, stepping aside, his feet moving like a flickering wind, making it impossible for Stan to find Bai Chi's figure. A set of agile sword techniques was unleashed, with fluid movements that caught everyone's attention, their focus entirely on Bai Chi's marvelous and unprecedented swordplay. Stan felt pain all over his body, and before he could react, he saw the vagabond's small, metal-deficient sword pointing at his throat. If he applied more force, he believed his throat would surely be pierced by this strange sword. You lost. Bai Chi's expression remained gentle as he held the sword against Stan's throat, speaking softly. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted with various sounds. Everyone couldn't believe that the tribe's warrior, Stan, had lost to a frail vagabond, making them feel as if they were dreaming. LinLan, standing not far away, watched the conclusion. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Usually, he only saw General by fighting against beasts, but he never expected him to be so handsome in a fight against a person, even better than the classic martial arts moves made with special effects on television. LinLan was thoroughly satisfied with this martial arts scene, and when Bai Chi returned after sheathing his sword, he even gave him a radiant smile. Thinking LinLan was smiling because he won, Bai Chi felt good and took LinLan's hand, walking out. As they walked, the crowd parted for them. These people revered strength, and powerful individuals always earned respect, even if Bai Chi was a vagabond. Stop! Bart called out to them from behind. Turning around, Bai Chi looked at Bart, who was still some distance away, and asked, "Is there anything else?" This time, Stan was careless, which is why he lost to you. However, your combat ability is quite impressive. I wonder if you would be interested in becoming my subordinate. I am the second son of the tribe chief, and I am about to reach the 13th level of mastery. Although he spoke words of recruitment, his expression remained proud, as if offering such an opportunity was a rare privilege for them. Seeing his arrogant demeanor, LinLan couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain, snorting coldly, really thinking highly of himself. Bai Chi countered, "Who loses and who wins is still uncertain. The Terra tribe is strong, but it is not suitable for us. Farewell." With a bow, Bai Chi pulled LinLan and walked out. At this moment, Stan walked up to Bart and whispered, "Lord Bart, I'm sorry. This is not your fault. Who would have thought a vagabond would have such strange martial skills? Then, should we keep them? No need. Since they don't want to stay, let them go. Although that vagabond strength is good, There are certainly others who can match him. Trust me, this is their loss. Bart's eyes fixed on the direction Bai Qi and LinLan left, his gaze darkened. He never expected a vagabond could defeat his follower. If that news reached those two, they would surely use it to suppress him, which would harm his reputation in the tribe in the future. Now, with so many people around, even if he wanted to act, he couldn't. This is the rule of all tribes in this world. Those outsiders who can pass the tribe's trials can choose whether to enter the tribe or not. Bart turned and walked towards the city gate. When the crowd saw that there was no longer any excitement to watch, they all began to leave, though they couldn't help but talk about the thrilling battle they had just witnessed. Who would have thought that Lord Stan would be defeated by a wanderer they had never seen before? This was big news and had to be discussed with everyone they knew, illustrating that the power of gossip knows no borders or boundaries. He instructed that from now on, if anyone sees that person, they must let him know who cannot be offended. That woman, bring her to me. When I'm done playing, I might even reward you with her. A twisted sneer spread across Bart's handsome face. Yes, Lord Bart. Stan thought that after losing, Lord Bart would reprimand him. But to his surprise, Bart didn't mention it at all, which only strengthened his resolve to follow Bart. However, he hoped that Wanderer wouldn't cross his path again. He had been careless this time, but next time he might not be so lucky. The onlookers dispersed, leaving only Ross, the captain of the gate guards, who had to continue his duty. Beliar and his men also stayed, standing with Ross at the city gate. Beliar, tell me honestly, how did you come to know that Wanderer who could even defeat Lord Stan? He recalled how he had looked at the Wanderer with disdain at first. Luckily, that Wanderer didn't hold it against him. Otherwise, looking down on a warrior could result in dire consequences, as no law would protect someone who offended a warrior. Beliar sighed and said, I met him while patrolling. I didn't expect that Wanderer to be such a skilled warrior. Who would thought that my men would speak to him in such a tone, and he wouldn't get angry? If he were a truly formidable warrior, how could he allow someone beneath him to look at him with disdain? It's really puzzling. LinLan and Bai Qi left gracefully, leaving the crowd with endless topics to discuss. They believed that in the coming days, this news would spread throughout the Terra tribe and even reach other tribes. After walking a distance, LinLan took out the blood-sucking vines to let them breathe and stopped by a stream to rest. They took out 2 soft furs, washed them in the stream, handed one to Bai Qi, and used the other to wipe the sweat off their bodies. Although it was autumn, the rainy season had just passed and the weather was still quite hot. After wiping off, LinLan still felt sticky and uncomfortable. She communicated with the plants and, seeing that there were no strange beasts around, found a place shielded by a large rock. She took off her clothes and stepped into the icy stream, letting out a comfortable sigh. Aren't you going to wash up? It's so hot today wearing such thick furs. You must be sweating a lot, she said. Lying comfortably behind a rock, the place was really nice, with a thicket behind that could perfectly hide LinLan's figure. Invited by LinLan, Bai Qi naturally wouldn't refuse. He immediately took off his covering and waded into the water to where LinLan had chosen. Sitting beside LinLan, he pulled her onto his lap, enjoying the feel of her smooth skin, a look of pleasure on his face. LinLan swiftly slapped his hand, producing a crisp sound, and angrily said, What are you doing? I asked you to wash off your sweat, not think about these things all day. This isn't my fault. If you want to blame someone, blame LinLan for being too beautiful and saying those tempting things that I just can't resist. He kept caressing her, thinking that such clingy skin was simply irresistible. After this time, LinLan was well aware of Bai Qi's character and didn't bother with his misbehaving hand. Leaning comfortably against his shoulder, she said, Since we know there are humans and tribes in this world, where shall we go next? LinLan thought for a moment and then kissed Bai Qi's fair, glistening earlobe gently, saying softly, I remember Beliar mentioned that there are 3 major tribes here, and this Terra tribe is just the largest one. But I think, since there are 3 major tribes, the other 2 shouldn't be too far behind. Let us go to one of them. The smaller tribes are all dependent on these 3 major tribes, so their conditions definitely won't be as guaranteed as those of the major tribes. Okay, I'll follow your lead. We just offended that Bart. Listening to him, he asked the son of the chieftain in the Terra tribe, and surely has some power. I don't think Bart is a broad-minded person, and if he uses his position to threaten those smaller tribes, they would definitely hand us over to protect themselves. The 3 major tribes are different. They can't be united, and once we enter another tribe, for the sake of their reputation, it won't be so easy for Bart to have that tribe hand us over. Bai Qi continued, Which tribe shall we go to? LinLan turned to Bai Qi and asked. When LinLan turned around, Bai Qi could easily see the beautiful scenery before him. He swallowed hard and said, The tribe in the southeast. Author's note, my ancient novel The Exclusive Pet of the General Empress. Please remember the first publication domain of this book, www.forxiaoxue.org. For mobile reading website, WAP. forxiaoxue.org. Chapter 89. Passing the Trial of the Yagi Tribe. Standing on a distant mountain, looking at the huge town below. After visiting the Terra tribe, this tribe didn't seem so shocking anymore. Glancing at Bai Qi beside her, LinLan smiled and said, "Finally, we've seen another big tribe. It's been 8 days of travel. We've come quite a long way. But looking at this tribe, it doesn't seem smaller than the Terra tribe." Yeah. Bai Qi also looked at the city below, and if nothing unexpected happened, this would be their future residence. After another glance, he said to LinLan, "Let us go." At the city gate, like the Terra tribe, many guards were checking the passers-by. Some showed a token and could enter directly, while others had to give something to the guards to gain entry, likely an entrance fee. Bai Qi pulled LinLan over and respectfully gestured to one of the guards at the entrance, saying, "Excuse me, brother, what are the requirements for joining this tribe?" The guard looked Bai Qi up and down, his gaze filled with the same disdain as the others before him. However, he didn't say anything and simply walked away, leaving them to wait. After 20 or 30 minutes, the guard returned, accompanied by another pair of people, the one in front being a tall and robust man, seemingly the superior of the others. "No wonder the people here look at you differently. Look, everyone here is tall and strong, and compared to them, you are the very definition of being slender," LinLan whispered with a laugh, covering her mouth as she leaned closer to Bai Qi. Bai Qi pulled LinLan's hand tightly, laughing dangerously. Oh, it seems LinLan is quite dissatisfied with her husband's abilities. "It's my fault. Once we settle down, I'll make sure to satisfy my wife's demands." With that, he subtly squeezed LinLan's waist. LinLan blushed and shot him a sideways glance, thinking to herself that this person was becoming increasingly shameless, truly living up to the saying that soldiers, from generals to soldiers, are all rascals. The person leading the way pointed in the direction of Bai Qi and LinLan, then returned to his original position. The leader, accompanied by others, walked over, glanced at Bai Qi, and asked expressionlessly, "Are you the one who wants to join our tribe?" "Yes, that's us." Bai Qi stepped forward and clasped his hands. "Where are you from?" "My wife and I come from the deep mountains." "Oh, wanderers?" A casual comment. Then he glanced at the pathetic little sword in Bai Qi's hand, which he thought lacked metal, and looked at their clothing, nodding slightly. It was true. "Do you know the rules? Fight with your people?" It seemed they were aware, so the leader said, "Good, I won't waste more words." He turned to whisper a few words to the person behind him. That person nodded and ran towards the city gate. After a while, a tall and strong man came over. The leader pointed to the approaching man and said, "If you can defeat him, you will be recommended to enter our tribe and become a 4th-class member. If you fail, you can choose to give up joining our tribe or become the lowest-ranking member. This is an opportunity for wanderers like you to gradually rise through contributions to the tribe." Bai Qi and LinLan exchanged glances, puzzled. "Excuse me, what does 4th class mean?" The man raised his eyebrows. Does this wanderer not know the rules of the great tribes? However, feeling a bit confused, he still explained dutifully, not just our Yajiki tribe, but the 3 great tribes divide people into 5 classes. The 1st class is the highest, and the 5th class is the lowest. Each class rises through contributions to the tribe. Even the children of 1st-class members are automatically regarded as 5th class when they are born. The rights enjoyed by each class differ. You can inquire about this after entering the tribe. "All right, you can start now." Seeing that the man didn't want to say more, they didn't ask further. From his words, they could hear that as long as they didn't end up in the 5th class, it shouldn't be too difficult. As for the future, he believed that with his and LinLan's abilities, they wouldn't remain at the bottom for long. They were not the type to be content with being subservient. People around had overheard their conversation, and now seeing that Bai Qi was genuinely going to undergo the Yajiki tribe's trial, the crowd quickly surrounded them tightly. In the center, Bai Qi and the strong man stood facing each other. The strong man held a massive sword similar to those used by the locals, now pointing it at Bai Qi. LinLan assessed the strong man's strength. It was not much different from that of the person she had encountered in the Terra tribe, only slightly weaker. It seemed that the trial level here was quite similar, and she was not worried at all about Bai Qi failing. The strong man let out a loud roar and charged at Bai Qi, who was already prepared. LinLan could almost feel the ground shaking from the massive figure. The scene reminded her of a movie she had seen before, but this person looked far more powerful than the one in the film, with tightly toned muscles. Stifling a laugh, she tried to suppress the suddenly emerging image and kept her eyes on the battle, her calm demeanor contrasting sharply with the excited crowd around them, which caught the leader's attention, making him look at her several times. Just as the giant sword was about to come down on him, Bai Qi executed a strange maneuver, stepping aside and dodging the massive blade, his long sword thrusting out at an angle. With a clear metallic sound of ding, the sword tip with the scabbard struck the giant sword's blade, causing the strong man's strength to veer off to the side as he staggered but quickly regained his footing. The strong man, who initially looked down on Bai Qi for not having a robust physique, began to take him seriously. The leader did the same. Although he didn't understand how this wanderer achieved it, the skill displayed and the strange speed caught his attention. The strong man gripped the giant sword with one hand, shook his arm, and roared. Suddenly, a flame appeared on the sword, quickly engulfing its body. Upon seeing this, Bai Qi also became serious, ready to engage in battle with his long sword. Seeing this, LinLan felt some interest. It resembled the abilities from the apocalypse, though the methods were somewhat different. However, looking at the strong man's fiery red hair and then at the various colored hair of the surrounding people, she wondered if each hair color corresponded to a specific ability. Fortunately, her own hair remained black. Otherwise, if it were green, it would give off a green hat vibe. The battle continued fiercely, with the strong man attacking relentlessly. Although the fire on the sword affected him somewhat, Bai Qi's speed was exceptionally fast, allowing him to circle behind the strong man for attacks. For a time, neither could gain the upper hand. The audience watched with great interest. Bai Qi's incredible maneuvering, the oddly angled thrusts, and the unpredictable swordplay were all new to them. They felt that a swordsman could be used in this way and decided to try it out when they returned home. With a loud bang, the two combatants separated, standing in opposite directions. The strong man laughed heartily and said to the leader, "Hey Hill, I lost." Then he turned to Bai Qi, smiling as he patted his shoulder in a friendly manner. "What is your name? Your speed is incredible. It's almost like a wind-type swordsman. Are you speed type? Your swordplay is so strange. I've never seen such an unusual style of swordplay or dodging angles before. It's truly fascinating." Seeing this frail person actually pass the Ajiki tribe's trial, the crowd erupted in cheers, followed by various sounds of approval, creating a lively atmosphere. The leader named Hill, noticing the strong man chatting away with a new warrior of their tribe, felt helpless knowing his personality. He had to step in and interrupt, saying, "Evra, your enthusiasm is hard to bear. We still need to help this warrior get the tribe's proof card." "Right, I almost forgot," Evra said as he moved to lead the way, with Hill following. Evra was just like that. He enjoyed associating with strong warriors, and if he considered someone a friend, they would have to endure his enthusiasm. After explaining a bit about Evra's change in attitude, Bai Qi smiled, indicating he understood. "Hill, can you introduce the differences between the classes in the tribe to my wife and me?" Seeing the change in Hill's attitude, Bai Qi immediately inquired. Hill smiled and asked, "Bai Qi, have you had little contact with humans before?" "Yes, my wife and I have lived deep in the forest. Now that we encounter a human settlement, we want to integrate into human society. There's nothing wrong with that. Then it's not surprising you didn't know. However, Bai Qi, it's quite impressive that you managed to avoid so many powerful exotic beasts in the forest. The tribe's ranking is based on contributions to the tribe. Newly born children are automatically regarded as 5th class. However, they can live with their parents. But by the time they reach adulthood, they must live independently. In each level area of the tribe, there is a designated place for recording contribution points. These points can be earned through patrolling, guarding, or by donating various resources to the tribe, but the resources must be obtained by the individual through their own efforts. As long as you believe you are capable, you can start earning these contribution points from a young age. If an adult cannot reach the contribution level of a 4th-tier person, they will be classified as a 5th-tier person and must move to the 5th-tier area, where they will have to do hard and exhausting work arranged by the tribe, such as cleaning the streets and disposing of household waste for their clansmen. Other tribes, especially the smaller tribes surrounding our 3 major tribes, must pass trials to enter the 3 major tribes, and upon passing, they automatically become 4th-tier individuals. If a wanderer passes the trial, they will become a 4th-tier person. If they fail, they can choose to become a 5th-tier person and do the tasks that even warriors disdain to do. The author has something to say. My ancient novel, The Unique Favor of the General's Empress. Please remember the original domain of this book, www.forxiaoxue.org. Mobile reading website, WAP. forxiaoxue.org. Chapter 90. Entering the tribe. Is everyone treated this way? What about the chief's son? Bai Qi was curious, having never encountered such a system before. Xier looked at Bai Qi strangely and said, "The chief's son is treated the same. Everyone is equal." Bai Qi and LinLan's living environment, as Bai Qi could tell, was that of a feudal society where nobles enjoyed numerous privileges from birth, and even LinLan in a society claiming equality was not truly equal. However, this was also due to their lack of understanding of this world, where humans face many threats. If such equality is not guaranteed, it would be very disadvantageous for humans in their struggle against other beasts. However, this is not absolute equality. After all, those powerful warriors have rich experiences, and the children they educate and train are always somewhat better than those raised by less experienced individuals. But that's just how it is. This also indicates that in this other world, if you do not strive for yourself, your family's brilliance will not shine upon you. Somewhat understanding, Bai Qi asked, "What about my wife? Does she need to undergo trials to enter the tribe?" He glanced at LinLan beside him. "She does not need to. Only warriors undergo trials, and the levels are the same. These are all tasks for warriors. Women can choose to go out and do some work to contribute to the household or stay at home. It all depends on your own thoughts. Women are considered the subordinates of men." Although Xier did not say this outright, both LinLan and Bai Qi, neither of whom were fools, understood the implication of his words. LinLan, who was seen as useless, lowered her head, a sinister smile appearing on her face. "Since they look down on women, I will give you a profound lesson when the opportunity arises, making you realize that women cannot be underestimated in the apocalypse. In the future, Xier, who had been set up countless times, would never understand where he had offended this deity. This tribe truly lives up to its reputation as a large tribe." The group walked for nearly an hour before arriving at their destination. This is it. They came to a spacious and ancient-looking gate, and Xier and Ephra entered first, with Bai Qi and LinLan following behind. Once inside, Bai Qi and LinLan saw that the place was very spacious, with only a few tables and chairs. Xier led them to stand in front of the second table from the left, where people were already queuing. LinLan, feeling bored, held Bai Qi's hand and looked around, noticing that the number of people decreased as they moved towards the right tables. After earning contribution points, they needed to come here to register. Once their contribution points accumulated to a certain extent, they would also come here to process their level upgrades. Xier explained with a smile, "The far left table is for registering 5th-tier individuals, and as you move to the right, the levels get higher. The far right table is for 1st-tier individuals." Retracting his gaze, Bai Qi nodded to indicate he understood. The processing speed was very fast, and before long, it was their turn. "This is a person who has just passed the trial and wants to join the tribe. The trial person is Ephra." He pointed at Bai Qi, then at Ephra. Ephra also took out his level badge to show the person, indicating that he qualified as a trial person. The person looked at Bai Qi and then at Ephra's level badge, somewhat puzzled about how this warrior could be defeated by such a weak individual. Nevertheless, they dutifully took out a thick sheepskin book and wrote Bai Qi's name on it with a special potion. Then took out a level badge and wrote Bai Qi's name on it with another potion, asking, "Is it just you, or do you have family?" "My wife and I." He pointed at LinLan beside him. The person glanced at LinLan, nodded to indicate understanding, then took out a different badge from the side, wrote Bai Qi's name on it, and handed over the 2 badges and the sheepskin book to Bai Qi. "Let's go," Xier said when he saw Bai Qi take the items. "This book records your contribution points. If you earn contribution points in the tribe in the future, you can bring this book here to register. You must always keep the level badges. This one is yours." He pointed to one, then pointed to the other, and continued, "This one is for your wife. In the future, when entering and exiting the tribe, you must present this level badge to come in. Otherwise, you will need to pay a scar coin to enter." After that, he led the two to a smaller stone house, walked in, and said to Bai Qi, "This is where you buy houses. Everyone entering the tribe, or children who grow up and separate from their parents, need to come here to buy a house. In the future, if your level rises, you can sell this house back to the tribe, of course. You will need to pay for the repairs if there are damages." The person inside was a woman who looked to be in her 30s. Xier approached her with a smile and said, "Hello, ma'am. This is the warrior who passed the trial today and wishes to buy a house here. Do you have any good recommendations?" "Please wait a moment. Let me see," she said, picking up a thick stack of large sheepskin papers and spreading them out on the table, saying, "These are the options. I wonder what kind of house this warrior is looking for." Opening the sheepskin papers revealed that each sheet had a floor plan of a house with descriptions nearby. However, the sizes of these houses were roughly the same. Some had larger yards while others had smaller yards. And the distance from the street and the plants grown in the yard affected the price of the house. "What about this one?" LinLan pointed to a house that appeared to have a larger yard. The floor plan of that house was somewhat similar to the one they had previously in the valley, except that the kitchen was in the middle. The bathroom was on the right, and the storage room's door opened from the outside instead of the inside. Bai Qi nodded in agreement and said to the woman, Ma'am, we'll take this one. Let me take a look, she said as she took the sheepskin paper, glanced at the house, and nodded, saying, all right. It cost a total of 5,000 scar coins. May I ask if this warrior would like to pay directly or pay monthly? Excuse me, ma'am. What is a scar coin, and how do we obtain it? LinLan asked from his side. The woman was taken aback by this question and looked up at LinLan. Seeing this, SecuresJade hurriedly stepped in and said, this lady is the wife of this warrior. They have been wanderers and have had little contact with other humans, so they are not familiar with our customs and common knowledge. Then he explained to Bai Chi and LinLan. The scar coin is a currency commonly used in the surrounding tribes, which can replace money. It can be obtained through contributions to the tribe, or by gathering, hunting, and selling meat, furs, and crystal cores from exotic beasts. Usually, transactions are conducted with scar coins, except when both parties agree to barter. Nodding and understanding, LinLan pretended to take out a crystal-like object she found inside an exotic beast and handed it to SecuresJade, asking, is this the crystal core? SecuresJade looked at the soil-colored crystal core, about the size of a bird egg, held in a delicate, fair hand. The glowing core, combined with the beautiful little hand, made him suddenly feel dry in his mouth, as if he needed water. He quietly swallowed and quickly adjusted his mindset, saying, that's it. You can go to a place that specializes in buying crystal cores. All right, could you please keep this house for us, madam? We will return to buy it after we exchange the crystal core. Seeing how beautiful these items were, and sensing the magical energy flowing within them, it was very wise to keep them. Okay, I will keep it for you. Nodding, the lady took out a piece of parchment and set it aside, indicating she would hold it for them. Fortunately, the place they were going to was on the same street as the place where they exchanged contribution points and the house they just bought, so there was no need to go back and forth. After a few minutes, SecuresJade took them to a shop-like building. The door was open, and SecuresJade led them directly inside. This was the trading place of the tribe. If you hunted an exotic beast, you could sell the crystal cores and furs here. Further inside was a large square, where apart from large sacrificial events, people could set up stalls and exchange items at other times. People from surrounding small tribes often came here to sell things, and each stall paid between 1 to 10 scar coins depending on the size of the stall. Nodding and understanding, SecuresJade led them to a counter where a young girl was. May I help you? The girl smiled sweetly, with a small dimple and light brown hair. We want to sell some crystal cores from exotic beasts. After saying this, SecuresJade gestured for LinLan to take out the crystal cores. LinLan pretended to reach for her bag, but actually took out a handful of crystal cores from her space, placing them on the counter. The variously colored crystal cores of different sizes lay on the counter like exquisite, pure gemstones, crystal clear, and very beautiful. After grabbing 3 more times, she stopped and looked at the girl, waiting for a reasonable price. The girl was very surprised to see so many crystal cores, as it was rare for someone to bring out so many at once for sale. However, this girl was no stranger to challenges. Her surprise only lasted a moment. She picked up a water blue crystal core and said, this is a level 7 water-type crystal core. This is a level 4 fire-type crystal core. These cores are very well preserved, with abundant magical elements and no damage whatsoever. As she inspected the crystal cores, the girl was very satisfied. Sir, would you like me to explain the exchange rate for crystal cores to scar coins here? The author has something to say. My ancient novel, Transmigration, the unique pet of the General Empress. Please remember the original release domain of this book, www.forxiaoshuo.org. Mobile reading URL, WAP. For Xiaoshuo. Org Chapter 91, Buying a House. Alright, Bai Chi nodded. Currently, our shop buys crystal cores ranging from level 1 to level 16. As the strongest humans are level 16. The exchange rates are as follows. 10 level 1 crystal cores for 1 scar coin. 2 level 2 for 1 scar coin. 1 level 3 for 1 scar coin. 1 level 4 for 5 scar coins. 1 level 5 for 10 scar coins. 1 level 6 for 20 scar coins. 1 level 7 for 50 scar coins. 1 level 8 for 100 scar coins. 1 level 9 for 200 scar coins. 1 level 10 for 500 scar coins. 1 level 11 for 1,000 scar coins. 1 level 12 for 3,000 scar coins. 1 level 13 for 6,000 scar coins. 1 level 14 for 20,000 scar coins. 1 level 15 for 50,000 scar coins. And 1 level 16 for 100,000 scar coins. The girl explained with a smile. After explaining, she counted the crystal cores on the table and said, there are 7 level 3 crystal cores, 10 level 4, 11 level 5, 3 level 6, 5 level 7, 10 level 8, 8 level 9, and 3 level 10. Do you want to sell them all? Yes, all sold. LinLan Ziplitz Jaitat Fa. 7 level 3 cores amount to 7 scar coins. Level 4 to 50 SCAR coins. Level 5 to 110 SCAR coins. Level 6 to 60 SCAR coins. Level 7 to 250 SCAR coins. Level 8 to 1,000 SCAR coins. Level 9 to 1,600 SCAR coins. And level 10 to 1,500 SCAR coins. In total, that's 4,577 SCAR coins. The girl's calculations were accurate. After scribbling on paper for a while, she figured out. LinLan silently counted in her heart, and it was indeed that amount. However, this was still not enough to buy the house. Although it could be paid in installments, she was still not used to it. After thinking for a moment, she picked out a handful of larger crystal cores from her space and placed them on the counter. This time, she took out 3 level 7, 3 level 8, and 2 level 9 cores. Sierra and Everest stood nearby, seeing her casually take out another handful of high-level cores, which were filled with magical fluctuations, indicating they had just been obtained not long ago. Their evaluation of Baichi increased significantly. The girl was thrilled to see LinLan take out more crystal cores, exclaiming, "This warrior is truly remarkable. Being able to obtain so many crystal cores. Is today my lucky day?" While saying this, she was not at all dissatisfied, dividing the crystal cores while mumbling. These crystal cores have no scratches, the magical elements are abundant, and they all can be purchased at the highest price. 3 level 7 cores total 150 SCAR coins, 3 level 8 total 300 SCAR coins, 2 level 9 total 400 SCAR coins, plus the previous 4,577 SCAR coins, totaling 5,427 SCAR coins. After that, she took out several round objects with different patterns from under the counter and laid them on the counter, saying, 5 of 1,000 SCAR coins, 4 of 100 SCAR coins, 2 of 10 SCAR coins, and 7 of 1 SCAR coin. Please take them. LinLan looked at them. The different patterns represented different amounts of money, equivalent to coins. 1 for 1,000, 100, 10, and 1. It was easy to understand. After collecting the SCAR coins, the group returned to the house selling place. "Hello, madam. Here are 5,000 SCAR coins for you. When can we go see the house?" LinLan stepped forward to hand over the 5,000 SCAR coins to the lady, asking. The lady took the SCAR coins and counted them, finding it just right. She was surprised and said, "So fast, it's all cash. This warrior is truly impressive." Saying this, she turned and went into the back room. After a while, a little boy followed her out. The lady said, "This warrior and this lady, please allow me to say a few more words." "All right, please go ahead, madam." LinLan smiled slightly. "It's about the house. Please take care of this house. When this warrior can upgrade to a 3rd rank in the future, you will need to move to the 3rd rank area, and this house can be sold back to us. However, at that time, we will charge a service fee of 100 SCAR coins." After saying this, he glanced at LinLan and Baichi, saw that they had no objections, and continued, "If you're not satisfied with the current style of the house, you can also renovate it according to your wishes. When you sell the house, we will calculate the value based on the renovations and any additions or removals, including any trees planted. If you add some useful or valuable items, we will give you more SCAR coins. If you remove or damage anything, we will deduct from your SCAR coins. I think this is very fair. What do you think?" After saying this, he glanced at LinLan and Baichi again. LinLan nodded and said, "This is very fair, madam." Seeing that LinLan agreed with her, the madam was very pleased and continued, "Please be sure to keep this blueprint safe. You will need to present this parchment when you sell the house in the future." She handed the parchment to LinLan, who nodded in understanding. The parchment detailed the location, area, price, and style of the house, which is equivalent to a property certificate. And LinLan nodded in understanding. "All right, I have finished my part. Now let Joy take you," she said, pointing to a little boy beside her. "Okay, then it will trouble Joy," LinLan replied. Although Joy was still small, he was very familiar with the surroundings. He led them left and right until they stopped in front of the door and said, "This warrior, this madam, is the place." Nodding, Baichi pushed open the door, and the group walked in, finding the place quite nice, with ample space for 2 people. Inside, there were only some simple furniture and no other unnecessary items. Other than some dust accumulated from not being lived in for a long time, it was quite clean, and LinLan and Baichi nodded in satisfaction. Seeing that the two were satisfied, Joy didn't leave, but kept his eyes fixed on LinLan because he noticed that LinLan was in charge of the finances. LinLan noticed his gaze and, puzzled, seemed to think of something. She took out 3 SCAR coins and handed them to Joy, saying gently, "Thank you, Joy, for leading us this time. You've worked hard." Upon seeing the 3 SCAR coins, Joy's eyes lit up, and he repeatedly said, "Thank you, beautiful madam. Thank you, brave warrior. I wish this warrior could be promoted to 3rd rank soon." As he spoke, he bowed repeatedly and then ran off quickly, thinking that this madam was really generous. Others only gave 1 scar coin, and some didn't give anything at all. Unexpectedly, this madam gave 3 scar coins at once, which was very generous. LinLan was unaware of Joy's thoughts and was still looking around to see how to make the place more comfortable and cozy. Meanwhile, Hill and Evra looked at each other and said, "Bai Chi, this house is really nice. However, I need to tell you something about the tribe." After saying this, seeing that LinLan and Bai Chi were listening attentively, he continued, "The tribe has a rule that children born in the tribe are 5th rank. If they do not accumulate enough contribution points to upgrade to 4th rank by adulthood, they will need to move to the 5th rank area. You already know this. A child has 70 years to accumulate experience to reach adulthood. But warriors like you who join the tribe through trials start as 4th rank because of your strong combat power." After saying this, he looked at Bai Chi seriously, and Evra did the same. Warriors who join the tribe through trials do not contribute to the tribe, which is unfair to the original tribe members. Therefore, those who enter the tribe through trials must accumulate enough contribution points to upgrade to 4th rank within 10 years. If they don't accumulate enough by that time, but have more than half of the required contribution points, they can choose to exit the tribe or automatically downgrade to 5th rank. If they have less than half, they must downgrade to 5th rank and contribute to the tribe until they accumulate enough points to choose to exit the tribe or continue as a 5th rank. In fact, this condition should have been explained before they entered the tribe, but Hill saw that this warrior was able to defeat Evra at such a young age, and his future achievements would likely be significant. Why not bring a warrior to the tribe? After all, once they enter the tribe, they will work hard to contribute for those points. He also understood that their tribe's conditions for treating these warriors are the best among the 3 tribes. He believed that once he lived in the tribe, he would surely come to like it, which was his confidence in the tribe. LinLan and Bai Chi exchanged glances. As for Hill's little calculation, it meant nothing to LinLan, not to mention that Bai Chi was someone who rolled around in schemes all day. However, seeing that Hill and Evra were not bad-hearted people and were there to help them with all the procedures and explain some basic knowledge, they didn't take this little calculation to heart and pretended not to know. "I don't know how many contribution points are needed to qualify for 4th rank, how to earn contribution points, and whether 70 years is the time for adulthood. How should these be calculated? You know that my wife and I have lived together since we were very young and have rarely contacted the outside world, so we are not clear about many common sense things." Bai Chi Wun-Ti let others take advantage of them for free. He realized that there were many common sense issues in this world that they didn't understand. Since someone was there to provide answers, why not ask? Bai Chi put on a humble demeanor, seeking advice. Although Hill had some doubts in his heart about their ignorance of such a simple question, he could only excuse them in his mind, imagining a scene where they had no parents since childhood and only relied on each other deep in the forest, facing fierce beasts. Suddenly, he felt a bit sympathetic toward them. Lacking food and clothing, the 2 curled up in a tree hole that could barely shield them from the wind and rain, trembling as they pointed their tiny, pitiful swords at the fierce beasts. After enduring such hardships, they developed quick reflexes, and the frail bodies from lack of food and clothing honed some clever combat skills, which led to their current combat power. The author has something to say. My ancient novel, Traversing to Pamper the General Queen, please remember the original domain of this book, www.forxiaoshuo.org. Mobile reading URL, WAP. 4xiaoshuo.org, Chapter 92. Moving into the new home, Hill looked at Bai Chi sympathetically and began to explain common sense issues to them. In Scar Continent, humans are in their youth at 30 years old, and adulthood starts at 70. Those without magical combat power can live up to 600 years, while high-level warriors can live longer with higher levels, some even reaching over 2,000 years. Currently, our tribe has 4 level 16 strong warriors, the youngest of whom are over 500 years old, and the oldest are over 1,000. Hearing this, LinLan and Bai Chi finally understood why they still looked the same at their current age. It must be that their bodies had already been assimilated by this world when they arrived. She had thought that her cultivation method had the effect of immortality. But LinLan pouted, looking disappointed. "It's good to live this long, much better than on Earth. Plus, as one's power increases, isn't lifespan enhanced as well?" She and Bai Chi must be the 2 people with the longest lifespans, and LinLan is very confident about this. After seeing that Bai Chi and LinLan were listening attentively, Hilton continued, "The contribution points of the tribe can only be obtained by completing tribe tasks. You need to check the task release location, which is right next to the square. It lists what kinds of tasks there are, how many points they offer, and their requirements. If you choose a task, you can take down the sign and go to the corresponding location to complete it. Once finished, the people there will mark your sign, and then you can take the sign and the contribution points registration book to our registration area, where they will add the corresponding contribution points to your book. There are many types of tasks. You can exchange them for prey required by the tribe, join the guards, form hunting teams with others, or complete other tasks. To upgrade from level 5 to level 4 requires 10,000 contribution points. From level 4 to level 3 requires 100,000. From level 3 to level 2 requires 1 million. And from level 2 to level 1 requires 10 million. Currently, there are only a few level 1 individuals in the tribe, all of whom have made significant contributions, like those 4 level 16 powerhouses who jointly defeated the level 17 beast that came to wreak havoc. As he spoke, the eyes of Hill and Evra sparkled with admiration. After chatting for a while, Hill and Evra took their leave. Their newly bought home was all dirty, and there weren't even basic living supplies, so they wouldn't stay any longer. There are shops over by the square and many vendors. If you're missing anything, you can check there. We won't disturb you any longer. If you need anything in the future, you can find me at the city gate where you just came in. Just tell the guard at the gate. I'm truly sorry. We just moved in and have nothing yet. After a couple of days of tidying up, I'll invite you both over. I hope you won't decline then. At the door, Bai Chi said to Hill and Evra with a slight bow. Brother Bai Chi, you're too polite. Feel free to come to us anytime, Hill replied, and then he and Evra headed back to their respective homes. It was already quite late, and they could go home now. After seeing off Hill and Evra, as soon as he entered, Bai Chi saw LinLan already cleaning the room. The houses here are made of stone, lacking some elegance compared to the wooden cabins they used to live in the valley, but they have a unique, ancient, and grand feel of this other world. Looking at this, LinLan felt as if she had stepped into an ancient Western society. Yet the language spoken was strangely similar to the ordinary Mandarin they used before, which reduced communication barriers for both of them. Seeing that Hill and Evra had left, LinLan took out a ceramic basin and a few soft animal skin cloth from her space, opened the door, and began to wipe the furniture in the room. The bedroom only had a stone bed. LinLan looked at the large bed, made from a single piece of stone, feeling a twitch at the corners of her mouth. What an ancient vibe, but it was sturdy enough. A thick layer of dust had settled on the bed, and when she wiped it with her fingertip was covered in dust. After thinking for a moment, LinLan directly used a spell to control a stream of water to slowly wash over the stone bed. However, in an instant, the originally clear water became murky. It's so dirty here, it must have been uninhabited for a long time, LinLan said to Bai Chi, directing the dirty water out through the open window into the small garden in the courtyard. This courtyard has a few small gardens, not large, but they can plant some favorite plants for decoration. Bai Chi walked over, washed the cloth, and was about to wipe the kitchen stove and the windows and doors. All the tables and chairs had been taken away by the previous residents. Now there was only a stove and a stone bed left. While directing the water flow, LinLan saw Bai Chi about to wipe the stove and quickly spoke up to stop him. Wait a moment before wiping. There's just too much dust here. Let me rinse it off with the water flow first, then you can wipe. Okay. After finally cleaning the entire room, LinLan and Bai Chi exchanged smiles at the now clean house. LinLan took a bear skin from her space and spread it on the stone bed. Bai Chi sat down, and LinLan lay comfortably on Bai Chi's lap, closing her eyes in relaxation. Bai Chi looked down at LinLan, who was lying on his lap looking very comfortable, and gently massaged her, asking LinLan, "Are you hungry? Do you want to eat? You haven't eaten much all day." They had been busy since they arrived in the morning until now, and it was already afternoon. They hadn't even had a sip of water. Struggling to open her eyes, LinLan glanced at Bai Chi, then buried her face in his abdomen, wrapping her arms around his waist and lying on her side, mumbling, "Not hungry. I'm just really tired and want to sleep." "Then how about you take out the food? I'll go cook, and you can get up to eat when you're hungry." LinLan sat up and waved her hand, conjuring a barrel of cornmeal, a small jar of salt, a few vegetables, and a piece of beast meat, along with pots and pans that clattered as they appeared. And she lay back down, assuming a stiff position on the bed. With no choice, Bai Chi rubbed LinLan's face to wake her up a bit, and then said in a negotiating tone, "LinLan, why don't you take out the mattress and pillows too?" This time she didn't even sit up, she just waved her hand, and a neatly folded mattress and several animal skin pillows appeared on the bed. With no other option, Bai Chi had to resign himself to taking off LinLan's shoes, moving her to lie properly on the bed, placing a pillow under her head, and covering her with a mattress. After everything was settled, he finally moved the pile of food outside. The storage room hadn't been cleaned yet, so Bai Chi first cooked the food and placed it on the stove to simmer slowly. After everything was ready, he went to the storage room to fetch bowls and cloths to clean it up. Once the storage room was clean, the sun had already set, and the room was a bit dim. He moved everything to the storage room and then went to wake LinLan, who was still fast asleep, stretching and yawning. LinLan thought to herself that a short nap felt really nice. After putting on her shoes and getting out of bed, she saw Bai Qi had already set the food on the table. It wasn't much, just beast meat bones stewed with vegetables, along with a rich corn porridge that was very appetizing. After yawning again, she went to wash her face to refresh herself, and the two sat at the table to begin their meal, unsure if it was lunch or dinner. Are we going to check the square tomorrow? Yes. I also want to see how those task contribution points work. Wake me up early tomorrow. We need to see what else we should pay attention to. After all, this place is too different from our previous world, and we have to be careful in our speech and actions from now on. Both LinLan and Bai Qi understood this well. The common sense they heard from Hill about this world indicated that if they weren't careful, even their age could expose them. Who could say how this world would treat the unknown? If it were like the novels and movies they had seen before, primitive tribes might resort to roasting those they didn't understand, which would be troublesome. Moreover, as they said, they're also level 16 masters. Even if LinLan and Bai Qi combined, they wouldn't stand a chance against such power. Feeling particularly exhausted today, LinLan started yawning after finishing her meal. A short nap in the afternoon didn't help. I'll boil some water. Let's take a bath and go to bed early tonight, LinLan said while wiping the table, speaking to Bai Qi, who was washing the dishes. It's going to go to bed early since we have to get up early tomorrow. After boiling the water and checking the temperature, LinLan submerged herself in the bathtub that was more than half her height. The temperature that feels a bit hot is just right. LinLan sits inside, comfortably sighing. After a day of turmoil, she feels mentally exhausted. LinLan thinks to herself that this is even more tiring than fighting with strange beasts in the forest for a whole day. After a little while, Bai Qi comes in as well, and water splashes out as he enters. He scoops LinLan into his arms and starts wiping her down with a nearby animal skin. With someone attending to her, LinLan, of course, feels lazy and doesn't want to move, cooperating with Bai Qi's actions by lifting her arms and legs. Bai Qi feels like he is bathing his daughter, being very meticulous in his care. When the water cools down, he says, "Let us go out." After finishing washing LinLan, he casually wipes himself down. When he looks down, he sees LinLan almost asleep. If she weren't sitting on him, she would have slid into the bathtub by now. Struggling to open her eyes a crack, she hums an indecipherable tune through her nose to signal her agreement. Seeing this, Bai Qi gets up, takes a large animal skin from the side, wraps LinLan in it, and steps out, wiping her down until they reach the bed, where he finally tidies himself up. By the time he returns, LinLan is already asleep, but her position hasn't changed. She is still in the same posture he placed her down in. Shaking his head helplessly, he blows out the burning candle and lies down beside LinLan. Drifting into dreamland. Author's note: my historical fiction transmigration. Exclusively pampering the General Empress. Please remember the original domain of this book, www.forxiaoshua.org. Mobile reading URL, WAP. Forxiaoshua. Or Chapter 93. Teased, the next morning, Bai Qi and LinLan got up, packed their things, and started heading towards the square. The place they were staying is near the city gate, and as they go further in, the size of the residences increases and the status of the inhabitants rises accordingly. At the very back are the so-called first-class people's homes, which are relatively larger. LinLan estimates that they are at least 4 times the size of their current house. Walking down the street, LinLan holds Bai Qi's hand, curiously observing the environment around them. It's still quite early, but there are already many pedestrians on the street. Seeing how busy the people are so early in the morning, LinLan suddenly feels a bit lazy, especially when she compares it to her own habit of sleeping until noon every day. By the way, just a bit. There are indeed a lot of people here. Looking at the square, which is larger than the capital square, there are stalls everywhere, and people are bustling around looking for what they want. However, their main purpose today is to check the task announcements first. They decide to look at the tasks before returning to browse the stalls. The task announcement area is easy to find. As soon as they arrive at the square, they see many people gathered around the walls, occasionally discussing with companions. And if they feel good about a task, they take the sign below it and leave. The two walk over to the nearest spot, slowly observing various tasks along the wall. As they pass by, the tribespeople nearby all stare at them, with disdain particularly heavy in their gazes directed at Bai Qi. This task is good. LinLan points to a task in front of her and tells Bai Qi, "Thank goodness the characters here are ancient Chinese characters. Although some are hard to understand, she can guess and comprehend some of them. Bai Qi finds that the writing here is neither modern simplified characters nor the characters from the Qin dynasty. It resembles those from the Tang and Song dynasties. Although they can somewhat understand, they cannot write, so it seems they need to take time to learn the writing here quickly. At this moment, both LinLan and Bai Qi are in sync, contemplating their next steps. Following the direction LinLan points, Bai Qi sees a task to hunt redline snakes, requiring 3 snake gallbladders, with a contribution value of 20. Of course, it also states that the more they collect, the better, and they should hand them over to the tribe's healer. The redline snake is named for its green body and a red line along its back. This snake is only 3 meters long, fast, and highly venomous, with combat power ranging from level 8 to 11. The redline snake king can even reach level 12. They live deep in the mountains, making them hard to find, let alone capture. LinLan glances at other tasks, and the contribution values are very high. It seems that contribution points in the tribe are hard to come by. The high contribution value for this task is due to its difficulty in capturing. Even so, few people take this task. The snake gallbladder is essential for making high-level antidotes, which is why it has such a high contribution value. For other tasks, even 3 contribution points will be considered quite good. The difficulty in capturing them is for others, but for them, it will be much easier. LinLan's with spirit power allows her to communicate with plants, as long as they enter the forest where redline snakes are active. She will definitely be able to find their exact locations and numbers. Her with spirit power can also detoxify, so even if she gets bitten by a snake, as long as it doesn't kill her on the spot, she can at least dilute the toxin and slowly expel it from her body. Moreover, Bai Qi is even faster than a redline snake, so as long as they have patience, they can obtain the snake gallbladders. Not only that, but the redline snake is useful for more than just the gallbladders. Its skin and venom can also be used. The snake skin can be made into materials to wrap sword handles, or, if accumulated, can be sewn together to make protective gear like wrist guards. And the venom is a material for crafting special potions, which can also be sold to the tribe's shop or to the apothecary. The meat of the redline snake is also a delicious ingredient. Whether braised, stewed, or grilled, its tender and smooth meat is a great delicacy. However, LinLan didn't learn this from an encyclopedia. Rather, it was an introduction about the redline snake below the task. After some thought, they also looked for tasks related to gathering herbs or hunting strange beasts deep in the forest, feeling that they had enough information before turning to leave. "What you two doing?" LinLan looked at the tall man blocking their way, displeased. The man leading the group laughed a few times and disdainfully looked at Bai Qi, saying, "Little beauty, come with your brother. What use is there in following this weak man? You need a woman to tag along just to take a task? It's no wonder you're so thin. I feel sorry for you." After he finished, the people behind him laughed along. Seeing this, the crowd quickly surrounded them. They had been noticing the man with a woman looking at tasks. In their view, women had low combat power and lacked the magical enhancements of martial skills. Even if they practiced martial skills, they could only defeat low-level strange beasts. The deep forest around them was filled with high-level strange beasts. Under these circumstances, women were undoubtedly seen as needing protection, and their main roles were to manage the household, clean, bear children, and do non-combat tasks like selling goods. Such habits and ideas have existed for over 10,000 years. All tasks related to hunting and taking on jobs are done by men, and this notion is deeply ingrained in their minds. The most impressive women might become healers, making potions and helping injured warriors. But no woman would ever consider discussing tasks with men, let alone going out to hunt. Providing for the family is a man's responsibility. Unless the man of the household is injured and loses combat ability, no man would allow a woman to engage in such matters, or else he would be looked down upon by everyone. Holding Bai Qi back from stepping forward, LinLan smiled and took a step forward, standing in front of the burly man. "Oh, does the little beauty want to go back with me? Haha, I knew it. How could this weak man support such a beautiful little beauty? Haha." Just now, LinLan's action to stop Bai Qi was very obvious. That man and everyone around could see it clearly. They all thought LinLan was going to agree to that person's proposal and follow him. The rules here are like this. As long as both parties are willing, beautiful women always hope to follow strong warriors, even if that woman has a husband. It's no exception. They don't think there's anything wrong with beautiful women making such choices. In their eyes, beautiful women are naturally meant for strong men. However, the tribe also has regulations. If a woman is unwilling, no man can use his powerful combat strength to coerce her. This is also a form of order, established under harsh conditions where the strong are respected. Otherwise, human society would have long been chaotic. Moreover, a warrior can only have one wife. If you set your sights on a beauty who also has feelings for you, you must first notify everyone, separate from your previous wife, and give her a substantial divorce settlement. Men who cannot afford a divorce settlement are equally looked down upon, and women do not like such men. LinLan smiled faintly at that man, a smile unlike the demure smiles of tribal women, instantly enchanting him. Turning her head, she asked the person beside her, "Excuse me, warrior, what will be the consequences of fighting here in the square?" The man, not very resistant to LinLan's smile, reflexively answered, it's nothing, as long as the affected area isn't too wide, and it doesn't involve the tasks on the wall or the crowd in the middle of the square. That's all. Although he was puzzled as to why she asked this, he still answered honestly, with a slight curl of her lips. As long as there was no big problem, it was fine. She smiled brightly at the person who answered, then turned around and communicated with the blood-sucking vines, ensuring they wouldn't expose their long, sharp thorns and leaves, transforming into a green whip. In the blink of an eye, LinLan took it out, and before the people around could react, she struck that man who dared to tease her. Unexpectedly, LinLan suddenly exploded with rage, and being too close to her, he was immediately struck in the face by the whip, leaving a bright red mark. After the whip struck, everyone around gasped in sympathy for the man who was hit, knowing how painful that bright red mark must be. Originally, that man had decent reflexes, but he didn't expect LinLan to explode suddenly, catching him off guard. "What the hell are you doing? Are you crazy?" The man, losing the initiative, was harshly whipped by LinLan, raising his arms to protect his head while continuously dodging her whip. Those behind him wanted to help, but dared not. If they stepped in, it would only imply that the man couldn't even handle a woman, and he would never be able to stay in the tribe again. The ridicule from everyone could drown him. LinLan was ruthless. Her combat strength was already impressive. While she usually used a knife, her whip skills were not low either. After all, her original weapon was a mutated vine whip. Now, combined with the blood-sucking vines that had gained intelligence, she struck quickly, fiercely, and accurately, targeting the pain points and weaknesses. The blood-sucking vines could also bend with her movements, and, after one whip, it only looked red and swollen from the outside, but inside, her strikes were causing the muscles to nearly tear apart. The man, whose skin was tough and thick, was gasping in pain. Please remember the domain name of this book's first release, www.forshaoshual.org. The mobile reading website is wap.forshaoshual.org. Chapter 94. Task: What is this? I'll let you look down on women. I'll let you dare to tease me, and you still dare to look down on me. Damn it. If a tiger doesn't show its power, do you think I'm Hello Kitty? Are you looking for death, or do you want to die? In the apocalypse, the strongest cannot tolerate others looking down on their combat abilities. If it weren't for worrying about problems, she would have already let the blood-sucking vines raise their sharp leaves and extend their sharp thorns, sucking you dry in seconds, rendering you unable to move. The people around watched as such a gentle little beauty transformed into an angry tigress, leaving them a bit bewildered. Watching that over 2-meter tall, massive man being whipped and running around, they all felt relieved that it wasn't them. Otherwise, getting whipped by a woman like that would be utterly embarrassing. The man who was whipped didn't want to resist. It was just that he couldn't anymore. At first, he thought he could let this little beauty vent her anger, even though he didn't know what he did to provoke her. After all, he was a man, and women should be cherished by men. Getting whipped was just getting whipped. However, as it went on, he was on the verge of tears, truly in pain, and he didn't know what method that little beauty used. He felt them all over and couldn't gather any strength. It wasn't until the man was in a miserable state that LinLan finally stopped her noble hand, put away the vines, raised her chin, and looked around with a proud expression, saying, "Who still dares to look down on women?" The surroundings fell silent. If they fought back, they would be looked down upon. And if they didn't fight back, they would be asking for a beating. Who still dared to speak? They had seen that little beauty's seemingly weak appearance. Yet she could whip that man with decent combat ability into a state of wailing. They couldn't guarantee they could beat that person. So what else could they do but remain silent? With a cold snort, LinLan walked in front of Bai Chi and said, "Let us go. The task has been chosen almost." The two left hand in hand under everyone's gaze. From the beginning until now, Bai Chi had always stood there with a warm smile, making it impossible to see his terror. Watching LinLan's heroic figure and her swift movements, he was merely vigilant about the situation around them, not worried that anyone could harm LinLan. Staring blankly at the direction they left, everyone was dumbfounded. When did women have such strong combat strength? Has the world changed? After a long while, the onlookers finally came back to their senses. looking at the poor warrior who had no good place left on him, all casting sympathetic glances. Looking at his body covered in whip marks, tsk, truly pitiful. As the crowd dispersed, those who had come with that man gathered around, chattering. Jim, are you okay? Why didn't you dodge? Even if she's a woman. We men shouldn't fight with women, but we can't let her hit you like that. Yeah, Jim, you're the strongest among us. If this scene spreads, who knows what will happen? Remembering the person who often opposed them, he felt a toothache. That woman is really fierce. I've never seen such a fierce woman before. Even more powerful than Lady Mana. However, to be honest, that woman is truly beautiful, very different from anyone I've seen before, with fair skin and a petite body. Even her angry expression is so charming. That weak man is truly lucky. This person spoke with a sour tone. I bet it's a scab coin. It must be that man's uselessness that made his woman so powerful. The Jim, who finally had a name, was being talked about by his companions around him. And with his head still spinning from the beating he took, he snapped, "Shut up." Perhaps he usually had a good reputation, as his words caused an immediate silence. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Let's go." Despite his casual demeanor, he was still trembling slightly. Damn it, because of your big mouth, you offended such a formidable woman. But now, are women really this strong? If this continues, what use will men have? Moreover, it wasn't that he didn't want to dodge, but he simply couldn't. He really didn't know what kind of evil methods this woman used that made him feel so weak and numb all over, even affecting his speed of movement. He decided that next time he encountered this woman, he would definitely keep his distance and never recklessly approach her again. One could imagine how his several sworn enemies would mock him if they found out. Thinking of this, Jim couldn't help but sigh. Who had he offended? Did the beast god think he was being disrespectful lately? He had originally intended to check out the marketplace in the square, but after this incident, he decided it was better not to go today. Instead, he would go back and prepare to head straight into the mountains. Baichi initially wanted to teach a lesson to the person who dared to speak disrespectfully to LinLan and himself. But unexpectedly, LinLan couldn't hold back and wanted to act as well. As a qualified husband, he figured it was best to support whatever his wife wanted to do from behind. So he didn't intervene much. After all, that person's combat strength was comparable to LinLan's. If she got serious, that person would probably be overwhelmed. Even though he thought this way, he didn't expect LinLan to smile at those people. Thinking about the way that group looked at LinLan, General Bai felt a surge of anger. It seemed that he had been too good to LinLan, making her forget who she belonged to. It looked like he hadn't been putting in enough effort, leaving LinLan feeling lonely. Realizing this, General Bai decided that after returning, he would definitely take good care of his wife, ensuring that she would only have eyes for him and no energy left to smile charmingly at anyone else. Unaware of Baichi's inner thoughts, LinLan continued to complain to him on the way back. Do you really think the women here are that weak? They actually look down on women. During the apocalypse, who would dare to look down on her? Always standing at the top, LinLan never expected to be looked down upon in this strange world. This was a contempt for her combat abilities, which she, as a powerful survivor of the apocalypse, could never tolerate. Shall we go straight to the mountains? Since we can't go to Square, and they just arrived, they don't know what to do. We'll have to go hunting in the mountains and see if the contribution points here are easy to earn. If LinLan wants to go now, then we should go now. The main matters have already been settled, and Baichi thought there was nothing else urgent. After making up their minds, the two didn't even go home and left for the deep mountains the next day after arriving at the tribe. They left without a trace, leaving behind legends of LinLan's fierceness in the tribe. In the dense forest, the scenery that had initially made them nauseous now seemed different. Perhaps it was because they found a crowd and had a place to settle down, but upon returning to the forest, they completely lost the restless mood they had before. Just one day later, coming back to the mountains felt like a lifetime away. Looking at the scenery they had seen for decades, LinLan couldn't help but sigh. She felt she was becoming more and more like an artistic youth. If LinLan likes the mountains, we can find a less populated place and build a small cabin. Whenever LinLan wants, she can come here to live. Even if we stay here all day in the future, it would be fine. Seeing LinLan's nostalgic look, Baichi teased her with a smile. Startled by Baichi's words, LinLan turned to look at him, rolled her eyes, and said, "If you like it, I will accompany you." She thought to herself that General Bai's level had risen significantly. Just one sentence had startled her. Where had the noble and somewhat refined General Bai gone? Seeing LinLan's cute expression, Baichi laughed heartily. Laugh, 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 just die from laughing. Turning around, he ignored the people behind him and walked ahead. Baichi noticed that he had irritated her, but he wasn't worried and followed her with a smile. By this time, they had already walked for nearly 2 hours, and, judging by their speed, they had crossed 3 mountains. According to the introduction, this was about the range where the red-line snake would be more prevalent. Closing her eyes, LinLan placed her hands against a nearby tree. Channeling her would spirit power into the tree to communicate with it and the surrounding plants. After a while, she withdrew her hands and shook her head at Bai Qi behind her, saying, "Nothing around here. Let's keep going." Now, her ability to communicate with plants had nearly reached the range of a mountain. Since there was nothing here, it meant they had to cross another mountain. Squeezing her hand, Bai Qi comforted her, "No rush, we have time. If it doesn't work out, we can stay in the mountains for a few days." Moreover, the contribution points for this task were so high not only because it was hard to catch, but also likely because of the difficulty in locating them. It wouldn't be so easy to complete. There's no need to hurry. Let's not rush. Let's see if there are any useful things around. Today at the square, I glanced at those stalls and found they were selling everything, even wild fruits. Retrieving the blood-stained, blood-sucking vine, LinLan walked towards the crane-like beast that had been drained of blood by the vine, lifting it with one hand as she approached Bai Qi. This was the third day since they entered the mountains, and in these 3 days the red-line snake had not been seen at all. However, they had completed most of the other tasks, and this creature in her hand was one of them. The person who mentioned this white bird said that just the feathers from its tail, 300 feathers for 5 contribution points, could be found on this bird at most 5 feathers. From this, one could see how difficult it would be to catch the red-line snake. Throwing the white bird to Bai Qi, LinLan plopped down on the ground without caring if her clothes would get dirty. Bai Qi quickly took the bird, plucked out its tail feathers, dug a hole with his sword energy to bury the rest, and handed 3 feathers to LinLan. Please remember the original domain of this book, www.forxiaoshuo.org. The mobile reading URL is wap.forxiaoshuo.org. Chapter 95, Red-Line Snake. Taking out the previously collected feathers, LinLan untied the green vines, added the 3 feathers, tied them up, and placed them in her space. Hugging her legs and resting her chin on her knees, she looked at Bai Qi and said, "Fortunately, this white bird doesn't have high combat strength. It just has sharp claws and beak." My blood-sucking vine lost a leaf to it. Hearing its master mention it, the blood-sucking vine quickly came over to show LinLan the spot where it had lost a leaf, seeking her comfort. As a good master, she would certainly not hurt her subordinate's feelings. With her hands glowing green, she enveloped the blood-sucking vine, and it sparkled as it absorbed the green light. After receiving its reward, the blood-sucking vine rubbed its unbloodied spots against LinLan's leg, seeking her affection, then turned its leaves towards Bai Qi, waving them as if to show off, not wanting to bother with that provocative pet. Bai Qi knew it would soon be put away by LinLan after staying outside for a while. He had a whole night of communication time with LinLan, so he didn't care about this little thing. Bai Qi was giving himself a mental pep talk in his heart, telling himself that it wasn't that he didn't want to deal with that provocative pet, but rather that it had just returned after completing a mission, and LinLan hadn't had the chance to cherish it yet, let alone let himself teach it a lesson. General Bai suddenly realized that as the combat power of that pet increased, he was feeling more and more insignificant. Previously, it was terrified of him tying it up, but when did it stop being afraid of him? As for General Bai's thoughts, LinLan couldn't be bothered to pay attention. After putting away her feathers, she looked at Bai Qi and continued, "We're only about 10 more away from completing this task. I've caught most of the white birds in this area. Let's change places." However, this task seems to be personally issued. It looks like points not only increase levels, but also have other uses. After packing up their things, the blood-sucking vine had already cleaned the bloodstains off itself and coiled around LinLan. The two decided to take a walk around. After crossing over a mountain, LinLan pressed her hand against a thick tree, closed her eyes, and furrowed her brows, as if deep in thought. After a while, LinLan finally removed her hand, opened her eyes, let out a breath, and looked at Bai Qi, saying about 1,000 meters to the left. There's a nest of snakes that looks very much like red-line snakes. Her ability could only see a rough estimate and couldn't confirm that they were indeed red-line snakes. We should go take a look. Finally having a clue, they had to check it out. Nodding in agreement, the two turned left, walking quietly as LinLan kept an eye on the situation over there. There were about 5 snakes deep in the cave, from the looks of it. If they were indeed red-line snakes, they should be adults. LinLan felt a bit troubled. If it were 1 or 2, it would be fine, but 5? She and Bai Qi didn't know if they could handle it. Moreover, they had to figure out a way to lure the red-line snakes out of the cave without scaring them away. They moved quickly and soon reached the location. LinLan pointed to a spot hidden by bushes and said, "The cave entrance is right here." Bai Qi stepped forward to push aside the bushes, and indeed, there was a very small black hole inside. If one wasn't careful, it would be easily overlooked. After observing for a few seconds, Bai Qi let go of the branch in his hand, and the branch swayed gently before returning to its original position. Lowering his head in thought, he asked, "Does this cave have any other exits?" "No, just this one." "All right, we can try it." Bai Qi pointed at the blood-sucking vine on LinLan's body and continued to explain, "Snakes are very sensitive to smells. The blood-sucking vine is a plant and won't harm them. We can let the blood-sucking vine slowly go in. If it encounters the red-line snakes, it should try to wrap around them." Looking at the blood-sucking vine coiled around her, LinLan thought this plan was indeed good and nodded in agreement. However, Bai Qi's words were not finished. Seeing that LinLan agreed, he continued, "Make the blood-sucking vine retract its sharp leaves and suction tube. It's best not to hurt the red-line snakes. Also, it just killed a white bird, and it's covered in the smell of blood. It's better to wash that off to avoid alarming the red-line snakes before it even gets there." As for revenge, there was no hurry. It wasn't that he wouldn't take revenge, but the time just wasn't right. As a general, patience was his greatest virtue, waiting for the right moment. However, if there was a chance for revenge, it should be done immediately. That was also his style. The previous blood-sucking vine had provoked him, and now he would make it into something it hated the most. A mudfish covered in water, rolling on the ground would surely look great afterward. General Bai Qi thought to himself, but his face showed none of this, appearing as if he was doing it all for everyone's good. LinLan thought about it as well. She understood a bit about snake behavior, so she took the blood-sucking vine and gathered a stream of water in her hand, continuously swirling it around the blood-sucking vine to wash off its scent. Nowadays, the blood-sucking vine was quite intelligent, aside from not being able to speak. It understood everything they said. When it first heard Bai Qi's suggestion, it felt a bad omen, but before it could escape, it was caught by its master and couldn't change its master's mind, even by wriggling. The unfortunate blood-sucking vine had no choice but to dangle on a tree like a frostbitten eggplant, feigning death while letting the cold water flow continuously over it. All right. After washing it 5 or 6 times, LinLan finally announced the end. The blood-sucking vine, feeling bullied, immediately slithered into the snake hole. It decided that if it was uncomfortable, then that cursed target snake shouldn't expect to be well off either. Bai Qi watched his masterpiece with satisfaction, thinking that once the blood-sucking vine came out, he would see an even more exciting scene, and General Bai Qi was pleased. LinLan rolled her eyes in a place where Bai Qi couldn't see. How long had it been? And he was still having so much fun. She wondered if it was easy for her. For their amusement, she had to cooperate with Bai Qi and also with the blood-sucking vine. It was quite tiring, okay? I think you're just enjoying the show, right? With her hands pressed against the nearby trees, she closed her eyes and used her mental power to observe the situation inside the cave, while Bai Qi stood nearby, vigilant and fully prepared for the red-line snakes to come out. Unable to help but smile, LinLan watched the blood-sucking vine crawling awkwardly in the snake hole, looking utterly miserable, and she suppressed the urge to laugh out loud. Deep in the cave, the 5 red-line snakes were coiled together, appearing to be asleep, not moving at all. In the silent snake hole, LinLan seemed to feel the sound the blood-sucking vine made while crawling, and observing so closely made her feel as if she were watching it firsthand. The image was blurry, like an old movie she had seen before. The red-line snakes were quite alert. When the blood-sucking vine was still a quarter of the way away, they sensed the vibrations of the ground beneath them, raised their heads, flicked their tongues, and made hissing sounds, carefully sensing the air smells. Red-line snakes were very sensitive to the scent of flesh and blood, but they found the plant's scent somewhat indistinct. After a while, without noticing any disturbances, they lowered their heads, ready to continue sleeping. Just as they lay down, they sensed something was off because the ground beneath them trembled even more violently. The 5 snakes raised their heads in unison, their tongues hissing outward in intimidation, the sounds echoing loudly in the somewhat empty cave. Gradually, the blood-sucking vine got closer to the position of the red-line snakes deep in the cave, and the feeling of the ground trembling became more apparent to the snakes, causing some of them to swim restlessly in the small space. Before long, one of the snakes couldn't hold back anymore and started to crawl toward the cave exit. Seeing this snake's movement, the others followed suit. But because the exit was too small, they could only crawl out one by one. The first snake had barely crawled out when it encountered the blood-sucking vine. The 2 elongated creatures immediately entangled with each other, tightly wrapping around one another. LinLan suddenly thought of twisting a rope. The front was all tangled up, and the snake behind was blocked from coming out, while the blood-sucking vine couldn't reach over either. Both sides were stuck there. Observing this situation made LinLan frown. After thinking for a moment, she instructed the blood-sucking vine to use only 2 vines to restrain the one at the front and drag it out, while the remaining branches extended backward, one by one, to entangle the following snakes. Upon receiving the command, the blood-sucking vine immediately executed it, trying to pull out the several branches entangled by the snake, regardless of the snake's teeth tightly biting onto its branches. It pulled with all its might since it was quite immune to toxins. This little bit of poison wouldn't harm it. While waving the vines entangled with the snake to pull it out, it also focused on using its other vines to entangle the next snake, dragging them out one by one to save its master the trouble. Even if it got a thorough soaking from its master, it was still the most obedient pet, showing great understanding of its master. One has come out. With his eyes closed, he maintained his previous state and simply said a word to Bai Qi. Bai Qi nodded to indicate he understood, drew his sword, and swiftly cut down the bushes around the snake hole, clearing the area and waiting for the snake to appear. The red-line snake was dragged out of the hole by the blood-sucking vines, twisting its body as it tried to break free from the vines. Bai Qi observed and confirmed it was indeed the red-line snake. He seized the opportunity, thrusting his sword skillfully into the snake's head, causing blood and venom to spray everywhere, sizzling as it hit ordinary plants, demonstrating the potency of the poison. For General Bai, this was trivial. He ignored the sizzling sound nearby and calmly approached, quickly locating the snake gall and slicing it with his sword. With a firm squeeze, a fresh snake gall was extracted and placed onto a large leaf for LinLan to collect later, while the snake's body was tossed aside. Seeing that the snake had been dealt with, the blood-sucking vines stretched back towards the hole, easily dragging out 3 more snakes one by one. Although the snake venom posed no fatal threat to the vines, it still had some effect. By the time the last 2 snakes were being dragged out, the vines had become somewhat stiff, and their grip on the red-line snakes had weakened significantly. Just as one was about to be pulled out of the hole, the cunning red-line snake suddenly exerted force to break free from the vines and darted quickly towards LinLan. It was too sudden and too fast for Bai Qi to react, and he could only shout out. At the same time, LinLan noticed the situation, but as she was communicating with the plants, her reaction was delayed. She could only retract her palm to shield her face as the snake bit down, causing her hand to experience sharp pain. She quickly grabbed the head of the red-line snake with her other hand and squeezed it hard, forcing the snake to open its mouth and releasing her bitten hand. The venom was too overpowering. LinLan felt dizzy and weakly leaned against a large tree, yet she did not dare to loosen her grip on the writhing snake. Bai Qi, seeing the red-line snake dart past, was just about to chase after it when he realized that the snake behind had also escaped from the blood-sucking vines, only a second later than the first. This snake, like the previous one, rushed toward LinLan, sensing that her fighting capability was lower. With no choice, Bai Qi had to intercept the last snake. By the time he dealt with it, LinLan was already sitting on the ground, her entire bitten hand turning dark purple with the venom continuing to spread upward. After handling this snake, he didn't even have time to process the gall and hurried over to grab the still writhing snake from LinLan's hand. After killing it brutally, he pulled LinLan's bitten hand and wrapped his arm around her shoulder, urgently asking, "LinLan, how do you feel?" "I'm fine. I just need to use with spirit power to expel the venom," she replied, looking up at Bai Qi's concerned face, managing a weak smile despite her pale countenance. Even her lips were colorless. Her head felt dizzy, and she had no strength to speak, thinking to herself how the introduction had specifically mentioned the potency of the poison. After saying this, she closed her eyes and stopped talking to conserve her energy. Bai Qi, seeing this, didn't press further. He knew he could do nothing to help with the detoxification and could only anxiously wait for LinLan to rely on him. At that moment, he felt utterly helpless, more painful than when he heard King Chu had dismissed him, as if his heart had stopped. Painfully closing his eyes, Bai Qi hated himself for not being more careful and vigilant earlier, as the years of smooth sailing made him forget to be cautious. Opening his eyes, a fierce look in them startled those who saw it. He glared at the dead snake on the ground, vowing to rip it to pieces once LinLan was safe. And that damn vine that only sought to please, if it hadn't failed to catch the red-line snake, LinLan wouldn't have been hurt. Furious, General Bai was projecting his anger. Not far away, the blood-sucking vine was crawling over with its stiff body, blaming itself. If it hadn't failed to catch that snake, its master wouldn't have been hurt. Seeing its master in such discomfort, it too felt great pain. The vine suddenly seemed to be possessed by QYNN. LinLan closed her eyes, concentrating her with spirit power on her bitten right hand. With a snake, venom had already begun to spread slowly. She focused to stop the venom from spreading and concentrated it at her wrist. After circulating her wood spirit power around her body, her dizzy head, affected by the venom, finally cleared a bit. With her complexion improving, LinLan opened her eyes and saw Bai Qi looking at her with worry and guilt. She squeezed his hand to comfort him. Say it's okay. My wood spirit power has a restraining effect on this venom. It will be fine soon. After saying this, she took out a knife from her space and made a cut on her palm, causing dark purple, foul-smelling blood to flow out slowly. Seeing LinLan cut her hand, Bai Qi frowned slightly, but quickly composed himself. However, when he glanced at the dead snake on the ground, the brutal emotions in his eyes intensified. Noticing that the toxic blood had accumulated in her palm and hardly flowed out, LinLan frowned and directed her wood spirit power towards her palm. The wood spirit power from the surrounding plants began to gather towards LinLan, replenishing her consumed energy. The water spirit power also joined in, first gathering at the wound to dilute the toxic blood, allowing for faster healing once the wood spirit power arrived. LinLan opened her eyes and saw the dark purple toxic blood slowly flowing down. With the healing effect of the wood spirit power, the color of her palm began to lighten, indicating that the toxin was being expelled from her body. Bai Qi finally felt somewhat relieved. As long as the toxin was being expelled, it was good. However, his gaze remained fixed on LinLan, not daring to blink, fearing he would miss something if anything went wrong. As the color of her palm gradually faded to flesh tone, LinLan opened her eyes, exhaled, and smiled at Bai Qi behind her, saying, "All done." She raised her palm in front of Bai Qi for him to see, where even the cut had only left a faint red mark. He held her hand and kissed it, asking, "Is LinLan feeling unwell anywhere else?" Shaking her head, she replied, "No, you should go take care of the red-line snake. It was hard to catch." At this moment, the blood-sucking vine also nudged against LinLan's leg. Sensing its guilt, she gently patted it and comforted, "It's not your fault. The venom was too powerful for you to handle." Little Blood, the name she gave to the blood-sucking vine, has already done very well, helping me catch so many red-line snakes. Without you, it would have been even worse. With the blood-sucking vine accompanying her, Bai Qi went over to take care of the red-line snake, placing the gall in one spot, the skin and flesh in another, and having LinLan store them properly. As for the snake that bit LinLan, after extracting its gall and skin, he chopped the flesh into pieces with his sword, enough to be used as meat filling. Watching Bai Qi's childish actions, LinLan couldn't help but chuckle. After Bai Qi vented his frustrations, she leaned against a tree and slowly stood up, saying, "All right, the main task is complete. We can finish the rest on our way back." Hastily going to support LinLan, looking worried, he said, "Let's rest here for a while before heading out tomorrow." "I'm not that weak. I'll be fine soon," she replied with a smile, her complexion better than before, though still somewhat pale. However, Bai Qi remained unconvinced and insisted they stay the night. LinLan acquiesced, not arguing. The next morning, the two of them hurried back. Originally, Bai Qi didn't want to leave so early. He was worried about LinLan's condition and didn't even let her use her spiritual power to deal with the toxins in the blood-sucking vines. The blood-sucking vines were quite obedient, aware of their master's situation, and didn't want her to use her spiritual power to free herself from that stiff state. So they gradually expelled the toxins on their own. Early in the morning, LinLan sensed her body and found that the toxins had already been expelled, so she decided to head back. However, Bai Qi thought she should rest for another day. The two of them were at a stalemate for half a day, but in the end, LinLan gained the upper hand and convinced Bai Qi to leave early and head towards the tribe. Upon returning to the tribe, seeing the continuous flow of people at the entrance, LinLan smiled at Bai Qi and said, "We've only stayed in the tribe for a day. Why are we already not used to life in the mountains? We spent nearly 50 years in the mountains before without feeling this way." Bai Qi held LinLan's hand and said, "We can consider this our home now. With a home, there are attachments, even if that home has nothing in it." However, he didn't mind. Wherever LinLan was, that was his home. Men are always less sentimental than women. He murmured, "Home. Yes, we have a home now. Unlike before, when it was just the two of us relying on each other. Over a long period, she always felt like they were exiled by the world, unable to find peace in their hearts." He nodded heavily, looked at Bai Qi, and said, "Yes, we are going home, a home that belongs to both of us." As they reached the city gate and were about to show their identification badges to the guards, LinLan also presented hers. The guard checked, and, seeing that it belonged to their tribe, spoke to let them pass. Just as Bai Qi and LinLan stepped through the city gate, they heard someone calling out to them from behind. Turning around, they saw it was Sierra, the one who brought Bai Chi into the tribe. They stepped back to the gate and cupped their hands, saying, "Oh, it's Brother Sierra. Why are you on duty today?" Haha. I saw two figures from a distance that looked quite like you, so I came over to call out and check. I didn't expect it really was you, Sierra said with a hearty laugh, patting Bai Chi's shoulder with a thump. LinLan, listening from the side, quietly gasped, thinking to herself, so ruthless. Bai Chi, however, had no reaction. His expression remained unchanged, as normal. Hearing Sierra's words, he chuckled and said, "I was originally going to invite you and Evra, but I just went to the square to check the tasks the next day and took a few to try out. We just got back, so I can only delay the invitation for a while." "That's nothing. It's what we should do." Sierra waved his hand dismissively. "But you went to the square to take tasks the very next day? Did you go with your wife?" He asked two questions in a row and glanced at LinLan several times. The two looked at each other in confusion and said, "Yes. Is there something wrong?" "There's nothing wrong, just," Sierra hesitated whether to say it, but his personality was such that he couldn't hold back. After thinking for a moment, he continued, "I just heard that on the second day after you arrived, a man and woman went to the square to take tasks, and that lady was particularly formidable, defeating the tribe's warriors. They said it sounded a lot like you and your wife, so I just wanted to ask, nothing else." Sierra quickly clarified that he was just curious. LinLan felt a bit of a headache, realizing how quickly the news had spread. She had indeed acted recklessly that day, having just arrived at the tribe and not understanding any of the rules. However, being brave enough to act without the courage to take responsibility was not her style. She immediately admitted, "It was me, what's wrong with that? I've inquired, and as long as it doesn't involve everyone, fighting in the square is fine. Besides, that person disrespected me first." LinLan had an expression that said, "So what if I did it?" Seeing that LinLan misunderstood, Sierra quickly waved his hand and said, No, this matter is no issue. It's just the first time I've heard of a lady defeating the tribe's warriors, and everyone is just curious. Moreover, their descriptions match you two quite well. I just came to ask. Besides, that warrior couldn't even defeat a lady. He wouldn't dare to cause trouble." "Madam, you don't need to worry." Upon hearing this, LinLan finally felt relieved. As long as they hadn't caused trouble, it was good. After all, they had worked hard to find a human settlement and didn't want to wander in the deep mountains again. After both sides clarified, Sierra, seeing that they hadn't continued to misunderstand, relaxed and teased, "But I didn't expect the madam to be so powerful, even able to defeat the tribe's warriors. Now everyone in the tribe wants to see what this brave madam looks like." He laughed heartily after saying this. LinLan felt a bit helpless. Now her reputation had spread throughout the entire tribe. Looking around, she noticed that many people were constantly glancing in their direction, especially those nearby who were staring directly at her, making LinLan feel a bit embarrassed and annoyed. Fortunately, Sierra had some sense, seeing the crowd's attention on LinLan. He knew it was inappropriate. He chuckled a couple of times and asked, "Are you two here to submit a task?" "Yes, we just returned from the deep mountains," LinLan replied, pointing to the bundle on her back to indicate that they were indeed there to submit a task. The bundle was prepared just before reaching the tribe to prevent attention from being drawn to them for coming empty-handed, and now was perfect to show Sierra as proof of their claims. "You two should hurry. Don't waste time. If you have time, definitely come find me. Just ask these guards at the city gate, and even if I'm not on duty, you can still find me." He waved his hand, saying this while also glaring at the people who had stopped and were continuously looking over, urging them to leave quickly. Both LinLan and Bai Chi noticed the situation around them and understood that Sierra was kindly trying to help them get out of the crowd's sight. They didn't say much. Bai Chi also learned from the people there and stepped up to pat Sierra's shoulder, saying, Definitely. We'll submit the tasks in the next couple of days and come find you. You must come with Ever then." After saying this, he and LinLan directly entered the tribe's main gate. Once they left, the surrounding people dispersed, and more than one person wondered if the rumored events were true, as this lady didn't seem like such a fierce person. Remembering LinLan's seemingly fragile body, she appeared much weaker than their own wives, who could easily defeat her, making it hard to believe the rumors. After leaving that place, and no longer being under people's scrutiny, LinLan breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Chi, seeing her like this, jokingly teased her, "LinLan is now famous. From now on, my wife must take good care of me." He couldn't help but laugh. Bai Chi's words made LinLan roll her eyes. He was making fun of her. She could easily give him this method of becoming famous. "If my husband wants this name too, that's fine. After a few days, I can find out which jobs require ladies, and you can give it a try. By then, your name will definitely spread wider than mine," she said with a light laugh, covering her mouth, looking like an ancient lady if it weren't for her attire. Bai Chi shook his head at LinLan's words, and didn't he respond. It seemed that even now, LinLan was still unwilling to lose out. He had long gotten used to LinLan bullying him, so one more time was nothing. Bai Chi followed behind LinLan pitifully, and the two walked towards the first stop to submit their tasks. The first stop is a place in the tribe specifically for making medicines. When the tribe members go out hunting, they must come here to pick up some medicine, whether for treating wounds or for special purposes like antidotes, which are very popular here. Due to the large population of the tribe, a substantial supply of medicines is needed, leading to many tasks being issued. Many warriors who leave the tribe for tasks will certainly bring some herbs or parts of animals that can be used for medicine that are issued here. This place is very spacious, and there are many people coming and going. Many are covering their wounds, waiting for help from healers. And some are even sitting on the ground, groaning in pain with broken arms or legs. The two have seen such scenes many times before, so they felt no discomfort and calmly walked over to a counter-like area where a woman in her late 20s to nearly 30 was standing. This refers to age calculated in Earth years. Hello, Meng. We are here to submit the task for the red-line snake gallbladder, LinLan said with a smile as she stepped forward. The woman, upon hearing this, looked at LinLan and Bai Chi in surprise, exclaiming, "Oh my, you actually managed to catch a red-line snake? This is unbelievable. You look so fragile." The woman's loud voice drew the attention of everyone around, all staring at the two, which made LinLan very unhappy. "Meng, could you please tell me where to submit this task?" she asked, furrowing her brows and glancing around, suppressing her irritation to continue asking. Finally, the woman came to her senses, noticing the gazes of the surrounding people and LinLan's somewhat impatient expression, and awkwardly smiled. "Of course. You can just go through this door. The people inside are responsible for receiving task submissions." She pointed to the second door on her left, which had quite a number of people coming in and out. Getting the answer she wanted, LinLan smiled at her and said, "Thank you, ma'am." After that, she and Bai Chi walked toward that door. As soon as they left, the people around began to whisper, "Did you see those two? They sound just like the very powerful lady mentioned before. My brother's friend's younger brother was there to witness that fight. That lady and her husband seemed to have taken such a task." "Really?" The people around asked in surprise, as if they already knew about this matter. "That lady doesn't look fierce at all, and she seems particularly weak. Even the underage girls in our tribe could easily defeat her." The crowd found it hard to believe that someone who looked so frail could defeat a warrior close to level 10 in the tribe. The person whose words were doubted grew a bit displeased, raised his chin, and said proudly, "It's definitely true. I swear to the beast god." "Haven't you heard? The lady who defeated the tribe warriors is indeed very frail and petite, and her husband is also a very small man." After saying this, he gestured with his chin towards the door LinLan and Bai Chi had entered and continued. "Did you not see? Her husband, that skinny man beside her, looks exactly like how people described him back then." Everyone recalled the tales that had been circulated, and it was indeed the case, seeing that everyone believed him. The person continued with even more pride, "But I really didn't expect to meet that brave lady. If it weren't because she is a lady, I would really want to test her skills." After saying this, he looked regretfully at the door. Not only were they discussing this, but everyone was also speculating about what method could make that lady so powerful. LinLan and Bai Chi were unaware of their discussions, as they had already entered the room dedicated to purchasing medicinal materials. Inside, there were already many people, and they stood at the back of the line. However, the front moved quickly, with hardly any idle chatter. They would hand over their task tokens, and after checking the items, the staff would take out a card, write some information on it, and hand it back along with the task token before the person leaving would exit. Bored, LinLan watched them and couldn't help but sigh in her heart at their efficiency, thinking that if the Celestial Empire operated like this, there wouldn't be so many backlog issues, let alone tasks that couldn't be completed in a month or two. When it was their turn, they handed over their task token and pretended to take out several large leaves wrapped around the snake gallbladders from their spatial storage. The person received it and handed it to someone behind him for inspection. After a while, that person exclaimed, "Such fresh red-line snake gallbladders, and there are 5. You are amazing." Upon hearing this exclamation, everyone around looked over. Who doesn't know that red-line snakes are hard to catch, and gallbladders are even harder to obtain? They never expected these two would get 5, and they were so fresh, just like they had been freshly taken from the snakes. Nearby, an elderly physician approached, picked up one of the gallbladders to examine it, sniffed it at his nose, and nodded in satisfaction, saying, "I rarely see such fresh red-line snake gallbladders. Young people, you are really impressive. These fresh gallbladders will have better medicinal effects when used." After saying this, he happily returned to his original position. The person in charge of confirming task completion, seeing the elder's praise, smiled and took out a card, writing while saying, "Fresh red line snake gallbladders. This task token is worth 20 contribution points for 3 red line snakes. You brought 5, and since they're so fresh, I could consider giving you more contribution points. Let us add 20 more points, totaling 40 contribution points. I hope you can continue to find such fresh red line snake gallbladder for the tribe in the future." After saying this, he handed LinLan the written card along with the previous task token. After leaving, LinLan looked at the card in her hand and smiled happily, realizing that although each task in the tribe had few contribution points, it wasn't too difficult, and accumulating 10,000 contribution points wasn't a big deal. Next, the two walked to many places to submit tasks, but the locations were all different. Since they were unfamiliar with the tribe, they took many unnecessary detours. The tribe was large, and with a total of 6 tasks, the two spent an entire day walking. After several days, they finally returned home. As soon as LinLan entered the door, she headed straight for the bedroom and lay down on the bed, not wanting to get up. "I'm exhausted. Walking around the tribe for a day is even more tiring than walking a day in the mountains. Tomorrow, I have to go register the contribution points. Sigh. It's painful." Lying on the bed, covering her forehead, LinLan wore a painful expression that seemed to say, "Let me just die." After saying this, LinLan got back up, leaned against the wall, and started muttering to calculate today's contribution points. The red line snake gallbladders are worth 40 contribution points. 5 white bird feathers, 2 bear gallbladders, 2 saliva fruits, 5 golden python skins, and 7 swift wind fox furs, totaling 61 contribution points. After calculating, she looked up and shouted to Bai Chi outside. Bai Chi, we got a total of 61 contribution points this time. If it belongs to oneself, then just register it directly in your notebook. If it belongs to the task team, it should be shared among everyone in the team. It belongs to me. Oh, okay. Wait a moment. After saying that, I took Bai Chi's sheepskin notebook and wrote a few words on it with special ink, then handed it back to Bai Chi. Done. Picking up the booklet, the two of them went to the square to check out the stalls. They hadn't gone there last time, so they had to go this time. The square was crowded, and each stall was quite large, displaying various items, whether it was metal ores for smelting, or furs and scales for making protective gear, or various herbs with special effects, edible fruits and vegetables, special woods, and specialties from other tribes. Everything was available. LinLan curiously looked around. Although they had stayed in the mountains for so many years, there were still many things she hadn't seen before, especially since some items needed further processing, making her dazzled. Every stall here was very lively, with many people browsing, regardless of age or gender, each holding something in their hands. Young ladies tended to browse stalls with fresh or beautiful items, while older individuals preferred useful items that could be used in daily life. Children stood at stalls selling fresh snacks or fun little trinkets, while warriors mostly stopped at stalls selling protective gear or rare metal ores. LinLan and Bai Chi casually wandered around here, enjoying the rare relaxed time and the long-lost lively crowd. You know, in my original world, before the apocalypse came, I often went to large shopping malls with friends, and sometimes I would browse through the bustling night markets at small stalls and street vendors. There were many snacks there, whether traditional snacks or processed snacks from abroad, a variety from all over the world. Although it was said that those street snacks weren't clean, people still couldn't stop themselves from eating them. LinLan looked at the crowd in front of her and turned to Bai Chi to talk about her life before the apocalypse. For some reason, LinLan suddenly remembered her past self before experiencing the apocalypse. At that time, they were as energetic as those young children. With a deep sigh, she recalled how carefree she was back then. Although her brother favored her a bit more, she still had plenty of money to spend. On weekends, she would go out chatting with friends and classmates, shopping, or go to malls to buy clothes. Sometimes in the evenings, she would visit street stalls to look at the little trinkets for sale and try the roadside snacks that the family maid always said were dirty. Looking back now, those moments felt incredibly precious. After being reborn, she only considered future survival, the supplies in the apocalypse, and the issue of improving her abilities, thinking about how to survive more easily in the apocalypse. Those beautiful childhood times were sealed deep in her memory, subconsciously unwilling to recall them, but unexpectedly. Today, the ordinary lively scene in the square suddenly unlocked those memories. Perhaps she also had regrets. Before returning to the apocalypse, she couldn't enjoy that simple life, that carefree existence. Suddenly, her hand was squeezed, pulling LinLan back from her thoughts. She looked up to see Bai Chi watching her with concern. Smiling, she shook her head and said, "It's nothing, just remembered some things from before." Let's go see what good things are here. I feel that since this tribe has developed for so long, there must be many items. The smile returned to her face as she took Bai Chi's hand and continued walking forward. No matter how regretful it was, there was no going back now. It was better to cherish the present and seize the moment. Her life was already good, and she had someone who cared about her all the time. LinLan glanced at the resolute face of the person beside her, who was carefully shielding her from being bumped into by others. Life now was wonderful. Stopping in front of a stall, LinLan halted her steps, and Bai Chi stopped beside her as well. The stall owner was a middle-aged woman. With two young men beside her taking care of other items, they looked like a family. "How much is this?" LinLan asked, pointing to a piece of cloth. "Yes, just a piece of cloth." LinLan felt like crying as she looked at it. So many years had passed, and the clothes she brought at first were now in tatters, ultimately being patched together into underwear. Regardless of the weather, she wore animal fur clothes on the outside. She really missed clothing made of fabric. Not just clothes, but electrical appliances were also no longer usable. Here, when appliances broke, she couldn't fix them, and she didn't even have the basic tools to repair them. Now they all lay obediently in a corner of her space, kept as mementos. Seeing that someone finally came to ask, the woman immediately smiled. She took the not-so-large piece of cloth and handed it to LinLan, saying, "This is made from the fine fibers of a certain plant, after repeated kneading and beating. Young lady, feel it. Isn't it very soft?" Seeing LinLan take the cloth, the woman immediately began to promote her product, knowing that no one wanted what she made. The warriors thought it wasn't sturdy enough, tearing easily in battle and providing no protection. The ladies disliked the color, preferring the rich colors of animal skins. Today, it was rare to have a customer showing interest. She had to sell it. I spent a lot of time making this. Just putting it together took me quite a while. Not to mention the later needing to make it soft. The woman listened to LinLan's reaction, and seeing no signs of dissatisfaction or unwillingness, she continued. "But since you really like it, I'll give you a discount. How about 20 scar coins?" After stating the price, she cautiously glanced at LinLan, fearing she wouldn't agree. Seeing LinLan silent, the woman grew anxious and hurriedly said, "Really, young lady, I'm not lying to you. I spent a lot of time making this. There's only this one piece. How about this? I'll give you a discount of 2 scar coins. How about 18 scar coins?" LinLan thought for a moment. She wasn't familiar with the items here, but 9 scar coins weren't too much for them, and this cloth was something she needed. After considering, she nodded and said, "All right, 18 scar coins." Saying this, she pretended to take out 2 10 scar coins from a package behind her to hand over to the woman. The woman took the scar coins, her eyes squinted with a smile, repeatedly saying, "You are so wise, young lady. This cloth is something only I can make. It's the first of its kind in the Scar continent." Swiftly folding the cloth and handing it to LinLan, she found 2 scar coins for her, as if afraid she would change her mind. LinLan saw this scene and thought, "I hope I wasn't tricked," but for her, the fabric was more important. If she got scammed, then so be it. After all, that money was just 2 level 3 crystal cores for them. With her first battle victorious, and having obtained her spoils, LinLan continued moving forward, missing the conversation between the woman who just sold her the cloth and her son behind her. "Today is really my lucky day. May the beast god bless me." Saying this, she made a gesture of bowing to the sky and continued to share her victory with her son. "Do you know? Today a particularly generous girl came and bought something I usually make out of boredom for 18 scar coins. God knows that it's just something I made out of boredom, using wild grass picked up from the roadside, and I never expected it could sell for this price. 18 scar coins. It's practically free money. The big tribe is really different from other places. If only we could have more girls like her come by." After saying that, she kissed the 18 scar coins in her hand, which would be enough for them to eat well for several days. And they could save up to buy her son a good giant sword, to make him a warrior, a high-ranking warrior, a respected high-ranking warrior. As they walked, LinLan saw many things she had never seen before. She stopped at every stall to observe, whether it was food, utensils, or toys. As long as she hadn't seen it before, she picked it up to take a look, constantly exclaiming how endless human wisdom is. Her footsteps halted in front of a stall with a large piece of leather, neatly displaying various small trinkets that looked very appealing. LinLan picked up a small, curved knife made from an animal's tooth, about the length of a finger, in a milky white crescent shape. The blade was sharpened and looked extremely sharp, while the handle was made from a special type of wood that was very light in color, almost white, and looked very beautiful. "Uncle, how much is this?" The uncle looked very nice, smiling as he glanced at the knife in LinLan's hand and said, "This is made from the teeth of a rare beast. You can take it for 1 scar coin." 1 scar coin seemed quite worth it to LinLan. So she took out a coin and handed it to the stall owner, continuing to search for other interesting items. Jewelry is every girl's favorite, and LinLan was no exception. This stall had many beautiful ornaments, strings of beads in a variety of vibrant colors, and many small pendants that girls loved. Every girl who came here would stop by to look for jewelry they liked. Holding a string of wooden beads that resembled Buddhist prayer beads from the previous world. The beads were small enough to fit on her hand, and LinLan immediately liked them. How much for this? This one. The wood has a fragrance, and such small beads are very difficult to make. Just give me 3 scar coins, the stall owner said with a smile. Feeling the price was reasonable, LinLan held onto the beads and picked up a red-brown wooden tiger carving to examine. The carving was about the size of a palm, depicting a tiger in a lifelike pose with wings on its back, as if it were about to take flight. The majestic and domineering expression was exquisitely carved. Every item here was unique, each one different, just like this tiger carving, which had several versions, each with different expressions and movements. But only this one caught LinLan's eye at first glance. How much for this? This is one I just finished. It's carved to show the flying tiger about to take off. It took a lot of effort to complete, so it's at least 20 scar coins. The uncle replied cheerfully, clearly pleased that LinLan was interested in so many items. I'll take this. I want that flying tiger wooden carving. As soon as LinLan spoke, a haughty voice suddenly interrupted, throwing scar coins onto the stall and reaching out to snatch the item from LinLan's hands. How dare she steal from me? A fierce glint flashed in LinLan's eyes. Doesn't anyone in the apocalypse know that being robbed is the most detestable thing? With a slight movement of her hand, she dodged the outstretched hand and took out 20 scar coins to give to the uncle, saying 20 scar coins, I want it. After saying that, she turned to leave. Stop. I said I want that flying tiger wooden carving. The haughty voice, seeing that the frail woman dared to ignore her, directly took the wooden carving and shouted to stop LinLan. Behind her were several strong men, and hearing her words, they immediately moved to block LinLan's way, arrogantly shouting, Didn't you hear Milu tell you to stop? Is this going to turn into a robbery? LinLan smiled, standing her ground as she looked at the muscular idiots in front of her, and said, Did someone just speak? All I hear is a dog barking. Damn, standing so tall is a waste of beast skin. Some didn't understand LinLan's words, but the beastly instincts sensed that her words were not kind, and the expressions of the group worsened, with Milu's face darkening. Milu was recognized as the most beautiful girl in the tribe, and the warriors following her were no less than 5,000. She had a level 15 expert father and a brother who had reached level 12 at just 100 years old, soon to reach level 13. She could get anything she wanted, and unexpectedly, someone today didn't give her face. Milu pulled her face, saying, The stall owner decides who the wooden carving is sold to. She quickly added, turning to the stall owner, I saw this wooden carving yesterday, but I didn't have enough money at the time, so I went back to get money to buy it. The stall owner still wore a smiling face, but he showed no reaction to Milu's words, saying, The wooden carving belongs to this girl. He pointed to LinLan, then took the money LinLan had given him and packed it away, continuing to fiddle with the items on the stall, ignoring them. Milu, seeing that the stall owner ignored her, was furious, her face turning red, her brown eyes filled with rage. She slammed the stall, angrily saying to the uncle, Did you hear that I saw this wooden carving yesterday? Why did you sell it to that woman? She pointed at LinLan and shouted, Haha, that's funny. LinLan laughed at Milu's words, sneering twice. You saw it yesterday? Then why didn't you ask the stall owner to hold it for you? Or at least pay a portion of the money to reserve it? Just saying you saw it yesterday means it belongs to you? Then if you like something in the future and someone else likes it too, can they also say they saw it before but didn't buy it, and now they're coming to buy it, so you have to give it to them? I don't care about others, this is what I want. You have to give it to me. My father is a level 15 expert in the tribe, and my brother reached level 12 at just 100 years old. Initially looking angry at LinLan, she then spoke proudly about her father and brother's abilities, trying to intimidate them with their reputation. She had seen many brave young men in the tribe, and she was sure that no one would like this frail man in front of her, no matter how handsome he was. LinLan disdainfully curled her lips, casting a glance at Milu, saying, So useless, only able to rely on others' fame to decorate yourself. If you're capable, just steal it yourself. Her arrogant demeanor made Milu, who had never been treated this way, explode with rage. Suddenly, she blurted out, All right, I'll duel you. As soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted it. After all, she was the #1 beauty in the tribe. How could she fight? Great. Where shall we duel? And how? LinLan smiled, immediately agreeing to Milu's proposal, which surprised Milu. It's good this way. Let her see how powerful she is. Even without her father and brother, she is still the strongest among the ladies. She has learned several moves from her father and brother. So defeating this weak woman is no big deal. However, she can't let this woman off easily. She needs to come up with a way to make her plead for mercy. Mila chuckled and said, of course, let's go to the arena in the center of the square. We have 3 on our side. 2 warriors plus you and me, all together. Don't say I'm bullying you. Hurry up and find a strong warrior. Even if they found another strong warrior, they would still be no match for the warriors behind her. Milu is very confident in the people behind her. After saying this, she walked towards the center of the square first. In the middle of the square, there is a dueling ground where warriors from the tribe usually fight. If there are any issues that cannot be resolved, they can come here to settle them through duels. However, the surrounding beasts always threaten human safety, so it is also stipulated that lethal force cannot be used. LinLan and Bai Chi followed behind the group, heading toward the center of the square. When they arrived, they saw a large crowd gathered in the center, which LinLan had seen from a distance before. At that time, she thought it was a performance, but it turned out to be a dueling ground. Before getting closer, they could hear the cheers and jeers from the crowd, making it very lively. Milu and the others skillfully pushed through the crowd. Those who were disturbed from watching the duel cursed and turned around, but when they saw Milu, they all stopped and voluntarily made way for her and her group to enter. It seems this woman has quite a bit of influence in the tribe. LinLan raised an eyebrow and said to Bai Chi beside her, looking at the arrogant woman surrounded by the crowd. Bai Chi's mouth still wore a gentle expression, but there was no warmth in his eyes as he said, we are not afraid. Yes, according to the time calculation in this time and space, they are only about 70 years old and still underage. Just like they have reached that age, even at levels 12, 15, or even 16, they are confident, and reaching even higher levels should not be a problem. The two have a sense of trust in their training methods, feeling a kind of intuition. Entering the crowd, they saw 2 people fighting. Both were tall and muscular, holding the commonly used giant swords. The giant swords are heavy and require great strength to lift. The primary combat actions are slashing, whether vertically or diagonally. Additionally, they can use their innate abilities in conjunction with the sword, referred to as magic here. For example, fire magic can make the sword ignite. Lightning magic can transmit electric energy through the giant sword, causing numbness in the opponent's body. Metal abilities can make the giant sword sharper and harder, and earth magic can soften the ground beneath the opponent's feet, hindering their movement. Besides these, there are wind magic, which increases people's speed and strength abilities that make wielding the giant sword easier. Speed abilities are somewhat similar to wind magic, just faster. There are also water and wood magic, which are considered useless as they cannot enhance the wielder's form or the giant sword. Among the 2 in the crowd, one is fire-based and the other is metal-based. The fire ability is scorching and the metal ability is sharp. After watching several rounds, it became clear to LinLan and Bai Chi that the one with the metal ability would lose. Not for any other reason, but over time, every time the fire-infused sword clashed with the metal one, although the fire sword got some dents from the hardness of the metal sword, the heat transfer through the metal was extremely fast. Each collision caused the scorching temperature to be transmitted to the hand of the wielder of the metal ability, making it somewhat unsteady. Over there, Milu found the person in charge of the arena and directly ordered, I want to use the dueling ground for the next match. The group of strong men behind her supported her, looking as if they were giving her face. The person in charge of the dueling ground was not very strong, otherwise. Who would choose to be a guard here instead of fighting the beasts? Faced with these 7 or 8 tall individuals who looked quite formidable, he felt somewhat weak-kneed. However, everyone who came to the dueling ground had decent combat power, and he couldn't offend anyone. But he couldn't go against the request of the tribe's most beautiful woman either. However, the next match was already reserved. The manager, not wanting to offend either side, looked at Milu with a troubled expression and said this. The next match has already been reserved. Milu looked at the man impatiently and said, who reserved it? Tell them to wait for the next one. As soon as Milu's words fell, the protectors behind her began to shout in support of her, saying, kid, do you know who this is? This is Milu. Who is next? Hurry up and let them give us space. Exactly. The warrior should give way to the lady, especially since this is Milu. How could Milu wait for others? She has many things to do. Can anyone afford to delay her? Milu is, hurry up and give us space. The loud voices of those few attracted the attention of the crowd, which had been eagerly watching the fight on stage, now all focused here. After hearing this, the crowd felt they understood the truth of the matter and began to scold the person who wouldn't give Milu a chance to enter the dueling ground. Although they all found it strange that no woman had ever gone up to the dueling ground before. The administrator stood there helplessly facing the crowd's accusations. He wanted to give a next match to Milu, but the previous warrior had already reserved it and paid the fee. Although he wasn't strong enough to fight against powerful warriors in the deep mountains against strong beasts, he still had principles, which meant that once something was reserved, he couldn't make decisions for those who reserved it until they changed their minds. The argument continued until the fight above was about to end, and at that moment, the person who had reserved the next match arrived. Upon seeing them, it turned out to be someone they knew, which made it easier. Brother Jem, I want to duel someone. Can you give me the rights to the next match? Mila's eyes lit up as she ran over and grabbed Jem's hand. Yes, this person is the unfortunate one who was beaten by LinLan, becoming the #1 topic of gossip in the whole tribe. It can be said that today's duel is somewhat related to LinLan. After he was beaten by LinLan, those who were at odds with him would mock him whenever they had the chance. Because of this, there have been no less than 3 duels caused by this reason. This time, a few days ago, when they were on a mission in the forest around the tribe, the 2 teams encountered each other, and coincidentally, they were doing the same task. After the opponent snatched the task item, they mocked him, which angered Jem and his team, leading to this duel being set. You want a duel? Jem couldn't believe his ears. Who provoked you? Why not let someone else handle it? Oh, Brother Jem, just leave it alone. I want a duel. Milu's words were very firm. Just give me the rights to the next match. Pulling Jem's hand, she began to act cute. I'm here to duel with someone too. You need the other party's consent. As she spoke, she pointed at a person walking over from the other side. Mila's eyes lit up when she saw who it was. It was someone she knew. She ran over and grabbed the newcomer's hand, saying, Brother Byron, I want the rights to use the next duel arena. Can you give it to me? She looked at Byron with sparkling eyes. The newcomer was also a suitor of Milu, a young expert. Though not as powerful as Mila's brother, he was still quite capable. So he would follow her around like those flower protectors. However, a duel? That meant someone was bullying Milu. Byron's eyes narrowed as he bent down to pat Milu's little head, asking, What's wrong? Is someone bullying you? Should I help you take care of them? He wondered who in the tribe was so blind as to dare bully Milu, not to mention her father and brother. Even the flower protectors were quite powerful. They probably weren't from the tribe, but from another one? No. Milu wants to solve it herself. Milu shook her head and then looked at Byron with bright eyes. Acting cute again, Brother Byron, can you give the rights to the next duel arena to Milu? Okay, the rights to the next duel arena will be given to Milu. We can duel any time, but we can't let Milu wait here. As he spoke, the 2 of them walked towards the management staff, where Jem was also present. When they saw each other, they both snorted. Milu didn't have time to care about their issues and immediately ran to the management staff, looking up haughtily at the person, saying, Aren't you going to arrange it for me quickly? Oh, okay, Miss Milu. The staff member quickly came to his senses, moving swiftly, and soon finished the registration, handing a sign to Milu. After receiving the sign, she no longer glanced at the staff member and led the way towards the duel arena. At this time, the battle on the central platform was about to end, just as LinLan and Bai Qi had predicted. The fire magic warrior won against his opponent with a slight advantage, but his great sword was battered and bruised, and it seemed that if he persisted for a bit longer, the great sword would break. After the 2 on stage came down, they rested for a few minutes to let everyone calm down. The people in the arena were still discussing the recent battle, talking about how they would respond if they were the opponent or comparing their own magic usage after watching similar attribute warriors, seeking their shortcomings and advantages over others. However, Milu was not interested in any of this. She was currently looking for the person who dared to steal her things. After searching around and not finding anyone, she muttered softly, could it be that they ran away? Meanwhile, LinLan and Bai Qi were still standing in the crowd, discussing the battle that had just taken place. I've noticed that most of the battles here rely heavily on brute force, with very little use of technique, LinLan said to Bai Qi beside her. Yeah, LinLan is really smart, Bai Qi responded, affectionately ruffling LinLan's hair. Rolling her eyes, LinLan said, with that tone, Are you trying to flatter me? She wasn't convinced he hadn't noticed. As a general who had fought on the battlefield for many years, it was impossible for Bai Qi not to realize. But it should be because the people here are generally strong, LinLan continued, lowering her head to stroke her chin. If their strength isn't enough to match the beasts here, then their technique should be better. But the beasts here are also quite powerful. Why haven't they thought of using techniques? It's just like in the Western world before, having seen the wonderful movements of Chinese martial arts. With techniques that can use 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds, compared to the straightforward boxing style, it really lacked appeal. Seeing that the intermission was almost over, LinLan and Bai Qi squeezed out of the crowd and approached Milu. I thought you 2 would run away without fighting, Milu said, raising her chin haughtily to look at LinLan and Bai Qi, her followers standing behind her cheering for her. They stood at the entrance of the duel arena, and the surrounding crowd focused their eyes on them. Let us get started. Not wanting to waste words, LinLan spoke directly. Milu's face darkened at the bluntness of her words. Suppressing her anger, Milu looked behind the two and said, "Didn't we agree on 3 people? Why is it just you 2? Don't you have any friends?" She said this with a face full of schadenfreude. "We're enough. You can send 3 people." At that moment, Jem and Byron also walked over. As soon as Jem arrived and saw LinLan and Bai Qi, he was taken aback and said to Milu, "Are these the people who are dueling with you today?" He seemed somewhat incredulous. "Yes, Brother Jem, these are the ones I'm dueling with today," Milu said with a serious expression. Jem smiled wryly, thinking this was too coincidental. Byron next to him looked curious and asked, "Hey Jem, do you know these 2? Seeing Byron's curious expression, Jem replied with a bitter smile, "Yes. Don't you want to know who made me end up like this? It's her." He pointed at LinLan. Byron scrutinized LinLan and saw that she was a slender beauty, different from Mina's beauty, with a delicate aura that made it hard for him to believe she could defeat Jem. Turning back to Jem, who looked disdainful, he said dismissively, "Jem, you're getting weaker. You can't even beat such a slender woman. You're really embarrassing the tribe." His voice was loud, and as soon as he said this, everyone around could hear, making Jem feel like he was about to catch fire from embarrassment. He glared fiercely at the troublemaker Byron and turned away without saying a word. Milu, who was right next to them, of course heard this. She turned to Jem with a look of disbelief and said, "Brother Jem, is this woman the one who hurt you? Don't worry, Milu will get revenge for you." She then turned to LinLan and Bai Qi, saying, "Don't think that just because you've won before, you can win this time. Before? It was only because Brother Jem was being nice to you as a woman and didn't fight back. Today, I will teach you a good lesson for daring to strike at a warrior of the tribe." Milu looked furious. However, Jem understood that although he and fought back at first, later he truly was powerless to retaliate. This woman was definitely not something Milu could handle. But everyone understood Milu's temperament, and it was certain that any attempt to dissuade her would be ignored. At this moment, the crowd on the opposite side, confused, began urging them to start quickly. Seeing this, Milu said, "Since you're only 2 people, then I'll take 2 as well." She didn't want to take advantage of them. Fine. After speaking, LinLan and Bai Qi walked onto the stage. When the crowd saw that it was a man and a woman, they thought they were going to fight, all murmuring and looking down on Bai Qi for fighting in the duel arena with a lady. Seeing that those 2 were even faster than her to get on stage, Milu felt a bit unhappy, snorted coldly, and was about to lead her strongest follower up. "Wait, Milu, I'll go up with you. I really want to see what kind of woman could beat Jem so badly," Byron said with interest, then turned to Jem and said, "Wait for me to go up and take revenge for you and clear your name." After speaking, he confidently followed Milu onto the duel arena. Mobile reading website for 4Xiaoshua, WAP. 4Xiaoshua, or Chapter 101. Duel. The 4 stood on the stage, and the surrounding crowd finally understood that it wasn't a duel between the tribe's warriors and ladies, but rather a duel between 2 teams. However, such a duel method was indeed something they had never encountered before. It was quite interesting. Should they try it next time? The people on the stage didn't care about what those below were thinking. After standing firm, they waited for the judges below to announce the start. As soon as the match was announced to begin, Milu still wanted to say a few words before the battle, but unexpectedly, LinLan rushed up, flicked her vine whip, and threw Milu off the stage. The movement was swift, and even Byron, who was standing next to Milu, didn't react in time. Thud! Accompanied by Milu's scream. Everyone realized that the beauty who had just been standing on the stage had been thrown down by the frail-looking one. Not everyone in the tribe knew Milu, but about 70% of them recognized her. LinLan's action caused her to fall to the ground, unable to get up, with dirt all over her clothes, face, and hands. And she was in so much pain that she gritted her teeth, looking extremely disheveled. Having never experienced such suffering, Milu immediately burst into tears. LinLan on the stage had no patience to watch her cry. After all, she had already learned that falling off the stage meant losing. So all of LinLan's energy was focused on Byron, who was still standing on the stage. Bai Qi understood LinLan's intention and had not moved from the beginning, standing in one corner of the arena with his sword, watching. While everyone was surprised by LinLan's speed, Jem on the other side wore an expression of "I knew this would happen." Watching the flower protectors rush over to help Milu up, covered in dirt, Milu lost face in front of everyone. She stood up and wiped her tears with her sleeve, only to find that there was too much dust on her sleeve and face, leaving streaks of black. At this moment, she didn't care about her image. She wanted Byron to throw that detestable woman down, and it should be even more humiliating. Byron, you have to throw that woman down. She gritted her teeth, pointing at LinLan with a fierce look. It was easy to imagine that if Byron really did as she said and threw LinLan down, he would definitely be looked down upon by the people of the tribe. However, he had no choice but to take action against LinLan. LinLan had no time to waste on their chatter. After throwing Milu off the stage, she immediately charged at Byron, swinging her vine whip fiercely in his direction. Amidst the crowd's gasps, Byron successfully dodged the whip that LinLan swung at him, prompting cheers from Milu below. Aside from a few people on Milu's side, there weren't many spectators cheering for Byron. They were instead applauding the frail lady who had managed to whip a living person and had forced Byron to dodge awkwardly. Everyone felt it was surreal. When did ladies become so powerful? As LinLan made her move, everyone unconsciously thought of a person, the fierce woman who had been the talk of the town lately. Indeed, that woman wielded a green whip and had a frail figure, which closely resembled the woman before them. The crowd was excited to discover the truth, buzzing with energy. What could be more thrilling than witnessing a legendary figure? Originally, everyone came to watch the match with a sense of amusement, but now they were all fully engaged, eager to see how this seemingly weak woman would defeat the warriors of the tribe. In reality, they still didn't believe that a woman could defeat a warrior, but that didn't diminish their enthusiastic spirits as they eagerly watched the performance on stage. At this moment, Byron found himself in a situation where he couldn't advance or retreat. He had previously mocked Jem for being defeated by a woman, but now he found himself in a similar predicament. Only by experiencing it firsthand could he understand the power of LinLan's sharp whip. Byron truly regretted it now. He hated himself for provoking trouble. However, for the honor of a warrior, he couldn't concede defeat or fail. Yet, he realized that even if he attacked LinLan, he would not gain any advantage and would be looked down upon. According to his original plan, he would defeat the frail man who wielded a sword just like his own size, and LinLan would be taken care of by Milu. If Milu failed, he could simply declare that he wouldn't fight a woman and call it a draw. Now all of that had gone awry. He never expected that the frail man would not make a single move and would just stand there watching. And that woman was too powerful. She had already thrown Mila down before he even had a chance to react. Beast God, has the world changed too quickly? Why has even the fighting ability of women become so strong? Byron truly felt like crying without tears. However, despite his thoughts, he continued to nimbly dodge the whip that LinLan swung at him. But he felt it was becoming increasingly difficult to evade. The green whip seemed to have eyes, bending and following him as he ran. The blood-sucking vine stated, "If I don't take you down, I wouldn't be living up to how my master usually treats me." Did he think that dodging would keep him safe? LinLan's lips curled into a strange smile, causing Byron, who accidentally saw it, to feel an ominous sensation. The truth proved that his feeling was very accurate. Before long, he suddenly felt something trip him. And when he looked down, he found a small vine-like plant entangled around his feet. Before he could even think about how a vine-like plant appeared here, the whip that had been chasing him struck up fiercely, and he immediately felt as if his skin was about to burst from the pain. Byron was somewhat enraged, disregarding whether his actions would be looked down upon, and pulled out his giant sword, pointing it towards LinLan. The crowd below erupted in an uproar, not expecting that the tribe's warrior would be forced to draw his giant sword against this frail lady. People began to speculate about what kind of combat power this lady possessed. Another group thought that Byron lacked the demeanor of a warrior for drawing a giant sword against a lady, which was quite disgraceful, as it was a widely held belief that using violence against women was a loss of grace and a contemptible act. However, at this moment, Byron didn't care about that. Originally, he had been infuriated by LinLan chasing him with her whip, and now that he had been struck and it hurt so much, his anger surged uncontrollably, drawing out his giant sword. That last strike was actually the blood-sucking vine secretly extending a needle-like tube. How dare this person not stand still for me to strike, and even dare to dodge? It's simply unforgivable. With the giant sword in hand, Byron swung it towards LinLan, making the onlookers anxiously worry for her. However, in LinLan's eyes, that speed was nothing. With a little push of her feet, she moved as gracefully as a swallow, and by the time Byron's sword came down, LinLan had already vanished from that spot. LinLan thought, "What a joke. When I use a spar with Bai Chi, his speed was much faster than this. This feels like watching a slow-motion film. If I can't dodge this, I'd rather just run into a wall and die." LinLan disappeared from her original position and quickly moved to Byron's back, delivering a whip strike to his back. Byron was not slow either. He moved his body and dodged LinLan's whip, prompting cheers from the crowd. After a few rounds of back-and-forth combat, LinLan decided she could no longer compete with him in terms of stamina. After all, even though he wielded a giant sword, there was a significant difference in physical strength and endurance between men and women. After dodging Byron's giant sword again, LinLan narrowed her eyes and took advantage of the moment. She swung her whip to scatter some brown round seeds onto the ground. Due to the small size of the seeds, no one noticed the changes on stage. Byron, who had previously suffered a loss, didn't realize it either. He thought it was something he had accidentally gotten entangled with and didn't think much of it. Only Bai Chi, who had been watching from the side, noticed this scene, and a gentle smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he gazed at the beloved person in the center of the arena, who was currently showing off her might. With a hint of mischief in her smile, LinLan retracted her whip. Just when everyone thought she was about to give up after such a long time without hitting Byron again, she did something that shocked everyone. With her hands slightly cupped, a faint green light appeared at her fingertips, which would definitely go unnoticed if one did not observe closely. Then, without anyone knowing how she did it, countless vines suddenly rose up beneath Byron's feet. Although they were not thick, they were still flexible enough to prevent his escape. Byron did not expect the sudden emergence of vines that quickly wrapped around his feet, tightening and multiplying, making it impossible for him to break free. Angrily, he struggled with his feet, but seeing it was useless, a hint of red suddenly appeared on his giant sword, which was a flame. He lifted the flaming sword and aimed it at his feet, trying to cut off the vines entangling him. But LinLan did not give him that opportunity. Taking advantage of Byron trying to escape with the giant sword, LinLan wielded her whip towards him. After being struck by the whip, Byron, disregarding his feet, raised the still-burning giant sword to defend himself. It turned out to be a fire element, which made LinLan frown. Wood generates fire, and fire can burn wood. The fire element could exactly restrain her wood-type spiritual power. However, LinLan was not afraid. If he had used his ability from the start, she would have indeed lost. But now, his feet were bound by her, and the endless vines continued to climb up his body. Those plants were under LinLan's control and had no intelligence. Even though they instinctively feared fire, they still relentlessly wrapped around him. Taking this opportunity, LinLan fiercely lashed at Byron. He had previously mocked Jim for being whipped by a woman so badly, and now he finally tasted that experience himself. The crowd was taken aback by the outcome, and there was a stir among them as they discussed it. After all, it was well known that women did not possess magical abilities, yet now, a woman had demonstrated a magic that could grow plants right before their eyes, which was hard for everyone to accept. At that moment, LinLan continued to whip Byron, not forgetting the disdainful, curious, and somewhat contemptuous look he had given her before stepping onto the battlefield, which made her very uncomfortable. After a series of fierce strikes, she accounted for Milu as well, and once she felt her anger had subsided, she finally sent him off the stage with one last whip. However, unlike her more lenient treatment of Milu, as soon as she threw him down, the surrounding people only heard a bang followed by a muffled groan. Byron, bound by vines on his hands and feet, fell to the ground in a very embarrassing position. The sound of his fall made the onlookers feel his pain, and they involuntarily moved, thinking how ruthless. Bai Chi, who had been watching from the sidelines, saw that LinLan had finished and slowly walked over, saying, "Feeling better?" "Yeah, it feels great," she replied, not very ladylike as she shook her arms and put away the blood-sucking vines, walking down with Bai Chi. At that moment, Milu was staring at LinLan in disbelief, unsure of what to say. Was this person really a woman? This was also the thought of everyone present. That agile figure had easily thrown a 300-pound strong man off the stage. Could any woman achieve this? Not far away, Jim, seeing Byron's miserable state, suddenly understood that she had actually shown him some mercy before. With such combat strength, if he didn't take her seriously, he would surely be defeated. He didn't know whether to sympathize with Byron or to gloat. Surely, no one would remember that he had been whipped like that too. The people who had come with Byron quickly rushed to help him untangle the vines, but the vines were wrapped too tightly and too many. A few strong men struggled for a long time before they finally managed to pull the vines off Byron. Now, Byron was completely famous. A warrior defeated by a woman? Oh no, was he even still a warrior? Now, LinLan became completely famous in the tribe. Previously, only a portion of the tribe had heard her name, and among those, most did not believe that a woman could defeat a warrior. However, now, in front of everyone's eyes, she swiftly knocked a fairly good warrior off the stage, and the fact that she could use magic was undoubtedly astonishing. The next day, LinLan and Bai Chi got up early, prepared to invite Hill and Everett to their home for dinner. But before they could call them, Hill arrived at their door. "Just right. I was thinking of inviting you and Evra over for dinner," Bai Chi said as he opened the door to find Hill standing at the entrance, his eyes sparkling as if he had discovered something strange. "Uh-huh." Hill nodded randomly as he entered and looked around, seeing LinLan tidying up in the kitchen. He leaned closer to Bai Chi and whispered, "Bai Chi, I want to ask you, is your wife really that powerful? Can she really whip the warriors of the tribe away? And can she use magical powers? Can she instantly create plants to entangle people? Was that you two dueling in the center of the square yesterday? Did your wife really defeat that unfortunate warrior?" After a barrage of questions and those sparkling eyes, Bai Chi felt a bit dizzy. Stop. With so many questions, which one should I answer? How about we go find Evra first? We're having dinner at my house today, and I've already prepared everything. Not wanting him to continue asking, Bai Chi quickly found an excuse and pulled Hill along as they walked out. On the way, Hill finally processed what was happening and looked at Bai Chi, asking somewhat confusedly, "Where are we going?" "To find Evra for dinner at my house." Once Hill realized, Bai Chi let go of him and calmly walked forward. "Oh." Hill nodded and followed Bai Chi for a few steps before suddenly stopping. "What's wrong? You're not thinking of asking those headache-inducing questions now, are you? Or do you want to go back and check on LinLan's abilities?" He had discussed with LinLan that if there were no major issues, they would likely stay in this tribe for a lifetime. In that case, LinLan couldn't hide her abilities forever. Sooner or later, people would find out. It was better to reveal them early. In fact, Byron and Mi Lu's provocation had given them an opportunity, as they had been discussing how to leak their abilities, and now they had the perfect chance. Hill glanced at Bai Chi and said, "We're going the wrong way. Evra's house is over there," pointing back the way they had come. After some back and forth, the two finally arrived at Evra's home. Fortunately, Evra was home. Otherwise, if they had to go out looking for him, they would undoubtedly have been frustrated. Today's lunch was very sumptuous, featuring wild chicken stew with mushrooms, braised deer antler beef, stir-fried deer antler beef slices, wild goat soup, stir-fried bok choy, braised snake segments, spicy red-line snake meat, roasted longhorn deer legs, loofah, and bird egg soup, and fried peanuts. All the meat dishes were served in ceramic bowls, which looked quite large, indicating a substantial portion. LinLan was worried there wouldn't be enough to eat, so she specifically used large ceramic bowls. The staple food was roasted corn cakes and flatbreads, each served in a big bowl. As the food was brought out, the rich aromas, unlike anything from their world, wafted up, enticing Hill and Evra. Although they were eager to dig in, they hesitated to start eating before the hosts had begun. Finally, when LinLan had set everything on the large round wooden table, it was piled high with food, almost overflowing. When Bai Chi finally started serving himself, Hill and Evra quickly reached for the nearest dish. However, the locals were still accustomed to barbecued meat and boiled vegetables and did not use chopsticks. They held 2 wooden sticks, but struggled to pick up the food. LinLan noticed their difficulty and, with an apologetic smile, went inside to fetch 8 large spoons, giving 2 small spoons to each of them and placing the large spoons in the various dishes. "Sorry, we usually use chopsticks and didn't realize they weren't used here." "Chopsticks?" They looked at the wooden sticks beside them and then at LinLan and Bai Chi, who were skillfully using the sticks to pick food from the bowls, and their expressions changed to understanding. "It's fine, we'll get used to it." Initially, they were cautious because they were in someone else's home, but the way LinLan prepared the dishes was simply too tempting. The spicy red-line snake meat was delicious, the soup made from goat bones was incredibly fresh, and the braised beef whetted their appetites even more. The roasted corn cakes and flatbreads were things they had never seen before, and the strong aroma and slightly soft, sweet taste made it hard for them to stop eating. Their hands moved quickly, spooning the food into their bowls, even ignoring Bai Chi's attempts to talk to them. LinLan watched in astonishment. Typically, their food wasn't that scarce, so why did they eat like refugees? Taken aback by their voraciousness, Bai Chi and LinLan slowed down, letting the two of them eat everything on the table. After the meal, the two slumped in their chairs, burping and rubbing their bellies. The chairs were made by Bai Chi based on LinLan's description. Only some leftovers remained on the table, as LinLan and Bai Chi hadn't eaten much, mostly just watching them. "Oops. Sorry, haha." Hill and Evra looked at the leftovers on the table, most of which they had created, and felt a bit embarrassed since the hosts hadn't eaten much. "Your food is just too delicious." "Yeah, this is the first time I've had such tasty food." "What are all these?" Evra looked curiously at the large bowl of dishes on the table, able to identify the snake meat but unsure about the other dishes. LinLan pointed out the names of the dishes, and they listened with curiosity. After hearing the names, Hill remarked, "So these exotic beasts can be cooked in such delicious flavors." How do you usually eat? Their eagerness piqued LinLan's interest. After tidying up the table a bit, she poured them each a cup of honey water and sat down to listen as Hill began to describe the local culinary practices. This honey was collected earlier in the forest, thanks to the support of the blood-sucking vines, making it safely stored in her space. Hill and Evra observed LinLan, and by Chi's actions, clearly accustomed to them, sipping the sweet honey water and marveling that a drifter's life wasn't as hard as they had imagined. Look at how relaxed they seemed. It was almost infuriating. Maybe they should become drifters too? After satisfying their hunger, Hill suddenly remembered the purpose of his visit, setting down his cup and looking intently at LinLan, excitedly asking, "May I ask, did you duel with Milu and Byron at the arena yesterday?" Although it was a question, his tone was very certain. "Yes, so what?" LinLan appeared indifferent, as if it were a trivial matter. "It really was you. I thought others were describing someone who looked somewhat like you." Ever suddenly jumped up, regretting not paying attention to LinLan before. He hoped she wouldn't hold a grudge against him. At that moment, the tribe's leader and elders gathered for a meeting. The leader was chosen from the most prestigious individuals in the tribe, and the elders had to be at least level 16. Currently, there were only 4 elders in the tribe. Leader Harmon, an earth magic swordsman. First Elder Kalen, a lightning magic swordsman. Second Elder Burn, an earth magic swordsman. Third Elder Blake, a fire magic swordsman. And fourth Elder Sheehan, a wind magic swordsman. The purpose of calling the 4 elders was to discuss a recent event in the tribe. Do you 4 elders remember a legend about a lady who can make plants grow, heal wounds, and even reattach severed limbs? Once the 4 elders were settled, Leader Harmon began the discussion. Upon hearing Harmon's words, the elders' eyes lit up, with the 3rd elder being particularly impatient, staring at Harmon and asking, "Who doesn't know that legend? Just tell us why you're bringing this up now." After taking a sip of water from the cup in front of him, Harmon said, "3rd elder, you're still as impatient as ever." "Yes, it's about that legend. It is said that 70,000 years ago, the Terra tribe was a relatively small tribe until that lady blessed by the beast god emerged, allowing it to become the largest of the 3 major tribes. And it has remained so ever since. Unfortunately, no one has seen that blessed lady since 70,000 years ago, not even knowing her name. She only appeared during the Great Beast Tide to help the Terra tribe become the first tribe, then vanished without a trace." Harmon spoke with some regret. The 4th elder knew that the leader wouldn't casually mention a legend from 70,000 years ago. He noticed a glimmer of excitement in his eyes and asked, "Could it be that our tribe has produced one?" The words hung in the air, and everyone understood the implication. "Elder Sheehan, you're as perceptive as ever." Harmon chuckled and continued, "Exactly. If that blessed lady is the only woman on the continent who can use magic, then our tribe has indeed produced one. Yesterday, at the arena, a lady defeated a warrior with her own strength, and she can also use magic to make plants grow. As for whether she can heal wounds, that remains unclear." As soon as these words were spoken, the 4 elders' eyes sparkled with excitement. As leaders of the tribe, they hoped for their people to lead good lives and survive the beast tides. Moreover, they aspired for their tribe to become the #1 tribe on the Scar continent. When someone told them that this dream might actually come true, how could they not be thrilled? Who was this person? Blake, who had a quick temper, lost his composure on the spot. He knocked over the cup in front of him, spilling water all over the table and getting himself drenched. However, he didn't care. Compared to the opportunity for their people to survive better and for the entire tribe to develop rapidly, surpassing the Terra tribe to become the largest tribe on the continent, was a little water. He would even be willing to dive into the beast tide. They had been striving to become the largest tribe, and until now, they had not dared to relax even a little. It was said that she was a very delicate lady, not very old. A warrior always accompanied her, who also looked quite frail, holding a very small sword. As he spoke, Harmon couldn't help but feel a bit dizzy, whether it was the person or the sword. Everything seemed so small. Could it be that the trend of petite combinations was now in fashion? No one had seen them before, so they must have just arrived from another tribe. After thinking for a moment, Harmon added, though he wasn't very sure about it, "It shouldn't be. If they were from another tribe, we would have heard the news. Even if they were well hidden, after such a long time, they couldn't possibly remain undiscovered. From her style of acting, they didn't seem like the kind to suffer grievances. I think we should look for them among the wanderers." The 2nd elder, Burn, who had been silent so far, also joined the discussion, while the elder Kalen remained seated, saying nothing, only occasionally flickering the light in his eyes. "Already has a partner." The 3rd elder, Blake, seemed very unable to accept that this lady had a partner, his tone a bit low as he said, "I was hoping my unsatisfactory grandson would marry this lady, but she was actually taken by someone else." At this, Blake felt a bit angry, but he thought, even if she had a partner, he believed his unappealing grandson's combat power could definitely win her over. Thinking this, a lewd smile appeared on his face. The fourth elder, Sean, who sat opposite him, looked at his lewd smile, rubbed his arm, and said, "With your grandson, just give it up, don't think about it. You're drooling all over your face." Reflexively wiping the corner of his mouth and finding nothing there, Blake glared angrily at Sean, looking as if he were ready to fight. Sean looked at his defiant expression and chuckled, saying, "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Your grandson only knows martial arts. Does he know how to pursue ladies? What do you mean he doesn't understand? I'll tell you, Sean. My grandson's combat power is among the younger generation in the tribe. He is only over 100 years old and has reached level 13. Who in the tribe can compare? Although he often complains that his grandson is a blockhead, only knowing martial arts and not knowing how to pursue girls. He is very proud when it comes to combat power. What do you mean over 100? He is clearly 160, almost 200 years old." Sean rolled his eyes and muttered, "At such an old age, still having the nerve to say that. My grandson is only at level 12, but will reach level 13 soon. He's only 130 years old, not younger than your grandson. If we're talking about chances, it should be my grandson who has the opportunity, and moreover, my grandson is very good at pursuing girls." Even if Sean's muttering was quiet, Blake could still hear it. How dare he speak ill of his grandson? The only one who could complain about him was himself. "Your playboy grandson still has the nerve to say that. My grandson is much better than yours. Knowing how to pursue is useless. A lady should seek a partner with great strength. If you keep talking bad about my grandson, don't blame me for being rude." Saying this, he clenched his fists, ready to start a fight, completely forgetting the purpose of their gathering. The elder Kalen, who had been silent, finally rubbed his forehead and said the first thing since arriving. "Shut up." The authority of the elder was not something anyone could bear. With just one sentence, the two who had just been quarreling stopped, glaring at each other unwillingly and closing their mouths. Finally, quieting down, Kalen's expression softened a bit as he turned to Harmon and said, "Leave this matter to the chieftain. Let us see if there are any newcomers in the tribe recently, focusing on the wanderers. We'll head back for now. Just inform us if there are any results. If they are from our tribe, that would be best. If not, think of ways to see if they can stay in the tribe. But one thing is for sure. We must talk to them properly and not use force to coerce them. People with such abilities are what every tribe wishes to have. Even if they cannot stay in the tribe, we cannot let them become hostile toward us. We need to act quickly. Not all the people watching that duel are from the tribe, and I worry that others from different tribes might get ahead of us." After saying this, the elder nodded to Harmon and left first, and the other elders, seeing him leave, also nodded to Harmon and followed him out. Looking at the once lively meeting room, now only left with himself, a few unused cups, and the water spilled on the table, Harmon felt like crying without tears. Well, he was the chieftain, just a life of toil. Accepting his fate, Chieftain Harmon stood up, cleaned up the meeting room, and then went out to find the guards and the tribe's registrars to ask if there were any newcomers to the tribe recently, especially wanderers. As for those 4 elder slackers, even though he was the chieftain, he couldn't go against the elder's words. After all, in this world, the fist is the truth. Regaining his authority as chieftain, Harmon went out and called several people in charge of guarding, asking them to go down and investigate the news while he staggered home. Walking. He thought, he was the chieftain. How could he do the work himself? Chieftain Harmon decided to leave it to the people below and just wait for news at home. The tribe's work speed was very fast. Those who received the chieftain's order didn't dare to delay at all. Seeing how much the chieftain valued this matter, they immediately went down personally to inquire. Before long, the news Harmon wanted was brought to him. So, there were 2 wanderers who had just passed the tribe's trials and entered the tribe recently. Harmon looked at the person reporting to him and said, "Yes, chieftain. These 2 were personally received by Hill, the captain of the North Gate Guard, and fought against the tribe's warrior, Evra." The person being questioned put down the cup in his hand and replied. Harmon nodded to indicate he understood. It was good that they were from his tribe, which would make it easier for them to accept the tribe and contribute to it in the future. However, that lady was too fierce. Harmon thought about the news he received. It was one thing for a girl to knock someone away, but the tribe's young warriors, who were considered skilled, were not only knocked away without the power to retaliate, but were also sent flying by her with such weight. He truly felt sorry for the warrior beside her. For some reason, he suddenly recalled the previous argument between the 3rd elder and the 4th elder about whose grandson should pursue this lady. Thinking about what would happen if they pursued her, and she became unhappy, sending their whole family flying, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. No, he really wanted to laugh. What should he do? Just thinking about the misfortune of those two made him so happy. However, a lady with healing abilities, just that ability alone could attract everyone. No, he had to find a way to suppress this matter. Looking at the person in front of him, he said, "You can go back to your work. I have nothing else here." "All right, I'll take my leave then, chieftain." The person bowed and walked out the door. After that person left, Harmon sat for a while before getting up and walking out. He needed to gather with the 4 elders again and think of a way to cover this matter up. Otherwise, other tribes would not want to see their tribe continue to grow, especially the Terra tribe, who would be even less willing to lose the title of the #1 tribe. Please remember the book's initial domain, www.forxiaoshuo.org. The mobile reading URL for 4 is wap.forxiaoshuo.org. Chapter 104. Discussion afterward. The 5 gathered together to discuss how to suppress this matter for now. Because in 10 years, there would be a small beast tide, and by then, if more of their tribe members could survive, more warriors would join the tribe. They discussed for half a day without a definite answer. There were simply too many witnesses to that battle. It was fine for their own tribe, but they couldn't silence the mouths of people from other tribes. After thinking for a long time, they finally decided, when it was already dark, to find those 2 people tomorrow, inform them about this matter, and see what their demands were. As long as they were not excessive, they could meet them. The next day, before dawn, 1 chieftain and 4 elders couldn't sleep and got up. After finishing breakfast and tidying up, it was still dark outside, and they realized they had woken up too early. There was nothing they could do. They were too excited and anxious. Helplessly, they gathered in the conference room, lit a lamp, and sat there waiting for dawn, ready to go as soon as it was light. As soon as the sky began to brighten, the 5 of them were excited and couldn't sit still, wanting to rush outside. However, they were still a bit worried that it might be too early to go at this time. They were the 5 most powerful people in the tribe, and if it weren't for the significance of this matter, they wouldn't be overthinking it. It felt like they had waited for decades. And when they finally saw that the sky had brightened significantly, they could no longer sit still. They put down their cups, which they hadn't touched, and rushed to LinLan's residence. At this time, LinLan was still sound asleep. Yesterday, she had exhausted herself, not from cooking for Sierra and Afula, nor from doing housework, but from being worn out by Bai Chi. LinLan, who had fallen into a deep sleep, couldn't hear them knocking on the door, but Bai Chi was very alert. As soon as they knocked, he opened his eyes. After knocking twice and hearing no response, the 5 exchanged glances. The 3rd elder, Blake, who was impatient, pulled the 4th elder, Xian, aside and began to knock vigorously. Inside, Bai Chi heard the noise, frowned, and noticed that LinLan was sleeping restlessly. He leaned down and gently kissed her, then put on his clothes and quickly ran to open the door. When he opened the door, Blake was still in the act of knocking. Seeing 5 people standing outside, Bai Chi's eyes narrowed. These 5 were very powerful, and he knew he couldn't last a few rounds against them, especially the 4 elders. Suppressing his displeasure at being disturbed while LinLan was sleeping, Bai Chi stood at the door, his expression not looking good, and coldly said, "What do you want?" Seeing his appearance, it was clear he hadn't woken up yet and was disturbed by them. The 5 high-ranking members of the tribe suddenly felt embarrassed. Clearing his throat, Haman said, "Hello. You must be the warrior Bai Chi. I am a tribe's chieftain, Haman." He smiled and introduced himself while pointing at the others behind him. "This is the elder Kalen. This is the 2nd elder Burn. This is the 3rd elder Blake. And this is the 4th elder Xian." The 4 nodded at Bai Chi. Raising an eyebrow and continuing to look at them without moving aside made the 5, who had never experienced such treatment, a bit unhappy. However, they knew the urgency of the matter. Haman smiled at Bai Chi and said, "Warrior Bai Chi, I don't think this is a suitable place for a conversation." Nodding in agreement, Bai Chi stepped aside to let them in. LinLan was still asleep, so he didn't let them into the room. The large round table from yesterday was still in the courtyard, and he led them to sit down. "My wife is still sleeping. Please keep your voices down so you don't wake her." He presented himself as a good man of the new century. Noticing that there was not even a cup of water in front of them, it was clear that this warrior did not welcome them. However, they didn't mind whether there was water or not. As long as they could have a good discussion, they wouldn't care even if they weren't offered a seat. They didn't want to waste words and got straight to the point, with Chieftain Haman speaking first. "Warrior Bai Chi, we have come regarding your wife. We would like to know if you have heard of a legend before." He had even specially asked Sierra and Afula, from whom he learned that these 2 had lived in the deep mountains and were very unfamiliar with matters concerning populated areas. "A legend?" Bai Chi raised an eyebrow, thinking quickly. Could it be that LinLan's abilities were related to the legends of this tribe? Bai Chi's expression revealed his thoughts, which the 5 easily understood, that they had no knowledge of this legend. Indeed, Many people in the tribe were unaware of it, let alone them. It's okay if you don't know. Many people in the tribe haven't heard of it either. It is said that 70,000 years ago, there was a lady who could use magic. It is common knowledge that ladies do not use magic. We refer to this lady as the beast god's gift. She possessed the ability to make plants grow and could heal wounds, even reattaching severed arms. We came to see if your wife has such abilities. Haman said sincerely. At this point, Bai Chi began to understand his meaning, but he was puzzled. Wouldn't this let them understand the bargaining chips he held? Were they trying to force him? Thinking this, Bai Chi's eyes sharpened, secretly on guard. They were not the type to compromise easily. Does it matter? Of course it matters. It concerns the future growth of the tribe. Impatient Blake quickly interjected. In his mind, they should have directly asked the lady to demonstrate her abilities. If it were true, they would discuss how she could serve the tribe. If not, they could just leave without all this talk. Seeing Blake take the lead, Haman swallowed his words and adjusted his demeanor, saying to Bai Chi, "Warrior Bai Chi, your wife's abilities could potentially be of great help to the tribe. We hope to witness them, and if they are indeed beneficial, we can discuss how to better cooperate with the tribe." Bai Chi frowned at Blake's loud voice, dissatisfied, and instead of answering Haman's question, he said, "Please keep your voices down. My wife is still sleeping. She is tired, and waking her up will make her uncomfortable." "Okay, can we discuss how to cooperate now?" Haman asked quietly, suppressing Blake's rising voice. They weren't raised in the tribe and didn't have a sense of belonging to it, nor did they have a strong sense of belonging to humanity, so they couldn't take the tribe's development or even human lives lightly. Sure, we have a very good impression of the Yajiki tribe compared to the Terra tribe. However, I can't make the decision. I have to wait for my wife to wake up. Regardless of her decision, we don't want to be forced. Of course, this matter definitely requires your wife's consent. If you don't mind, can we wait here for a bit? After all, this matter relates to the future development of the entire Yajiki tribe, and we take it seriously. Haman, hearing Bai Chi say this, was not angry and asked with a smile. Okay, Bai Chi got up to fetch cups from inside, pouring a little water for each of them, but they were not fortunate enough to drink honey water. After a few people spoke, they all felt much lighter. Harmon looked at Bai Chi's expression, seemingly satisfied with this place, and his ambitions were not too great, so the requests he made should not be difficult. "I see you should be reaching level 11 soon, about to enter level 12, right? How old are you this year?" Kalen, who usually rarely spoke, suddenly looked at Bai Chi and spoke up, surprising the others. During meetings, he would avoid speaking if possible, let alone actively talking to a junior now. Bai Chi, however, seemed to be a true expert, able to see through his own strength at a glance. It is known that very few can discern his power without him taking action. But once he does, even someone at level 12 might not be his opponent. Nodding, Bai Chi replied, "Yes, I am about to enter level 12. I'm 70 years old this year." At this point, the five of them looked at Bai Chi in shock. A 70-year-old level 12 expert. How could that not be surprising? They remembered how old they were when they reached level 12, at least over 100 years old, and they considered themselves to be talented individuals in the tribe. An expert with unlimited potential, this was the evaluation of Bai Chi by the group, and for a moment, they were all a bit excited. In less than 200 years, their tribe could have another level 16 expert, which would undoubtedly increase their tribe's strength and surpass the Terra tribe to become the #1 tribe. Could this be a blessing from the beast god? A blessing from a beast god could reduce casualties among their warriors and give them more chances to survive. Another aspect was the warrior before them. A warrior who reached level 12 at 70 years old. They could guarantee that they had never heard of anyone achieving that before. The five of them were excited and began to teach Bai Chi some of their usual combat experiences and cultivation issues, completely disregarding their own image. Apart from the four elders who were level 16 experts, even the tribe leader was a level 15 expert, considered to be skilled among level 15 individuals. Usually, warriors in the tribe would be overjoyed for months just to receive a compliment or guidance from them. But now, these five were openly discussing experiences with a frail young man, which could not help but make them feel envy and jealousy. Even the eldest elder, Kalen, wished he could immediately pass all the experiences he had in his mind to Bai Chi. Their experiences were derived from hundreds of years of fighting against alien beasts. And Bai Chi understood the value of this knowledge and was very willing to listen to them talk about some alien beasts he had never seen before, constantly thinking in his mind about what he should do if he encountered such beasts. Originally, the five were imparting knowledge to Bai Chi, but they found that his line of thinking was somewhat different from theirs, yet very useful. Sometimes just a single sentence would enlighten them, transforming their teaching into a mutual discussion, and a few of them talked happily together. When LinLan got up, She saw Bai Chi and the 5 unfamiliar old men excitedly discussing something. Of course, the excitement was only from the 5 old men. Bai Chi still maintained his usual calm demeanor, but his eyes occasionally sparkled, indicating that he was also very happy at the moment. Please remember that the original domain for this book is www.forxiaoshuo.org. The mobile reading URL is wap.forxiaoshuo.org. Chapter 105. Frankness. These few people were all experts. LinLan's sounds of getting up and washing were not low, but they had already heard her. However, Harmon and the others looked up at the high sun and thought to themselves, what a good life. At this time, let alone warriors. Even the women must have already gotten up and started their day's work. After tidying up, LinLan realized she was hungry. Early in the morning, but she had been held back by a few people and had no time to cook. So LinLan had to take matters into her own hands to ensure they had enough to eat. She started a fire in the stove, took out the sweet potatoes she had washed earlier, and recalled that when searching for human tribes, she found that this item was practically a staple on the continent, available everywhere, and now all contributed to her space. She placed the cut sweet potatoes into a pot, added water, and put some sturdy firewood on the stove, letting it cook slowly. At this moment, Bai Chi also came in, leaving the old men behind, saw LinLan's actions, and hugged her, saying, I didn't have time earlier this morning. You must be hungry. I'm fine, I can hold on. If it gets too bad, the meat I roasted yesterday is still here. Seeing that the 5 old men looked like they had something to discuss, Bai Chi wouldn't have talked to them for so long otherwise. Ignoring the stove, LinLan went out with Bai Chi, and the 5 old men were still sitting there in the yard. This is the tribe's leader. Bai Chi pointed to the cheerful-looking man with a smile, yet exuding authority. The leader, upon being introduced, smiled and nodded at LinLan. Hello, tribe leader. LinLan smiled at Harmon. This is the eldest elder, this is the second elder, this is the third elder, and this is the 4th elder. Bai Chi introduced the 4 elders. They all nodded and smiled at LinLan, especially the 3rd and 4th elders. LinLan sat there quietly, and seeing this, Harmon and the others thought it was better for them to speak first. It's like this. We came this time regarding Miss LinLan's magic. We previously spoke with Bai Chi and mentioned that your ability resembles a legendary ability passed down in the tribe. The tribe hopes that you and Bai Chi can stay and contribute to the tribe. However, the tribe will not let you work for free. If you have any requests that do not affect the tribe's safety, we will do our best to fulfill them. At this point, LinLan just wanted to say that she had never seen such a negotiation, directly stating their bottom line up front, and it was a quite narrow scope. Fine, anyway, they also wanted to settle down in this tribe, and contributing to the tribe was not a problem, as it was also for their own better living conditions. Okay, I agree. We don't have any special requests. We just hope that our peaceful life won't be disturbed. LinLan answered without much thought, which surprised the 5 of them. This was not surprising, as LinLan and Bai Chi originally wanted very little. After going through so much, they did not desire high authority. After all, enjoying power also comes with equal obligations, and they did not have that much time. Moreover, they felt that their current life was very good and liked their peaceful days, hoping that it could continue like this in the future. That's good, Harmon thought, but there were still some matters to discuss, such as if there were seriously injured warriors. They hoped LinLan could help treat them. Before he could finish speaking, LinLan stood up to add a few pieces of firewood to the stove and then walked back. The entire process was observed by Harmon and the others, who suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. It was almost noon, and because of their visit, the 2 had not eaten, and although they hadn't eaten either, they were quite hungry. If there are seriously injured warriors, we hope Miss LinLan can help save them. Is that okay? This was not them being overly humble towards LinLan, but as a tribe leader, he hoped the warriors in the tribe could live better, as humans were already struggling enough surrounded by alien beasts, and having one more combatant was crucial. After thinking about it, it wasn't impossible, just yes. But I sometimes go hunting in the surrounding mountains and can't stay in the tribe all the time. That's fine, just come and treat them when you're here. Harmon certainly agreed. Given her healing ability, combined with Bai Chi's potential, their tribe could definitely surpass the Terra tribe to become the #1 tribe. These issues were trivial. A few people still wanted to continue talking, but they didn't want to admit that they hadn't eaten well yesterday, and after thinking too much at night, they rushed over early this morning, having only taken a couple of bites for breakfast. Now, they were hungry again, and their stomachs were growling, making their old faces flush. The loud rumbling sound was as thunderous as it was clear to LinLan and the others. Seeing that these people treated them well, LinLan cheerfully said, if the clan leader and the 4 elders don't mind, you can have a meal here. Bai Chi and I don't understand many things about the tribe, and still need to consult with you. LinLan said thoughtfully, The few of them quickly nodded. By the way, they had just smelled a delicious aroma. Otherwise, how could they be so embarrassingly hungry in someone else's house? The sweet potato porridge in the pot was almost ready. LinLan went over to check it, laid a large piece of tree bark on the table, placed the pot on it, and set several large bowls in front of everyone. Looking at the big pot of porridge, they were worried it might not be enough since there were many people. So LinLan took out the pancakes and cornbread made yesterday, along with some pickled vegetables and roasted meat, and placed everything on the table. Time was too tight, and I couldn't prepare too much, so please don't mind, LinLan said as she sat down after placing the last dish on the table. It's fine, it's great like this, the 5 old men quickly said. Seeing the host start to eat, the 5 of them eagerly reached for the food they had already eyed. They drank a bowl of sweet potato porridge, took a bite of the fragrant cornbread or pancake, and scooped up a spoonful of the pickled, crunchy vegetables, slurping it all down. There was a big pot of sweet potato porridge. They made a lot yesterday and stored it, and there were still several bowls of cornbread and pancakes today, plus a bit of pickled vegetables, so everyone was very satisfied. Having seen how the people here devoured their food yesterday, as if they had never seen food before. Today's sight was not so novel. They just quickly served themselves a bowl of sweet potato porridge and took 2 cornbreads, leaving the rest for the 5 old men. Finally full, the 5 old men, who appeared very serious and hard to approach in the eyes of outsiders, were now slumped in their chairs, rubbing their bellies. LinLan looked at them, and they were just like yesterday's Hill and Evra. Used to it, LinLan cleared the table, brought out some fruit and honey water, and handed them over, taking a piece of fruit and munching on it. The 5, satisfied with their meal, rubbed their bellies and said, "What kind of food is this? It's really delicious. We've never had such good meals before." Although they often refer to themselves as old men, they held high ranks, and despite their age, they didn't look that old. It's just some ordinary food, but the method of preparation is different. "If you like, I can teach you," LinLan said, taking another bite. "It's just a few cooking methods, simple. Then it's settled. We'll find a day when you're here, and I'll have my family member come to learn from you." The clan leader Haman was the first to speak. After saying this, he looked at the cornbread and pancake and asked, "What are these made of, and what about this?" Pointing to the porridge in the pot. "This." LinLan glanced at the bowl of cornbread and pancake, which had already been cleaned out. "This is made from corn and wheat. The corn is ground into corn flour, and the wheat is ground into flour. Just mix it with water and cook it in a pot or bake it on a stone slab until it's done. The porridge in the pot is made from sweet potatoes cut into pieces." The 5 were puzzled, and Black hurriedly asked, "What is corn, what is wheat, and what is sweet potato?" This was crucial for his future survival. After enjoying this delicious meal, he didn't want to go back to eating boiled meat, roasted meat, or boiled wild vegetables. Getting up to the storage room, he grabbed a few unground wheat grains, corn, and a sweet potato, placing them on the table and saying, "This is wheat, this is corn, and this is sweet potato. Both wheat and corn can be ground into flour using the stone grinder." "Which is that one in the corner?" He pointed to the stone grinder in the corner. The others nodded. So that's what the stone was for. At first, they were curious why there was a big stone in the yard. Fortunately, they hadn't asked, or it would have shown how unknowledgeable they were. However, they were still curious about how this thing was ground, but for the sake of their pride, they decided to let someone else ask. After explaining about the corn and wheat, LinLan pointed to the sweet potato and said, "This is sweet potato. The sweet potato porridge is made by boiling this with water. It's not complicated. Just wash it clean, cut it into pieces, or you can boil it whole or roast it over the fire so you can eat it directly with your hands." Knowing they wouldn't use chopsticks, LinLan directly told them the method of eating with hands. "Where did you find these things?" The second elder Byrne asked thoughtfully, looking at the items, slowly inquiring why they had never seen such things over the years. "We found them in the mountains. You know, we used to live in the mountains, and back then, we searched everywhere for places where humans gathered. We walked through many mountains and saw those strange beasts eating these, so we tried it ourselves. The sweet potatoes were found in the mountains, but as for corn and wheat, our activity area is just a small part of the entire continent. So it's normal to not have seen some things, or for them not to exist here. And you also know my abilities. That kind of ability helps discover which plants are edible," LinLan added with a smile. From her description of her abilities, she realized they only had a general idea and didn't know much about many things. It was just like that. She didn't have to say much. The eyes of the 5 men sparkled for a moment. They could really taste the flavor of this food, and it was indeed good. If their tribe had more edible food, wouldn't that mean more tribe members could survive in winter? Exchanging glances, Kalen gave Haman a look, and Haman understood his meaning. Looking at LinLan, he asked, "These things were discovered by you. Normally we shouldn't ask anything of you. However, These items are indeed of great help to the tribe. So we hope you can tell us where this food is found." LinLan curiously looked at Haman, then at the other 4 elders, who were also looking at her, and by Chi with hopeful faces. Was the tribe lacking food? But they had discovered many edible things in the surrounding mountains. This wasn't a refusal. It was just simple curiosity. Haman smiled wryly, and the other 4 showed a disappointed expression, saying, "There are many edible things in the surrounding mountains, but it is very dangerous there, with strange beasts often appearing. Women can only gather some food on the side of the mountain closer to the tribe with the accompaniment of warriors, but that doesn't yield much. Warriors going deep into the mountains also come at a cost, and the food we can eat is limited. I thought having one more type of food would be better than having none." They also knew that warriors couldn't bring back too much when foraging for such things. But every additional person save counted. At this point, Haman and the 5 displayed a sad expression, their voices somewhat low as they said, "The winter lasts too long. The food we stored started off edible, but later it all spoiled. Even if we eat that spoiled food, people can't handle it. Aside from the risky meat from strange beasts, we truly have no more food to preserve. Every year, countless tribe members die from freezing or starvation. I see that your save time should be longer, which is why I asked." LinLan and Bai Chi were a bit silent. They knew that the winter here was cold and long. For the people here, without sufficient warming measures and adequate food sources, it was indeed quite cruel. The 2 exchanged glances and made a decision. Since they had come to this tribe and the people here treated them well, they should do something for the tribe. After realizing this, LinLan felt a sense of clarity, as if her state of mind had risen a level. However, she didn't have time to be happy and shared her thoughts with the 5 people. "I've seen a lot of sweet potatoes around. They just grow underground," LinLan slowly explained, pointing at the sweet potatoes. "Underground?" The 5 wanted to take a look. They hadn't expected this thing to grow underground, thinking the soil on top was just something LinLan had put there. Ignoring their thoughts, LinLan continued, "When the time comes, you can send a few people with us to recognize what this thing looks like, but I hope you can make it clear to them that they shouldn't dig them all up. They should leave a few at intervals. Otherwise, next year in that place, you won't be able to dig them up." LinLan made them understand that it was reasonable. After all, they were the power holders of this tribe, and what they said held a certain deterrent power for the tribe as people, making it more convincing than what a stranger like her could say. After finishing, she pointed at the corn and wheat, saying, "You can organize people to plant these 2 in the surrounding open areas. I can teach everyone how to plant them. This year, plant a little less. I will use my magic, worried they wouldn't understand if I said spiritual power, to make the plants grow faster. After next winter, when the snow melts and the temperature starts to rise, you can plant them, and after the summer rainy season, you can plant them again. This way, you can harvest twice a year." Haman and the 4 elders were overjoyed when LinLan agreed to tell them how to obtain these things. Even the usually expressionless Kalen couldn't help but show joy. "Don't worry, I will definitely remind them. When you have time, let us get the corn and wheat planted first," Haman said, eager to organize people to plant immediately, but he also had to consider LinLan's wishes. LinLan understood their urgency, but she still needed to find some good seeds and think about the best places to plant, so she said, "The day after tomorrow, you can organize people to go to the north gate. But for the first time, don't call too many people, 2 per household, and there must be warriors present. They have strong strength and can do the heavy work. However, you need to find a few warriors to come here to carry the seeds." "Okay, that is a must. How can we let you carry those heavy things?" Haman and the others nodded in agreement immediately. If this goes on at least next winter, their tribe shouldn't starve so many people, right? With a major matter resolved, the old men were not in a hurry to return. They sat there slowly enjoying honey water. Taking a sip, really sweet, their eyes lit up. If they weren't mistaken, this should be the sweetness brewed by the sweet beast. The old men rarely got to drink this. Thinking back to when Bai Chi didn't even give them a cup of water, now LinLan was pouring them sweet water. Their gazes toward LinLan became increasingly favorable, almost as if they wanted to swallow her whole. Bai Chi's face darkened. Although he knew they didn't mean anything by it, they were still men. How could he not be angry when other men looked at his beautiful wife with such eager eyes? Ahem, he coughed to regain the attention of the 5 people. When the 5 saw Bai Chi's dark expression and were about to ask what was wrong, they suddenly noticed Bai Chi's gaze toward them was like that of a predator. Recalling how they had just looked at his wife, their faces immediately turned dark, feeling misunderstood. To salvage their dignity, Haman coughed a couple of times as well, and after stabilizing his emotions said, "Do you know about the beast tide?" Haman looked at Bai Chi and quickly changed the subject. "Beast tide?" LinLan and Bai Chi exchanged glances and shook their heads, saying, We haven't heard of it. Seeing that Bai Chi and LinLan's expressions didn't seem fake, Haman thought about it. After all, they were still too young to have encountered a beast outbreak. On the continent, the strongest beings were not humans but the beasts. Reflecting on the beast tide, a strong sense of melancholy appeared on Haman's face. LinLan and Bai Chi nodded, saying, "We've heard about it. We've been wandering in the forest for so many years and have seen countless beasts. But before coming here, we had never seen humans. That's right. Besides this area, we've never heard of the existence of humans anywhere else. How the humans here came to be is still unknown. It's only been recorded that humans exist only here since records began." Haman nodded, agreeing with their words. The beast tide erupts every so often. According to records, a small beast tide occurs every 100 years, and a large beast tide occurs every 1,000 years. Each time the beast tide occurs, countless humans die or are injured. Even during the Great Beast Tide, humans almost couldn't hold their ground. All of them had participated in multiple beast tides, and Kalen had even witnessed a Great Beast Tide. They didn't want to recall that scene again. But this was something they had to think about. They had to ensure that all humans remembered this. Only then could they unite to confront the beast tide together. The beast tide occurs due to the beast revolt. For some unknown reason, the timing of each revolt is very precise, never missing a beat, which allows humans to prepare to some extent. Once the beast tide erupts, tribes dependent on the 3 major tribes will all bring their people to jointly resist the beast tide. The timing of each eruption is particularly accurate, from the beginning of the year to the end. Small beast tides are somewhat manageable. There are just more beasts, the highest being level 15, occasionally level 16 beasts appear. But with the tribe's experts, there is no need to worry. However, the Great Beast Tide is not so easy to survive. Each time, there are at least several or even dozens of level 16 beasts, and sometimes even level 17 beasts can appear. And humans only have a few level 16 experts, making victory very difficult, and sometimes it can be very tragic. As Haman spoke, even the usually stoic Elder Kalen had moist eyes. The world of humans is really very difficult. LinLan and Bai Chi both felt a bit heavy. Does the chief mean that the beast tide is coming soon? The atmosphere around them was somewhat oppressive. After a long while, Bai Chi finally spoke with some difficulty. Haman glanced at Bai Chi and, seeing no fear in his eyes, nodded, saying that that's right. In 10 years, the beast tide will arrive. However, this time it's a small beast tide, and there won't be too much danger. But without level 16 beasts appearing, the elders of the tribe won't take action. He meant to tell them to prepare well and train hard during this time, so they wouldn't be caught off guard later. If the elders don't take action, won't more people die? LinLan was about to ask when she understood their thoughts just before she spoke. The growth of a warrior cannot be separated from blood. Without the watering of blood, a warrior cannot grow. In the future, if they encounter dangerous situations, they won't be able to pass through those hurdles either. Even if they die gloriously in battle, it's more honorable than dying due to a lack of courage. However, Haman hesitated, unsure whether to say it now. After thinking about it, he finally spoke. After this beast tide, the next one will be a great beast tide. You must find ways to increase your strength during these 100 years. This will give you more opportunities to survive. We understand. Thank you, Elder and the 4 elders. We just want one more warrior for a bit more strength. Not to mention that LinLan's magic will be of great help in our battles, so our warriors won't die from lack of medicine. As Harmon spoke, his eyes began to glisten with tears. If those who worship the elders saw this, they would surely drop their jaws. A few more topics about the tribe and other matters were discussed, and as the sun began to set, they stood up to bid farewell. LinLan originally thought about keeping 5 people at home for a meal, but considering that the food prepared had already been mostly consumed yesterday, it would be too rushed with 5 more people. So she said, "I was planning to have the elder and the elders stay for dinner tonight, but now it's too late to prepare. Come over tomorrow afternoon, and I'll have food ready for you." LinLan smiled at them. She quite liked these usually serious but quite fun old men. Upon hearing this, the old men's eyes lit up, and recalling the delicious food they had today, Blake exclaimed anxiously, "Is it even better than what we just had? The food we just had was good, right?" He was puzzled, as the food was quite average and had cooled down. However, thinking of how they had acted like foodies before, LinLan sighed, feeling sorry for the old men who couldn't even enjoy their meals properly. A rare feeling of respect for the elderly rose in her heart, and she held back her questions, nodding. "Yes, it's a bit better than what we had before." Not just a bit, it was clearly the difference between hot dishes and cold ones. Seeing this, the old men nodded quickly. Even the first and second elders were no exception. They were afraid that LinLan would change her mind, and the speed at which they nodded made LinLan's cheeks twitch. Hearing that LinLan had also invited those old men to her home for dinner, Bai Qi, who had just been sulking with jealousy, felt like a giant mountain had suddenly crashed down on him. With a dark face, he signaled the old men to hurry up and leave. Without waiting for them to go far, he slammed the door shut with a bang, the sound echoing as if the entire tribe had experienced a minor earthquake. The old men, who had just taken a few steps, heard the loud door slam behind them, exchanged glances, and burst into laughter. Shaking their heads, they remarked on the vitality of the younger generation, while they themselves felt old. Oh, how old they were! Just as they were pondering their feelings, they suddenly heard a scream from beside them, nearly causing them to stumble. These old bones couldn't take such a scare. Are you sure? If those young people you mess with found out, they would be crying. If they fell here, how would it affect their image? This is the key point. Feeling their image was at stake, they glared at the source of the sound, the third elder Blake. Blake, what's wrong with you? The second elder Burn was very displeased, glaring at Blake and shouting. If it weren't in public, where they had to maintain their image, he would have surely buried Blake in the ground. Don't forget, the second elder is an earth-type magic swordsman. Before he could attend to Burn's outburst, the third elder Blake stood there muttering to himself as if he had received some shock. That LinLan, she already has a husband. And her husband's potential is still so great. What about my grandson? Is there still hope for him? Blake looked at Burn with a dazed expression. He had just managed to find a suitable match for his precious grandson, and had planned to tell him that he had found a suitable lady who could help him recover quickly when he was injured, giving him more time to train. But who could tell him that before he even opened his mouth, it was cruelly revealed that the lady already had a partner? This, Beast God help us. They had all thought something serious was happening, making them overly anxious. The other four men, hearing this, couldn't even be bothered to respond to him. Even the fourth elder, who had always argued with him, followed the others and left, leaving the third elder Blake alone on the street, feeling lonely and trapped in his bizarre thoughts. On the other side, after Bai Qi slammed the door shut, let's not make it sound too harsh, he forcefully pulled LinLan into the house, not wanting to do anything outside that could be overheard. He knew that the stronger one became, the sharper their senses, and if others heard, he would go crazy. Once inside, Bai Qi could no longer hold back, grabbing LinLan and pushing her against the wall, lowering his head to bite her fiercely, leaving a mark on her lips before he stopped. Once his anger subsided, he raised his head to admire his handiwork, satisfied as he licked his wound, and said, LinLan, I really want to hide you away so that no one else can see you. He pulled LinLan into his embrace and sighed. LinLan was speechless, pushing him away, only to find that his arms were tightly wrapped around her, unable to move. She stopped wasting her strength and leaned against Bai Qi, asking, what is wrong with you? They're watching you. His voice carried a hint of grievance, which made LinLan pause and then burst into laughter. You can't be serious. They're all so old. You're even jealous of them. With her head buried in Bai Qi's embrace, her laughter was muffled, causing Bai Qi's chest to feel a bit tingly. He knew he shouldn't be jealous, but he couldn't help it. Seeing LinLan still laughing, the embarrassed Bai Qi grabbed her shoulders and pulled her away, lowering his head to kiss her fiercely, silencing her laughter. When they finally parted, LinLan was breathless, taking deep breaths. Seeing this, Bai Qi's mood improved a little. Seeing his rare childish side, LinLan held back her laughter, lightly tapped her foot on his lips, and coaxed. All right, you really think anyone can put up with my temper? Only you can tolerate it, right? Who else can accept your temper but me? Bai Qi felt a bit shy at LinLan's words, but refusing to lose face. He quickly agreed with her. Seeing Bai Qi's rare awkwardness, LinLan decided not to tease him and simply went along with whatever he said. Bai Qi had an exceptionally pleasant day. No matter what he said, LinLan didn't refute him. Even his occasionally excessive requests were met with agreement. Bai Qi hoped that every day could be like this. However, thinking of LinLan's reasons, his face darkened again. Taking some corn from a space. There was quite a bit of food stored in the space, a result of 40 years in the valley. Later, during the rainy season, when they couldn't travel, LinLan would also grow some out of boredom after they settled down, accumulating quite a lot. The jars holding the corn were slowly crafted pottery made during their free time, and very few had been damaged. After moving a jar of corn next to the stone mill and setting up the jar for corn flour, LinLan turned to Bai Qi. Hurry up. The cornmeal is almost gone. You need to grind some quickly, or there won't be enough to feed so many people coming tomorrow. Why invite those old men if there's not enough to eat? Bai Qi, seeing LinLan care about those old men, was very unhappy but obediently went to grind the corn. He understood that LinLan was doing this for a better life for them in the future. Although he didn't know why they were so polite to him and LinLan, and why they revealed their cards to them right away. He knew that building a good relationship with the tribe's top leaders would lead to a better life for them in the future. Bai Chi was pushing a stone mill, while LinLan was searching for some suitable corn kernels for planting. It wasn't too troublesome for LinLan. She used her with spirit power to probe, and picked out the weaker ones from the large pile. She didn't plan to gather too many. After all, this was something new, and whether others would believe it was still a question. She aimed to produce a little to show them first. And when winter came and corn was harvested, the people here would naturally follow suit in planting it next year. The two were busy until it was dark in the evening, and Bai Chi finally ground out the amount needed for tomorrow. By this time, LinLan had already prepared dinner, specifically stir-frying beef, along with pan-fried beef fillet and chicken steak, which LinLan had worked hard to make. She served a piece of chicken steak to Bai Chi, generously slathered with a thick layer of chili oil. The chili oil was made from peppers that LinLan had cultivated with spirit power and personally cooked. It looked extremely spicy. "How is it? Tasty?" she asked, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Bai Chi. After swallowing the extremely spicy chicken steak, Bai Chi said, "Delicious." How could he say it was good when it was made by LinLan? However, the food of the future was indeed delicious and varied. Yet, with so many peppers, although he had adapted somewhat after a long period of training, he still couldn't eat chili as wildly as LinLan did. Clearly satisfied with Bai Chi's response, LinLan nodded with a smile and said, "If I think of any more delicious dishes, I'll make them for you." She reminisced about the snacks she used to eat at the night market, such as grilled squid, fried stinky tofu, sour and spicy noodles, sour and spicy rice noodles, potato noodles, fried skewers, grilled gluten, and so on. "I can't take it anymore. I'm drooling." She forced herself not to think about those delicacies and quickly took a bite of the beef fillet and chicken steak she had made. The rich chili flavor combined with the tender meat was simply delicious. However, the spices here were still incomplete. She had slowly figured them out through memories, and the taste was still somewhat different from what she remembered. "I often hear you talk about your world. If possible, I really want to see what your world is like and experience the future." Through LinLan's descriptions, although he couldn't see the future scenes, he imagined it must be very exciting, combining what he had seen on that device called a tablet and what LinLan usually talked about. "Sure. If I get the chance, I'll take you around," Bai Chi said. "But now that I'm used to being here, if I can go back, I might not be able to adapt." He chuckled optimistically about the future, while LinLan quickly swept her chopsticks across the plate, claiming it was a reward for Bai Chi, but in reality, most of it ended up in her mouth. She made a face, thinking that maybe she put too much chili. LinLan pondered whether this was a good habit or a bad one. Putting in so much chili made it impossible for Bai Chi to eat, but it allowed her to eat more. However, if Bai Chi didn't eat, then her cooking wouldn't have any meaning. This was still a habit she had developed before. Every time she ate these things, she would put a thick layer of chili oil. After thinking for a long time without arriving at a conclusion, she decided to stop fretting over the issue since she wouldn't be cooking often anyway. The next day at noon, several old men couldn't help but rush to LinLan's house anxiously. "Here, this is for you. It's best to eat before cultivating." A vine basket was casually tossed in front of LinLan. She looked inside and saw 2 purple-black fruit, about the size of chicken eggs. Without waiting for LinLan to speak, the tribal leader Haman began to shout, "Elder Kalen rarely brings out this purple fruit. LinLan, quickly take it, otherwise the elder might change his mind later." He spoke, feeling envious inside. This was a purple fruit he had sought for many years but hadn't been able to obtain. Eating one during cultivation was equivalent to a year of practice. If used during a bottleneck period, it could quickly break through and raise 1S level. However, this purple fruit was already scarce, requiring hundreds of years to mature, and before maturity, there would be powerful alien beasts guarding it, making it extremely difficult to obtain. He didn't expect that the elder had such a good impression of these two and valued their potential so much that he was willing to part with the purple fruit. Hearing Haman's tone, LinLan quickly refused. "This is too precious. I can't accept it. Elder, please take it back." She pushed the purple fruit back towards Kalen. Kalen raised his eyebrows with a serious expression and pushed the fruit back, saying, "I don't take back things I've given away. Isn't this purple fruit meant for people to use? What is precious or not precious?" He glared at Haman, thinking, wasn't it just because he didn't give him purple fruit back then? He didn't even consider that it was for the sake of a medicinal purple fruit. Not during a bottleneck period. Using it would only add a year of cultivation, purely a waste. Haman, who was glared at, touched his nose. He had only made a comment. Why was he being so fierce? He was the tribal leader, and LinLan and Bai Qi were here. He shouldn't be too harsh on him. Hurry and take it. If you don't, the elder might feel embarrassed to mooch food at your place. He quickly tried to make amends, urging LinLan to accept it. All right, I want to be polite then. LinLan could already feel the energy contained in the fruit. She really wanted it, but felt a bit embarrassed since they had only met a couple of times. The others also set down their gifts. Although they couldn't compare to Elder Kalen's precious fruit, they were all rare items. Bai Qi stayed there to chat with them, while LinLan busied herself with the dishes for the afternoon. It didn't take much effort. The heavy chopping had already been done by Bai Qi, and the rest wasn't too strenuous. She started boiling the soup, which needed long cooking times, and prepared the spices. Some were brought by LinLan, like ginger, pepper, and star anise, along with some local spices that emitted rich aromas. The dried goods were soaked in warm water in advance, and the meat was cut into pieces or slices as needed, all organized neatly. After finishing, she placed everything in a nearby basin. All the vegetables were washed and cut into sections, and the cornmeal and flour were mixed and set aside to rest. Since she had already prepared some in the morning, LinLan didn't feel too tired. However, by the time she finished, the ground was filled with ceramic basins, and each was not small. Once everything was ready, LinLan started making pancakes. There was no way around it. It wasn't that she didn't want to make other foods, but other dishes were too troublesome. Making dumplings for so many people with large appetites would take forever. As for noodles, if she boiled them, she might as well skip eating and just stand by the stove cooking noodles for everyone. Other than that, nothing was as simple to eat as pancakes. The pancakes made from the rested dough were soft, and LinLan decided to make corn pancakes, while the dough would just be ordinary leavened pancakes. As she began cooking, a sudden knocking sound came from the front door. Apologizing to the 5 old men, Bai Qi stood up to open the door. As soon as the door opened, Sierra and Everett stood outside, each carrying a strange beast, and said, "We're here to mooch food." They could smell the aroma from outside and could hardly resist rushing in. After taking a couple of steps, the two, lured by the delicious smell, suddenly realized something was off. The 5 people sitting in the yard looked so familiar, with the strange beasts in their hands. They couldn't rub their eyes and could only blink hard. No doubt, those were the tribal leader and the elder. Could it be that even the leader and elder couldn't resist the aroma of the food here? Seeing Sierra and Evra stunned, Heyman chuckled. "You two are Sierra and Evra, right?" "Very good." He nodded in satisfaction, thinking they were nice people, albeit a bit weak. But they were able to find treasures like Bai Qi and LinLan for the tribe, which was even better. Harmon smiled gently, startling Hill and Evra. This is okay, right?" Although it made the chief and the 4 elders remember them, they felt very honored and extremely happy. But why did they feel so strange? But these are the chief and the 4 elders. Evra threw the exotic beast to the ground with a thud, sending countless dust flying. "Hello, Chief. Hello, Elder 1. Hello, Elder 2. Hello, Elder 3. Hello, Elder 4. I am Evra," he said, suddenly seeing his idol. Evra was so excited that he didn't know where to put his hands. After being stirred up by Evra, Hill also reacted, but compared to Evra, Hill remained much calmer. He placed the exotic beast aside, walked over, and bowed to the 5, saying Hill greets the chief and the 4 elders. Harmon was very satisfied that Hill could remain so calm upon seeing them. He exchanged glances with the other 4 and nodded. This is a good seedling. That Evra is also not bad, although a bit naive, but his nature is good and worth cultivating. With 2 more people, LinLan was worried about not having enough food and made a lot more pancakes. As soon as the dishes and rice were served, they were snatched away by the 5 old men. At first, Hill and Evra hesitated to act because of Harmon and the other's status, but later they realized that if they didn't act soon, they would go hungry. There was no choice. Reality forced them, and they also joined the ranks of snatching food. Bai Qi sighed helplessly, wondering how long it had been since these people had eaten. However, having so many people eating together, although a bit tiring, was lively, and LinLan had a satisfied smile on her face the whole time. After the meal, everyone slumped ungracefully in their chairs. Harmon rubbed his belly and said contentedly, "LinLan, when you have time, teach my wife how to cook." The others, including Blake, were unwilling to be outdone and expressed their desire to learn as well. However, those who didn't have wives could only dejectedly hide aside, calculating when they could come over for a meal again. Did they have to hurry to find a partner just to enjoy good food? "All right, let's see when I have time to invite you all over," LinLan readily agreed. After dinner, they could finally discuss serious matters. Harmon looked at LinLan and asked, "LinLan, How are the preparations for tomorrow going? I'm all set here. This time, let's not plant too much. After all, it's a new thing, and everyone might not be able to accept it. Moreover, this requires time. If we can show results before winter arrives, then next year, we won't have to urge everyone. They will naturally follow and plant. The question of whether the tribespeople could accept this was also something Harmon was concerned about, as everyone had never seen these things before, and even they were somewhat skeptical. However, he still thought about planting more this winter, so that when winter came, no one would freeze or starve. With this in mind, Harmon asked LinLan, "Is there no way to plant more this time?" "No, after all, the time is limited. If it were right after the rainy season, it would be fine, but now it's a bit late, and I can only speed up the ripening. My abilities are also limited. If there are too many, I can't manage." LinLan shook her head. Harmon sighed. He hadn't originally planned for it to work. Was he being too greedy? If it doesn't work, so be it. They managed to survive last winter, and they can survive this winter too. Seeing that it was getting late, Harmon and the others stood up, ready to leave. Looking at Hill and Evra, he said, "Come early tomorrow. The more hands we have, the better. Although they are the chief and elders, we can't let the tribespeople work without any reward. We might as well make use of what we have." The clueless Hill and Evra nodded in agreement upon hearing Harmon's words. After the five left, they belatedly realized they hadn't asked what they were coming here for. It seems that idol worship isn't a good thing. They didn't even know they had been fooled. Hill and Evra had no choice but to ask Bai Chi, what were the chief and elders talking about? Were we coming here for tomorrow? LinLan glanced at them curiously and said, "You agreed without knowing what it was about? That's impressive." With a chuckle, they should have said that they were already immersed in the excitement of seeing the chief and elders, and they were thrilled to share a table with them, right? LinLan and I discovered some edible food, which is what you all eat, corn pancakes and flour cakes. These things can be planted. The chief's idea is to let people try them tomorrow. If they work, we can start planting next year. So that human life won't be so difficult, Bai Chi kindly explained to them. So they're just free labor. Huh? They finally got a break. Hill and Evra nodded to indicate they understood and then turned to leave, forgetting to say goodbye. LinLan watched as the two of them secretly enjoyed themselves. Free labor indeed. It seems that those being used are having a hard time. Although she mourned their hard-earned rest, they still arrived on time the next day. It was a rare opportunity for the chief to use them, and it was their honor. The next day, several strong warriors arrived early at LinLan and Bai Chi's door, knocking. Hearing the noise outside, LinLan couldn't help but feel relieved that she had woken up early. Otherwise, it would have been embarrassing if they showed up and she was still asleep. "Everything is here. Just move these out." LinLan pointed to a large barrel of corn kernels in the storage room, along with some tools ground from stones used during boring times. When the visitors saw this, their faces darkened. If there were a roaring horse, it would definitely shake LinLan's shoulders and roar loudly. "You brought us over for just this little bit? Two warriors can't even carry this much. Pour them." They were nagged by the chief and elders all morning and night about how there is a lot of heavy stuff, and they must handle it with care. Pour them. Their ears are still buzzing from all the lecturing. "And now you tell us this little bit." They really wanted to lash out, but remembering the chief and elders' instructions, these unfortunate warriors were trying hard to suppress the anger bubbling up in their chests. They took a deep breath. One of them stepped forward and lifted the large barrel with all his might, while another grabbed the tools and hugged them tightly. The few of them stormed out. Looking fierce, LinLan watched them like bandits and curled her lips. Their psychological endurance was too weak. If this were a cultivation novel, these guys would definitely be the typical cannon fodder. She was doing this for their own good. Having a good temper would help them find good wives. Besides, how was she supposed to know that, after cleaning up, only this little bit was left? She was really innocent, okay? Just look at her sincere eyes. At the north gate, a crowd of over 100 people had gathered. These were all the people around the chief and the four elders. After all, if the experiment didn't succeed, it wouldn't harm the interests of other tribespeople, and if it did succeed with their reputation in the tribe, they could better mobilize the entire tribe to plant next year. Harmon and the others had already been waiting at the north gate. When they saw LinLan and the others coming, Harmon gathered everyone together and said loudly, "All right, everyone, quiet down. The purpose of today's gathering has already been explained to you yesterday, so I won't repeat myself. You must follow LinLan's," pointing to LinLan, "orders. If these foods can really be planted, then our tribe won't have to worry about starvation during winter anymore." As he spoke, his face was filled with excitement. Those people looked at LinLan's youthful appearance and were somewhat skeptical, but they also trusted Haman's judgment, so a buzzing discussion erupted among the crowd. LinLan signaled the warrior holding the wooden bucket to bring it forward, and she and Bai Chi walked over, calmly facing the scrutinizing gazes. LinLan expressed that she had experienced gatherings with even more people than this before, so this was nothing to her. She grabbed a handful of corn from the bucket and displayed it to the crowd, saying, "Everyone, this is corn, which can be eaten as a staple food. Fully matured corn kernels are hard, just like this." She picked up a kernel, squeezed it for everyone to see, and continued, "There are many ways to eat corn. When it's not hard yet, it can be broken off and boiled in water. Once it hardens, it can be ground into flour to make cakes. The chieftain and the 4 elders have already tried it. If anyone is worried, you can ask the chieftain and the 4 elders." Saying this, she glanced at the chieftain and the 4 elders, who nodded in agreement. Most of the people below also nodded. They had heard the chieftain and the elders mention it before, and it tasted good. LinLan kept an eye on the expressions of the crowd, and seeing everyone nodding in acknowledgement, she continued, "Today, I will first teach everyone how to plant corn. The method is very simple. Just follow my instructions and watch me do it once, and you will learn." After saying this, she exchanged glances with Haman and said, "Chieftain, please send a few warriors to follow my orders." "Haha, sure, wise you go," Haman replied. As soon as he finished speaking, a very strong man stepped forward. LinLan recognized him as one of the ones she had asked to get corn from. Weiss was Haman's second grandson, an Earth elemental magic swordsman, who had now broken through to level 13, officially reaching the ranks of a master. Haman called Weiss out because the greatest advantage of this grandson was that he listened to him and was very supportive of his commands, no matter what they were. Bai Chi handed Weiss a stone hoe and taught him how to hoe the ground step by step. They were currently in an open area, surrounded by mountains, with a small basin in the middle. LinLan had checked, and the soil quality here was excellent, not far from a water source, making it suitable for planting. "Just hoe this entire piece of land." LinLan pointed to a plot of land ahead and outlined the area. Bai Chi was teaching Weiss how to hoe the ground, while Weiss held the stone hoe, gripping the wooden handle, and followed Bai Chi's actions. LinLan watched from the side, and, seeing that Weiss had only hoed about 2 meters, walked over with some helplessness and said, "Not like that. You must turn the soil blocks over and break them apart." Bai Chi was also demonstrating beside him. The warriors here were quite good. After a few tries, they finally found the right rhythm. The other 4 elders also sent people over to try, and Bai Chi and LinLan were teaching them on the side. With many hands, they quickly cleared the area. The weeds were all removed, and the plot of land looked quite good, even if it wasn't perfectly neat. "How are they doing?" Haman walked over to ask LinLan. "Not bad, just not very skilled. Also, the tools are limited. If you want to plant on a large scale in the future, you must solve the tool issue," LinLan replied. Haman also saw the tools that LinLan and Bai Chi had brought over. Although they were curious about how LinLan had brought so many things back, it was a secret between LinLan and Bai Chi, and they couldn't ask, so they pretended not to know. After finishing hoeing the land, LinLan walked over and said, "Next is planting corn, but before we plant, we need to dig small holes, making one every small step. However, the holes shouldn't be too deep, just about this deep." As she spoke, she gestured for Bai Chi to demonstrate. After digging, LinLan took the water that had been prepared earlier and said, "We must pour some water into the holes, not too much. Then put 2 to 3 kernels of corn in and cover them with soil." After demonstrating, she distributed some corn kernels to everyone for them to try. But with limited tools in hand, she thought to herself that they'd have to find other tools to substitute. However, while she made it sound simple, Haman and the others came over, pointing at the ground and asking, "Is this it? Is it really done like this? Why not? Is it supposed to be more complicated?" LinLan looked at Haman in confusion. Did they also emphasize using fertilizers here? But she didn't know how to make fertilizers. I mean, after doing this, do we not need to take care of it? Isn't that too simple? Haman asked. Rolling her eyes at Haman, LinLan replied, "Chieftain, you must be joking. This is just the planting step. There are other things to do, like weeding regularly, and during harvest time, you must be careful not to let other beasts disturb it. Also, if you don't follow what I said about digging the holes, if they're too deep, the seeds won't sprout." She looked at Haman with a disdainful expression, as if to say he was quite ignorant. Haman, being looked down upon, could only passively endure it, as he really didn't know these things. In fact, LinLan didn't understand these things either before. Although she could use her wood spirit power to stimulate plant growth if the holes were dug too deep, she would also be helpless. These were all things she gradually figured out over time. Each family had marked a piece of land where they would plant their corn. So when it came time to harvest, it would be easy to tell who planted what. LinLan and Bai Chi watched among the people, ready to correct any mistakes immediately. LinLan noticed that the people here worked very quickly. By the afternoon, half of the corn seeds had already been planted. When the sun set, LinLan announced that today's task was complete, and they would finish planting the remaining seeds tomorrow. LinLan thought, I worked hard to gather these seeds. If we don't finish planting them, it would be a shame for my labor. In the following time, LinLan was very busy. The corn in the fields had been fully planted, and there were still people from the chieftain and the 4 elders' households who needed to learn how to cook, which took up another day of LinLan's time. During normal times, she also had to frequently go to the cornfield to stimulate growth and sometimes act as a miraculous doctor at a place similar to a clinic. When she finally finished a segment of her busy schedule, LinLan lay on by Chi, too exhausted to move. She hadn't been this busy in a long time. Tired? Bai Chi asked, massaging LinLan's somewhat stiff body with concern. I must be exhausted. LinLan murmured drowsily, feeling very comfortable from the massage. Next time, don't bother. After not hearing a response from LinLan for a while, Bai Chi looked down and found that she had already fallen asleep. With a helpless sigh, he carried LinLan to bed and covered her with a blanket to make her more comfortable. Calculating the time, winter was coming soon. There was no heated Kong here, so it seemed he had to build a heated Kong in the house. In fact, they weren't as afraid of the cold anymore. But Bai Chi always wanted LinLan to live more comfortably. The soil here wasn't enough, so it seemed they would have to go up the mountain in the next couple of days. Just at this time, they hadn't gone hunting, and there wasn't much meat left at home. Oh, I forgot to mention, the 2 purple fruits given by Kalen had already been used during their weekend, and the effects were indeed good. Bai Chi directly leveled up to level 12, and he was at the mid-stage of level 12. He believed that when the beast tide came, he would definitely break through to level 13, and there was even a possibility of reaching level 14. With Bai Chi's help, LinLan also broke through to level 10, now considered level 11, but her realm was still somewhat unstable. She now set aside time every day to stabilize her realm. The effects of these purple fruits were indeed remarkable. He had asked ill, and the beasts protected by these purple fruits were at least level 15, with some even reaching level 16 or 17, which shows how precious these purple fruits are. Ordinary people couldn't even hope to obtain them. Moreover, the effect of this purple fruit is best the first time it is used. If used again in the future, the effect won't be as significant, and it can only extend one's cultivation for a year. However, this purple fruit can only be used by those below level 13 or by, regardless of whether they are human or their purpose for wanting the purple fruit is to help their children break through their bottlenecks. Chapter 110. Winter looking at the white, snowy yard outside. LinLan squinted while sitting on the newly built Kong, hugging a thick fur blanket, rubbing her face against it, enjoying the softness of the fur. She recalled the astonished expressions of those in the tribe who were originally skeptical when they harvested corn, and she couldn't help but chuckle. After the harvest, she had Bai Chi take the strongest warriors from the tribe to collect some large stones from the mountain, teaching them hand in hand how to carve the stone grooves, and let them taste the food made from corn, which was essentially corn cakes. Immediately, whether it was the warriors, the women, or the children, everyone fell in love with this fragrant food, and the special sweetness on their tongues made them love it even more. LinLan remembered how they used to be reluctant to come and pull weeds, but now that they had tasted the deliciousness, they surely couldn't be reluctant anymore. LinLan snot Udili. Bai Chi came in from outside, bringing with him a gust of cold air, and the ice on his eyelashes melted into tiny water droplets. Aren't you up yet? The chief and the elders will be here soon. I'm up, just don't want to go outside because it's too cold. LinLan lazily hugged her blanket, with one leg covered, and the warmth from the calm below her made her feel drowsy, her voice sounding a bit muffled. Bai Chi put down what he was holding, took off his outer fur coat, walked in, sat by the bed, and took LinLan's hand, saying, they are probably here to discuss the corn planting for next spring, to figure out how much to plant and where would be best. During the corn harvest, they hadn't expected that such a small amount of seeds could yield so much. At that time, people thought that as long as this thing could be eaten, even if it didn't taste good, they would definitely plant it the next year. They just didn't expect it to taste so great and fill their stomachs. Now, those who had planted it before were even more enthusiastic. How did the resistance against the go outside today? Were there any significant casualties? Every winter, Hungary would attack the tribe, so the tribe would send warriors to guard each city gate and wall to prevent from entering and harming the people. Previously, when Bai Chi and the tribe's warriors went hunting, they encountered a level 13, but the highest level among them was only level 12, and in the end, Bai Chi won by using strategy. After this incident, Haman, as if he had found a good general, used every trick to get Bai Chi into the tribe's defense team to lead everyone in resisting which LinLan jokingly referred to as him returning to his old profession. Fortunately, here, as long as they are careful of the birds flying above, Other can be blocked by the walls, so they don't have to worry too much. The defense measures here are still too low. Many useful methods are not utilized. Not just low. As someone who has come from the spring and autumn period, Bai Qi is very dissatisfied with the crude defense measures here. As soon as they come, everyone rushes out, and sometimes they don't have time to return. This place is close to the North City Gate, and Haman had entrusted him with the North City Gate and the wall to the north. The first thing he did was establish a defense range for everyone. Each person has a certain defense range, and if exceed that range, as long as the situation on that side can be resolved, others are not allowed to rush in. To prevent from appearing in the defense range and not being able to retreat in time. Just as he was about to say something, there was a knock on the door outside. Go take a look. LinLan pushed Bai Qi, who had cold hands, out to check. As soon as Bai Qi left, LinLan quickly got up from the bed, tidied up the blanket, and adjusted her clothes to make herself look less lazy. Image is the most important thing to remember at all times. After a while, Haman and the others walked over. When the door was pushed open, a wave of warm air rushed in, making a few people sigh comfortably. This temperature is really too pleasant. I regret it. Why didn't I learn from Bai Qi back then? Looking at the burning stove inside the room. Their own stove also burns continuously every day, but it's not as warm as Bai Qi's. Could it really be because of that thing called Kong? Behind, Blake pushed Haman, who was blocking the door, aside, walked in, sat on a stool, and looked at Haman's regretful expression, saying bluntly, "Serves you right. Who told you not to learn back then? Our family has made several of these. Even my son's room is built with one, and now it's warm." Blake was very proud of his decision. After asking how to build the Kong, he went back to have his family build one, but they were initially unwilling, especially those few little brats. If it weren't for him using force, they wouldn't be living in a warm room now. Actually, you wanted the whole family to be embarrassed together, didn't you? You're not really showing any expert demeanor, still afraid of the cold at level 16. The fourth elder, Xian, could not stand Blake's smugness and sarcastically remarked, "TSK, TSK, TSK, Xian, I know you're just jealous. Your little brats were very envious when they visited my son's house, and they went home shouting about wanting to build one too. Don't think I don't know about this." After saying that, he had a look of pity on Xian, as if he wouldn't hold it against him, which made Xian grit his teeth in frustration, wishing he could bite him. Seeing that they were going on endlessly, the elder Kalen finally spoke. "All right, the main business is important." As expected of the elder, his words were more effective than the chiefess, at least for the other elders. The other three elders were helpless. After all, the highest level was still the lightning attribute, and if they didn't listen, they would be struck by lightning. From the stove beside, he pulled out a few roasted sweet potatoes, handing one to each person. This time, the fourth elder's actions were the fastest. After receiving it, he immediately began to peel it while blowing on his burnt fingers. Suddenly, a rich fragrance filled the room. "Oh, wow, this is delicious. How come I can't roast them like this?" Haman blew on the steaming roasted sweet potato, slightly flattering LinLan, tore off a small piece of the filling, put it in his mouth, and swallowed. A warm sensation spread in his stomach, instantly warming up his body after coming in from the cold outside. Unable to wait, he swallowed a few mouthfuls before saying to LinLan, "We came this time to discuss planting corn in the spring." Most of the harvest was eaten by those little rabbits, and only when they were almost done did they remember to save seeds. "I wanted to ask if you have any corn seeds left." He chuckled awkwardly, feeling a bit embarrassed. After all, they had already given them so much corn for seeds, and when planting, they had relied heavily on their guidance to harvest. Now, to come and ask them for seeds again was quite embarrassing. LinLan looked at the chief and the four elders, seeing their faces all showing signs of embarrassment. Even the elder Kalen was the same. She knew they must have been unable to resist and ground all the corn into flour. However, there were indeed quite a few corn seeds here, but she couldn't keep giving them seeds. They still needed to eat. After thinking for a moment, LinLan said, "I still have some here. So in the spring, I will provide the tribe with 3 large barrels of corn seeds. But this time, you must pick the plump grains and leave some for planting. You mustn't eat them all. After all, I only have that much, and there won't be any more. Remember this time." Haman smiled and said, "Including the seeds from last time, when we harvest again, I will replenish all of it for you. Your contribution to the tribe this time is very significant. When we harvest again, the people in the tribe will also see the corn yield, and then we will give you contribution points. We have discussed this time's contribution points. At least 3,000. Hearing about the 3 barrels of corn, Haman felt relieved. He had been worried that LinLan didn't have much, and even if they took it out later, they wouldn't be able to plant much. He thought that when he returned, he must teach those people a good lesson. If it weren't for LinLan providing seeds, they would have just seen hope, only to lose it again due to those people's greed. Besides this, let's discuss the planting of corn. After all, the warriors in the tribe still need to hunt in the mountains, and there is also the threat of strange beasts nearby. The corn needs to be taken care of regularly, so we want to discuss ways to solve this, Elder Burn, the second elder, added. LinLan frowned and glanced at Bai Chi, seeing that his thoughts were similar to hers. Bai Chi picked up his cup and took a sip of hot water, saying, "This is not something we should discuss. After all, it is a matter of the tribe. They are just newcomers to the tribe, and even with LinLan's abilities and potential, as well as the corn she provides, it shouldn't be expected that they would be allowed to listen in or give opinions on tribal matters. Haha, this corn is provided by you, so you can give your opinions. What is bad about that?" Haman chuckled. When it came to serious matters, Haman transformed into the dignified, wise, and kind tribal leader in front of the tribesmen, showing no signs of the fierce discussions he had with the elders in private, which made people feel very convinced. They had discussed privately that Bai Chi's abilities were very strong, even stronger than those of the old man. It was very suitable to cultivate him as an elder. Moreover, involving Bai Chi in tribal affairs now would deepen his feelings for their tribe, ensuring that even if there were minor conflicts later, he wouldn't leave the tribe. Next spring would be the gathering day for all tribes, and if the Terra tribe tried to recruit them, it would be the largest tribe, with resources beyond what they could offer. They still didn't know about the little matters between LinLan and Bai Chi and the Terra tribe. As for Bai Chi being only at level 12 now, the old men expressed that it didn't matter. After all, look at how young Bai Chi was with such good aptitude. Reaching level 16 was just a matter of time. LinLan and Bai Chi exchanged glances, both wearing helpless expressions as they could guess some of the old men's thoughts. It seemed that these 5 old men were still worried about them leaving the tribe. Since they wanted to involve them in tribal affairs, let them be involved. It made no difference to them, just a bit more exhausting. ISNT, their appoint system in the tribe? During planting, they could issue mandatory tasks, for example. All women except for certain roles must go, and warriors must go unless they have tasks or other exceptions, with those who go earning points according to their respective duties. Tasks like weeding could be assigned to children or those who couldn't fight strange beasts, and they would also earn points. There must be warriors patrolling around the cornfields to protect the corn from being eaten by strange beasts, and they would earn points for that too. In the end, aside from the seeds set aside, everyone could exchange their points for corn. However, I suggest that each household should have a limit on the number they can exchange, as I worry that the first harvest won't be plentiful, and since everyone will find it novel, some might want to exchange more, leaving others without any. LinLan thought for a moment and said, "This method is good." Elder Burr nodded in agreement. After a discussion, they formulated a more detailed plan, and Haman and the others got up to leave. "Are you not going to eat before leaving?" LinLan stood up to invite them when she saw them leaving. "Ha!" Haman chuckled a couple of times. "No, we need to check other areas of the tribe to see how everyone is doing. We can't relax for a moment on the city wall. Although the strange beasts come in large numbers during winter, they are all troublesome. We need someone to guard the city wall to prevent higher-level beasts from attacking." Seeing them leave through the main gate, LinLan sat in front of the stove, took out a baked sweet potato, broke it in half, handed one half to Bai Chi, and took a bite, saying, "Is the situation outside that serious? Why do the elders need to be stationed? It is pretty serious. After all, the temperature is too low now, and many warriors are slow to react. Some strange beasts have strong climbing abilities and can easily get over the city wall, and those that fly in the sky are even harder to defend against." Bai Chi said as he took a bite of the sweet potato and slowly explained the situation at the city wall to LinLan. After all, there were too many people in the tribe, and so much fresh meat would attract strange beasts, so how could the numbers not be large? "I'll go take a look tomorrow, too." LinLan said, "What? Are you not afraid of the cold?" "Who is afraid of the cold? I just hate this cold weather." Seeing LinLan almost getting angry, Bai Chi laughed a couple of times, stopping her from continuing to peel the sweet potato, saying, "Eat this later. Is this what you're having for dinner today?" "This is fine. Anyway, if I eat this, you have to eat it with me." LinLan raised an eyebrow, provocatively glancing at Bai Chi. Her proud demeanor made Bai Chi unable to help but lean down and kiss her deeply, causing LinLan to feel weak all over. The next morning, feeling Bai Chi get up, LinLan crawled out of bed. As she was getting dressed, she paused. Watching LinLan struggle to emerge from the warm blankets, shivering as she encountered the cold air, and said, "Are you really going?" "I have to go. I said so yesterday." LinLan shot Bai Chi a glare, thinking, did she look like someone who couldn't endure hardships in his eyes? She really was going today to see how the tribe fought against the strange beasts and how different it was from them. After having breakfast, LinLan and Bai Chi braved the heavy snow towards the city gate. When they arrived, the guards there greeted Bai Qi, showing him great respect. Indeed, you were once a general. Just look at those guards and how respectful they are towards you. If one didn't know better, they'd think they were meeting an idol. Once they climbed onto the city wall, LinLan teased Bai Qi. Haha, did LinLan eat something wrong? Bai Qi's deep voice laughed with a certain seductive charm, as if it could stir a tickle in one's heart, yet also made one want to listen more. Blushing, LinLan shot Bai Qi a glance, saying, "What is there to be jealous about? I don't even know who was jealous before, even eating the elder's vinegar. Not wanting to lose." LinLan immediately took out the awkward way Bai Qi spoke when she invited the tribal leader and 4 elders to her home for a meal. Now it was Bai Qi's turn to feel embarrassed, although he didn't think he had done anything wrong. Hearing LinLan say it like that made him feel a bit shy. The two joked for a while, then stopped their antics as LinLan looked into the distance. The snow today was very heavy, so thick that one couldn't see far at all, but the strange beasts were different. Even if they couldn't see, they could smell food with their sensitive noses. With such heavy snow, what would happen if a strange beast crept closer? Looking around, I saw the guards on the city wall all huddled together, unable to withstand the biting cold despite their thick fur coats. The freezing temperatures seemed to seep through the outer layers, exchanging warmth with the bodies of the people. In such an environment, it was nearly impossible to fight against the beasts, let alone detect their movements in the heavy snowfall. This issue made Bai Qi sigh. The conditions here were too harsh. Even though the warriors were strong-willed, they could not endure such heavy snow. LinLan looked at the city wall beneath her feet, wide enough for 4 people to walk side by side, and asked Bai Qi, "Can't we light a fire here? If we set up a bonfire at intervals along the wall, the guards could warm themselves, and if the beasts come, we could use the fire to fend them off. Most beasts are afraid of fire, you know. That could work, but if the snow is too heavy, it's hard to get a fire going. And once the fire is lit, everyone would be focused on warming themselves, making it difficult for the guards to stay alert for the approaching beasts." Bai Qi had considered this method too, but as a soldier, if one only sought comfort, combat effectiveness would decline. If the guards' fighting capacity was low, their chances of survival would decrease. This cold weather brought not only bone-chilling temperatures, but also a spirit of resilience. After walking around the wall, LinLan noticed the guards were all freezing, yet still standing there. It reminded her of the soldiers she had seen on television before the apocalypse, guarding the borders in similarly cold places covered in snow, but there were few people around, only 1 or 2 companions. Here, however, they had families and friends. Estimating the time, Bai Qi took another round and found LinLan standing on the wall, staring blankly at the vast expanse of white outside. He walked over and touched her exposed hands and face, which felt icy cold. He quickly pulled her closer and said, "It's already noon. Let's go eat and warm up by the fire." Just as he turned to leave, he seemed to see something in the corner of his eye. Squinting forward, he tried to make out what it was. "What are you looking at?" Bai Qi asked, noticing LinLan was transfixed. He looked in the same direction, and his expression changed dramatically as he shouted, "Prepare for battle. Beasts are coming." As soon as he spoke, the guards, who had been freezing just moments ago, suddenly had their eyes sharpened, focusing on the dark shapes flying toward them. Bai Qi raised his hand to shield his forehead. Squinting into the distance, his face growing grimmer as he said to the person next to him, "Be careful. It's the black feather. If we compare it to Earth, it's like the relationship between an eagle and a human. But this eagle is thousands of times more powerful, with incredible flying speed and strength. And its claws and beak are extraordinarily sharp. With one swipe, it can crush small stones, and if it grabs a person, it could tear away a large chunk of flesh. Typically, black feathers operate in groups of 2 or 3, but in winter, they gather in swarms, sometimes with up to 60 or 70 diving down together. Although their highest combat level is only 12, most adult black feathers are level 11. However, they are agile in the air, and even one could take down a level 12 expert. If 60 or 70 attack together, they could even defeat a level 14 expert. LinLan took out the blood-sucking vines, which immediately expanded to their maximum size. The green, claw-like vines stood out against the white background of the city wall. The guards had never seen such a large vine plant, and were curious for a moment, but quickly refocused on the sky. The blood-sucking vines were no longer as sensitive to the cold air. The vines had hardened, and with them out, LinLan felt less worried about their aerial defense. The feathers of the black feather, no matter how thick or smooth, were not like the scales of a snake, which would prevent the vines from clamping down. Looking toward the distance with confidence, she suddenly called out to Bai Qi, "Bai Qi, look! There are more small black spots ahead." The snow had stopped, and the moving black dots stood out sharply against the white ground. As I got closer, Bai Qi gasped, What was happening today? The Black Feathers were actually moving alongside Black Panthers. 1, 2, 3. A total of 13 Black Panthers. Bai Chi immediately shouted at one of the guards. Send for help, quickly. He turned back to the approaching Black Feathers and Black Panthers, wondering why these two normally unrelated beasts were attacking the human tribe together. Could it be because they were both black? The two types of beasts moved extremely fast. What had been a distance just moments ago was now within reach in less than 3 minutes. You go back, Bai Chi said, drawing his sword. This situation is serious. I'm not going back. My combat power isn't weak, and I can't abandon you here. Plus, if there are injured warriors, I can heal them quickly. LinLan Gao De. She had faced both types of beasts before. Each was hard to handle alone, let alone so many together. But what did that matter? Was her own safety any less precarious? The battle between beasts never involved pre-battle preparations or negotiations. Their arrival signified the start of combat. The first Black Feather swooped down from the sky, diving headfirst, using gravity, its weight, and previous momentum to accelerate toward the crowd below. The warriors here were seasoned fighters. This dive was nothing to them. The warrior targeted by the dive sidestepped, picked up his giant sword, and yelled as he swung at the incoming Black Feather. Unfortunately, while the Black Feather didn't harm the warrior, his sword failed to touch even a single feather. This battle felt like the gunfire or war drums before warfare. Heralding the official start, one by one, the Black Feathers continued to dive, while the warriors below dodged incessantly. The Black Feathers they faced were just a part of the swarm. Many more were headed toward their families behind them. However, they weren't worried because their houses were made of thick stone, and even their doors and windows were crafted from tough ironwood. Long before the beasts arrived, they had already signaled the tribe. In winter, people rarely ventured out, and upon hearing the signal, everyone stayed indoors. This is a distress signal. Inside every home, upon hearing the signal, people stood up, worried for the warriors stationed on the wall. Those with family members among the guards were especially anxious, wanting to rush out to check the situation. After hearing the entire distress signal, the level 12 and 13 warriors could no longer sit still. Each household sent one warrior out, grabbing a giant sword to head outside. However, they had to leave someone strong behind to protect those inside. At this moment, everyone was eager to join the fight, hoping to confront the beasts head-on. Finally, the victorious warriors, wielding their giant swords, walked toward the city wall under the worried gazes of their families. The distress signal from the north wall sounded, pressing the button to start the alarms. And soon the other three sides followed suit. For a moment, the warriors in the city orderly made their way towards the various city gates based on their location. Soon, the level 14 masters also emerged to take their positions at various points along the city walls. As the warriors came out, the Black Feathers soaring in the air spotted their targets and immediately dove downwards. Before long, fighting broke out below, but it was much better than on the city walls. Just as they dealt with a wave of descending Black Feathers, a Black Panther arrived at the city wall. The Black Panther was very agile, although it was large. It moved lightly, even if it couldn't leap onto the high city wall in one bound. It could use its sharp claws to grip the small gaps between the stones and skillfully climb upward. Brothers, where are the stones we prepared earlier? Aim for the Black Panther below and throw them down. As soon as the words were spoken, some of the warriors who were still dealing with the Black Feathers in the sky diverted their attention upward, while the rest easily cleared the snow off the heavy stones piled on the city wall, grabbing them and throwing them at the Black Panther climbing up. LinLan glanced over during a lull in the fighting and thought to herself, so this is a pile of stones. This method is not bad. She didn't look too long. The Black Feathers on her side didn't need her attention, although the blood-sucking vines weren't as tough as the claws of the Black Feathers. They were no longer as easy to deal with as before. The sharp leaves fully unfolded, and once a Black Feather entered its range, several branches, even dozens of them, would rush up, and the dense sharp leaves could instantly shred the Black Feather to pieces. Looking up at the falling Black Feathers and the leaves of the blood-sucking vines being grabbed down by the Black Feathers, LinLan was not worried about the vines. The Black Feathers couldn't do anything to them for now. Suddenly, a Black Panther leaped along the city wall towards her. LinLan's eyes sharpened, and she drew out the vines she had used before from her space, channeling with spirit power into them. The vines instantly surged, growing to nearly 50 meters long and as thick as her wrist. She aimed the green whip at the swiftly leaping Black Shadow, and the Black Panther probably didn't expect to be hit from such a distance. Its figure immediately fell off the city wall and flew out over 100 meters. Other areas also moved. Stones were thrown down in a rain-like fashion. The Black Panther was indeed agile, managing to dodge the flying stones while climbing on the city wall. However, the stones thrown down were plentiful. Even if one missed, there were others. The shadow on the wall was continuously being knocked off, buying time for everyone. Their strategy was simple. First deal with the black feathers in the sky, then tackle the Black Panthers below to avoid being caught in a pincer attack. Although this strategy was straightforward, it was very effective in this realm of pure brute force. However, this method couldn't guarantee complete safety. Before long, a Black Panther ran up from a gap, immediately disrupting the previously orderly pace on the city wall. Ah, dumb beast. Not far away, when the Black Panther came up, everyone didn't notice. As soon as it arrived, a warrior fell victim to its poisonous claws. The captured warrior cursed continuously, and LinLan turned her head to see that a large chunk of flesh had been torn from the arm of a tall warrior, blood pouring down incessantly. The scent of blood continuously stimulated the already ravenous black feathers and Black Panthers, making their attacks even fiercer, and the warriors found it increasingly difficult to defend. At this time, the reinforcements were still blocked by the black feathers that had rushed into the tribe and couldn't come to support. The green vine whip repelled a Black Panther attempting to ascend the city wall, but not far away. Another Black Panther climbed up. The warriors on the wall could no longer estimate how many Black Panthers were climbing up. They were all busy dealing with those that had already reached the wall. It became a vicious cycle. Without any obstacles, the Black Panthers swiftly climbed onto the wall, and the battlefield had shifted to the city wall. Not far away, Bai Chi was using his speed to constantly move among the warriors, helping anyone in danger and trying to minimize casualties. During the battle, he glanced over at LinLan's side and saw that she was quite safe, which put him at ease. Although LinLan was only level 11, she had the blood-sucking vines as a deadly weapon, making her defense very tight. Generally, the black feathers couldn't break through the vines' blockade to reach LinLan. Many warriors had red blood on their hands and mouths from the Black Panthers and black feathers. The Black Panther greedily licked its lips, the sweet scent intoxicating it and stimulating its already growling belly, making its eyes red with excitement, and it fought even more frantically, making it exceptionally difficult for everyone to hold their ground. Injured ones, come over. LinLan repelled a Black Panther and shouted loudly. However, her voice didn't seem to have much effect. Those she had healed previously were mostly severely injured, and not many were present. And no one knew about her healing abilities. In this regard, Harmon and the others did a good job of keeping it secret. LinLan's words reminded Bai Chi, who immediately shouted to the injured warriors, "Whoever is hurt, come to her immediately." His tone was firm and left no room for refusal. At this moment, the situation did not allow him to explain LinLan's abilities. Although the warriors looked at him with questions, during this time, Bai Chi had led them to victory against one beast after another with his wisdom, and the cost had been minimal compared to before, giving them a natural trust in his words. However, looking at the lady, who seemed to be Bai Chi's wife, her strange vine that could fight beasts by itself was protecting her, and the whip in her hand looked very powerful. They all knew this lady could defeat strong warriors. So Bai Chi likely meant for her to protect the severely injured warriors. Although it felt embarrassing to be protected by a lady, this situation was not about face. Everyone worked together, with the uninjured warriors defending against the Black Panthers and Black Feathers attacks, and they all helped carry the injured warriors to LinLan's side. Some were dissatisfied with the delay, but they also knew they didn't trust her. Without wasting words, LinLan directly went up and tore off a piece of clothing from one severely injured warrior. In the cold weather, the warm blood had already frozen, sticking the fur to the skin. With a yank, a small piece of flesh was torn off, causing the warrior to grunt in pain. "What are you doing?" One person saw LinLan's action and immediately pushed her aside, standing in front of the injured warrior. Others looked at her angrily, as if they were part of the Beast's group. The blood-sucking vines, which were continuously blocking the black feathers above, saw that these people dared to bully its master and immediately swung the vine filled with sharp leaves and long thorns towards that person. LinLan stumbled from the push, but managed to steady herself. Seeing the vine's movement, she communicated with it in her heart, telling it not to interfere. Although it was somewhat dissatisfied, it instinctively obeyed LinLan's words, reluctantly retracting the vine that was about to make contact with the warrior who had pushed her, directing all its anger towards the black feathers diving down from the sky, smelling the scent of blood. If it weren't for you, would the master be bullied here? The blood-sucking vines were fiercely resentful. The edges of the leaves on the blood-sucking vine were extremely sharp. If you didn't believe it, Just look at the black feathers being cut down by the leaves in the sky. The warrior who almost had close contact with the vine was fortunate enough to see the sharp leaves up close, along with the countless thin needles, each gleaming with a sharp cold light. My God, where did this lady find such a powerful plant that can fight beasts by itself? The frightened warrior was pushed aside by LinLan, who stood firm, coming into close contact with another warrior who was staring at her in shock. What are you doing? Heal him, hurry. If you don't treat him soon, he might not survive. LinLan muttered as she pushed the warrior away, while her hands worked quickly. She approached the torn chest of the injured warrior, and a green light emitted as the wound that LinLan had just torn open began to heal visibly before their eyes. Chapter 113. Bai Qi gets injured. Seeing the gruesome wound gradually heal, the surrounding warriors were all stunned. What kind of magic is this? The warrior who had just pushed LinLan also realized his mistake, an embarrassed expression on his face. It turned out she was there to heal. Not only had he misunderstood her, but he had also pushed her. Recognizing his error, he immediately began helping LinLan arrange treatment for the injured warriors, prioritizing those who were seriously hurt while telling the lightly wounded to wait a bit longer. These warriors often hunted in the surrounding mountains and forests, so they were well prepared for emergencies. They quickly utilized this skill. The first person to be healed, along with the one who had pushed LinLan, took the initiative to organize the treatment for the other injured warriors. Others formed a protective circle around LinLan and the warriors needing treatment. Humans can survive in such harsh environments not only because their innate intelligence is higher than that of other beasts, but also due to their cooperation and solidarity, which is unmatched by ordinary beasts. Most of the injured were gathered here, while the ravenous black feathers and black panthers charged at them like mad. The resistance was tough, but thankfully, LinLan's healing ability was quite effective. Those seriously injured were healed in just a minute or two, their wounds completely closed, leaving only newly grown pink flesh, while those who had lost too much blood appeared pale. This was truly a miraculous ability, a gift from the beast god. A warrior who had just been healed looked at the newly grown pink flesh and silently murmured. Just moments ago, there had been a gory wound, and now it was all healed. If it weren't for the lingering pain from his recent injury, he would never have believed he had been hurt at all. Standing next to LinLan, he said this, and LinLan couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. What did her healing ability have to do with the beast god? As someone who didn't believe in myths even after experiencing the apocalypse, she understood that these believers held a very firm conviction in their faith. LinLan didn't bother to argue with them, since it wasn't her belief anyway. The battle was intense. Besides the initial black-feathered creatures and black panthers, more exotic beasts began to appear, not just attacking humans, but also preying on other injured beasts that couldn't move. Reinforcements arrived, while some stayed on the streets to deal with flying beasts that had broken through the defenses and entered the tribe. The situation grew increasingly dire, and the number of injured people kept rising. In the end, LinLan had no choice but to first treat the severely injured. All right, next. LinLan wiped the sweat from her forehead and reached out to another warrior's wound. Anger flashed in her eyes. Did we not agree that those seriously injured shouldn't engage with the beasts? You're still not fully healed. Why act tough? She could guarantee that this wound was from someone who had ignored her warnings and continued to fight, causing the not yet fully healed wound to split open again due to the movement. The warrior she was scolding scratched his head awkwardly, standing next to LinLan like a small mountain, blinking at her with starry eyes, making LinLan feel a bit embarrassed. Forget it, forget it. LinLan had come to understand the passion these battle maniacs had for fighting. Not letting them fight was worse than losing a loved one, LinLan thought. No wonder the arena was always packed with people. Sometimes there weren't enough spots, and they would even fight over slots. At first, she had wondered why there were so many grievances and vendettas here, even more than during the apocalypse. But now it seemed they just loved to fight, looking for a chance to throw punches. While healing a warrior who had a gash on his back, LinLan suddenly felt a wave of panic in her chest. Having never felt this way before, she forcefully pushed through a tightly packed group of taller warriors to look outside. Seeing LinLan suddenly pushing her way out, everyone instinctively made way. As soon as she stepped outside, she was met with a nightmare scene. Bai Qi was battling a beast, and a black panther was sneaking up on him. Bai Qi had been fighting for almost a whole day and was exhausted. He sensed the black panther's ambush but couldn't evade it in time. LinLan took out a mutated plant from her space, not caring what it was, and threw it at the black panther with all her might. But it was too late. The panther's sharp claws slashed across Bai Qi's head, dodging the incoming mutated plant and leaping aside. A warrior quickly moved in to entangle the panther to prevent it from attacking Bai Qi again. At this moment, LinLan's vision narrowed to just Bai Qi. She sprinted toward him at top speed and caught him just before he fell. Blood gushed from his head, soaking LinLan as it poured out, and as soon as it emerged, the cold air froze it into ice. LinLan's mind went blank, relying solely on instinct to check Bai Qi's wound. Her hands emitted a soft green light rapidly, which gradually enveloped Bai Qi's head, the wound slowly healing. However, the healing speed was slower than it had been for other wounds. LinLan pushed aside his hair to take a look and was horrified to see that it had even reached the skull, with a white brain matter clearly visible. At this point, she couldn't think of anything else and instinctively continued to channel her powers. Everything else faded from her mind. Injured warriors continued to flood the battlefield, and LinLan's power had been nearly exhausted after nearly a day of use. A surge of spiritual energy rushed into Bai Qi's head, and she was now almost drained. Holding on only by sheer willpower, the surrounding warriors watched LinLan, who had faced countless beasts without fear, now looking pale, yet determined. With a hint of fear on her face, beads of sweat dripped down, freezing into ice as they fell into the collar of her coat, forming small, glistening ice particles. To them, LinLan was admirable, whether or not she had saved them. In their hearts, a lady was someone they needed to protect, and she was also the one to carry on humanity. War was always a man's affair, although those ladies didn't scream or fear the sight of blood. It would never be possible for them to fight alongside the warriors. But who would have thought that there was such a lady, possessing miraculous healing magic bestowed by the beast god, who faced those beasts without fear, battling alongside them like a warrior, even braver than the warriors themselves? However, at that moment, the admirable lady was there, enveloped in a sense of despair, yet determined, even though her face was full of pain. She did not give up on treating the person in her arms. The warriors present had all experienced countless battles to achieve their current accomplishments. They could all see that LinLan was facing a state of magical exhaustion. Every warrior who had faced peril had tried to forcibly use magic even when it was depleted, and it was a taste that once tried, they would never want to experience again. At this moment, they all felt a bit jealous of Bai Qi, who was being held by LinLan. The blood-sucking vines had followed LinLan when she rushed over and were now laboriously helping her fend off the continuous attacks from the beasts around. Seeing this, the warriors immediately surrounded them, their indomitable spirits surging up. They could not be outdone by a lady. The passionate warriors actually displayed great might, directly blocking the beasts outside, and the beasts could not break through their defense at all. Bai Qi's condition now did not allow for movement, and LinLan dared not move either. Once the bones in his head had healed completely, LinLan, forcing herself to check 4 or 5 times, finally realized that she was dizzy, her head spinning, and swayed before collapsing against the city wall. When she woke up again, LinLan looked around in confusion and found herself back at home. Remembering the moment before she fainted, when Bai Qi's injury had only healed the bones but the wounds were still not closed, she felt annoyed with herself for passing out at such a critical moment. The feeling of overextending her spiritual power and exhausting her mental strength was not pleasant. LinLan rubbed her head, suppressing the wave of nausea in her chest, and forced herself to sit up. Looking outside, she heard noises and immediately got out of bed, slipped on her shoes, and without even putting on her coat, opened the door to see Bai Qi tidying up in the yard. Bai Qi still had the cloth they bought last time wrapped around his head, a long strip cut from above, and she could see faint traces of red through the fabric. LinLan's expression immediately darkened, and she rushed over saying, "You are still an injured person. Your wounds are not healed yet. What are you doing messing around in the yard? Hurry back inside and lie down so I can check how your wounds are doing." After being scolded by LinLan, Bai Qi noticed that she had come out without her coat and was shivering from the cold, glaring at him while reprimanding himself. He knew LinLan cared about him, but he did not like it when she neglected herself. He thought about how anxious he was when he heard them say that LinLan had fainted from overexerting herself to treat him. However, this was not the time to discuss that. Realizing that he had indeed frightened LinLan this time, he quickly put down what he was holding and urged her back inside, saying as they walked, "I know I was careless this time. I won't do it again." Another time, LinLan turned around and glared at him. "If you have another time, I won't treat you anymore. I'll just let you turn into a fool." That was the head, a part that even modern medicine could not solve. If something happened, to whom would she cry? "I can't become a fool. You're so fierce. If I become a fool, who would want you in the future?" Bai Qi joked as he pushed LinLan into the house. Once inside, LinLan immediately felt a wave of warmth rush over her and realized how cold she had been. Even though she was cold, LinLan could not lose the battle. I have plenty. I'm not lacking anything. But if you dare to become a fool, I will throw you up the mountain to feed the beasts. LinLan said fiercely to Bai Qi, and after finishing, she ran back inside to put on her coat. How long did I sleep? What happened to the fighting outside? After Bai Qi was injured, LinLan had not paid attention to the surrounding battle situation. Her mind only focused on quickly treating him. Later, she fainted, so she had no idea what was going on over there. She served herself a bowl of overcooked corn porridge to replenish her energy and fill her stomach, while Bai Qi sat by the stove, warming himself, saying, "You slept for a full 4 days. You can't do this again. You need to know that your safety is the most important." The battle had long since ended, continuing until the next morning. Apart from a small portion of beasts that escaped, the rest were all dealt with. Seeing LinLan eat so heartily, Bai Qi suddenly felt a bit hungry himself and quickly served himself a bowl. Continuing to eat porridge while facing LinLan, "I woke up not long after you fainted, and I left the blood-sucking vines on the city wall to handle any emergencies. With your help, our side had the least injuries and casualties on these 4 city walls. And everyone says they want to thank you." When it came to thanking her, LinLan felt a bit embarrassed and lowered her head, saying, "I couldn't help much. So what is there to thank? He, the one who should be most grateful, is still your husband." After finishing the remaining porridge in one go, Bai Qi put down the bowl, took LinLan's hand, and sighed, "If it weren't for your help, I wouldn't have been able to keep my head intact." He had heard the warriors on site say that his skull had been directly cut open by that Black Panther. If it weren't for LinLan, he wouldn't know what would have happened to him. Moreover, this time, with his wife participating in the battle, it greatly reduced the casualties among the tribe's warriors, and the tribe decided to give you contribution points. However, the contribution points for ladies in the tribe are counted under their husbands. So you earned quite a few contribution points for me this time. Saying this, Bai Qi stood up, gave a deep bow to LinLan, and clasped his fists, adopting a very formal demeanor that made LinLan laugh heartily, causing her already dizzy head to spin even more. He immediately went over to support LinLan, allowing her to lean against him, closing her eyes slowly to ease the dizziness from her earlier movements. His cold fingers replaced his own, pressing against her temples and gently massaging them. LinLan closed her eyes comfortably, resting her head on Bai Qi's shoulder. "Are you feeling better?" Bai Qi asked softly, looking down tenderly at LinLan, who seemed to be comfortable. She replied with a single syllable from her nose, feeling somewhat drowsy. But probably due to having slept for 4 days, she couldn't fall asleep again and could only close her eyes and not think about anything, which felt a bit more comfortable. She clung to Bai Qi's arm. She had been truly frightened before, and at this moment, she did not want to part from him. Smelling his familiar scent, LinLan felt that her exhausted mind didn't ache as much anymore. After rubbing for a while, and seeing that LinLan had fallen silent, he looked down and saw her lying on him with her eyes closed, seemingly asleep. He loosened his hold and gently picked LinLan up. Just as he was about to place her on the bed, he noticed LinLan open her eyes, her gaze clear and awake, showing no signs of sleepiness. "Do you want to sleep in bed?" he asked softly, as if speaking too loudly would scare her away. "Will you stay with me?" LinLan tugged at Bai Qi's clothes, and, as soon as she said it, she realized she sounded like a clingy girl. However, even if she became like that, LinLan didn't want to let go of him. Seeing Bai Qi being attacked by the Black Panther had truly felt like the sky was falling down. Their companionship of over 50 years was not something that could be expressed in just a few words. They had already become accustomed to each other's presence and held one another in the highest regard in their hearts. Without speaking, Bai Qi placed LinLan on the bed gently, covered her with a blanket, and took off his coat to get into bed himself. As soon as he lay down, LinLan quickly snuggled into his arms, carefully avoiding his injury, resting against his chest, inhaling his familiar scent, and curling her lips into a smile as she closed her eyes. Both of them couldn't fall asleep, enjoying the warmth of the moment. But it was destined to be interrupted. Shortly after they lay down, a series of knocks came from outside. Bang, bang, bang. Bai Qi opened his eyes and said, "I'll go take a look." After that, he got up, put on his clothes, and went out to open the door. When the door opened, he saw Hill standing outside, holding several Black Panther skins and some beast meat. "What brings you here?" Kulmin, surprised to see Hill, Bai Qi immediately stepped aside to let him in. Inside the room, LinLan slowly got up from the bed when Bai Qi went out. She couldn't move too quickly as it made her dizzy and nauseous. She really wanted to cry. As soon as Hill entered, he saw LinLan and, after placing the items on the floor, said, "You're awake. I can report back today." He looked relieved. "Report back? What are you reporting?" LinLan's reaction was slow at this moment, still a bit dizzy, and she looked at the pile of things on the floor and asked, "What are these for?" "Of course, it's to report to the chief. The chief has been asking if you've woken up at least 8 times a day," Hill replied with a smile. Ever since that time he met the chief at Bai Chi's house, the chief remembered him and Evra, assigning tasks to him. Being recognized by the chief was a huge affirmation for him. However, he knew that there were many people like him in the tribe, and if it weren't for Bai Chi and LinLan, he wouldn't have been chosen. The items on the ground were spoils from the recent battle. They had been busy treating the injured warriors for the past few days, and it was only today that they divided up these spoils. "The chief sent me to check if you were awake and to bring these spoils to you," Hill said. After helping Bai Chi put the items in the storage room, Hill noticed that LinLan still looked unwell and said to her, "The chief can't leave right now, so he sent me to see you. I've checked, delivered the items, and I have to go now. There's still work to do." Saying this, he left without letting Bai Chi see him off. After sending Hill away, Bai Chi returned to the storage room and brought back a piece of fresh meat, saying, "Today we should have a meat meal, either barbecue or stir-fried." LinLan had exhausted her spiritual power and didn't have enough mental energy to cultivate vegetables. The previous vegetables were long gone, so they could only eat meat today. Rubbing her forehead, she said, "Let's just have bone soup. Barbecue and stir-fried meat aren't suitable for us sick ones. Didn't we save some corn to cook? It would be perfect to make corn and ribs, and we still have some corn to munch on." After that ordeal, LinLan and Bai Chi's relationship had improved significantly, and they could even guess each other's thoughts. Was this a sign that their bond had deepened during their time off together? Thinking of this, a glimmer of light flashed in LinLan's eyes, even though she couldn't use her mental energy. LinLan's body had been well taken care of by Bai Chi during her 4 days of unconsciousness. At this moment, LinLan was so happy that she completely forgot about her still dizzy head and rummaged through the storage room for the dried mushrooms she had prepared earlier, ready to soak some for later to stew with the ribs. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to eat just the rib meat. The two of them had clear roles. LinLan went to the storage room to scoop out a small basin of flour, mixing it with water. This time she was making hard dough to bake flatbreads. The dough shouldn't have too much water. It was enough to just combine it. LinLan pressed the dough hard, and when it was ready, she took out a cutting board and rolled the dough into a pancake about the thickness of half a thumb. Testing the hardness of the dough was pretty good. LinLan nodded in satisfaction and used chopsticks to evenly press horizontal and vertical lines into the pancake, dividing it into small squares for easy tearing later. After making one pancake, LinLan turned around and asked Bai Chi to use the idle stove built of mud beside them. She placed a flat stone slab on top and started a fire below. Once the stone slab was heated, she spread the pancake on it and covered it with a lid. At this time, the bones that Bai Chi was boiling also began to bubble, releasing a fragrant steam that tantalized their appetites, making them want to taste this deliciousness immediately. LinLan was now busy, carefully controlling the fire while continuing to roll out other pancakes. The pancake baking on a stone slab was also giving off a rich aroma. LinLan licked her lips and turned to Bai Chi, who was cooking, saying, "It's been so long since I had flatbread. I'm craving it so much right now. You can't eat too much today, otherwise your stomach won't be able to handle it. We can make more when you're fully recovered," Bai Chi said while stirring the bone soup in the pot, not forgetting to reduce the fire to a low simmer. Habitually rolling her eyes at Bai Chi, she quickly stopped her actions, feeling a bit dizzy. Unable to give Bai Chi a disdainful look, she couldn't help but retort, "Even if I can't eat much, you're also sick. You should eat less too. Besides, you're much worse off than I am. Your head is injured." "All right, I won't eat much either." Bai Chi was most afraid of LinLan bringing up how he had been at that moment. Every time she mentioned it, she worried about him, and for a long time, he wouldn't be able to fight alone. Chapter 115, Spring. The winter has finally passed. It was suffocating. LinLan threw open the doors and windows, running to the doorway with her arms raised, embracing the sunlight like a young artist. But the words she spoke made people want to trip. The sycophantic blood-sucking vines nearby slithered over like a snake, shrinking down to raise its body, nodding in agreement. Just as Hill was about to enter, he burst out laughing upon hearing this. When he saw LinLan glaring at him, he quickly nodded, saying yes, yes, yes. It was so cold this winter, everyone was feeling stifled. This made LinLan embarrassed, and she hurried inside to hide, thinking, "Damn it, my ladylike image." Following Bai Chi inside, the three of them sat at the table. LinLan had adjusted her state, returning to normal from her earlier occasional outbursts. Each person poured a cup of water and placed it on the table, This was purely a habit they had developed before, and Bai Chi did the same. Hill had gotten used to pouring a cup of water every time he visited Bai Chi's house, and now this habit was being carried on naturally at home as well. After taking a sip to moisten his throat, Hill said to Bai Chi and LinLan, "This time the chief asked me to come and ask when it's a good time to plant corn. The chief has already started coordinating manpower, and the tools are almost ready, all the same as the ones you used last time. This is a big deal for the tribe. If we have 2 harvests this year, and it's as much as what LinLan coaxed out last time, then this winter, the tribe won't have to worry about starving to death. Let's wait a couple of days for it to warm up. It's still a bit cold now. The area is too large. She couldn't possibly sprinkle with spiritual power every day. Although she felt some sympathy for the people in the tribe and would do her best to help them, she couldn't take all of them as her own responsibility and burden. Moreover, LinLan thought to herself that this winter was a test from heaven for all living beings. Not just humans, but also those exotic beasts. In this world where the strong prevail, only the strong have the ability to survive. She knew that besides planting corn, the chief also wanted to promote heated Kong beds in the tribe. Survival of the fittest. She didn't know whether doing this was good or bad for humanity. Without survival of the fittest, could people still maintain that unyielding spirit? Bai Chi sensed LinLan's unease and squeezed her hand firmly under the table. Raising his eyes to see Bai Chi's expression of shared burdens, she sighed inwardly. Once she decided to do something, she wouldn't regret it. Even though she didn't know whether these changes were good or bad for the people here, she knew that since she had taken it out, she shouldn't think too much about it. Always looking back and forth would only hinder her ability to accomplish anything. "There is one more thing the chief asked me to ask you." Hill thought for a moment and said, but he was a bit uncertain about whether to say it, and there was a hint of shyness in his demeanor. This piqued LinLan's interest, making her forget her previous concerns. She looked at Hill, as she rarely saw him in such a twisted state. Observing him more wouldn't hurt. Bai Chi was also watching Hill's rare expression, but when he turned his head, he noticed something that didn't please him. His wife was staring at a man other than her husband, which naturally made him angry. He thought to himself, perhaps he had been too busy lately and had neglected his wife? Since that's the case, he must change. How could he ignore his wife? That was a bad habit. Maybe he should aim for 4 times tonight? Would that be too few? Or 5 times? Just as LinLan was engrossed in the conversation, she suddenly shivered and touched her goosebumps on her arm. Strange. She was wearing enough layers, so why did it suddenly get cold? At that moment, Hill also came back to his senses and smiled awkwardly at LinLan, saying, "I was just lost in thought. Hee. The chief asked me to ask you what that white cake we had at your place was made of. He said it tasted good." While saying this, he was constantly complaining in his heart about why the chief didn't come to ask himself. However, adhering to the traditional virtue of respecting the elderly and loving the young, and out of respect for the chief, Hill still asked the question. He secretly hoped LinLan wouldn't think he was greedy. After all, they had already contributed a type of food. As long as it was successfully planted, the whole tribe wouldn't have to starve through the winter. That was a significant contribution. Now to ask for more food, just for the sake of eating, was truly unreasonable. White? Oh, you mean the flour? Didn't I mention before that it was made from wheat? And I even showed it? LinLan looked at Hill with some confusion, wondering how he could forget something they'd seen so quickly. Or was it that he was getting old and collectively forgetting things? Hill awkwardly wiped non-existent sweat from his brow and said, I'm not sure. The chief asked me to come and ask. However, he thought to himself that the white cake was indeed delicious, and he liked it. That's fine, but planting and harvesting are quite different. Moreover, the harvesting and threshing are very troublesome. It's not as easy as corn to thresh. LinLan didn't have any objections to promoting wheat. She just only knew the most primitive way of threshing, which was to smash the grains down, but it was too labor-intensive. Seeing that LinLan didn't seem upset, Hill felt relieved and said, "The chief means that if it can be planted, then when you plant corn, you can teach us to plant this wheat. Okay? Sure. No problem." LinLan thought that since she had already taught them corn, it would be better to let those who had learned it teach the others. She could proudly take a step back. This time, she would teach part of it, and next time, she wouldn't even have to do it herself. What a great deal. In the future, she wouldn't even have to plant and could still eat flour and corn. Can it be planted within a month? Hill suddenly asked. LinLan looked at Hill strangely and said, "About a month, but it depends on how fast the people in the tribe are." "Why? Is there something happening in a month?" "In a month, we are going to the Terra tribe. The chief and the elders mean to invite you two to go together." Hill replied. LinLan glanced at Bai Chi, who was also looking at her. They both clearly recalled the rather arrogant person who claimed to be the chief's son when they first met. The two of them especially Bai Qi, were quite perceptive about people. They believed that person was definitely not broad-minded. If they went this time, who knows what trouble might arise. However, they were not the type to fear danger. Even if that person was the chief's son, so what? Even if he was the chief, it didn't mean he could make the whole tribe serve him. Having thought this through, Bai Qi spoke up. What are we going for? In less than 10 years, there would be a beast tide, and now various tribes were preparing for it. There was a rule in the 10 years leading up to the beast tide. All tribes would gather in the largest tribe, which was the Terra tribe, for a competition. The competition consisted of two parts. One part was the competition among the three major tribes. The more powerful tribes would have more smaller tribes migrating to the victorious large tribe during the beast tide, which would also bring rich battle resources to the large tribe, making it easier to resist the beast tide. The second part was the battles among small tribes. Similarly, the stronger small tribes would need to contribute relatively less resources when they attached themselves to a large tribe. In contrast, weaker tribes would not only face the situation of being unwanted, but would also have to offer more resources if they were accepted. Otherwise, no one would protect those small tribes for no reason. He'll explain these rules to Bai Qi and LinLan. He had also experienced a beast tide. At that time, he wasn't qualified to stay on the battlefield regularly and could only train when the attacking beasts were weaker. He clearly remembered the hardships they faced, the scarcity of resources, especially in winter, which was particularly hard to endure. Usually, in a small beast tide, only about 7 or 8 out of 10 would survive. He hadn't experienced a large beast tide, but he had heard from the elders that it was even more brutal, with sometimes less than 3 or 4 surviving. LinLan could relate deeply to such descriptions. After years of experiences in the apocalypse, she had faced numerous zombie tides. The overwhelming mass of zombies seemed endless, instilling despair at first glance. Yet, this place was better than the apocalypse. At least the people here had a positive humanity while in the apocalypse. One could only say that sometimes people didn't die at the hands of zombies, but rather at the hands of their own kind. Not to mention those zombies that could only be killed by destroying their brain cores or decapitating them. If one was scratched or bitten carelessly, they would turn into zombies in the apocalypse. Here, at least with the beasts, one could still kill them by targeting their hearts or other internal organs, without worrying about being scratched or bitten and turning into those undead monsters. Compared to the apocalypse, which happened every 1 or 2 years, this place had a beast tide only once every 100 years. It was truly fortunate. Shaking her head to clear those memories, she thought about how long it had been since she left the apocalypse. Why couldn't she forget? Looking back now, felt like it had happened just yesterday. What's wrong? Seeing LinLan shake her head, Bai Qi gently touched her hair and bent down to ask softly. That tender voice made Hill, who had seen Bai Qi's iron-blooded training, shiver. Nothing, just suddenly thought of something. LinLan smiled at Bai Qi. However, she temporarily forgot that their minds were connected. Bai Qi could feel if there was anything wrong. But now that there were outsiders present, Bai Qi didn't ask too many questions and could only say to Hill, "Okay, well, I'll go. Just let us know in advance when to set off." "Okay, I have to go back and report to the chief. It's rare to take a break here. I've been nearly worn out by the chief these past few days." After exchanging a few jokes, Hill got up to leave. After Hill left, Bai Qi pulled LinLan down to sit and embraced her, saying, "Did you just remember something from your past? Don't forget that we are in sync with each other. It feels so lucky that the beast tide here happens only once every 100 years. Back in the apocalypse, we would have a zombie tide every year or two, and sometimes even several times a year if it was a bad year." Leaning against Bai Qi, LinLan sighed. If the people here heard you say they are lucky to only have a beast tide every 100 years, they would probably cry. Please remember the original domain of this book, www.forxiaoshuo.org. Mobile reading website, WAP. ForXiaoshuo.org Chapter 116. Heading to the Terra, tribe time passed quickly in the mundane. And before they realized it, a month had gone by. LinLan was packing her belongings as they were going to the Terra tribe tomorrow. She took clothes out of the wardrobe, picked out a few that they could both wear, and wrapped them in sturdy and lightweight beast skins. Halfway through, LinLan suddenly stopped, leaned over to look at Bai Qi, who was busy in the kitchen, and asked Bai Qi, "Do you know how long we will be staying at the Terra tribe? I need to see how many clothes I should pack." Since they were going out with the tribe, they both agreed not to reveal the existence of their space, so they could only pack everything in beast skins like everyone else. They heard they would be gone for at least 3 months. Outside, Bai Qi was busy making pancakes for the journey, trying to bake them dry so that they would last longer. He made some corn cakes and wheat pancakes, and brought along a good amount of tofu jerky he had made earlier, as well as some pickled vegetables in small jars. 3 months. How many clothes would that require? Neither LinLan nor Bai Chi had the habit of wearing clothes only once, as they often fought outside. And if they had that habit, they would need to carry a lot of clothes during their march, not to mention other supplies. Moreover, when ambushing in the wild for several days, there were no conditions to wash up or change into new clothes. After calculating, they realized that with so many people and large bags, they couldn't move quickly, and the journey would take almost a month, as the distance between the Terror tribe and here was quite far. They would hardly have the opportunity to wash clothes on the way, so they needed to bring at least 4 or 5 outfits. About 10 pieces of clothing for the two of them was no small burden, and once they were packed, the bags were almost as big as half her body. After finishing the bags, LinLan placed them on the bed and went outside to see Bai Chi still making pancakes, having already made several thick ones. "You don't need to make too many. We can't eat them all on the way," LinLan said, seeing Bai Chi sweating profusely. She hurriedly advised him to stop. However, even if he made pancakes, they heard that there would be many people going this time, and some of them were acquaintances, so they would surely share food when it was time to eat. No matter how many pancakes he made, it wouldn't be enough to share. They also didn't plan to bring too many pickled vegetables and tofu jerky, as carrying too much would make traveling difficult, and the space on the cart was limited. Flipping the pancakes on the stone slab, Bai Chi stood up and smiled slightly at LinLan, saying, "Why not make a few more? You will be eating beast meat all the way. Won't you get tired of it?" Even though LinLan felt sorry for him working hard, he also felt for not being able to eat well on the road. "It's just eating beast meat all the way, it's fine." She waved her hand dismissively, not caring. She wasn't someone who couldn't endure hardship, even though she had hardly suffered in the past few decades under Bai Chi's care. Bai Chi smiled and continued with his work, seemingly not taking LinLan's persuasion to heart. The next day, as dawn broke, LinLan and Bai Chi each carried several large bags to the gathering place. When they arrived, some people had already been there for a while. They had quite a bit of stuff as well, but not as much as the two of them. LinLan had become quite a celebrity in the tribe. Whether it was due to the battle in winter or leading the tribe to plant corn a few days ago, people were talking about her. Especially since this time all the tribes were gathering. The chief and 4 elders had even asked LinLan to join, so when they arrived, they immediately became the center of attention, and everyone's eyes were on them. After LinLan and Bai Chi found a place to put down their bags, Bai Chi helped LinLan sit on a bag of clothes and said, "The chief hasn't arrived yet. We'll probably have to wait a while before we leave. Are you thirsty? Do you want some water?" LinLan looked at Bai Chi speechlessly and rolled her eyes, pulling him closer. She leaned against him, appreciating his warmth. The morning weather was really cold, and she shivered. But luckily, Bai Chi's body was warm, and having a human heater was quite nice. They didn't have to wait long before everyone started to gather. The chief, Haman, and the 4 elders arrived. Upon seeing the chief and elders, everyone who had been doing their own things stood up, waiting for instructions. Following the chief were 34 carts pulled by a small number of relatively docile beasts, which resembled horses from Earth. Because of their bluish color and white hooves, they were called Qingyan beasts. These beasts could eat anything and were easy to raise. They had great endurance and could pull heavy loads, but they were not very fast, only slightly quicker than walking. The carts continued the style of this other world, simple and large. Each cart was pulled by 2 Qingyan beasts and could carry 7 to 8 warriors from the tribe. This time, there were over 100 people going, and 34 carts were sufficient. While LinLan was observing the Qingyan beasts, the chief began to speak. Haman stepped forward and amplified his voice so that everyone could hear clearly, saying, "Warriors of the tribe, the beast tide is coming again. This time we're going to the Terror tribe to compete. I hope you can bring back more powerful tribes to support us so that we can successfully overcome this beast tide." After he finished speaking, all the warriors present raised their swords and shouted loudly, "Yajiki, Yajiki, Yajiki." Although there were only over 100 of them, their voices were deafening and inspiring, making LinLan and Bai Chi's hearts tremble in response, filled with confidence and determination that infected everyone who heard them. Haman raised his hand, and the crowd's voices seemed to hit a pause button, instantly silencing the area as everyone looked at Haman. Seeing this, Haman continued, "Joining us on this trip are Elder Kalen and Elder Xian. I hope all warriors will listen to their instructions on the road. The tribe has prepared a celebration feast, and we will hold a grand banquet when we return." After speaking, Haman stepped aside, and Elder Kalen stepped forward, coldly uttering one word, "Go." Everyone knew the personality of Elder Kalen, and that he didn't like small talk, so everyone obediently boarded the carts. Each cart had 3 or 4 warriors, along with their large and small bags, all orderly and without any signs of crowding or pushing, as if trained through countless repetitions. Once everyone was on the carts, only LinLan and Bai Qi stood there like fools, staring blankly and unsure which car to take. Which one should we get on? LinLan looked around and then looked up at Bai Qi. Just wait, they won't leave us behind. Bai Qi was quite confident. Since they wanted the two of them to go, they wouldn't just abandon them here. So they stood there, waiting to see which cart would come over or which one would be left for them. Sure enough, after a while, Kalen and Xian walked over and said, "You two come with us. For people in 2 carts, definitely a treatment reserved for elders." Other people didn't think much of it, as they all knew about LinLan's special magic, which was life-saving. Who would go against someone who could save your life? Before long, the wheels began to turn with a rumbling sound, and the cart started heading towards the Terra tribe. LinLan nestled in the middle of a large bundle, leaning against soft clothes, and upon raising her head, she could see the sky. So this is what they call a wooden cart. However, the wheels really weren't anything special. Having never ridden in a wooden-wheeled cart before, she didn't know the benefits of it. The various bumps and jolts made LinLan feel that this cart was really great for losing weight. Once it started moving, every bit of fat on her body seemed to shake. Could the fat not fall off? The Great Elder and the 4th Elder's cart was at the front, closely followed by LinLan and Bai Qi's cart, which was to highlight the importance placed on them. This time, they planned to unveil LinLan's miraculous magic after the competition, which would attract more tribes to join their Yakiki tribe. They had mentioned this to LinLan and Bai Qi, but for the two of them, it didn't matter when it was announced. It would just make their trip to the Terra tribe less mundane if it was announced now. Bai Qi took out a large fur and spread it on the cart for LinLan to lie on, while he kept an eye on their surroundings, remaining vigilant. He had heard that there could be some exotic beasts along the way, and if they weren't careful, they could easily suffer losses. Fortunately, the trained Qingyun beasts didn't require them to urge them on. As long as there was a leader in front, they would automatically follow. LinLan grasped the railing beside the cart, swaying with emotion, thinking it wasn't too bad, although there was no canopy. At least they had added railings on both sides of the cart. Lying leisurely on the cart, LinLan didn't notice that 2 people on a horse-drawn carriage behind them were looking at their cart differently. Loren was Milla's older brother, who had always doted on his beautiful younger sister since childhood. As a young level 12 expert of the tribe, with a level 15 expert father named Ruin, their lives had always been smooth sailing. He never expected that someone in the tribe would embarrass his sister. After Milu returned home crying that day, even though Loren hadn't seen it, he felt heartbroken from everyone's descriptions. He originally wanted to avenge Milu, but he didn't expect those two to have connections with the clan leader and the 4 elders. Unable to take revenge for his sister, how could Loren feel at ease? "Father, those two are Bai Qi and LinLan, the ones who bullied Milla last time and laid hands on her," Loren whispered, pointing in LinLan and Bai Qi's direction. LinLan and Bai Qi rarely wandered around the tribe when they had free time, and Ruin, being a level 15 expert, wouldn't stoop to the disgraceful act of causing trouble for 2 juniors, especially since they had the protection of the clan leader and elders. Therefore, Ruin had never seen LinLan and Bai Qi. Ruin looked up at LinLan and Bai Qi, his eyes flashing with malice. But he glanced at the 2 elders at the front with caution and said, "Let's not be hasty. We will think of a way once we reach the Terra tribe. Just a level 12 kid, and the other is merely level 11. How dare they lay hands on my daughter without giving me face?" However, considering the clan leader and elders, as well as those who hoped to establish a good relationship with LinLan for future healing assistance, he had long wanted these 2 juniors to disappear. As LinLan had initially thought, although they didn't need to share the cakes they brought with everyone, the Great Elder and the 4th Elder could not share. The cakes they made were all gone before the 7th day, and even the small pickles and dried tofu she usually prepared were snatched away by the 2 elders. "LinLan, how did you make this? It tastes really good. Teach us how to make it when we get back," Xian said, pointing at the dried tofu and all the small pickles, eating while eagerly seeking guidance. Although Kalen didn't speak, his speed and actions said everything. White Qi was very dissatisfied with the 2 old men stealing LinLan's food, smiling at Xian, who kept touching his arm. Even Kalen, who usually had a blank expression, glanced at Bai Qi and quickly moved a little further away from him. The 2 old men, feeling like little people inside, were crying silently. There was nothing they could do. Although their combat power was strong, how could they keep up with the cleverness of this person? If they offended him, before they knew it, they would be dealt with. However, for the sake of food, they were willing to endure any retaliation. After all, what could they do? Food was the priority. Who told them that only LinLan had these strange but delicious foods? LinLan looked at Bai Qi, who was smiling and threatening the 2 old men, and kindly nodded, "Sure, you can come to my house when we go back." With a positive answer, Xian smiled widely, and even Kalen's usually expressionless face showed a hint of emotion. The two happy men didn't care about the potential retaliation from Bai Qi anymore and kept eating, quickly finishing most of the day's portion. After eating, they continued on their journey. The road was relatively calm, with so many experts around. Any beast with a bit of sense wouldn't seek death. However, not all exotic beasts were sensible, just as they had walked for a while. A group of Dada pigs charged out from the surrounding mountains and forests. About 30 level 2 Dada pigs posed no threat to the group, who quickly dealt with them without any impact. Naturally, the Dada pigs became food for everyone. After 23 days of travel, they finally arrived at the Terra tribe. LinLan looked at the city walls of the Terra tribe, feeling a sense of emotion. After swaying in the cart for more than 20 days, they could finally rest. How could she not be moved? At the entrance, someone from the Terra tribe, who had already received word of their arrival, was waiting there. Upon seeing their group, he quickly walked up and said, "Great Elder and Fourth Elder of the Akiki tribe, and brave warriors, you have all worked hard. The resting place has been prepared. Please follow me." He said this while leading the way, stopping at a stone house near the central square, pointing at this area and saying, "This is where the warriors will rest this time. If there's anything unsatisfactory, you can directly ask the tribe members to arrange it again." Everyone was somewhat familiar with the area, so he didn't waste more words. After looking at the environment, Kalen nodded and said, "Thank you." This indicated his satisfaction. Hee. Everyone has worked hard on this journey. The food has already been placed in the storage room. Everyone can rest first. After saying that, he left with the people from the Terra tribe. Once they left, Kalen was the first to walk into the largest room. When Xian saw him leave, he turned to everyone and said, "All right, everyone go find your accommodations. LinLan and Bai Qi, you two can stay with us." Due to the large number of visitors each time, there was an unwritten rule that 2 or 3 people would share a room, and here, a family had 3 or 4 houses. Just right, LinLan and Bai Qi, as a pair, could share a room with Kalen and Xian in the same courtyard. There were a total of 3 rooms in their courtyard, and the other room was occupied by 2 level 15 experts. Everyone, considering LinLan's special magic and the face of the clan leader and elders, took good care of the 2 of them. By the time they arrived at the Terra tribe, it was already afternoon. Although everyone was not the kind of people who had never suffered, after more than 20 days of travel, their spirits were somewhat low. After dinner that day, they all fell into a deep sleep. The next day, LinLan, finally able to sleep soundly, didn't wake up until dawn. The first thing LinLan did after getting up was to wash her face and brush her teeth. Outside, Bai Qi had already prepared breakfast, and while brushing her teeth, she could smell the delicious aroma. Her stomach grumbled, and LinLan almost swallowed the water while brushing. After finally spitting out the water that was almost in her throat, she quickly rinsed her mouth and walked to the table, which was already filled with a sumptuous breakfast. But unfortunately, it was all meat. After breakfast, when LinLan went out, she saw 2 level 15 experts from the same courtyard training. Bautichisted. The giant swords in their hands made a whooshing sound as they swung through the air, and they must have been training for a long time, already sweating profusely even though it wasn't very hot yet. Sweat dripped down their bodies, soaking their clothes, and as they swung their swords, droplets flew off and kicked up small clouds of dust. LinLan was up. The 2 men, who were in the middle of their workout, greeted her when they saw her come out. "Wow, everyone's up so early." LinLan felt a bit embarrassed for getting up late and said a few words before running back inside, which caused Cairo and Cora to burst into laughter. Cairo and Cora were those 2 level 15 experts. Cairo was a speed swordsman and Cora was a fire magic swordsman. Both had very strong combat power and were the main force among the level 15 experts this time. At noon, the group sat in the courtyard, sipping on honey water provided by LinLan, enjoying the peaceful time. "Aren't you going out for a stroll? Don't young people like to wander around?" Sean asked curiously when he saw LinLan and Bai Qi sitting with them. After sitting in the car and getting all stiff, it's better to rest for a couple of days before going out again. In a few days, when everyone from the tribes arrives, there should be a grand market, right? LinLan asked. "You want to go to the market?" "Yes, there will definitely be many things to see. It won't be too late to go then." She nodded her head, feeling very satisfied with her wise decision. However, LinLan curiously asked, "How does the competition work? It won't be a matter of who stays the longest, right?" After saying that, LinLan felt a chill run down her spine. She indeed wasn't suited for telling cold jokes, even if it wasn't obvious. The competition is divided into 4 parts: level 12, 13, 14, and 15. Sean began to supplement LinLan and Bai Qi, who were lacking common sense, saying, "The top 3 will be selected from each level, and the previous battles will determine which major tribe the smaller tribes will follow during the upcoming Beast Tide. Will all the tribes choose the number 1 major tribe?" LinLan asked curiously. No. The one who answered was Cairo, the level 15 speed swordsman. When those small tribes choose a major tribe, they still have to consider the distance between them and a major tribe. The reason for the competition is to give those small tribes some bargaining power when they submit resources to the major tribe. For example, a small tribe with strong combat power can demand a reduction in the resources they submit compared to a major tribe with weak combat power. LinLan nodded in understanding. No wonder they seemed to care about this competition, but also didn't T appear overly concerned. It was nothing compared to the scene of an Olympic Games in her past life. It turned out to be a way to show their chips and facilitate bargaining. The few of them sat leisurely chatting, and after a while, there was a knock at the door. Bachi got up to open it, and a person who didn't seem very big walked in. Upon seeing Kalen and Sean, he respectfully said, "Greetings to the great elder and the 4th elder of a Yajiki tribe. Our elders want to invite you both to gather." Sean raised an eyebrow and said, "What is the occasion for calling us?" "I'm not sure about that. I was just instructed by our elders to ensure that the 2 elders are invited." The person's gaze remained respectful, as if he didn't catch the displeasure in Sean's tone. Suppressing his unhappiness, Sean smiled and said, "You can go back and tell your elders that we will be there shortly." He knew that this invitation likely meant there was nothing good. But if they didn't go, it might make the Yajiki tribe seem afraid of them. Receiving a confirmed answer, the person's face revealed a hint of happiness as he said, "Then I will go back and inform our elders. Please don't take too long." After saying that, he turned and left. LinLan looked at the person. Although he was quite respectful, she felt something was off about their attitude, as if they were somewhat arrogant. Looking at the 4th elder Sean, his expression was no longer awkward as it had been when facing that person, but had turned completely dark. Kalan, who usually had no expression, looked even worse. "Is there something wrong, Elder Sean?" Seeing that not only the 2 elders' faces had changed, but even Cairo and Cora's expressions were not good, LinLan's mind raced with many thoughts and various conspiracy theories, thinking of many ways to cope. There was no help for it. It was the after effect of watching too many TV shows and movies. However, just a messenger alone was so arrogant. Recalling the person they had seen earlier, whose name they had long forgotten, it seemed the first tribe was quite confident. Nothing much, just curious about what they want to show off this time, or what methods they plan to use to seek a sense of presence and prove the strength of their first tribe. After finishing, Sean and Kalen stood up and said, "We'll go ahead, so they don't say that our Yajiki tribe is afraid of them." With that, the 2 of them strode out together with Kalen. Days without games to play were quite boring, and after a day, LinLan couldn't stand it anymore. Early the next morning, she dragged Bachi to the place where stalls were set up, perhaps to earn more money. The place they lived was very close to the market at Loyalty Square. After all, the warriors who came here were all capable. Who wouldn't want some scar coins? At this time, many tribes had already arrived. After all, nobody would wait until the competition was about to start to come. The people here were not foolish. It was also quite necessary to make good connections with their allied tribes before the competition. The vendors following the tribal warriors had long set up their stalls, and there were already people stopping in front of each stall. It was indeed a grand gathering for the competition among various tribes. The number of stalls was far more than usual. As soon as LinLan arrived at the stall area, she began to look around eagerly, her eyes seemingly not enough. The stalls here were much more numerous than those in their tribe, and the items were diverse. There was nothing you couldn't find, only things you might not think of. Of course, this statement was purely about the items from this other world. We couldn't expect this world, which lacked even basic technology, to have modern high-tech products or ancient luxurious items. As if seeing something, LinLan's eyes lit up, and she pulled Bachi toward a stall. The stall was filled with many beautiful shells and a few small corals, although some of the corals were a bit damaged, affecting their beauty. There were smooth, round pebbles with beautiful patterns, smooth white pearls, and a few pink pearls. There were also starfish and other beautiful marine products. Beauty is a woman's nature. Although it was still a bit early, there were already a few women stopping in front of the stall, carefully selecting items. LinLan dragged Bachi over, taking up quite a bit of space, and picked up a palm-sized greenish sea snail to look at. The outer surface of the sea snail had very beautiful patterns, and the smooth inner part was a lighter color than the outside. Surprisingly, the entire thing was the same color. The more she looked, the more she liked it. She immediately handed the shells to Bachi to hold while she went to pick out others. In her hand was a small light purple shell, all carefully chosen by LinLan, without any damage and with even colors, which she placed in Bai Chi's hands. When she turned around during the break, she saw that Bai Chi's hands were already nearly overflowing. At that moment, the vendor noticed Bai Chi's predicament and handed him a small basket, saying, "We have baskets here. You can put what you choose in the basket, and we will settle the payment together when you're done." LinLan quickly placed the delicate shells she was afraid to squeeze into the basket, took the basket properly, and looked up to see LinLan laughing from a distance. It was clear she had known about the basket all along and just wanted to see his embarrassment without telling him. Shaking his head helplessly, he thought to let her have her fun, but once they got back, Bai Chi's inner self was grinning lewdly. Unaware of Bai Chi's thoughts, LinLan turned back to him and said, "I want to go back and make a wind chime to hang in the window. Okay?" After saying that, she turned back to pick out some pretty decorations. As for why she didn't sense Bai Chi's thoughts, LinLan expressed that he was always thinking about those extremely lewd things, so she had long since gotten used to it. "All right, let's check out." She handed the basket to the vendor and straightened up to stretch her somewhat stiff back. "There are a total of 237 SCAR coins. I'll charge you 230, the vendor said, carefully counting the items in the basket and smiling at LinLan. She took out the money and handed it to the vendor, cautiously putting away the shells while asking, "Brother, where did you get these things? I haven't heard of any sea around here for a long time. About these things." Perhaps LinLan and her companions bought enough items and didn't haggle. Plus, LinLan's good looks left a great impression on the vendor, who smiled and said, "We are from the Blue Water tribe, close to the Blue Water. These items are all from the Blue Water. Our tribe produces a lot of salty crystals, and almost all the tribes around here eat our salty crystals. Let me tell you, there are many delicious sea beasts there, but people from other tribes don't like them, saying the meat of the sea beasts in the Blue Water has a peculiar taste, and they also look strange and frightening." When the vendor started talking about his tribe, he became overly excited like he had been injected with adrenaline, pulling LinLan in to introduce how wonderful their Blue Water tribe was, causing Bai Chi's expression to darken immediately. Hearing about the Blue Water and salty crystals, LinLan became interested, regardless of Bai Chi's gloomy face, and immediately started chatting excitedly with the vendor. "Is your tribe right by the Blue Water?" "No, our tribe is separated from the Blue Water by a mountain. You have to go over the mountain to get to the Blue Water. But that mountain isn't very high. It's almost like being right next to it. Why don't you live right next to it then? That would make it easier to collect salty crystals, right?" LinLan asked curiously. "Are you afraid of the tide? But even so, you could live halfway up the mountain. That would be much better than climbing a mountain every day." The vendor chuckled a couple of times and said, "You can't live over there when the tide comes in at night. Many fierce sea beasts from the Blue Water come up. Our warriors can handle them, but women and children can't." "Oh." Nodding to show she understood, LinLan realized that the seaside here was also full of dangers. In that case, she was really lucky to have ended up in that place. If she had fallen somewhere else, the beasts in the mountains would have eaten her, and the sea beasts at the seaside would have been waiting. Thinking of this, LinLan felt her luck was off the charts. "Where's your tribe? Is it far from here?" LinLan asked with interest, thinking that if it wasn't too far, she could drag Bai Chi to the seaside to see and catch more seafood. Speaking of which, she hadn't eaten seafood in a long time. It seemed she hadn't had any since meeting Bai Chi. "Our tribe? We're located southwest of the Maha tribe, which is very far from here. This time, we took almost 2 months to get to the Terra tribe." Bai Chi finally couldn't hold back any longer. He pulled LinLan's hand and said, "LinLan, we still have to explore other places. I've noticed a few interesting stalls. Let's go check them out." If they didn't leave soon, he would really be unable to resist flipping over this stall. Seeing Bai Chi's already darkened face, LinLan chuckled softly and said to the vendor, "We have to go now." Before she could finish, she was pulled away by Bai Chi. The vendor saw this and didn't mind, laughing as he thought this warrior was clearly jealous. He understood that feeling. Obediently allowing Bai Chi to pull her along, LinLan secretly laughed behind him. After walking a distance where they could no longer see the stall, Bai Chi finally stopped. LinLan walked to his side, tilting her head to look at him, teasingly asking, "Where are those interesting stalls? I didn't see any." After finishing, she looked around as if searching for some interesting stall, but all the stalls here were selling animal skins. Bai Chi awkwardly turned his head, but quickly realized that his wife was trying to stray from the path. Why should he feel embarrassed? After thinking about it, he immediately adjusted his expression and looked seriously at LinLan, saying, "LinLan, you must always remember that you have a husband. You can't just chat with anyone. All right, I'll forgive you this time. Just don't do it again. Let us go check out that stall over there," he added, pointing to a stall in the distance where some rare herbs and mountain specialties were displayed. The stall selling herbs were mostly frequented by warriors who hunted in the forest year-round. In the wild, they could easily get injured, and while they could gather some herbs on the ground to stop bleeding and heal wounds, if there were better healing medicines available, they could recover faster and have a better chance of surviving the next encounter with the beast. Besides these warriors, healers for various tribes also liked to browse these stalls. Although these tribal healers had warriors collecting herbs for them, they could only exchange for herbs from other tribes through merchants passing between tribes. During gatherings like this, the merchants from their tribes would bring their specialties, making it an excellent opportunity to find those unique medicinal herbs. Having the power of wood spirit and the ability to communicate with plants, LinLan understood the properties and uses of these herbs even better. She often discovered some special uses. Sometimes, she could even pick up some overlooked plants that were treated as ordinary herbs and identify their special effects. Nowadays, some of the tribe's medicines were improved by her according to the properties of the herbs, resulting in more noticeable effects after use. Squatting down, she carefully selected various herbs from the stalls. This time out, she not only had to serve as the tribe's mascot, but also wanted to find as many herbs as possible. However, LinLan noticed that the people here seemed to not understand how to better protect the medicinal properties of the herbs. So many herbs were carelessly thrown on the stalls like weeds, with dried ones piled together and fresh ones on the other side. If she wanted to find certain herbs, she could only rummage through them herself. Moreover, their harvesting methods were very rough. They just pulled them up directly, like ginseng with all the roots broken off. How could such ginseng be considered good? Please remember the original domain of this book, www.forxiaoshua.org. For Novel Network Mobile Reading URL, WAP. For Xiaoshua. Or Chapter 119, discovered by an enemy. However, those warriors were all heavy-handed and heavy-footed. So asking them to carefully dig out the ginseng roots that were deeply buried underground and very delicate, prone to injury and breakage, was not as good as letting them fight with beasts of a higher level. They simply lacked that kind of meticulousness and patience. Many herbs grew in deep mountains, which women could not reach, so they had to rely on those rough-handed men to complete the task. It would be a miracle to get complete herbs. However, the preservation methods here were indeed quite crude. Regardless of the type of herbs or whether their properties clashed, they were simply piled together, and when they came down, they were thrown directly into bags without any concern for whether the herbs would be damaged. After picking through for half a day, LinLan finally selected some herbs she was more satisfied with. After settling the payment with the stall owner, LinLan directly pulled Bai Qi to the next stall. This area was full of stalls selling herbs, and they could browse for herbs all day today. LinLan looked very carefully, but there were not many that caught her eye. After searching for a long time, she only found a few rare herbs. The others were just those that were relatively well-preserved. Clapping her hands, LinLan stood up, let out a breath, and said to Bai Qi, who was helping her find herbs beside her, "Let's take these for now. It's getting late, and I'm hungry." "Okay, I'll be done soon." After saying that, Bai Qi stood up, settled the payment for the herbs he was holding, and prepared to go back. While walking behind Bai Qi, LinLan rummaged through the bag containing the herbs, took out a dried herb, and while walking, she pinched one end of the dried herb. With a squeeze, the dried herb was crushed into bits. Frowning at the herb in her hand, this type of herb should ideally be shredded into strands after drying. However, this one was crushed into bits directly, and its efficacy could only be described as average. However, this type of herb was relatively rare around their tribe, so despite not being the best in quality, LinLan could only buy it. "What's wrong? Are you not satisfied with this herb?" Bai Qi, who had a mutual understanding with LinLan, could tell what she was thinking, especially since LinLan had made it so obvious. Yes, this herb was not harvested or dried properly, and its properties have lost nearly half. After saying that, she looked at the herb with some disappointment and thought about throwing it away, but since she had bought it, she decided to put it into the bag behind Bai Qi after some thought. "When this is over, what kind of herbs do you want? I will accompany you to gather them." As she spoke, she pinched her small hand. After all, it was just an herb, and they could always find more. However, Bai Qi turned his head to look at LinLan, who was still pondering beside him. He wrapped his arms around her waist, leaned down, and whispered in her ear, "LinLan, you really care about the tribe, working so hard for it every day." Feeling ticklish in her ear, she tilted her head away to avoid his mischief and shot him a glare, saying, "This is in public. Be mindful of the impact." After finishing, she muttered quietly, "You don't see that I'm doing this for whom? What if I get hurt fighting with beasts when I'm not around? Besides, the Ajiki tribe is not bad at all. At least those 5 old men are quite good, so I might as well do a good deed and accumulate some virtue." Although her voice was small, Bai Qi's ears were sharp, and he heard her mumbling clearly. Although he knew that LinLan loved him and did many things for him, doing and saying were two different matters. Hearing LinLan express her concern for him made him very happy. It was already noon, and there were many people in the square. The two of them, walking in the bustling crowd, did not notice that a group of people not far from them was watching them. Fry, do you see those two people in front? Don't you think they look a bit familiar? Bart, who was standing at a leather stall, pointed at a tall, thin man and woman selling herbs through the crowd. Fry looked up in the direction Bart was pointing. The back of the man seemed somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it. Frowning and pondering carefully, he suddenly saw the long sword in the man's hand, and a flash of realization struck him. It's them. Master Bart, do you remember the two wanderers, a man and a woman, who passed through the tribe's trials after last year's rainy season, but didn't enter the tribe? If they hadn't defeated Stan at that time, with the unique sword the male wanderer had, he wouldn't remember them so clearly. Looking at their backs, Bart recalled and suddenly realized, oh, it's them. They haven't appeared since they left last time. I thought they were hiding in fear. Why are they suddenly appearing in the tribe today? Fry, go check when they entered the tribe and who set them up for the trials. After that day, he had been unable to find these two who had made him lose face, and he didn't expect them to bump into him today, so he would not be polite. Fry nodded and turned to instruct his subordinates. Nowadays, people of their level would not take action personally. With just a command, many willing individuals would step up to do the task. Bart kept watching LinLan and Bai Chi's backs until they were out of sight before turning his thoughts elsewhere. Originally, he just wanted to see if there were any rare items here, but unexpectedly, he didn't find anything, yet he discovered his enemies. This could indicate their misfortune or his own luck. Since they had arrived at the Terra tribe, he would take good care of them. Beside Bart, Stan clearly had a deep impression of Bai Chi. He had not recognized him just from the back, but now that Fry reminded him, he recalled the scene when he was defeated. No one expected that a level 11 master would be defeated by a wanderer. It was something he couldn't accept. Afterward, the news that he had been defeated by a thin wanderer spread throughout the tribe faster than the wind. Those who were not on good terms with him all came to mock him, and even those he had previously defeated came to challenge him, saying that his previous victories must have been dishonorable since someone who couldn't even defeat a thin wanderer could not possibly defeat them. They claimed that his previous defeat was due to some underhanded means. Using underhanded means in battle with humans was a huge insult to a warrior. Although he later proved his strength by defeating those who dared to provoke him openly and honorably, being defeated by a wanderer was a disgrace for him. Since then, he had been pushing himself to train hard every moment. He wanted to find that wanderer again, defeat him, and redeem his past failure. But he had not found that person since. Unexpectedly, that wanderer had appeared again today. During this time, his training had not been in vain. He had become much stronger than before, and he was sure he could defeat him. With that thought, Stan seriously said to Bart, Master Bart, I want to duel that wanderer. His eyes were filled with determination, and he was certain he would win this time. He wanted to achieve victory in front of all the warriors of the tribe. Seeing Stan's determination to reclaim all his lost honor, Bart nodded in agreement with his suggestion. After the various tribes finished their competitions, there would still be 5 or 6 days of discussion time. During this time, warriors from each tribe could challenge each other at will, as long as they were of the same level. They could challenge warriors from their own tribe or from other tribes. It seemed that Stan wanted to fight that wanderer during that time. Stan is his capable subordinate, and such a small request is something he can fulfill. It's just letting that person live a few more days as a reward for Stan's hard work over the years. At this moment, Fry, who had gone to gather information, returned and approached Bart, saying, Lord Bart, I've already sent someone out, and I believe we'll have news before tonight. All right, I trust you get things done. Go tell the brothers to take whatever they want. I'm treating today. Bart didn't take this matter seriously. As long as that person was in the tribe, he could find and crush him. With this thought, Bart generously waved his hand, allowing everyone to find what they desired, as he was always generous to his subordinates. LinLan and Bai Chi, who were unaware they were being targeted, returned home. The yard was quiet. Elder Kalen and Elder Sean must have been invited by experts from other tribes, and Cairo and Kolo were probably out shopping, as they had been clamoring to go out yesterday. The entire yard was left with just LinLan and Bai Chi, who didn't mind and started to get busy. They took out what they had bought and organized it into their space, classifying and storing the herbs. Bai Chi took out the fresh meat he had just bought and asked LinLan, how do you want to eat it for lunch? Let's have roasted meat. Those 4 legs look good. Let's roast them. There wasn't much else to eat, and to avoid leaking space, they either had roasted meat or boiled meat soup. After thinking it over, they both preferred roasted meat. However, while sorting the herbs, LinLan suddenly stopped and turned to Bai Chi, asking, what kind of meat did you buy? Wild goat. Bai Chi skillfully began to prepare the 4 goat legs, setting aside the other parts for now, applying seasoning for roasting, and tending to the fire for grilling. LinLan's eyes lit up, and she clapped her hands, exclaiming, "Today we're having roasted lamb skewers." After saying that, she nodded to herself, sprinkling cumin and thick chili powder on the meat. They had to eat roasted lamb skewers. The cumin was something LinLan had discovered by chance. It was just called that. It tasted a bit like cumin, but looked different and was much larger. Every time, LinLan would grind 1 or 2 jars for use. After that, she stopped organizing the herbs, took out a knife, and cut the meat into thumb-sized pieces to skewer on the bamboo sticks she had made earlier. The bamboo sticks were crafted from bamboo when they were in the valley, and later, while searching for human settlements, they made more whenever they encountered bamboo. Now, there were quite a few bamboo skewers in the space, enough for hundreds of lamb skewers. After stringing together over 100 skewers, with the meat marinated and neatly arranged, the impressive sight of the densely packed bamboo skewers was ready. LinLan dug out 2 pieces of wood that weren't easy to burn from the corner of the space, placed them on stones to create a rectangular stove shape, lit a fire underneath, and set the bamboo skewers on top. Meanwhile, Baiqi's roasted goat leg on the fire had begun to turn golden and drip with oil, the fat sizzling as it dripped onto the flames with a pop, instantly releasing a delicious aroma. Taking a deep breath, LinLan inhaled the mouth-watering scent of the roasted meat. It smelled so good. She still loved eating roasted lamb skewers the most. However, the roasted goat leg was also nice, though it didn't feel as satisfying as the skewers. "This roasted meat tastes great. Shao LinLan, give me one." Just as LinLan was about to put the skewer in her mouth, she heard a voice from outside the door, and then her skewer was snatched away by someone older. Behind him, Kalen entered silently, wordlessly taking away all the roasted skewers beside LinLan, his movements so practiced that it was clear he had done this countless times in his mind. LinLan watched in disbelief as her roasted skewers vanished, then looked at the 2 old men who were gorging themselves, feeling like the world had gone awry. She hadn't even eaten yet. However, seeing their faces turn ashen, tearing at the skewers with the intensity of sworn enemies, she decided it was wise to start roasting again. Silently, she picked up a few more skewers, seasoned them with salt, cumin, and chili powder, and skillfully turned them on the fire. However, when the skewers were finally ready, they were snatched away by the 2 old men again. "Fine, I'll endure this, considering your age and how worked up you are." After roasting a few more skewers, this time LinLan served them herself without letting the 2 men steal them. But she thought, let them bully me for a while. When this is all over, I'll get my revenge. A gentleman takes revenge 10 years later. Although I'm not a gentleman, I'm more of a gentleman than a gentleman. She kept roasting and serving, repeating the cycle until she finally looked down to find that her stash of over 100 lamb skewers was nearly depleted, with only 7 left. She had worked hard all afternoon. LinLan felt like crying without tears. Just then, something finally saved her. Baiqi's roasted goat leg was ready. The 2 old men immediately abandoned their beloved skewers and rushed to the goat leg, fully utilizing their rarely used level 16 strength to snatch the golden, oily roasted goat legs from Baiqi's hands, tearing off a mouthful of meat with such ferocity that LinLan felt a chill run down her spine. After devouring over 100 skewers and 2 large goat legs, the 2 old men finally wiped their mouths and said, "Not bad." LinLan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood at their faces. After all the effort she put into making the roasted meat, and not having eaten a single bite herself, their nonchalant response felt like a slap in the face. Not bad. They had just eaten her lunch. Just as she was about to speak, Sean's expression changed, and he said, "Those damn guys, how dare they threaten us with their strength? It's just a few more level 16 experts. What's so great about that? Just because they have more resources, what of it? Our tribe has corn and wheat to eat. Do they have that? How dare they openly rob the experts from our tribe in front of the elders of other tribes? What makes them think they can enjoy more resources while contributing less to the tribe? Bah, the Terra tribe is getting more and more shameless. Just because their tribe is bigger and has more experts, once LinLan's abilities are revealed, let's see if they can still act all high and mighty." After ranting for a while, Sean finally paused to catch his breath. LinLan silently handed him a cup of water to soothe his throat after all that cursing. His throat must be dry. However, LinLan finally gleaned the reason for their anger from his ramblings. It seemed that before the competition even began, the Terra tribe wanted to attract talent with their experts and resources. TSK. Although the competition for talent was inevitable, they were being so blatant about it. Right in front of the elders of other tribes, they started snatching people. This wasn't fair competition, but outright slapping others in the face. However, judging by Elder Kalen and Elder Sean's expressions, it seemed that someone from the Ajiki tribe had also been invited, and the invited person must have had some interest in it. Otherwise, they wouldn't be this furious. LinLan thought it was best to keep her mouth shut at this time. As for not eating, as long as she wasn't remembered by those two, who cared? It was just a missed meal. She wasn't new to hunger and would eat the next time. After a while, Cairo and Cora walked in. Sean immediately stood up upon seeing them and asked, "How did it go over there? What is that warrior considering?" It turned out that Cairo and Cora had also been dragged into that liaison meeting. LinLan had only guessed before that someone from their tribe might be attracted by the conditions of the Terra tribe, and now that Sean said so, it was definitely the case. However, LinLan was very curious about who could be so foolish as to abandon their own tribe to join a new one, regardless of whether the conditions they offered were generous or not. Just based on the connections he had built up in his previous tribe and the prestige he had accumulated over the years. These were not things that could be compared to merely having abundant resources. To abandon a tribe that one is familiar with, which is not much weaker than the Terra tribe, to join a new tribe is illogical. Not to mention whether the original experts of that tribe would reject him. Even if there were resources, they would prioritize their original experts, wouldn't they? Could someone who thinks like that really be trusted? Seeing Kalen's already expressionless face grow darker, and Sean Elder, who usually wasn't serious, exuding a low-pressure atmosphere. Even those with poor mental health could be scared into having problems. Cairo swallowed hard. Well, they would have to talk about it sooner or later. After preparing himself mentally, Cairo finally found it a bit difficult to speak. They didn't say whether to join or not, just that they would wait and see. However, Ruin probably won't believe it. Saying this, he felt a lack of confidence even in his own words. Cora, who had entered with him, took over the conversation with a cold snort. How could he not believe it? When he first heard those conditions, you should have seen his face. The smile at the corners of his mouth just wouldn't go away. He couldn't stand Ruin, who was merely an average expert among the tribe's level 15 warriors, yet acted as if he were the first person in the tribe. As if his family were the first family of the tribe, looking down on everyone. His son, nearly 200 years old, was only at level 12. What was there to show off? He would go around telling people about his son who was over 100 years old, but only at level 12. That was nearly 200 years old. What was with the over 100 years old? He couldn't even do the math. And his daughter, relying on her looks, was flirting around the tribe, followed by a group of bodyguards. Cairo, already lacking confidence, felt even less so after Cora's remarks. However, he couldn't believe that their tribe could have someone who would run off at the sight of a good deal. He forced himself to say, "Our tribe now has wheat and corn to eat. With more resources, the people in the tribe can live better. Moreover, we have LinLan. Her magic can heal everyone's wounds, allowing even severely injured people to survive, unlike before when it was just down to luck." He didn't care for these things. When the chief asked every family in the tribe to send 1 or 2 people to plant corn, did you see anyone from his family? They looked down on that. Moreover, he prided himself on being a level 15 expert, and ordinary beasts couldn't harm him. LinLan's abilities were useless to him. He didn't care about these things. Just wait and see. Perhaps before the competition, he would make a choice. Cora had no good feelings for Ruin when it came to discussing his family's shortcomings. He could give you 10 reasons. All right, Cairo, keep an eye on Ruin. I'm worried he might go to other people in the tribe as a lobbyist. Cora, go check the thoughts of the other warriors in the tribe. Kalen, who had been sitting silently, slowly spoke after Cairo and Cora finished. His expression had returned to normal, as if the person who had just lost composure wasn't him at all. Cairo and Cora nodded and left, each busy with the tasks Kalen had just given them. Meanwhile, Kalen sat there, rubbing the cup in his hand without moving, lost in thought. Sean, on the other hand, was walking back and forth with his hands behind his back. Suddenly stopping, Sean looked at Kalen with a puzzled expression and said, "Elder, what do you think the Terra tribe wants to do?" Once those words come out, they've offended all the tribes. After all, as long as the experts from the tribes were attracted by their conditions, even if that tribe couldn't defeat the Terra tribe, it would still feel uncomfortable. What exactly does the Terra tribe want to do? Seeing that Kalen ignored him, Sean didn't mind and continued. Could it be that the Terra tribe has some backing? Why did they suddenly come out with this? Sean was puzzled, frowning as he pondered the motives behind the Terra tribe's actions. Unable to figure out, he began pacing in circles. All right, stop walking in circles. Whatever their purpose is, we can wait until the competition to see. However, there should be significant changes this time. Just alert everyone. Kalen couldn't figure out what the Terra tribe was up to either, but since he couldn't think of anything, he decided to stop worrying. As for the issue of poaching, He believed that except for Ruin, the other warriors in their tribe had a strong attachment to it, so he wasn't too worried. The author has something to say. How about a cannon fire time-traveling girl? Please remember the original domain name of this book, www.forxiaoshuo.org. The mobile reading URL of 4WAP. forxiaoshuo.org. Chapter 121. Stealing food is immoral, not wanting to dwell on this issue any longer. The two turned their attention to LinLan and Bai Qi, who had been listening to their conversation in the yard. Looking at the pile of bamboo skewers and sheep bones in front of them, the two old men finally reacted, clearing their throats awkwardly. Sean, feeling a bit embarrassed, rubbed his hands together and said to LinLan, "LinLan, have you eaten?" After asking, Sean felt he had said something pointless. As the remnants of the meal were right in front of them, Kalen glanced at the pile of food in front of himself and Sean, then looked at the few remaining bamboo skewers beside LinLan, his old face reddening. He cleared his throat twice, stood up, and put his hands behind his back, saying, "I have a bit of business to attend to, so I'll be leaving now." With that, he walked towards the door in a manner resembling a master, though his steps were somewhat hurried. Seeing Kalen leave without any loyalty, Sean complained internally but didn't dare to voice it. If the boss got angry, he would be in trouble. However, stealing food from the younger generation, although he had a thick skin, still made him feel a bit embarrassed. So scratching his head, he mimicked Kalen's master-like pose and said, "You all go ahead and eat. I have something to take care of." With that, he quickly ran out, not even pretending to act like a master anymore. LinLan stared in disbelief at the two old men. Not only did they come in and eat her food, but they didn't even say delicious, only dismissing it with a not bad. Initially, she felt a bit sorry for them for being so infuriated, so she decided not to get back at them for now, but unexpectedly, after the meal, those two simply sneaked away. This was simply intolerable. Just wait. I will not rest until I avenge this. Bai Qi, watching from the side as LinLan got so angry, silently cursed those two in his heart, hoping they could endure and not be tortured too much. However, he thought he should have a share in this account, as he had roasted those big legs of lamb, which had turned out to be deliciously golden and fragrant. Before he could even ask for credit or reward, they had been snatched away by those two with their level 16 master demeanor. Let LinLan take care of her revenge first. After she is done, I will deal with it, Bai Qi thought with his head down. The two who had already walked far away couldn't help but sneeze and felt a chill all over. What was going on with them? Were they feeling unwell? They should go back and ask LinLan to take a look. Poor two. Just when they wanted to take revenge, they delivered themselves to the door. What is this called? Let us pay high respect to these two warriors who sacrificed themselves to amuse LinLan. Although she enjoyed a good show for free, LinLan touched her flat belly and looked up at the sun, which was already tilting towards the west. Estimating the time, it was probably around 2 to 3 in the afternoon. She felt like crying. She hadn't eaten anything since morning and was so hungry. Over there, Bai Qi had already roasted the remaining 2 well-marinated lamb legs, so LinLan had to muster her spirits and take out the wild goat. Picking the meat that was a mix of fat and lean to cut and marinate. She just wanted to eat grilled lamb skewers, which had become a must-do for her today. Setting up the fire to start grilling, the fragrant, greasy skewers began to emit an enticing aroma. LinLan licked her lips, saw that they were almost done, and immediately sprinkled a thick layer of chili powder on them. Taking a sniff, it smelled rich and delicious. She divided half for Bai Qi. Like herself, he hadn't eaten since breakfast and must be starving by now. Bai Qi took the skewer, took a bite, and the tender, juicy meat mixed with fat burst with flavor, filling his mouth with the spicy kick of the chili. This time, LinLan didn't make too many skewers, only about 30. After finishing, LinLan sat across from Bai Qi, both holding knives, grilling lamb legs while cutting off the already cooked meat to eat. The crispy outside and tender inside of the lamb leg meat were irresistible, making her want to take a second bite. After tossing out the leftover scraps and washing her hands, LinLan contentedly rubbed her bulging belly. Indeed, no matter when, the feeling of a full stomach is the best. Yawning. After eating, it was easy to feel sleepy. LinLan rubbed her almost closed eyes and nudged Bai Qi. "I want to take a nap. Are you coming?" "Sure. I'll sleep for a bit too." The two returned to the house and lay on the bed. As soon as LinLan touched the pillow, she fell into a deep sleep. They slept soundly until the sun set, slowly waking up. In a house near the center of the Tala tribe, although it wasn't very big, it was nicely decorated. Rare bee skins were drying in various places in the yard, and some beautiful rare stones were displayed inside. The house was even covered with various bee skins, giving the impression that this family was very wealthy. A gentle knock echoed on the door. and a woman from the side room immediately went to open it. The visitor smiled and called the woman madam, then slipped into the central room. Although the room was full of furs, the color coordination was good, and the arrangement looked quite comfortable. 3 people were seated by the table, and the visitor respectfully walked forward, saying, "Lord Bart, Lord Stan, Lord Foley. Have you found out everything?" Seeing the visitor, Foley was the first to ask. The person was very compliant with Foley, and upon hearing the question, immediately responded respectfully, "Yes, Lord Foley, it has been clarified. Those 2 are from the Yajiki tribe and came to participate in this competition. The Yajiki tribe values them highly. They are currently staying with the tribe's elder Kalen, the 4th elder Sheehan, and 2 level 15 experts, Cairo and Kola." Yajiki tribe. Bart glanced at Foley, both their eyes filled with importance. To earn the trust of the expressionless Kalen, it was evident these 2 must have extraordinary roles, but what exactly? Gaining Kalen's trust and staying with them also made it difficult for him to take action, which troubled Bart. After pondering and unable to think of a solution, he couldn't help but look at Foley and ask, "Do you have any ideas?" Foley and Stan were his right-hand men, but Stan was more focused on combat, while Foley's value lay in his intellect. Therefore, even though Foley's combat ability wasn't very strong, Bart still valued him highly, and the tribe members treated Foley courteously because of this. Sitting beside them, Stan was indifferent to these brainy problems, leaving them to Lord Bart and Foley. He just needed to eat meat heartily and fight hard when necessary. However, this matter didn't concern him much, and he truly didn't understand why Foley insisted on bringing him along. After thinking for a long time, without clarity, Stan, holding a knife and cutting grilled meat, decided it was best to continue eating. Foley, being questioned, sat there with his head down, his mind spinning. This matter was indeed tricky. They hadn't anticipated that 2 mere wanderers could be so valued by the Yajiki tribe. Rubbing his brow, which ached from overthinking, he gently exhaled and said, "Lord Bart, I think the most important thing for us now is to understand why the Yajiki tribe values these 2 people. After all, the tribe leader and elders are not easy to get along with. If they value them, these 2 must possess extraordinary abilities. Then how can we find out? You know, the people of the Yajiki tribe have been tightly bound by those old geezers, becoming almost like a stone. From those high-level warriors, we can't glean any information at all." Bart couldn't help but feel a bit irritated when it came to the cohesion of the Yajiki tribe, as it made it impossible for anyone to get a foothold. Those high-level experts were made very obedient by those old geezers, and they wouldn't let any secrets slip. Bart hadn't thought about starting with common people. In his fixed mindset, he believed that since these 2 wanderers had special abilities that drew the tribe's attention, they wouldn't reveal themselves to ordinary people. If he wanted to find out, he could only approach high-level individuals. Foley smiled slightly, his face full of confidence. "Lord Bart, do you remember when the tribe leader and the elders discussed wanting to recruit high-level warriors for various tribes today?" "I remember. How could I forget?" Thinking of this matter makes Bart very angry. Today at noon, they are hosting a banquet for level 14, 15, and 16 experts from various tribes to convey the tribe's sincerity in recruiting high-level warriors. With so many experts present, it's a great opportunity to show face. Yet my father only let my elder brother go. He is confident he is not inferior to his brother. It's just that his brother is older and has more experience. Why does my father never see him? Suppressing the anger in his heart and trying to calm down, he said, "But what does this have to do with it? The high-level warriors of the Yajiki tribe have always been united." Seeing Bart's distorted expression, Foley knew he was thinking about the banquet at noon. Indeed, the tribe leader taking his eldest son conveyed that he valued his eldest son more, which could be detrimental to Bart's future pursuit of the tribe leader's position. However, this was just a banquet. It only indicated he valued him, but didn't mean he was designated as the future leader. Foley had advised against this, but now he could only let Bart find his own way out. Thinking of this, Foley smiled and said, "Of course, this is related. I heard that the level 15 warrior rune from the Yajiki tribe is very interested in our tribe's conditions. We can start from him, and in the end, not only will Lord Bart gain a level 15 expert's assistance, but you will also get the answers you seek. If we can dig out any useful information from there, the tribe leader will surely trust you even more." Foley's smile was enigmatic. Bart's eyes lit up, and he slammed his fist on the table with a bang, startling Stan, who was cutting meat, nearly slicing his finger. "This idea is good. I'll leave this matter to Foley. Be sure to accomplish it." After saying this, Bart and Foley exchanged smiles. Please remember the original domain of this book, www.forxiaoxue.org. For Xiaoxue, org mobile reading website, WAP. For Xiaoxue, org chapter 122. Digging the Wall. The Terra tribe has been bustling these days, with various tribes gathering here, showing no signs on the surface, as if nothing happened at noon. However, beneath the calm surface, hidden currents are surging, making those who sense something unusual a bit restless and anxious. Most of the leaders of the various tribes find it hard to maintain the surface calm, spending their days discussing something with their trusted aides indoors. While the doors of powerful figures in the Terra tribe have seen an unusually high number of comings and goings in recent days. Elder Kalen and Elder Xian. I have been monitoring LinLan's situation these days, and sure enough, someone from the Terra tribe visited LinLan's home last night. Early this morning, he left, and I followed him, only to see that he went to the home of Bart, the second son of the Terra tribe leader. Inside the room, with Kalen and Xian, Cairo stood respectfully, his face showing a hint of anger, not expecting LinLan to be such a person. He had misjudged him before. After Cairo finished speaking, Kola continued, I have quietly observed the other warriors in the tribe, and they don't seem to be moved at all. They are still going about their usual business. Clearly, compared to LinLan, the performance of the others has pleased him very much. Sitting at the table, Kalen clenched his fists on the table. Clearly his current emotions were not as calm as they appeared on the surface. His back was straight, like an unbendable mountain peak, giving a sense of conviction. As if as long as he was there, nothing was to be feared. His eyes gazed ahead, seemingly lost in thought, and the room fell silent. Even the talkative Xian dared not speak casually, the low pressure in the room making it hard to breathe. Fortunately, this state did not last long. After a moment of contemplation, Kalen said, Cairo, you immediately send someone back to the tribe to inform the leader about this matter, so he can pay attention to LinLan's family. Kola, during this time, stay close to LinLan and Bai Chi. I am worried that LinLan might mention LinLan's matter to the people of the Terra tribe. If the Terra tribe learns about it, not only might they try to woo LinLan and the others, but I fear that if they can't win them over, they will make some disgusting decisions. No way. Xian looked at Kalen in disbelief, and Cairo and Kola had similar expressions of disbelief. Even if LinLan wanted to leave the tribe for the Terra tribe, he wouldn't betray the tribe's secrets, right? Although most people in the tribe knew LinLan's secret, ordinary people wouldn't know that LinLan had healing abilities. Only those who had fought alongside LinLan or had been healed by her could understand this. And LinLan just happened to be one of those who knew. Kalen snorted coldly. Although his expression was unreadable, Xian could feel Kalen's ridicule towards him. What do you mean, won't leave the tribe, or won't betray the tribe's secrets? A person who can leave their own tribe for a bit of benefit, can you still expect him to keep the tribe's secrets? The unspoken words behind this made Xian and the others understand from Kalen's demeanor and tone. They couldn't help but lower their heads. Indeed. If he could leave the tribe he grew up in, what was the tribe's secret to him? What else couldn't he do? Thinking of this, Cairo and the others felt some anger. They really didn't expect that such a person would appear in the tribe, and he was even a level 15 expert. A level 15 expert was cultivated with so much effort and resources from the tribe, and now he could just leave without any regard for tribal bonds. Kalen looked mockingly at the three angry individuals before him, thinking to himself, just a person who betrayed the tribe, yet they could get so worked up. Their psychological endurance is really poor. No, how could someone like this protect the tribe? After returning this time, all warriors above level 13 need to be retrained. The beast tide is about to arrive, and such a mindset cannot be allowed to persist until it ends. The three of them could not have imagined the horrific training that awaited them upon returning to the tribe. And the other warriors also had no idea that the elders' tormenting training to help them survive the beast tide originated here. If those people knew, who knows what kind of painful retribution the three of them would face. Elder Kalen, having made up his mind, suddenly felt an odd improvement in his mood, and the low-pressure cold air around him suddenly disappeared, which puzzled the three individuals. However, it's good that they aren't scared. Poor three. They still don't know they are about to use their lives to exchange for the elder's good mood. Feeling a bit more comfortable, Kalen looked at the three still present and said, Why are you still here? Cairo, you immediately find someone to go back and deliver the message. It must be fast. Xian, you, and Kola go find LinLan and Bai Chi and inform them of the situation. If possible, you should also follow them closely. Don't let them out of your sight easily. After they left, the room fell silent again. Kalen stared blankly at the door, lost in thought about what evidence the Terra tribe had this time and whether it would affect them. In this world, under the threat of beasts, human tribes had always been calm, helping each other. But he was, after all, an elder of a tribe and knew that the various tribes, especially among the three major tribes, were not so harmonious. There had always been competition, secretly vying against each other. And this time, Sai, I hope they don't go too far. When Xian and Kola went to find LinLan and Bai Qi, they also encountered trouble. It is frustrating to say that LinLan and Bai Qi had been spending the last few days at the stalls in the square, looking for interesting rare items. But today, they unexpectedly found their path blocked. LinLan and Bai Qi looked at the several people blocking their way, and their good mood for shopping was completely ruined. Frowning at the wall of muscular figures in front of them, LinLan thought that since they were in the Terra tribe, it was unwise to cause trouble on someone else's turf, so she graciously turned around and began to walk away. But who knew, barely taking a step, several tall and strong individuals blocked their way again. LinLan and Bai Qi finally understood that it was not them looking for trouble, but trouble had found them. They were not the type to be afraid of trouble or to be bullied. Bai Qi, used to shielding LinLan behind him, stepped forward and coldly addressed the apparent leader. "May I ask what the matter is? Why are you blocking our way? Our master has business with you." The leader looked at them with a face full of arrogance, his gaze suggesting that it was an honor for them to be sought out by his so-called master. Disdainfully glancing at the man, LinLan replied, "We don't know your so-called master, nor do we care about any of that. Step aside." Saying this, she deftly pushed the unprepared wall of flesh to the ground and pulled LinLan along to leave. "Stop!" The man, seeing that these two seemingly weak individuals dared to ignore his words and walk away, even pushing him down when he was unprepared, felt this was a great humiliation. Shaking off those who came to help him, he quickly got up from the ground, pointing at LinLan and Bai Qi, shouting loudly. The others quickly blocked LinLan and Bai Qi's path again, forcing them to stop once more. Seeing them halt, the big man immediately walked over, standing beside them and whispering, "Our master said he knows your secret. If you want to keep this secret safe, come with me to see our master." After saying this, he stared at LinLan and Bai Qi, trying to catch any change in their expressions. This, however, greatly disappointed the big man, as LinLan and Bai Qi showed no signs of change. They merely narrowed their eyes and exchanged a concealed glance. Their two biggest secrets are that they come from another world, and everything else, in their eyes, isn't a secret at all, so they didn't care. LinLan and Bai Qi secretly thought, could it be that their secret has been discovered by someone else? No, that's impossible, both of them immediately thought. Such a hidden secret couldn't possibly be discovered by anyone other than the two of them. No one would see a stranger and think he might be from another world, unless someone who knows them also appears in this other world. The two, who shared a mutual understanding, immediately decided to go see that so-called adult, to find out what secret of theirs had been discovered and why someone wanted to use this secret to control them. These thoughts flashed through their minds, and after making a decision, Bai Qi clasped his hands behind his back, slightly raised his head to glance at the person, and lead the way. With a series of actions, his noble arrogance and the imposing aura of an iron-blooded general were unmistakably displayed, naturally parting the crowd around them, who responded, "Yes." The big man led the way in front, while the others followed behind LinLan and Bai Qi, behaving like soldiers under their command, moving with a certain discipline. When they brought the two to their destination, the big man respectfully said to Bai Qi and LinLan, "This is the place, please, my lord." After speaking, he opened the door and watched as LinLan and Bai Qi entered. Once Bai Qi's imposing presence was gone, the big man finally reacted, wondering why he had suddenly felt so afraid in front of them. Moreover, why did he listen to them so obediently? It didn't make sense. After thinking for a long time without understanding it, he shook his head and decided not to think about it anymore. However, why did that adult want to find these two people, especially that man, who looked truly terrifying? In front of him, he had naturally become obedient, not even daring to breathe loudly. He was even more intimidating than the clan leader. He really didn't want to see this person again. LinLan smiled as she watched Bai Qi pressure the others with his aura, seeing them involuntarily submit. She really wanted to laugh. To be honest, it was her first time seeing Bai Qi like this. His natural nobility and the demeanor of a general leading thousands of troops could completely influence those around him, drawing them into the atmosphere he created. In this unfamiliar environment, LinLan and Bai Qi felt no fear at all, walking steadily towards the center room as if they were in their own territory. As they walked, they surveyed the structure of the courtyard. The style was the same as all the houses here, and the courtyard was piled with many exotic beast skins, seemingly indicating the wealth of the owner here. In the corners, there were occasionally some rare decorative objects, such as horns from exotic beasts, or rare and beautiful colorful stones. The courtyard wasn't too large, and they quickly reached the door. Pushing it open, the door easily swung wide, revealing three people already waiting at the table inside. The first impression these three gave LinLan and Bai Qi was very familiar, Their memories were good, and after a moment of thought, they recalled who these three were. But why were they looking for them? Both LinLan and Bai Qi were puzzled. Could it be that they were dissatisfied because they had defeated them before, and didn't T join this tribe? I don't know why you three are looking for us. If there's nothing important, we'll be leaving. We have some matters to attend to over there. The implication was clear. If you have something to say it quickly. We don't have time to waste with you. Among the three, aside from Stan, the other two were smart enough to understand the meaning behind Bai Qi's words. Bart felt a bit annoyed. No one had ever dared to speak to him like that. Just as he was about to get angry, he remembered what Rune had said about this woman's abilities, healing magic. As the son of the Terra tribe leader, he understood very well why his tribe had become the largest among the three major tribes. However, for over 70,000 years, since the last woman with healing magic had gone missing, they hadn't seen anyone with such abilities again. Now that one had appeared, how could that not excite everyone? What was most infuriating was that this person could have been useful to him, but after passing their test, she had not joined their tribe. If his father found out about this, Bart couldn't help but shiver. He would definitely not come out unscathed. What if he could recruit these two? Bart thought to himself. One had strong combat capabilities and could control moving plants, and most importantly, she possessed healing magic. The other was already at level 12 before reaching 100 years of age. With such talent, it was certain he would reach level 16 in the future. If he could recruit them, not only would he gain a high-level warrior, but he would also add a potential expert who could very likely reach level 16 to his tribe, thus increasing his own power within the tribe and gaining his father's favor, which would be a huge advantage in the future when competing for the position of tribe leader. With that in mind, Bart decided to generously overlook the weakness of these two and smiled at them. Please have a seat. I felt very regretful that you couldn't come to my Terra tribe last time. I didn't expect to see you both again today. Doesn't this mean you have a strong connection with my Terra tribe? At this point, Bai Qi began to understand their intentions. With a gentle smile, Bai Qi engaged in a bit of verbal sparring. We sit. We have matters waiting for us over there. This time we came to the Terra tribe with our own tribe. If we're talking about connections, it's the fate among all tribes. Who has a connection with your Terra tribe? If it weren't for all the tribes coming, who would bother to come? Thinking this in his heart, he didn't show the slightest hint on his face and continued. If you three have nothing else, we'll be leaving. Saying this, he turned to leave with LinLan. Bart and the others didn't expect them to disregard their face like this, and their expressions immediately turned cold. However, thinking of LinLan's healing magic, the temptation was too great, and they forced themselves to endure it. The words that came out of their mouths were no longer as gentle as before, carrying a hint of coldness. You two might want to think it over. A good tribe can greatly affect a warrior's future development. Our Terra tribe is the largest tribe, with the most warriors, resources, and population. I think you should give it some serious thought. Moreover, I know your secret. Finally, he looked at LinLan and Bai Qi with a somewhat pretentious expression, as if everything was unspoken. Oh, what secret? How come I don't know about it? I actually have a secret? LinLan, who had been silent all this time, coldly laughed upon hearing this blatant threat, her expression towards Bart turning unfriendly. She continuously weighed in her mind the odds of winning if a fight broke out. That Bart had quite strong combat power, comparable to Bai Qi. When compared to someone she had fought against before, she was somewhat inferior, even with the addition of blood-sucking vines. But they still had one person whose combat power, while not great, was still a combatant. In this battle, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. However, if they wanted to run, these three wouldn't be able to stop them. As long as they made it to the crowd, they wouldn't dare to openly cause trouble for her. Bart took LinLan's cold laugh as a facade of bravado in the face of fear, standing up and smugly saying, "What secret? Of course, it's your secret. Miss LinLan, the healing magic, right?" After speaking, he waited to see LinLan's expression change. To his disappointment, he saw nothing. LinLan's expression remained unchanged. Seeing Bart's smug look, waiting to watch the show, LinLan sneered. "Is this what you wanted them to say? Our secret? Is it not?" Bart had interpreted all of LinLan's reactions as fear, but still pretended to be strong on the surface. He just wanted to break their facade of strength, saying, "You should know that if the healing magic gets out, it will be treated as a tool and locked away. This rare magic, if everyone knows about it, I think you can imagine how people will react." Fantasizing in his mind about her trembling in fear, Bart felt a wave of pride. "So that's it." LinLan sighed in relief. Bart really underestimated her, thinking she was like those parasites that could only survive by relying on men. Even if discovered, so what? They came this time to reveal her secret, and with the backing of the second largest human tribe, other tribes would have to think twice before taking action. Moreover, her combat ability was not inferior to those warriors. No matter what their conspiracy was, LinLan could only say, "You will be disappointed." Since it wasn't the biggest secret they thought it was, LinLan and Bai Qi both breathed a sigh of relief. If that secret were to be exposed, they feared the people here would treat them as outcasts. If they were merely exiled, that would be fine, but what if they were burned at the stake? Their current abilities were not the highest, and if those level 14 experts came into play, they would not fare well either. Having obtained the information they wanted, there was no need to linger here and waste time with these people. Bai Qi looked at Bart and said, "This is not a secret at all. Since you are fine, we will take our leave." After saying that, he turned around and left with LinLan, leaving Bart, whose face was livid with anger, free, who was constantly thinking of countermeasures, and Stan, who wanted to draw his sword. Seeing LinLan and Bai Qi ignore him and leave, Bart turned around, grabbed the giant sword beside him, and swung it hard at the table, making a loud bang as the table split in half and left a deep mark on the ground. Free and Stan quickly got up to dodge, suppressing Bart's hand that was about to lift again, advising, "Sir, there's no need to be angry with those two. We have other methods." "Yes, sir. Why bother being angry with them? If you need anything, just tell me, and I will take care of those two right away." Stan held the giant sword, looking as if he would rush at Bai Qi at Bart's command. Free shot him a glare to silence him, still holding Bart's hand, and continued to persuade. "Sir, we can inform the chief and have him intervene." Throwing down the giant sword, Bart sat on a nearby chair, straightened his back, and asked harshly, "Inform my father? What good will that do me? If I can't recruit those two, I won't gain anything." Picking up the giant sword that Bart had thrown on the ground, Free spoke slowly. "How could there be no benefit? Inform the chief. Let him send someone to persuade them. If we can recruit them to the tribe, that would be best. If not, we can't decide what means the chief might use to make them disappear. Moreover, whether this matter succeeds or not, as the first to discover it, the chief will remember your contribution." There was something he didn't say. If they want to eliminate those two, the chief's involvement would increase the chances of success. After all, the allure of a healer is significant. He wouldn't believe the Ajiki tribe wouldn't send someone to protect her. The only one who could take their lives under such heavy protection would be the chief. Hearing this, Bart's eyes lit up. He understood what Free hadn't said. He wasn't the kind of fool without a brain, and being able to use his father's power to eliminate those two without exposing his own people was a win-win situation. Why not? "I'm going now. Have someone clean this place up and keep an eye on those two." Bart immediately stood up and said to Free. He didn't believe that the Ajiki tribe could be stronger than their first tribe. "Since you refused my offer, don't blame me." "All right, sir." As soon as Free replied, Bart rushed out like a gust of wind. Stan, seeing Bart leave, also prepared to go back, but was stopped by Free. "This matter here is over. I want to go home." He hadn't eaten enough. He was going home for a meal. Glancing at this simple-minded, strong-limbed person, Free said irritably, "You clean this up? I will find someone to watch those two." "No." Stan firmly refused, saying Bart ordered you to clean up. Bart said I should find someone to clean. You are the one I'm assigning. After that, without caring about Stan's reaction, he leisurely walked out to arrange the next steps, leaving Stan alone to face the floor marked by the sword and the table split in half. The author has something to say. "I'm back home, but there is no internet to write, so the stockpile can only serve this purpose. I'll be back on June 3rd. Also, should I add a time-traveling cannon fodder girl? Everyone, please give me some opinions. Please remember the original domain of this book, www.forxiaoxua.org. Mobile reading URL, WAP. For Xiaoxua. Or Chapter 124. LinLan and Bai Qi, having come out, naturally did not know Bart's plans. On their way back, they ran into Sean and Cora, who had been searching for them throughout most of the tribe. Seeing LinLan and Bai Qi safe and sound, Sean and Cora finally relaxed. Sean walked over with a smile, patting Bai Qi on the shoulder. "Where have you two been? Cora and I have been looking everywhere for you." "Elder Sean, are you looking for us for something?" As the four walked back together, Bai Qi asked curiously. It was fine when they left this morning, but now coming out to find them, there must be something urgent. Now on the street, with people coming and going, it was inappropriate to speak, so Sean could only chuckle and say, "Let's talk when we get back." With that, he quickened his pace, hurrying back to their residence. When they returned, Kalen had already gone out. The four sat around the stone table in the courtyard, and Sean and Cora glared at each other for a long time. Finally, Sean, relying on his strong combat ability, managed to overpower Cora, who had no choice but to speak their purpose for finding them. Ahem, clearing his throat twice. Seeing that LinLan and Bai Qi were looking at him, Korra finally opened his mouth to state their purpose. Recently, some incidents have occurred in the tribe, and the Grand Elder is worried that you might encounter danger. Before returning to the tribe, he asked me and Elder Sean to stay by your side to prevent the Terra tribe from making a move against you. After saying that, Korra felt that his words were somewhat off. It sounded as if their Yajiki tribe was monitoring LinLan and Bai Chi, which made him feel a bit awkward. This did sound somewhat uncomfortable, but Elder Kalen and Elder Sean had spent quite a bit of time with them, and over the past few days, they had come to understand some of his character. Since they didn't mean it that way, there must be other reasons. Since they were going to protect the two of them closely, this incident must have happened to them. What was it about them that was worth coveting? Thinking back to the earlier incident where the chief's son sought them out, LinLan frowned and asked Sean, Elder Sean, has my ability been exposed? How did you know? The originally embarrassed Sean looked up in surprise at LinLan. Korra beside him also had a look of disbelief staring at them. Indeed, LinLan felt a sense of clarity in her heart. This healing ability, even though she is not the only one in the apocalypse, is rare enough that she often attracts the attention of other mercenary groups. Some mercenary groups even entertain the idea of destroying her if they can't win her over. If it weren't for her close relationship with the Falcon and her decent connections with the base military, along with her own combat strength being quite formidable, she would have died countless times by now. The current description of healing abilities here is even more exaggerated than in the apocalypse, equating such abilities to that of a deity. Possessing this ability could potentially elevate a second or third-tier tribe to the status of the first tribe. And how could those tribes not go mad upon learning this? Especially the first tribe, how could they allow their leadership position to be shaken? In an instant, LinLan understood and looked at Sean, saying, before you found us, the chief son of this tribe just approached us, wanting us to serve him. Sean's expression turned cold, revealing the aura unique to a level 16 powerhouse. Kalra beside him also had a grim expression, his lips pressed together as he sat there, his hands tightly clenched on the table, veins bulging on his arms. Taking a deep breath to suppress the anger within, Sean's expression improved slightly after a while. Someone from the tribe has sold your information. The Terra tribe is no longer safe. I can't let you return alone now for fear that the people from the Terra tribe might attack you on the way back. For now, you'll have to put up with being with me and this old man Kalra at all times. Seeing the serious expressions on Sean and Kalra's faces, LinLan and Bai Chi, despite their carefree nature, recognized the importance of the situation, especially since neither of them was foolish. Bai Chi nodded and said, then we'll have to trouble you too. Our lives are in your hands. Haha, I can't speak for other old men, but here in the Terra tribe, although there are stronger people than me, if they want to take action against you quietly, they better see if I'm willing to let that happen. Don't worry, they wouldn't dare act openly. After all tribes are present now, and acting openly would mean opposing my Yagi tribe, which wouldn't benefit them. The four discussed the matter here, and LinLan and Bai Chi clearly stated that they were now part of the Yagi tribe and would stand with the Yagi tribe through thick and thin. Meanwhile, Bart brought Fry to the chief's house. The chief of the Terra tribe, Tyler, is a fire magic swordsman over 500 years old, and like the Yagi tribe, he is a level 15 powerhouse. When Bart arrived, he was discussing the upcoming competitions among the tribes with his eldest son, Oda, as well as how to accommodate the powerful individuals they had brought in. Just as they were halfway through, Bart interrupted, which made Tyler's face unhappy. Upon entering and seeing his most disliked person there, Bart's originally happy expression instantly turned gloomy. However, thinking about what he was about to say, he became excited again. Regardless of whether he succeeded or not, he would gain his father's favor for delivering this news, and at that time, his older brother, who had always looked down on him, would be under his foot. Imagining Oda being stepped on by him, Bart felt particularly good, even smiling at the brother he disliked. Oda responded, but inside he was churning. What was wrong with Bart today? He had always mocked him or ignored him before, but now he was taking the initiative to greet him, which piqued Oda's interest in Bart's change. Oda looked down on his half-brother very much. Oda's mother was Tyler's first wife, and later, Bart's mother seduced Tyler and gave birth to Bart, which left his mother furious and humiliated, living in solitude. This so-called brother was always thinking about how to replace him and sit in the position of the tribe's chief, making Oda, who was considered the deputy chief by everyone in the tribe, very unhappy. Before Oda could ponder what could make Bart so happy, Bart spoke to the not-so-pleased Tyler father. I have something to report. Can I? He glanced at Oda hesitantly. Oda remained seated calmly, seemingly oblivious to Bart's hint. Tyler, who was already a bit displeased at being interrupted, frowned even tighter at Bart's actions and impatiently said, if you have something to say, just say it. There are no outsiders here. This made Bart, who had been happy, immediately darken his face, glaring at Oda, who was sitting there like a mountain, before hurriedly saying, "Father, I received news that a woman from the Yagi tribe has healing magic." As soon as the words fell, both the previously displeased Tyler and the indifferent Oda straightened up. Tyler's sharp eyes fixed on Bart, saying, "What is going on? Explain it clearly." Seeing his father's seriousness about this matter, Bart felt a surge of pride. However, he tried to hide his smugness and embellished LinLan's story, changing the source of the information to something he accidentally overheard and later inquired about, erasing any mention of his grievances with LinLan and Bai Chi. After hearing this, Tyler bowed his head in thought for a while before raising it to Oda beside him, saying, "Oda, find a way to contact that woman and try to bring her to our tribe. If that doesn't work, then we should eliminate her from this world." Just as Tyler finished speaking, before Oda could respond, Bart immediately interrupted, saying, "Father, I'm willing to do this." He could not accept that such a valuable discovery would be easily handed over to his rival. Tyler shot Bart a glare, saying, "I've already decided on this matter. Oda is more suitable. Even though I explained, it was better left unsaid. Oda is more suitable than him, which means Oda's status in the tribe is higher than his." Oda glanced at Bart subtly and, seeing Tyler had no interest in discussing the competition anymore, said, "Father, I'll go now. Go ahead." Bart watched Oda leave with eyes that could almost spit fire. He felt very dissatisfied. After all, he was also the son of the tribe's chief. Why did all the good things never come to him? Now that he had discovered this, it was snatched away by his rival halfway through, which made him feel very indignant. "You did well this time. I have a list of several level 14 experts who are interested in joining us. Go and make contact with them and try to bring them into our Terra tribe." Tyler looked at the dissatisfied Bart. Although Bart discovered this, Tyler knew his son was too arrogant. Such a person was fine as a powerhouse, but very unsuitable as a leader. Therefore, he rarely let Bart get involved in tribal affairs as a form of protection. This time, as a reward, he assigned Bart to contact a few not-so-important individuals, knowing that even if something went wrong, it wouldn't harm the tribe. However, Bart did not understand Tyler's concerns. All he saw was Tyler's favoritism. Contacting powerful individuals would facilitate the recruitment of experts, but in Bart's view, if they had healing magic, how many experts could be recruited? If this task were assigned during normal times, he might have been happy that his father finally began to regard him seriously, but now it only made him feel embarrassed. He hastily acknowledged and turned to leave, with Fry following behind to help him with the list. The mobile reading website for 4-Novel Network, WAP, for Xiaoxua, or Chapter 126. Unlike the relaxed mood when they came, the hearts of the group were heavy on the way back. After all, the Terra tribe was so openly trying to recruit experts, and everyone wasn't blind. They understood completely. The assassination attempts against LinLan from the Terra tribe would definitely not stop. Since leaving the Terra tribe, the attempts have been relentless. Fortunately, there were many experts traveling with them, including the only 2 level 16 experts from the small tribes, and 1 level 16 expert supported by the Maha tribe. Under the tight protection of so many experts, unless the Terra tribe deployed all their experts, it would be impossible to touch even a hair on LinLan. Moreover, the Terra tribe's experts had to stay behind to protect the tribe from ambushes by beasts while they were away, so they had no means to deal with LinLan. Useless. All of them are useless. In the room of the Terra tribe leader, Tyler was venting his anger at his son, Ode, below him, slamming the sheepskin notebook in his hand, his eyes wide with rage. It was clear that Tyler was extremely furious. Below him sat his eldest son, Ode, and his second son, Bart. Ever since Bart brought back news of LinLan last time, Tyler had been trying to give Bart some small tasks to do. Bart had a clever aide named Fury, and with his help, Bart completed several tasks beautifully, prompting Tyler to reassess his son. Seeing Ode being scolded, Bart couldn't help but feel happy, the smile at the corner of his mouth almost escaping, so he had to lower his head to hide his amusement. It should be noted that Ode had always been the target of Tyler's reprimands, and it was usually Ode watching Tyler scold him. Now, unexpectedly, their roles had completely reversed, and seeing Ode being criticized made Bart want to say, "This feels great." Tyler was still releasing his anger, continuing to slam the sheepskin notebook and angrily shouting, "So many experts, yet they couldn't even touch a woman's hair. What are we raising them for if they can't even handle this? How can they have the face to come back?" It wasn't surprising that Tyler was angry. 7 level 15 experts, 10 level 14 experts, and 20 level 13 experts were dispatched, yet they hadn't even touched the hem of LinLan's clothing. Except for 1 level 15 expert who managed to escape back, the rest were completely wiped out. How could this not make Tyler furious? Once Tyler's anger had subsided somewhat, Ode brought a cup of water and placed it beside Tyler, saying, "Father, drink some water to calm down." We can't blame them entirely. According to Inyang, the level 15 expert who escaped, that woman is always with Elder Kalen and Elder Sien from the Yajiki tribe, surrounded by 2 level 16 experts and several level 15 experts, providing her with very tight protection. It seems that other tribes have already allied with the Yajiki tribe, which is very unfavorable for us. Ode analyzed the information brought back by Inyang, feeling very regretful inside. Had he known earlier, he would have just sent someone to eliminate them instead of trying to recruit them. But who could have known that the ungrateful woman would reject his overtures? He and T brought that many experts at the time, and time was tight, so he had no choice but to let them go. Sitting down and taking a sip of water to moisten his dry throat, he knew that this wasn't T.O.'s fault. There were indeed many level 16 experts there, not to mention other experts. He was just angry about the unnecessary sacrifice of so many experts, all of whom were hard-won people for the tribe. The ones dispatched this time were all his loyal followers, as it was better for fewer people to know about such matters. It seemed that their regard for that woman exceeded his expectations. If they wanted to eliminate her, they would need to send at least 2 or more level 16 experts, and other experts would certainly be necessary as well. Not to mention whether he could invite level 16 experts to serve him. The sacrifices alone were too much for him to bear. She is just a woman with healing abilities, he scoffed, not believing that the Terra tribe had grown strong because of a woman. Since they valued her so much, let them continue to do so. There was no need to send people after her again. After all, she was just a woman with healing abilities, not worth worrying about. The outcome of a beast-tide victory or defeat did not rest in the woman's hands. Once this beast-tide was over, regardless of whether they had healing abilities, they would undoubtedly suffer heavy losses. By then, the surrounding tribes would be dominated solely by my Terra tribe. With a cold snort, Tyler carelessly said, thinking about becoming the leader of all humanity, he smiled with satisfaction. "Father, what should we do next?" Bart, seeing that Tyler was not going to pursue Ode's mistakes, felt a bit disappointed. However, he was only just beginning to get involved in the internal matters of the tribe and couldn't do anything self-destructive. Suppressing his anger and trying to keep his voice calm, he asked. Next, Tyler sat in his chair, looking outside, his eyes filled with pride. "Of course, we need to work hard to develop the tribe. In the remaining years, we should arrange for our people to gather resources, especially medicinal herbs. Bart, you go keep an eye on those healers and make sure they prepare as many healing medicines as possible so that more warriors can survive in the future. Ode, you also need to train the tribe's warriors quickly, see what the tribe is lacking, and arrange for the warriors to go to the mountains to find it." Upon hearing Tyler's orders, Ode and Bart respectfully replied, "Understood, Father." "Father, didn't we already negotiate with the Beast King? Why do we still need to prepare so much?" Bart looked at Tyler with curiosity. He hadn't known that his father could actually communicate with the Beast King and even gain benefits during the Beast Tide. This also explained why his father had so openly recruited experts from those tribes without worrying about them teaming up against them. Tyler snorted coldly, gripping the cup on the table so tightly that it shattered into pieces with a loud crack, spilling water everywhere. Tyler didn't care as he shook the water off his hand, saying, "It's just a negotiation. Do you expect that beast to reason with you and adhere to the contract? Why do you think I went to such lengths to recruit so many experts? Isn't it precisely to guard against that Beast King going back on its word and attacking our tribe? Though the Beast King is called a king, it's just a beast with a bit more strength, able to command a few weaker beasts. It doesn't have the ability to command all the beasts in the tide. It can only try to drive the higher-level beasts to other tribes." It seemed that Tyler was quite dissatisfied with the so-called Beast King, and his expression soured when talking about it. It was merely a beast that couldn't even fully transform into human form, yet it spoke to him in such a commanding tone. If it weren't for the fact that it could minimize the losses of the Terra tribe, he would have found a way to deal with it long ago. What does high rank matter? The ultimate victor relies not only on strength, but also on luck and intelligence. Ode and Bart immediately stood up respectfully and said, "Yes, Father, we are enlightened." You two go arrange it. For those newly arrived warriors and their families, try to give them more benefits. As for the original warriors of the tribe, you should also care for them during this time. Don't let them think that with the new warriors arriving, they become unimportant. Seeing both of his sons looking humble and eager to learn, Tyler waved his hand with satisfaction and said, "My sons will definitely handle this well. So Father won't have to worry." Ode stood tall, his steady and firm tone making it very convincing. Bart saw his brother snatch his words and snorted coldly in his heart. He quickly stepped forward and said, "Yes, Father, I will definitely do this well. I believe our tribe's warriors are all righteous people. They will surely understand your good intentions, Father. This matter cannot be taken lightly. We must reassure our tribe's warriors. After all, they're the foundation of the tribe. Although people from other tribes can join us through trials, when they come to the Terra tribe, everything will start from scratch. It's just that the higher-level warriors will have a slightly better starting point. Now, Tyler has promised more resources to attract more warriors, which will inevitably create imbalance in the hearts of our original warriors. They have fought for every bit of their treatment with their lives. It is only natural that they will feel uncomfortable when those who have contributed nothing to the tribe receive so much. Tyler understands this, but for the sake of his ambitions, he is bound to harm their interests. Now, he can only use more benefits to keep the original warriors from developing any discontent toward the tribe. This way, in his future calculations, he can gain more benefits for himself. Yes, son understands. I will go prepare now. Audra reacted quickly and voiced his agreement right after Tyler finished speaking. Bart, who was a beat slower, was unwilling to fall behind and quickly followed up, saying, I will definitely do what Father has entrusted to me. Please rest assured, Father. Tyler looked at these two outstanding children, nodded with satisfaction, and said, It's good that you can say this. I will leave this matter to you. You may go. After saying this, Audra and Bart turned and left to make their arrangements. Chapter 128, when they finally saw the tribe's gates. The entire team let out a sigh of relief. After all, the continuous pursuit and occasional disturbances from exotic beasts had exhausted everyone. Even the warriors who loved to fight were starting to struggle. However, later on, for some reason, the ambushers decreased, but everyone still did not dare to relax even a little. The high concentration of their spirits had nearly caused them to collapse on the ground. And now that they saw their home, how could they not feel excited? Even Kalen, who had always had a stoic expression, showed a look of relief. During this time, not only the other warriors, but even the top expert of the Yagi tribe had been under immense pressure. Looking at the tribe's gates, not far away, a slight smile appeared on Kalen's otherwise expressionless face as he jumped down and approached the two leading level 16 experts, saying, Thank you all for your help. Our Yagi tribe will prepare delicious food to welcome you and the other tribes. Haha, Elder Kalen, you are too polite. Now we are all in this together and will live together for many years to come. We will hurry back and bring people over. We hope the Yagi tribe can prepare accommodations for us in advance, said a very cheerful-looking person with a laugh. Seeing the Yagi tribe, they felt a huge weight lifted from their hearts. As long as they safely brought their tribe members over, they would be satisfied. The two exchanged smiles. Although Kalen only slightly raised the corners of his mouth, it still conveyed a relatively warm atmosphere around him. Over there, the chief, who had already been informed of their return, led two other elders and dozens of level 15 experts to greet them. Upon seeing the two level 16 experts, Chief Heyman stepped forward and said, Thank you, Lord Hart and Lord Shiza, for making this trip. You're welcome, Chief Heyman. We need to hurry back to relocate the tribe. We want to move the tribe before the summer rainy season arrives. Although Hart and Shiza were level 16 experts and Heyman was only level 15, as the chief of the second largest tribe, his prestige was not inferior to those level 16 experts. Therefore, even though Hart and Shiza were facing Heyman, they did not exhibit the arrogance typical of level 16 experts. Heyman was somewhat aware of what had happened in the Terra tribe, so he did not continue to be polite. He simply instructed the people behind him, and a wind magic swordsman nodded and immediately headed back to the tribe. When Heyman arrived, he glanced at LinLan, saw that she was unharmed and in good spirits, and felt relieved to speak with the others. LinLan and Bai Chi stood on the side of the Yagi tribe, watching Heyman talk without interrupting. A few people discussed the relocation of the tribe. Although those smaller tribes were small, their combined numbers were not insignificant. Previously, the three large tribes could manage without any issues, but now it would all fall on the Yagi tribe, which would put immense pressure on them to accommodate everyone. They could not move everyone at once. The Yagi tribe's people would first tidy up the other empty houses, move part of the tribe over, and then build new houses together. The houses did not need to be too large, just enough to accommodate people. Otherwise, the tribe's capacity would be insufficient. There was also the issue of personnel distribution after the smaller tribes arrived. These matters would be handled according to the previous rules, but this time, with a larger number of people, they could only send more people to manage it. By the time they finished discussing, the people Heyman had sent back had also returned, bringing back a group of people, each carrying a large package. Heyman handed the packages to the warriors from other tribes and smiled at Hart and Shiza, saying, Inside are some food and supplies for everyone to use on the way back. Don't be polite. How can we be polite? We are about to live in the same tribe. Hart and Shiza chuckled and gestured for the warriors behind them to come forward and take the packages. The packages were not light, but for the warriors, it was a trivial matter. After receiving the packages, Hart and Shiza said to Haman and the four elders, "Chief Haman and the four elders, the Yagi tribe must prepare delicious food for our tribe when we arrive." "Absolutely, you can rest assured about that. Although our Yagi tribe is not the largest, we will have plenty of delicious food. By then, we must let everyone try a new dish." Haman thought of the sprouted corn and wheat, smiling with pride. Hart and Shiza's eyes brightened at the hint. "Oh, in that case, we look forward to Chief Haman's delicious food." The two knew that Haman was not someone who spoke without thought, and although they were curious now, they suppressed their curiosity and waited to taste the food after the tribe was relocated. Afterward, Hart and Shiza looked at the sky and realized it was getting late. So they said seriously, "Chief Haman and the four elders, it's getting late. We will leave now." After saying this, they nodded to Haman and the four elders, smiled kindly at LinLan, and turned to leave with the other warriors. They did not take a carriage, as all the people who came were experts, and their speed of movement was not slower than that of a carriage, and in fact, even faster. In no time, their figures disappeared into the vast mountains. After watching them leave, Haman turned his gaze back to Kalen, Exen, Baichi, LinLan, and the other warriors, saying, "Thank you all for your hard work. The tribe has prepared delicious roasted meat, waiting for your return." Everyone cheered, their faces filled with excited enthusiasm. The previous atmosphere was too oppressive, and the actions of the Terra tribe made it hard for them to eat or drink. Now that they were back in their familiar home with delicious food, how could they not be happy? Even Kalen and Sean wore joyful smiles, temporarily putting aside their previous grievances. Everyone went back to their homes to tidy up before heading to the square after the sun had begun to set. After parting ways with the others, LinLan and Baichi also returned to their home. It had been nearly 3 months since they had last been there, and a thin layer of dust had accumulated, requiring them to clean up before they could fully rest. They lay down on the bed without any care for their appearance, with LinLan resting her head on Baichi's arm, both closing their eyes to feign sleep. After a long journey and dealing with assassins and exotic beasts, they finally returned home. Once they finished cleaning, an unprecedented wave of fatigue washed over them, with thoughts lingering in their minds. Their biological clocks woke them up precisely when the sun was setting. The long journey had left both mentally exhausted, and what was initially meant to be a short nap turned into a deep sleep. "What should we take to the square?" LinLan rummaged through their supplies, looking for something delicious to share with everyone. Although the martial arts competition had not gone smoothly due to the actions of the Terra tribe, the warriors who had gone were still met with great enthusiasm, and a banquet was to be held in the square to treat them. With so many people in the tribe, it was impossible for everything to be prepared by the tribe itself. Therefore, the tribe only provided food for those being entertained and for some highly respected individuals, while everyone else prepared their own food to join in the festivities. Even those provided food by the tribe brought their own delicacies to share. LinLan was currently searching for the food to share that evening. After searching around, LinLan only found some previously made dried tofu, pickled vegetables, and a few blocks of pressed tofu. They needed to make some pancakes, but there wasn't enough time now, so they just dug out some sweet potatoes to take along. When they arrived at the square, the sky had already begun to darken, and many fires were already lit in the square. LinLan and Baichi were no longer the same as before. Almost everyone in the tribe recognized a lady who could defeat warriors and possess the blessing of the beast god. Baichi, being young and handsome, and possessing strong combat abilities, had also garnered admiration from many women, despite his physique differing from the tribe's aesthetic standards. Moreover, the two of them brought high-yield food to the tribe, ensuring that no one would go hungry in the future. As they walked down the road, both men and women turned to look at them, their eyes filled with admiration and respect, as well as a hint of infatuation from the young boys and girls. It was inevitable. Beautiful women and handsome men always attracted more affection, but their current status meant that many could only think about it in their hearts, smiling and responding to the greetings from everyone. When they reached their destination, the center of the square, where the tribe leader for elders and other esteemed warriors gathered around the largest bonfire, their faces were almost frozen in smiles. They exchanged glances, seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. LinLan burst out laughing, rubbing her stiffened face and then stretching out her arms to pinch Baichi's handsome face, deforming it until it was almost unrecognizable. Baichi looked at LinLan gently, fully tolerating her playful antics, allowing her hands to wreak havoc on his face. However, He thought to himself that if it weren't night, it would definitely be obvious how red his face was from being squeezed. Not far away, Heyman and the others had already spotted LinLan and Bai Qi. Seeing their antics, everyone exchanged knowing smiles, feeling that youth was indeed wonderful and full of vitality. After everyone had left, LinLan, Bai Qi, and the four elders remained unmoved. Once everyone had departed, Heyman looked at Bai Qi and LinLan and said, "Don't take what just happened too seriously. That person was just too reckless, but he's not a bad person. It's fine. After all, our age and rank aren't enough to participate in such meetings. It's the tribe leader and the four elders who have shown us this favor to let us be here. So it's understandable that people have opinions," Bai Qi replied with a smile. In this world, strength is respected. The stronger one is the more voice they have. So it was expected that their current strength would attract cold looks from others. However, understanding this was one thing, but accepting it was another. If the opportunity arose in the future, they would definitely make others realize that strength is not just measured by brute force. Intelligence is also a part of strength. Everyone looked at Bai Qi's gentle smile, and for some reason, they suddenly felt a cold breeze pass through. No one wanted to dwell on the topic any longer. Heyman quickly shifted the conversation, saying to Kalen, regarding Elder Lewin, before you could send a message back, they had already left. Some say that people from the Terra tribe left with them, but since they didn't take much before, no one paid it much mind. Heyman's expression soured at this, not expecting such people to exist within the tribe. This served as a warning to them that they must pay more attention to others who might betray the tribe. Yes, I understand. I'll give orders regarding Wen. I think similarly to what Kalen thinks. Wen is not a fool. Since he intends to betray the tribe, he must have considered his family well. However, he is just a level 15 expert, and even if he knows some things about the tribe, they aren't very significant. So I didn't pay much attention to it. After pausing, Heyman turned to Bai Qi, who was staring blankly at the cup of water in front of him, and said, "Bai Qi, I want to entrust the tribe's warriors to you for leadership. What do you think?" "Why?" Kalen suddenly raised his head, looking at Bai Qi's serious face, confused. LinLan also stared at Kalen, wondering why he would suddenly say such a thing. Although Bai Qi was a war god, they didn't know that, so why would he suddenly suggest entrusting the tribe's warriors to Bai Qi? Could it be that someone else has crossed over to this place? Clearly, both of them were thinking the same thing, exchanging shocked glances. However, if they could cross over, why couldn't someone else? The question remained, who was that person, and what was their purpose? They could be sure that if that person wasn't foolish, they wouldn't bring up the topic of their crossing. The people here weren't dumb either. If they couldn't explain it clearly, what was their intention in suddenly entrusting the tribe's warriors to Bai Qi? They didn't believe that a level 12 person like Bai Qi could lead those warriors. Seeing the expressions on LinLan and Bai Qi's faces, Kalen thought they were worried that Bai Qi wouldn't be able to handle those experts. He even managed to pull a smile, saying, "I've seen how you led people to defend that city wall with the same warriors. The number of injuries among those you led was far lower than at other walls. I know you aren't ordinary wanderers. I've asked the warriors who defended the wall with you, and they said it was your methods. Such skills aren't something an ordinary wanderer could possess. But now that we are in the Yajiki tribe, we are all part of Yajiki tribe, and I believe in you. Is that all?" LinLan and Bai Qi exchanged glances. Bai Qi smiled and said, "Since the elder trusts me, then I'll give it a try. But those high-level warriors are not something I can lead. High-level warriors have their own pride. How could they listen to someone slightly lower than themselves? It's okay. I'll have Blake and Sean take turns training with you. Those high-level warriors can be left to them." Saying this, he glanced sideways at Blake and Sean, who both shivered unexpectedly and nodded in agreement, saying that it was fine for both of them to go. Bai Qi nodded in agreement, and seeing that his goal had been achieved, Kalen sat quietly on the side without saying a word. Hammond stared wide-eyed at this series of changes. Although he had the same thought as Kalen, he originally planned to go around in a big circle to discuss this matter with Bai Qi. He didn't expect the Grand Elder to be so imposing and straightforward. However, the final result was also good. Indeed, the Grand Elder was still as formidable as ever. But Hammond, staring with his shrewd little eyes at the Grand Elder, thought, since you were so direct, why not just solve LinLan's matter as well? Why leave that one out? The Grand Elder, who had been deep in thought with a stern face, seemed to sense something and suddenly raised his head to look at Hammond, clearly saying with his eyes, "I've already solved it. What do I need you, the clan leader, for?" The clan leader, who lacked martial prowess, quickly withdrew his gaze, coughed awkwardly, and looked at LinLan with a kind expression, making her feel uneasy, while Bai Qi beside him emanated dark energy. Ignoring the displeased Bai Qi, Hammond smiled at LinLan in a flattering manner and said, LinLan, heh. LinLan rubbed her arms, shivered a couple of times, and moved closer to Bai Chi, saying, does the clan leader have something to discuss? It's not a big deal. After saying this, he pretended to be shy and smiled, causing the other 4 elders, including Grand Elder Kalen, to shudder involuntarily. That old face, making such a gesture. Does the clan leader really have nothing going on? You, please speak, clan leader. Struggling to resist the urge to whip that person with the blood-sucking vine, LinLan clenched her itching palms, looking as if she was terrified and wanted to hear the news quickly. In the coming years, everyone will definitely prepare for the beast tide. When the warriors enter the mountains, they will inevitably get injured. The old man only hopes that LinLan can take some time each day to treat those injured warriors, Hammond said with a smile while looking at LinLan. Secretly relieved, LinLan shot a glance at Hammond. She thought something serious had happened because of his previous actions. However, it was just about treating the injured. Why use such an attitude? Making her think there was something very serious. Just as she was about to agree, she heard him continue. Also, the corn and wheat that were planted before, LinLan, please check on them every few days, as the others lack experience and can only rely on you. The sincerity of the words and the good attitude made LinLan nod in agreement. I saw those few moving plants of yours before, quite good. I wonder if you can lend them to the tribe to guard the gate for a few years. His tone remained gentle, and his calm and sincere face showed no sign of calculation. Without much thought, LinLan nodded in response to Hammond's words, and then Hammond announced the meeting was adjourned. Everyone floated out of Hammond's house. It wasn't that everyone's self-control was lacking, but that old face making such a gesture was simply unbearable, making one want to vomit. After walking a short distance, LinLan, finally coming back to her senses from Hammond's influence, stopped in the middle of the road and couldn't help but shout to the sky, my freedom, my task, my mutated plants. The voice echoed far and wide, startling countless birds. Unfortunately, no matter how much she regretted it, the promise she made could not be taken back. Now LinLan was troubled about how to explain this to the blood-sucking vine. One could imagine how it would cause a ruckus when it found out. After they left, Hammond laughed sinisterly behind them. Those few plants had good abilities and were just right for guarding the gate. Hammond was very satisfied with the results achieved, thinking to himself, I still have charm. Even LinLan can't resist my unmatched brilliance. Hammond narcissistically stroked his chin, smiled proudly, and hummed a tune that made one feel an impulse to kill him and then commit suicide. However, Hammond should be thankful that the others did not know his thoughts. If they did, especially those 4 elders, they would definitely let him, the clan leader, know why the flowers were so red. Back home, LinLan threw herself onto the bed. Fortunately, the bed was covered with several thick layers of fur, so it didn't hurt when she fell. With a painful groan, she raised her hand to summon the blood-sucking vine, but thought about how its mentality was getting closer to that of a child, so she decided against it. Turning around, she hugged Bai Chi, burying her head in his body, and said in a muffled voice, why did I let the clan leader's terrifying old face scare me into agreeing to such things? Other things are fine. After all, the mentality isn't open yet, but if the blood-sucking vine finds out, it will definitely cause a ruckus. Thinking of the blood-sucking vine's strange, twisting body and its affectionate behavior, along with the thoughts it transmitted to her, LinLan suddenly felt like it would be better to just die. Looking down at her partner, who was pretending to be dead in her arms, Bai Chi smiled gently. His hand ran through LinLan's hair, gently massaging her scalp, making her hum comfortably. There's no need to be so tangled up about this. We promised to give him the mutated plants, but didn't say we would give him all of them, Bai Chi softly said while gently rubbing LinLan's head. Hearing this, LinLan, who was still rolling around, brightened up and immediately lifted her head from Bai Chi's embrace, saying, you have a way. Let's do it that way. Let's see what that old man has to say then. After saying this, LinLan proudly raised her head as if she had won a great battle, with a cold snort, imagining the old man's dumbfounded expression when he heard her words. It would definitely be amusing. However, thinking about how she would have to treat the injured every day in the future, her previously restored energy deflated like a deflated ball again. With her arm resting on Bai Chi's leg and her chin on her arm, she said in a melancholic tone, I still have to go to work every day. I won't even have the chance to go out on tasks or relax in the mountains. At that time, you can negotiate with the clan leader, allowing you to go to the mountains to relax for a few days every month or 2. I think the clan leader would agree to this so that you can maintain a good mood and save more people. If you dare to set a trap, you must accept your own retribution. Oh, suddenly sitting up, grabbing Bai Chi's arm, she exclaimed, you really have a way. you truly are the god of war." Saying this, she lunged at Bai Qi, hugging his neck and planting a kiss on his cheek before jumping off the bed to negotiate with the clan leader. Quickly grabbing LinLan, who was about to run away, he asked, "What are you trying to do?" "Go and negotiate with the clan leader." After dropping this line, she struggled to leave. "No need to rush. You can go tomorrow. Today we still have a lot to do." Saying this, he didn't give LinLan a chance to refuse and dragged her back onto the bed. They kept at it until it was dark and time for dinner. And only then did Bai Qi generously let her go to prepare the food. Sitting slumped on the bed, LinLan hugged the blanket, rubbing her waist while cursing the certain someone she had just been grateful to. Please remember the first publication domain of this book, www.forxiaoxue.org, the mobile reading website of forxiaoxue.org WAP. Forxiaoxue, or Chapter 103, 10 years can be said to pass quickly or slowly. In order to prevent the alliance between the Terra tribe and the Beast King, the third largest tribe, the Maha tribe, along with several smaller surrounding tribes, joined the Ajiki tribe over the past decade. Now, the Ajiki tribe has nearly doubled in size, becoming the largest tribe in the human world. Upon discovering that their plans were exposed, the Terra tribe completely severed ties with the Ajiki tribe, recruiting some smaller tribes that feared the beast horde or were tempted by the benefits promised by the Terra tribe, creating a standoff with the Ajiki tribe. Although the new crops like corn and wheat are being taken very seriously and are strictly guarded by all the tribes, the sheer scale of the operation allowed the Terra tribe to get wind of it, and in the 6th year, they managed to obtain some seeds. In response, Chief Heyman gritted his teeth and thought that once they figured out how to plant them, the beast tide would arrive, and by then, even if they had developed the farming techniques, it would be of no use. He chuckled wickedly at the piles of grain in the granary. Heyman walked lightly into the conference hall and saw several elders, the distant chief of the Maha tribe, and Flag, one of the elders of the Ajiki tribe, already seated with serious expressions. Heyman cleared his throat lightly, adjusted his previously cheerful demeanor to a serious one, and walked up to take a seat. Everyone present was already familiar with Heyman's character and was not surprised by his rapid change in expression, sitting there waiting for him to speak. The beast tide is approaching, and I believe everyone can sense something from the movements of the beast during this time. Although we have more people than before, this also attracts all the beast's attention here. Moreover, the Terra tribe has betrayed humanity and allied with the beasts. This time, we must be fully prepared for the hardest of battles. Saying this, Heyman gave everyone a serious glance and continued, "During this period, everyone must remain vigilant. Now that the beasts are led by the Beast King, I fear the beast tide may come early." As soon as these words were spoken, the people present erupted in hushed discussions. The Grand Elder Kalen tapped the table, making a thud sound, causing the discussions to gradually quiet down until they disappeared. "The words of the chief have also been mentioned by Bai Qi to me," Kalen remarked as everyone calmed down, then dropped a bombshell. Bai Qi's abilities have been evident to everyone over the years. Under his leadership, the tribe's defenses have skyrocketed. With unpredictable tactics and the interconnection of various magical elements, ambushes, and attacks leaving everyone dazzled. They marveled at how battles could be fought this way and how magic could be used like this. General Bai stated that compared to the beasts that simply charge forward, even if they gained some intelligence, they could only coordinate slightly. The application of tactics was far too easy. Now, all the tribe's defenses have been entrusted to Bai Qi, and the atmosphere has grown increasingly tense. The air seemed to carry a suffocating aura. Therefore, Bai Qi kept a close eye on the movements of the beasts in the forests outside the tribe. Hearing Kalen mention him, Bai Qi stood up and said, "Recently, the beasts in the mountains have shown some unusual movements, all starting to gather towards here, and even level 12 or 13 beasts have appeared on the outskirts. Since he took over the tribe's defenses, he has been dispatching scouts to the mountains daily, so he was the first to know about the movements in the forest." Clearly, others also recognized Bai Qi's abilities and trusted his judgment, causing the expressions of those present to grow more serious. After a moment of contemplation, Heyman raised his head and said sternly, "We have prepared for this beast tide for 10 years, gathering people and resources from 2 major tribes and countless smaller tribes. The beasts during the beast tide are aggressive, and in this situation, even if the Terra tribe collaborates with the Beast King, they can only control a portion of the beasts. Moreover, the Terra tribe will also have to withstand the impact of the beast tide and cannot cooperate with the beasts to attack us. Thus, our hope is still very great." Everyone present fell into silence. Even so, this beast tide will be more intense than any previous one. They should be thankful that this was just a minor beast tide and not a major beast tide that occurs once every 1,000 years. The beasts from deeper in the forest could not make it here, preventing them from falling into despair. After the meeting, Bai Qi and LinLan, rare moments of holding hands, slowly walked along the tribe's path. Both had been preparing for the beast tide, and even though they were strong, their bodies were somewhat exhausted. They collapsed onto the bed as soon as they got home, having not enjoyed their time together in a long while. LinLan and Bai Qi, having finally relaxed from their tense state, looked at the hurried people around them, all wearing expressions of tension as the battle approached. The atmosphere in the entire tribe was exceptionally heavy. Both had experienced grand scenes before. Even though they had never seen the so-called beast tide, they could understand something from the context. LinLan felt that it was not any easier than the zombie tide of the apocalypse. After walking for a while, Bai Qi tilted his head to look at LinLan, noticing the dark circles under her eyes, and said with some concern, "You've had a lot on your plate recently. Haven't you? You look exhausted. Today, just relax, and make sure to get some good rest when we get back." "And you?" LinLan tilted her head to look at Bai Qi and said lightly, "You have a lot of work with the wall defenses, not to mention adjusting the security. Do you think your face looks good? You should also go back and get some good rest." After all, the people here were primitive tribes that had never been trained by a regular army, so it was particularly challenging for Bai Qi to teach them. He had to teach them bit by bit, paying attention to where the defenses were weak and where adjustments needed to be made. It was not as simple as her situation, and it was even more difficult. The two exchanged smiles, reading each other's concern in their eyes, and decided to go back and prepare for a good long sleep because they knew that coming up was a battle that would last a year. And now, with the Beast King's involvement, it would last even longer. As the two responsible for crucial parts, they would find it hard to have moments of good rest in the future. Upon returning home, they embraced each other and had a comfortable sleep. Perhaps they were exhausted from the recent period, as they slept until the next morning, missing dinner entirely. The next day, they woke up feeling refreshed after a nice stretch. Perhaps the tension had eased a bit yesterday, and after this sleep, they felt invigorated. After having a light meal, they immediately rushed to their respective posts. As it was good to steal some leisure time for comfortable sleep, but they could not keep slacking off, there were still many important matters waiting for them. They parted ways at the door, with LinLan heading towards the center of the tribe, while Bai Qi went to the tribe's main gate. The tribe's walls had been raised and widened significantly, with pairs of tribesmen patrolling along the walls without pause, their nerves taut and expression serious. Even when they saw Bai Qi, they passed by him without glancing to the side. Bai Qi stood on the wall, observing the situation around him. Seeing the state of the patrolling individuals, he couldn't help but nod in satisfaction, thinking to himself that after so many years of hard training, even though they had not experienced large-scale slaughter, they had developed a disciplined demeanor akin to a military unit. Moreover, the people here often fought against beasts, and although it was only small-scale cooperation, they had seen enough blood to gain a kind of wild ferocity. He believed that once they entered battle, their performance would surpass that of his previous soldiers and have greater lethality. The mobile reading website of 4-Novel Network, WAP, for Xiao Shuo, or Chapter 131. Looking at the sky, Bai Qi slowly walked into a simple stone building on the city wall, where 3 people were sitting inside, their expressions serious as they discussed something. Upon seeing Bai Qi enter, they all stood up and called out "General," their eyes filled with admiration, as if they were seeing an idol. Although they didn't show overly excited expressions, they seemed even more excited than when they encountered a level 16 powerhouse. "What is going on?" Ignoring the expressions of the 3, Bai Qi waved his hand for them to sit down and walked to the main seat to sit down himself. He was accustomed to being called General, since he initially aimed to transform the tribe's warriors into a powerful force. Everything was to be conducted according to his military rules. After nearly 10 years of adaptation and adjustment, they had finally fully integrated. After Bai Qi sat down, the 3 of them sat on either side of him in turn. Sitting to Bai Qi's right was a very burly man, looking somewhat honest, with a dark complexion from frequent hunting under the sun. The strong smell of blood emanating from him indicated that he was a battle-hardened warrior. When Bai Qi asked a question, this man was the first to speak. "General, scouts reported that the beasts in the forest have been acting strangely these past few days. This morning, the tribe's warriors even saw over 100 beasts gathered in the forest valley, which doesn't seem like normal migration." After he finished speaking, the other 2 nodded in agreement, saying they had encountered similar situations. Just then, hurried footsteps were heard from outside, and a figure appeared at the door, looking rushed, as if they had come in a hurry. "Bill, what happened? Why are you only just arriving?" The second person on Bai Qi's left asked upon seeing the newcomer, worried that the general would scold him, implying that he needed to explain quickly. Bill nodded and smiled at the person before turning to Bai Qi at the main seat. Sorry, General, I'm late. I just received news that a group of beasts is gathering at the south gate, and there are quite a few of them. It seems they might be preparing to attack the tribe. As he spoke, he sat down in the second position on Bai Chi's right. What? There's still 2 months until the beast tide. Why would the beast start attacking the tribe now? The first person on the left exclaimed in surprise, and the other two also looked incredulous. Bai Chi stared ahead without speaking, subconsciously rubbing the long sword at his waist, letting the 4 of them discuss among themselves. However, after just a few exchanges, the 4 guards fell silent, looking at Bai Chi without speaking, and the atmosphere in the room began to grow tense. After a while, Bai Chi seemed to awaken from a dream, his unfocused eyes returning to the room, breaking the tension and allowing the 4 to relax a bit. Bai Chi thought for a moment and looked at the 4 with some confusion, asking, I've always wanted to ask something. Is the timing of the beast tide very precise? Are there any unusual signs during the beast tide compared to normal times? How can you be so sure that the timing of the beast tide 1T change? Perhaps because Bai Chi had joined this other world halfway through, he lacked the subtle influences that came from growing up in it. As an observer, he watched everyone's worries about the beast tide and their certainty about its timing, feeling that something was being overlooked. As soon as he said this, the 4 looked at each other in surprise. They had never considered this matter. Not just them, even the most powerful warriors and the wisest sages had never thought about it. Different perspectives and levels of influence led to different views on things. He didn't believe that nature's responses could be so accurate to the point of not making a mistake for a single day. However, this inspiration was fleeting. It made him think of something, but he couldn't grasp it. So, he stood up and walked to the door, calling a warrior to find LinLan at the center of the tribe. When the soldier found LinLan, she was demonstrating to the tribe how to prevent wound infections and how to reduce bleeding speed under limited conditions. Although the tribe's warriors were much stronger than those on Earth, they were still human and susceptible to bacterial infections and the weakness or even death caused by excessive blood loss. What's wrong? Is there something at the city gate? LinLan asked without looking up, her hands moving skillfully as she bandaged the beasts, helping the tribe's people. The warrior admired LinLan as she demonstrated. Her bandaging techniques had saved many in the tribe, not to mention that her nimble fingers moved as if they were dancing. The general wants you to go to the east city gate. Although LinLan's actions drew his attention, as a soldier trained by Bai Chi, he still completed his task well. He was somewhat puzzled about Bai Chi's purpose for calling her at this time, but he didn't say anything else, just instructed others to continue practicing and followed the soldier to wash his hands. After LinLan left, the others didn't waste a moment, gathering in groups around the beast to practice bandaging and stopping the bleeding, hoping to save as many of their kin as possible during the beast tide. Rushing to the city wall, LinLan found no signs of battle and breathed a sigh of relief, thinking there might be some difficult injuries at the wall. She was very familiar with the defense of the city walls, so she didn't need anyone to guide her. She walked to the meeting place where Bai Chi and the others were, and upon opening the door, she saw all 4 commanders responsible for the city gates present, looking somewhat troubled. They only nodded at her when she entered, appearing weighed down by heavy thoughts. What's wrong? Sitting across from Bai Chi, she looked up at him, urging him to quickly resolve her confusion. It's like this. Bai Chi poured out their discussions and some of his own thoughts to LinLan, thinking that she should be able to provide some explanations about the unknowns from her era. This child was just too amazed by modern things, giving him a feeling that modernity was all-powerful. This matter is indeed a bit strange, LinLan muttered to herself, regardless of the hopeful gazes from the other 5 in the room. She closed her eyes, spreading her mental energy into the air, trying to capture something strange in the space. As her mental energy spread into the air, the various molecules in the atmosphere became clear, displaying a beautiful array of colors. LinLan was used to seeing these molecules, often observing them during meditation and practice. However, at that time, she was focused on absorbing the wood and water energy molecules that were close to her, and now she was trying to observe what was different about these energy molecules. LinLan's thoughts were similar to Bai Chi's. Nature could not suddenly make certain movements. Even natural disasters would have early warnings, let alone a beast tide of such large scale. She and T thought about this before, but now that Bai Chi brought it up, it reminded her of the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, the energy molecules in the air changed. Although she didn't know the correlation between the two, it was undeniable that there must be some connection. Searching carefully in the air for something, LinLan felt that she was missing something, her mental energy diligently searching through those energy molecules. Bai Chi and the 4 city guards all held their breath, watching LinLan's actions, as if any heavy breathing would disturb her. What is it? LinLan kept pondering while looking at the colorful energy molecules, surveying the energy molecules in the surrounding space over and over again. Yet still couldn't find anything. Something's off. Her intuition told her the answer she was looking for was right here. She was just too anxious. Taking a deep breath, LinLan calmly re-engaged in her search, but this time, she was no longer as anxious as before. Like being in a meditative state, she communicated with the energy of the world using her mind. Immersed in the energy molecules, LinLan lost track of time, continuously observing those energy molecules that were either playful, quiet, or honest, actively moving in space as if they were alive. LinLan attempted to touch those energy molecules with her mental power, but when she touched the first one, it immediately fled as if its tail were on fire. The second one reacted similarly, and soon, all the energy molecules nearby had moved away. LinLan was not in a hurry. She just kept sending out goodwill. Although those energy molecules had vitality, they were still just energy molecules with intelligence akin to that of a baby, able to discern good from bad only through the most basic sensations. This was not about absorbing energy for her own use, but about communicating with those energy molecules. And LinLan knew she had to be fully focused, looking at the dense circle of energy molecules around her. LinLan suddenly scolded herself for being foolish and immediately summoned the energy within her body. The energy within LinLan was absorbed into her body, making it very close to her, and being energy molecules themselves, they were easier to approach. Sure enough, after she summoned a portion of the energy within her, she cautiously tried to approach the energy in the air. Those energy molecules accepted the energy she summoned with ease after a slight test. Although she had successfully blended in, LinLan still did not dare to touch the energy in the air easily, only able to make slow, tentative contacts. While immersed in this contact with the energy, LinLan lost track of time, but Bai Qi and the other four were sitting there waiting for news, feeling as if time was dragging on. The four generals, who did not understand what LinLan was doing, stiffly sat in their chairs without daring to move. Even hesitant to speak, just staring at LinLan. Time quietly passed. The four generals were not people who could sit still, and now they had been sitting there motionless for an entire afternoon, which was more unbearable than losing their lives. If it weren't for Bai Qi being there, the four would have long since left, preferring to face the beast tide than endure this torment of waiting. Unlike them, Bai Qi was also somewhat anxious, but his trust in LinLan kept him looking very calm as he quietly waited for her answer, patiently waiting to make contact with these energy molecules. After an unknown amount of time, those energy molecules finally stopped rejecting LinLan's mental power. LinLan felt a surge of joy in her heart, and then more cautiously observed those energy molecules with her mental power. Strange, what exactly is different? LinLan frowned in confusion as she looked at the energy molecules. She felt she must have overlooked something, but she just couldn't find out what it was. The four city defense generals saw LinLan frowning and thought she was unable to find the problem, turning to Bai Qi, wanting to leave, but were pinned in place by Bai Qi's sharp gaze. At this moment, Bai Qi was somewhat anxious as well. After such a long time, he even had the thought that it would be okay if she didn't succeed, but looking at LinLan's current expression, he had a feeling that she must have discovered something. Perhaps this was the telepathic connection. Although LinLan still did not know where the problem lay, she had a general direction. She believed that as long as she found the key to that problem, she would definitely be able to unravel the mystery of the Beast Riot. But where was it? Unable to find the key, LinLan felt like a lost traveler in the desert, seemingly moving toward the direction of hope, yet still going around in circles. LinLan stared at a wood-type energy molecule in front of her, hoping to find the key to the problem, but after observing for a long time, she still did not find anything wrong. Just when she was about to give up, another wood-type energy molecule suddenly intruded, and from the energy fluctuations emanating from it, it was an energy that had been emitted from LinLan's body. These two energies are somewhat off, LinLan instinctively murmured as she looked at the two energy molecules. And suddenly, inspiration struck her like a beam of light piercing the darkness, illuminating all her previous confusion and finally revealing the problem. Although these two energy molecules looked the same, if it weren't for their users judging them based on the energy fluctuations they emitted, it would be difficult to discern their differences. However, upon closer inspection, one could find some subtle differences on the surface of the energy molecules, like tiny dust adhering to the walls of the energy molecules, which were hard to notice. To confirm her hypothesis, LinLan observed some other molecules and discovered that the energy molecules originally present in the air were covered with that kind of tiny dust, while the energy molecules emitted from her body had only a little. What were those tiny dust particles? LinLan felt puzzled. She then withdrew her mental power back into her body to observe the energy within her, circulating along the meridians, but found that there were no tiny dust particles on those energy molecules. As if conducting another experiment, LinLan expelled some of the dust-free energy from her body again, focusing on observing that energy. When the energy was expelled, it still had no dust as it did inside her body, but not long after, LinLan noticed that those energy molecules, like objects exposed to the outside, gradually accumulated dust. Only the accumulation speed was somewhat slow. Although she didn't know what those dust particles were, LinLan had a feeling that they could give her the answer she wanted. Taking a deep breath, LinLan slowly operated her technique, gradually drawing in energy from the outside. As the energy entered her body, LinLan's mental power followed the energy. But she suddenly discovered that when the energy entered her body, the dust on it seemed to be wiped away, disappearing within her. Where did those tiny dust particles go? LinLan operated her technique again, this time focusing on tracking those tiny dust particles. Those tiny dust particles were so small that despite LinLan's extraordinary mental power, it was still difficult to catch where they went. Unable to do anything else, LinLan had to slow down the operation speed of her technique. The faster the technique ran through the meridians, the more energy could be absorbed within the same time, as long as the body could withstand it. Unexpectedly, the self who had always pursued speed was now struggling to slow down. Fast was easy, but slow was not smooth at all. Having been accustomed to a rapid absorption speed, slowing down and controlling her mental power to capture the dust made it very difficult for LinLan to multitask. Having been together for such a long time, and with the dual cultivation technique they practiced, LinLan and Bai Qi had long since developed a telepathic connection. Bai Qi could even know LinLan's current state from her subtle changes. Now, seeing LinLan's serious expression, as if she was observing something, along with the subtle fluctuations in the surrounding air, all indicated that LinLan had discovered something and was currently verifying it. After countless failures, LinLan finally captured a few pieces of dust that disappeared more slowly during one extended performance. Seeing those dust particles detach from the energy and swiftly vanish into her blood and various parts of her body, LinLan was no longer in a hurry to absorb energy for observation, but instead, she sent her mental power into her body, delving deep into the cells. Indeed, it was somewhat similar to what she had imagined. After those dust particles entered her body, they settled in, and there were such tiny dust particles throughout her body, just varying in quantity. However, LinLan was somewhat puzzled. Over the years, she had absorbed so much energy. Logically speaking, there shouldn't only be this little dust. With these doubts, LinLan tried to absorb some energy into her body again, focusing all her attention internally, wanted to see what was going on with this dust. What's going on? While operating her technique, LinLan suddenly noticed some changes in a patch of dust within her body. If it weren't for her highly concentrated mental power, she wouldn't have been able to detect those almost imperceptible changes. Continuing to operate her technique, she confirmed that the small dust particles in her body indeed showed some changes. And it wasn't just her dizziness causing her to see things. She saw that some of the dust was being cleared away. Although new dust was entering her body, the amount was still less than what had been cleared before. Could this be what they called cleansing the essence and refining the marrow? A flash of insight occurred to LinLan. It seemed that during her previous practice, especially during breakthroughs, her body always expelled some impurities. Thinking about those small dust particles and recalling the expelled dirt, LinLan shivered. This was definitely not her fault. Although she knew that the human body contained quite a bit of impurities during the detoxification process, knowing it was one thing, but seeing it with her own eyes was another. Seeing the dirty dust everywhere in her body, and no matter how hard she tried to wash it away, it wouldn't come off. How could this not drive a cleanliness-loving woman mad? She probably would face psychological torment every time she saw dust or took a shower from now on. Beside her, Bai Qi stared at LinLan without blinking. Seeing her expression, which was slightly distorted and filled with some entangled pain, he became worried and thought something was wrong. In the next second, he appeared beside LinLan at a wind-like speed, startling the four generals who were sitting there, afraid to move, speak, or even breathe heavily. They jumped up from their chairs, ready to rush out, thinking there was an enemy attack. Without time to care about those fools, Bai Qi cautiously stood next to LinLan, always ready to take action if something went wrong. At that moment, LinLan finally opened her eyes. As soon as she opened them, she saw Bai Qi squatting in front of her with a worried expression. "LinLan, are you okay?" he asked, carefully observing her complexion. Once he confirmed there was nothing wrong, He stood up and pulled over a chair beside him to sit closely next to LinLan. The four who had finally come to their senses silently retracted their feet, feeling embarrassed for making such a move in front of LinLan. They felt like they were losing face and worried whether their wives and children, fiancés, girlfriends, crushes, would think they were embarrassing and abandon them. Borg was particularly helpless about the general forcibly taking his chair. There was nothing he could do. If the general sought personal revenge, he would be in big trouble. Remembering the fates of those who had previously been defiant, Borg shivered. He definitely didn't want to experience those horrific punishments and could only awkwardly pull over a small stool, his strong body like a bear having to squeeze onto that tiny stool. By the way, whose small stool is this? And how did it end up here? Not far away. A captain couldn't help but sneeze, wondering if he had caught a cold. However, a qualified warrior was not afraid of a little cold. So he rubbed his nose and forgot about it, thinking that when he had a break, he would take the lovely little stool home for his adorable 7-year-old daughter Monica, who would surely love it. He had asked Casey to make it for a long time, shaking his head to try to forget the scene he had seen inside his body. LinLan remembered there were important matters to attend to when she heard Bai Chi's question. She immediately replied, "I'm fine, just found some clues. But I need to verify them further. Right now, I need some different levels of exotic beasts, alive, and also warriors of various levels." After observing for a while and confirming that LinLan was indeed okay, Bai Chi turned to those four people and gave them a few instructions. The four received the orders and immediately solemnly promised to bring back what LinLan needed as soon as possible, then stood up and walked out. As soon as they reached the door, the four of them ran out like rabbits, chased by a fierce beast, completely disregarding their image. The four generals thought, what does image matter? Anyone would act like this after sitting still and unable to move or even breathe heavily for an entire afternoon, once liberated. Who wouldn't react this way? After the four left, LinLan shared her speculation with Bai Chi. Bai Chi pondered alongside her and said, "LinLan, do you mean that perhaps the upheaval of the exotic beasts is related to those small dust particles?" "Yes. I have a feeling that searching for this substance should not go wrong. If this material is indeed the cause of the exotic beast upheaval, then why hasn't it affected humans? Since we also have it in our bodies?" This was also what LinLan couldn't figure out. Perhaps observing those exotic beasts would lead to an answer. The people quickly prepared what LinLan needed. The exotic beasts were lined up from low to high levels at the city wall, waiting for LinLan to come and check them. LinLan approached, starting with the lower level ones, and gradually infused her mental power into the bodies of those exotic beasts to observe the quantity of the unknown substances within them, as well as the speed of absorption and expulsion. After observing the exotic beasts, she turned to humans, from infants to level 15 warriors, instructing them not to resist her mental power. The warriors felt extremely uncomfortable as LinLan's mental power penetrated them, as if she could see through them inside and out. After the checks were done, it was already dark and torches were lit all over the city wall, illuminating the entire area. Taking a deep breath to expel the turbid air, although the warriors did not resist, the exotic beasts were another matter. Moreover, observing so many at once required a high concentration of mental power. Even with her strong mental power, LinLan felt a bit overwhelmed. Bai Chi immediately stepped forward to wipe the sweat from her forehead. Noticing that LinLan's face looked pale under the torchlight, he approached her with concern and said, "Are you done? If you are, let's go back and rest." Since noon, LinLan had been in a highly concentrated state and hadn't eaten dinner, making Bai Chi feel somewhat guilty. He thought about having LinLan eat something before resting. "I've already seen some problems, but I still don't understand why those exotic beasts are revolting and attacking humans. What benefit does this bring them?" LinLan looked at the line of exotic beasts in front of her, puzzled. If what she thought was true, that the accumulation of those dust particles would trigger upheavals, then what impact would this upheaval have on the exotic beasts? Upheaval, upheaval. LinLan carefully chewed on these two words, her eyes looking at the exotic beasts that were still baring their teeth at her, even while restrained. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck her, and her eyes widened, saying, "Maybe I've figured something out." LinLan pulled Bai Chi and looked at the people around her, her voice becoming brisk. "It's getting late. You all take these exotic beasts down for now. I still have use for them tomorrow. Remember, make sure they're well fed and treated well. Just don't let them escape." After saying this, LinLan dragged Bai Chi back to rest. After a long day, as soon as she relaxed, she felt a throbbing pressure at her temples. The soldiers and warriors stared blankly as LinLan and Bai Chi left gracefully, leaving behind a dozen restless exotic beasts. Wondering what to do as they felt like crying. They're soldiers, warriors, not breeders. who can tell them what it means to treat them well, while also preventing them from escaping and taking good care of them. The four generals each patted the warriors watching the exotic beasts and encouraged them, saying, "Do well. I have faith in you." After saying that, they patted their backsides and left. You call that running away? How could that be considered running away? They still have many things to do. Do you think the generals guarding the city gates would be so idle? Besides, this is a specialized field. They are not professional breeders. If those soldiers could see their inner thoughts, perhaps they would disregard whether they were city gate generals or not. And even if they couldn't beat them, they would still give them a good beating. Now, even the generals have slipped away, leaving the rest of them looking at each other, with no choice but to take the exotic beasts to a few empty rooms. At worst, they would just stay up all night watching these beasts. However, with only a few of them, they expressed that they simply couldn't manage it all night. It seemed that someone was quite idle, and a few exchanged knowing smiles, deciding to find someone easy to trick. Please remember the original domain of this book, www.forxiaoshua.org. The mobile reading URL for 4Novel Network is forxiaoshua.org. Chapter 134. At night, the two lay in bed, embraced. The tension from the entire afternoon made LinLan so sleepy that she could barely keep her eyes open, leaning against Bai Qi's chest with her eyes closed. Bai Qi adjusted his arm to make LinLan more comfortable and wrapped the other arm around her shoulder, gently stroking it. Comforted, LinLan leaned further into Bai Qi's embrace. Don't tire yourself out like this tomorrow. If you feel tired, take a break. These issues aren't urgent. Seeing LinLan so exhausted, Bai Qi felt quite pained. Besides, when they encountered exotic beasts in the wild or during a riot, LinLan had never been this worn out. Drowsily, LinLan heard Bai Qi's words and mumbled a in response. If it weren't for the quiet night and Bai Qi having good hearing, it would have been hard to catch. But LinLan was truly exhausted. The tension from the entire afternoon made her feel as if she were dreaming when she heard Bai Qi speak. After replying, she fell into a deep sleep. The next day, well-rested LinLan organized a battle between the warriors and the exotic beasts based on her thoughts, then observed their internal conditions. Discovering that the dust inside the beasts significantly decreased after they had vented their frustrations. After checking the physical conditions of the different tribespeople, LinLan felt she should understand some of these situations. How? Seeing LinLan stop her actions, the people nearby immediately gathered around to ask. Seeing everyone crowding around his wife, their eyes shining like hungry wolves spotting prey, Bai Qi's expression darkened. He discreetly pushed the crowd away and firmly occupied his wife's side before clearing his throat and saying, "If anyone has questions, please ask later. For now, let's hear what LinLan has to say." The people nearby were somewhat dissatisfied with Bai Qi's protective behavior, but most only grumbled in their hearts. After all, Bai Qi was their leader, and they didn't want to put themselves in a tight spot. The clan leader and various elders, however, were not worried and expressed with their eyes, words, and body language just how disrespectful Bai Qi was towards the elders. But everyone knew that staying there wasn't a solution. So they all moved aside, no longer asking questions, and waited for LinLan to explain. Finally, it quieted down. LinLan thought about how to convey her message before speaking. If I'm not mistaken, the riots of these exotic beasts should be related to an unknown substance in their bodies. This substance is present in the air, entering our bodies through our breathing, training, and even food, and we continuously expel it. If the amount absorbed exceeds the expulsion rate, it can easily cause restlessness, leading to aggression towards other beings, thus using this combat method to help expel the excess material. The crowd was left confused. Heyman chewed over LinLan's words and slowly asked, "So, that substance causes the exotic beasts to riot, and we humans also absorb that substance?" Understanding Heyman's implication, LinLan explained, "Humans can absorb it too." Seeing anxiety on everyone's faces, LinLan continued, "But don't worry. This substance has minimal impact on humans, and its effects are not as significant as on the exotic beasts. Moreover, the higher the individual's level, the lesser the impact. Even if there is some effect during an exotic beast tide, whether the warriors fighting against the beasts or others, everyone is engaged in high-intensity activities, so that substance will naturally be gradually expelled from the body, making its impact on humans negligible." Hearing LinLan say this, everyone finally felt relieved. However, Heyman still had some concerns and asked, if we were surrounded by that substance, why do exotic beast tides occur every 100 years, while major tides happen every 1,000 years? If this pattern is broken, I can't be sure we humans can handle the continuous onslaught of exotic beasts. Upon hearing Heyman's question, everyone clearly thought of this point as well. If they were surrounded by that substance that drives the exotic beasts mad, What if one day the beast suddenly rioted without following this pattern? In that case, unprepared humans could very well be overwhelmed by these beasts, which would be a disaster for humanity. LinLan pondered for a moment. This world should also be round like Earth, right? If so, there would be rotation and revolution, and different celestial bodies around it. If there were a planet that approached this world every 100 years, with its closest point occurring every 1,000 years, then that could explain the occurrence pattern of the exotic beast tides. However, LinLan felt a headache coming on, thinking about how to explain to them that the world is round, revolving around a star, and what it means for celestial bodies to come close, and what perihelion means. In a place where there is no understanding of even the most basic celestial concepts, trying to popularize modern knowledge in a primitive society might be too forced. After thinking for a while, LinLan slowly responded to everyone's expectations. There is something that every 100 years attracts the activity of these substances, and every 1,000 years its attraction is at its peak. This cycle forms the exotic beast tide every 100 years. What is that attracting thing? Will it cause problems? Can we destroy it? Everyone found it unbelievable to pin humanity's future on an unknown entity and found it hard to accept. LinLan smiled bitterly, unsure how to answer. Nothing in this world is absolute. Just like in the previous world, it was said that an apocalypse could never come. Yet when it did, it hit humanity hard. Now, questioning whether that unknown planet attracting the substance would have issues, she truly couldn't guarantee anything. The vast universe is filled with uncertainties, and no one can predict what will happen next. As for destroying it, that was even less likely. In modern society, even with advanced technology, humanity has not been able to completely eliminate the asteroids that pose threats to Earth. There is no point in thinking about it. It's simply not feasible. I can't say the thing will definitely not have problems in the future. All I can say is that it is unlikely to have issues easily. How do you know the thing can't be destroyed? Are you and that thing related and don't want to destroy it? Suddenly, an elder pressed for an answer. He had long been displeased with the two, thinking they were young and not the most capable, yet managed to control the tribe's healing and combat. Not to mention, they had outright refused to arrange a position for his nephew, completely disregarding the face of an elder, which naturally angered him. Now that he found an opportunity, he wanted to place this blame on them. As soon as these words were spoken, not only LinLan and Bai Qi, but even the other members of the tribe looked at this person with strange expressions. Who doesn't know that the beast tide has a history of countless years? To impose this crime on LinLan and Bai Qi is simply unreasonable. However, these words still had some effect at this moment. A small portion of the crowd looked at LinLan and Bai Qi with suspicion, wondering if they had accidentally discovered something about this matter. And since that thing was useful to the two of them, they didn't want to destroy it along with everyone else. Otherwise, how would they know about it? The author has something to say. I've been working overtime lately, returning late and leaving early in the morning, so the updates are unstable. I won't be able to update during the National Day holiday, from the 30th to the 7th. I hope readers can understand. Please remember the original domain of this book, www.forxiaoshua.org. Mobile reading URL, WAP. forxiaoshua.org. Chapter 135. LinLan glanced at that person and said coldly, "If you can fly up to the sky, then we can consider it. After all, we don't have that ability." That thing is in the sky? The people around all looked up in disbelief, their eyes wide open, staring hard for a long time until their necks ached and their eyes hurt. Yet they saw nothing. The person did the same, looking for a long time only to see a few harmless birds fly by, but nothing else, as if he had found a handle. The person sneered and said, "She's playing us. There's nothing up there. Could it be a conspiracy?" After saying that, he increasingly felt justified in what he said, looking around with satisfaction, and declared loudly, "I think they must have some conspiracy like colluding with the Beast King, just like the Terror Tribe." He went on, and addressed Haman with righteous indignation. "Chief, such a person is unworthy to lead our tribe's warriors. The tribe should elect a new leader. Also, the healers shouldn't let LinLan lead either. They should change leaders." "Oh, who do you think would be better?" Haman asked with a smile. The person thought for a long time and said, "I believe Solta would be more suitable." Solta had a good relationship with him and was a level 15 expert. If he could become the leader, then it would be easier to secure a position for his nephew. The chief chuckled twice, turned to a tall and handsome man behind him, and asked Solta, "What do you think?" "Chief, Solta's leadership skills are not as good as Bai Qi's." Solta fully acknowledges Bai Qi's ability to lead the tribe's warriors. He spoke sincerely. He felt uneasy ever since Li Bu started talking, and indeed, things turned out increasingly unreasonable. Not to mention today's matter. Ever since LinLan and Bai Qi arrived at the tribe, The food they contributed has increased the tribe's hope for survival during the beast tide. After all, in previous beast tides, the lack of food and medicine had caused countless casualties among the tribe members, not to mention the training Bai Qi provided. He had heard Li Bu mention his nephew before, but he didn't expect him to make trouble here and drag himself into it, which made him somewhat annoyed. Therefore, after answering the chief's question, Solta stood there in silence, not even looking at his former friend. Li Bu did not expect Solta to not cooperate with him and to drag him back. Since the chief and elders were present, as well as many tribe members, he felt he had lost face in front of the entire tribe. He was somewhat resentful towards Solta for not cooperating. Chief, all right, Bai Qi and LinLan have made great contributions to the tribe. What you said is merely speculation and does not prove anything. Moreover, even if LinLan found nothing, it doesn't have much to do with our resistance against the beasts. Instead of focusing on this, we should think more about how to kill more beasts during the great battle. Before Li Bu could finish, Heyman interrupted him. Others nearby, who had been somewhat influenced by Li Bu and believed that Bai Qi and LinLan had bad intentions, reconsidered after the chief spoke. They thought about how, since their arrival, the tribe had not only gained a lot of food, but also fewer tribe members froze or starved to death during the cold winter. Before the beast tide, they had accumulated enough food, and even the tribe's defenses had greatly improved. If they had bad intentions, they wouldn't have made so many changes for the tribe. Thinking of this, everyone lowered their heads in embarrassment. Heyman coughed and turned to LinLan, saying, LinLan, what made you suddenly want to study this? The four city defense generals nearby were surprised that their initial question had led to so much, and they felt a bit embarrassed. Seeing the chief ask, before LinLan could answer, they stepped forward somewhat awkwardly and said, Chief, this matter was all caused by us. Recently, our scouts reported that some areas in the mountains have begun to gather beasts, and these beasts are somewhat different from usual. They resemble the situation of the beast tide. We had never sent anyone to investigate before the beast tide, and we didn't expect to encounter such a situation, which made us a bit panicked. So we asked Lord LinLan to help us check the problem. The other city defense generals all nodded in agreement, eager to say they were also present at that time and that these issues were raised by them. LinLan was just helping them out. When it came to the beast's movements, Heyman's originally smiling face lost its cheer, and he looked at LinLan with a serious expression, saying, LinLan, do the movements of the beasts in the mountains have any impact? This is hard to say. After all, I have never encountered a beast tide before. I only felt that the timing of the beast tide's outbreak was too strange, neither early nor late, and there had been no small-scale beast attacks before. Now I think I should be able to perceive something. Since hearing about the strange timing of the beast tide's outbreak, LinLan had always felt somewhat uncomfortable. The situation before the beast tide felt like the calm before the storm. However, that calm was secretly gathering power, and the longer the accumulation lasted, the more terrifying the coming storm would be. However, this beast tide felt as if it were being controlled by something, neither early nor late. Suddenly, LinLan thought of the Beast King allied with the Terra tribe. Could it be him? Heyman nodded in understanding, asking LinLan to continue observing and to have the scouts keep watching, but to be careful. The warriors guarding the city all perked up. He could not rely on the previously unchanging patterns for the outbreak of the beast tide. After giving a few instructions, Heyman finally allowed everyone to disperse. Soon, everyone in the tribe knew about what had happened here, including LinLan's discovery and the unusual movements of the beasts. There's nothing going on here. I'm going back. LinLan smiled gently at Bai Qi. The recent events had no impact on her at all. She knew that she and Bai Qi were so young and had joined the tribe later. Yet now they were leading the tribe's combat power and medical care, which would surely make some people unhappy. She had long been prepared to be made difficult. Don't tire yourself too much. Make sure to rest. Bai Qi couldn't help but remind her, even though he knew she was aware. Now that the great battle was approaching, both he and LinLan were extremely busy and exhausted. Looking at Bai Qi's serious admonition, LinLan felt warm in her heart and said, I know, but don't just worry about me. You should take care of yourself too. The people around saw the two acting like they were parting for life and death, but no one laughed at them. The beast tide was approaching, and they were both responsible for important matters, with hardly any time to rest, let alone meet each other. Although they are in the same tribe and not far apart, it is still quite difficult to find time to meet. Thinking of himself, after his shift, he can at least see his wife and children at home in the evening, while for the two of them, even if they go home, they might not see each other. At this moment, all the warriors present expressed their understanding and did not urge them. However, both of them still had strong self-control. After a brief moment of warmth, they each went to their respective places. LinLan quickened his pace, as there were still many herbs waiting for him to mature, and he needed to make more effective healing medicine. Although he had produced a lot of healing medicine, once the battle began, with the constant influx of the injured, no amount of medicine would be enough. However, LinLan thought, fortunately, this is not the apocalypse. Apart from being injured by a few specific poisonous beasts, other injuries would not be life-threatening, and they might even turn into enemies of humanity. Chapter 136. Boom, the beasts are coming. Everyone looked up, only to see the sky over the city wall densely packed with flying beasts. It could be imagined that beyond the city wall, where the beasts cannot fly, there must also be countless creatures. At this moment, everyone panicked. Those who had never experienced a beast tide had never seen so many beasts together and stood there in a daze. Even the elderly who had experienced beast tides felt their hearts tremble. It was clearly not the time for a beast tide to erupt. So why were there so many beasts? However, they were seasoned individuals and quickly pulled the nearby, dazed young people, urging them to hurry inside to hide. After the chaos, the streets and yards were devoid of any human presence. It wasn't until they had hidden inside that everyone regained their senses. Those born after the last beast tide were somewhat absent-minded. Was that the beast tide? The overwhelming shadows and the sounds coming from the city wall lingered in their minds. This kind of beast tide was going to last for a year. How would they get through that year? Could they win? When the beast tide began to erupt, LinLan was busy with other doctors making various medicines. Hearing the sound, he was suddenly stunned. And then everyone inside the room stopped what they were doing and ran to the door to take a look at the sky outside. Suddenly, the quiet space, which had just been frozen in shock, erupted with noise. Although everyone had seen beasts before, they had never seen so many beasts together, and they were immediately thrown into a panic. Fortunately, the elderly in the tribe, with their experience, shouted to close the doors, which helped some people regain their composure to shut the doors and windows. Once the door was closed, the room was plunged into darkness, and everyone fell silent along with the darkened space. For a moment, all they could hear were the cries of the beasts flying over the tribe, and the tragic screams and pleas for help from those who had not made it home in time to hide, echoing in everyone's ears and striking their hearts. In the quiet environment, the sounds outside were amplified infinitely. All they could hear were their own and each other's heavy breathing. Everyone was worried about whether they could survive this time, and more worried about their loved ones, their fathers, brothers, and children. They were concerned about whether the guards of the city wall were prepared, and worried whether their families were safely hidden inside. LinLan stood dazed inside the room, still holding the freshly matured herbs. Upon hearing the sound, he instinctively looked outside through the window that hadn't been closed, seeing the beast tide that people feared. In modern times, she enjoyed watching sci-fi blockbusters, especially those with grand plots, filled with crowds on the screen. She had seen zombie hordes attacking cities, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of zombies, a scene that made one's scalp tingle. She had also seen mutated animals attacking passing teams in droves, even proactively seeking out humans, making it difficult for any team they encountered. Yet, she never expected that just a glance would leave her, someone who considered herself well-informed, shocked, and even frightened. She really didn't know where these beasts came from. Over the years, she and Bai Qi had traveled through many mountains, but they had never sensed that so many beasts were hidden in those mountains, especially such high-level beasts. Although this world is magical, it also follows the laws of nature. The stronger the beast, the rarer they are. The flying beasts outside, which they had seen frequently, were quite powerful, usually only a dozen or so in each mountain range. Yet now, with these beasts filling the sky, could it be that all the beasts of this type in the world had come here? Suddenly, LinLan became worried about Bai Qi, who was still at the city wall. With so many of this type of beast, there would only be more of other types. The warriors at the city wall were limited. Although they were already prepared, it was not yet the time for a beast outbreak. No matter how much they paid attention, they would inevitably be somewhat careless. Many others shared LinLan's concerns. Most of the people here had relatives outside, and many had loved ones among the guards. With so many beasts, how could they not worry? Slowly, the sounds outside diminished. Through the cracks in the door, the blue sky reappeared in people's sights, and the flying beasts began to decrease, even slowly disappearing, with only occasional sounds of battle coming from the city wall. The entire process lasted no more than 3 hours. But in everyone's hearts, it felt longer than 3 lifetimes. After a while, when no more sounds came from outside, those peeking through the door cracks noticed that no new beasts were flying by, so they slowly opened the door, cautiously peeking out to observe the situation, ready to pull their heads back and close the door at the slightest sign of danger. It should be fine now. The bravest one, After observing for a while and not seeing any beasts, slowly opened the door, straightened up, and sighed in relief. Inside, everyone gradually opened other doors and windows a bit to let the sunlight in. The sunlight streamed through the doors and windows, bringing light into the room and seemingly taking away some of the gloom in people's hearts. However, everyone still had loved ones, and not seeing them with their own eyes made them uneasy. Slowly, someone spoke up about wanting to go home for a bit, even if they couldn't see much. Just a glance at home would bring some comfort. After discussing for a while, everyone's gaze turned to the oldest elder in the room. This elder was not like the great elders who earned their titles through combat skills. She was the most skilled healer in the tribe. Even the chief had to treat her with respect, calling her elder, and her words carried more weight than the chief's. This elder was quite old, with deep wrinkles on her face, but her eyes remained bright and sharp, understanding everyone as thoughts. She had also been through this before and remembered how she had not been any better than them during her first beast tide. So she smiled and said, "I know everyone is concerned about your families. Now that the flying beasts have passed, even if others come, our warriors will keep them out of the tribe. Everyone hurry back home to take a look, but be careful. Sometimes a beast or two may break through the warriors' defenses and enter the tribe." For Xiaoshuo mobile reading website, WAP. For Xiaoshuo, or Chapter 137, LinLan, take a break. You haven't slept for 3 days. In a somewhat crude stone house, temporarily serving as an emergency room, there were about 10 single beds neatly arranged, all occupied by warriors who had returned from the battlefield. A slightly older middle-aged woman finished tending to one warrior, stretched her stiff body from holding the same position for too long, and saw LinLan tirelessly treating the injured. She felt a pang of sympathy and advised her to rest. After she spoke, others nearby, including the injured warriors lying on the beds, began to persuade her as well. LinLan skillfully stitched up the wounds of the warrior in front of her, using her abilities to promote healing and stop the bleeding. She wiped the sweat from her brow, revealing a pale face with bloodshot eyes, clearly showing she hadn't rested well for a long time. Putting down her tools, LinLan exhaled. She knew she had reached her limit. After 3 continuous days of using her abilities, there were too many injured warriors. She had to be frugal with her power, ensuring each warrior would stop bleeding, while the rest would have to rely on herbal medicine and their body's self-healing capabilities to recover gradually. Even so, she was utterly exhausted. She accepted everyone as kindness, and, after tidying up, found a spot to rest. As she closed her eyes, LinLan was still calculating. The beast tide had passed for over half a year, and she hadn't seen by Chi for more than 2 months. Although it was more reassuring for her not to see him, after years of spending time together, she found it a bit hard to adjust. However, she heard the elders say that this beast tide was especially fierce, and she worried about how he was holding up on the front lines. At that moment, Bai Chi, who was on LinLan's mind, was sitting in a crude stone house at the city gate, holding a long sword, his cold, indifferent eyes watching the slaughter outside. The prolonged killing made him feel like he had returned to that spirited era, the war god that everyone feared, a slaughterer. However, when his hand brushed against a bottle on him, his cold eyes softened with a hint of tenderness. It was a life-saving pill that LinLan had given him the last time they met, asking him to carry it with him. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, and the beast tide had separated him from LinLan for so long. Suddenly, the chilling pressure surrounding him turned violent. Without a word, he grabbed his sword and strode outside, beginning to slash at the fierce beasts attacking them. The people around him, seeing him take action, instinctively moved aside. With him there, they didn't need to worry about the beasts. What they needed to worry about were the beasts instead. Under Bai Chi's guidance, the makeshift army formed by most tribes worked together more harmoniously and became increasingly fearless. Although there were injuries every moment, and many had lost their lives and loved ones during this beast tide, and despite the fierce attacks that had breached the tribe's defenses multiple times, bringing heavy damage to those needing protection, the hope on everyone's faces remained unchanged. Instead, they became even braver. The injured warriors who couldn't fight shouted to get back to the battlefield as soon as their wounds allowed it. But the temporary nurses and the women of the tribe had to beat some sense into them to make them rest and heal. When the beasts attacked within the tribe, those warriors who had finally gotten some rest, the injured but still able to move, and the women, children, and elderly all bravely picked up their weapons to resist the enemies, with none retreating. As they watched their loved ones dwindling, they had no time to grieve. They had to fight for those who were still alive and persist until the end. Look, the beasts are starting to retreat. A warrior cleaved a beast in front of him, wiped the blood off his face, and looked up to see the beast slowly backing away. Hearing his words, the surrounding people finished off the beasts in front of them and looked up, indeed seeing many beasts retreating into the depths of the forest, soon disappearing from sight. With hope in sight, everyone suddenly felt a surge of strength. Their previously numb eyes were now spirited, and they charged at the remaining beasts still fighting them. By the time the last beast vanished from view, it was already the third day. Everyone looked at the blood-stained city walls and ground. Even the distant forest, marked with dried black blood. With the endless flying beasts gone, the sky returned to blue, and everyone's expressions relaxed. Some even collapsed on the city walls, unsure if they were crying or laughing. Winning called for grand celebrations, but seeing their once thriving tribe turned desolate. The happy, laughing tribespeople supported each other, their faces showing a mix of relief and pain. Now, nobody was in the mood for a bonfire party. They all spontaneously organized to clean up the tribe. The strong warriors carried buckets of water to wash the blood-stained walls clean. The houses that had collapsed due to the war were rebuilt, and the dead beasts were transformed into necessary supplies by the skilled hands of the tribal women. The unusable parts were collected as LinLan suggested, ensuring cleanliness. The fire had burned for over 2 days, and as everyone watched the thick black smoke and smelled the unpleasant odor, smiles broke out on their faces, as if the fire had burned away all their fatigue and pain. The chieftain and elders stood at the highest point of the tribe, watching the people regain their smiles and energetically rebuild their community, feeling a sense of relief and joy. The beast tide had finally passed, and good days were coming back. The chieftain, feeling aged by the experience, sighed deeply. This beast tide had truly brought heavy losses, with more than half of the tribe's people lost. It would take a long time to recover. However, fortunately, the hardest times were over, and he believed that the tribe would only get better from here, and the lives of the tribespeople would improve. Please remember the original domain for this book, www.forxiaoxue.org. For Xiaoxue mobile reading website, WAP. For Xiaoxue, or Chapter 138. Your Majesty, you really misunderstood. I truly did not mean that. I only heard the 2 lords mention that they entered the palace to see you, just as I came out of the Sinang palace, knowing you were accompanying the Empress Dowager and would be busy for a while. And seeing the 2 lords looking hasty and fatigued, I thought to let them rest for a moment before you left the Sinang palace. I truly had no ulterior motives. Just after being abandoned, Xia Yuqing immediately clung to Feng Tinji's thigh and wailed, even secretly pinching her thigh for realism, causing tears to well up in her eyes from the pain. Oh, that pinch was too hard. Feng Tinji's anger had already dissipated by half on the way back. His mind cooled slightly, and he immediately caught the omissions in the previous conversation. Before he could speak, Xia Yuqing began to wail first. Now, it was good. Feng Tinji's interest was piqued. He reached out, pinching Xia Yuqing's chin to lift her face. Smiling wickedly. Hearing is false. Seeing is real. I saw it with my own eyes. How could it be fake? Xia Yuqing trembled at Feng Tinji's enchanting smile. Pouting and deciding to throw caution to the wind. What will your majesty believe me? The big bad wolf pondered for a moment and began to nonchalantly tease the little white rabbit. Just now I saw my beloved consort acting intimately with the 2 lords, speaking in an ambiguous manner. Since the beloved consort insists on denying any close relationship with him, she should provide solid evidence. I have always been just and strict, and I will not wrong you. Xia Yuqing was momentarily taken aback and tilted her head to ask, what kind of evidence does your majesty want to see? Feng Tinji glanced at Xia Yuqing, his eyes slightly squinted, revealing a hint of calculation. Naturally, I want to see if my beloved consort has any marks left by other men besides me. Huh? Xia Yuqing looked up at Feng Tinji in confusion, and before she could comprehend the deeper meaning behind his words, he had already started to check his belongings in a very hands-on manner. For the second time, she found herself pressed onto the soft bed, and Xia Yuqing's brain short-circuited for a moment, beginning to scream in alarm. Damn it, how could this happen again? How long has it been? Aren't you afraid of being exhausted and losing your life, my lord? Don't come over, I warn you. I have practiced the 18 self-defense moves against wolves. If you come any closer, I will kick you so hard that you won't be human anymore. As the big bad wolf approached step by step, Xia Yuqing disregarded any notions of benefit or hierarchy, grabbing the nearby brocade quilt and scattering it like a celestial maiden throwing flowers. Feng Tinji was startled by Xia Yuqing's sudden fierce display of claws and was momentarily caught off guard when the quilt flew over and covered his head. In a flurry, he pulled the quilt off his head, only to see that Xia Yuqing had somehow run to the other side of the bed. As he took a step to the side, she moved in the same direction. They stood facing each other across the bed, staring intensely. You come here. Xia Yuqing guardedly replied. No. If you have the ability, you come here. Feng Tinji narrowed his phoenix eyes, took another step forward, and after several back and forths, he commanded. Don't move. Not moving is for fools. I am not a fool. Realizing that arguing with him was purely her own folly, she wisely chose to take action. Bang! The servants waiting outside the Xiefeng hall heard a commotion, and this time everyone observed the situation carefully. No one daring to rush in first. Sigh, His Majesty and our Empress are really energetic, always putting on such a show. I wonder if this is good or bad. Gazing into the distance, Xia Yuqing panted heavily, glaring at Feng Tinji, who was pressing down on her. You are cheating. This is called intelligence. Hee, beloved consort. You cannot compete with me. I would rather die than submit. After saying that, Xia Yuqing repeated her previous tactic and quickly kicked towards Feng Tinji. Even though Feng Tinji was prepared, he was still startled and broke out in a cold sweat, slightly lowering his legs to trap Xia Yuqing's legs, rendering her immobile. It must be said that last time's incident was truly not a coincidence. Not only was that so-called tiger girl from military family strong, but Xia Yuqing was not to be underestimated either. After several struggles, while Feng Tinji was not thrown off the bed like last time, he still couldn't do anything to her. Forced to take desperate measures, Feng Tinji had to use his last trump card. Actually, I knew from the beginning that what they said was not true. Bending down to meet Xia Yuqing's surprised, widened, glistening eyes, Feng Tinji's brow arched slightly. He hated others treating him like a child, and he loathed when others spoke of his looks. Coincidentally, what you said today seems to have offended both of them, so you can't blame them for bullying you. As expected, Xia Yuqing's struggling movements suddenly stiffened, and she unconsciously relaxed her hands, allowing Feng Tinji to take advantage and advance with ease. Staring at Feng Tinji with a dazed expression, Xia Yuqing couldn't believe it. Are you saying they said that on purpose to slander and bully me? This is too much. She had gone to great lengths to help them, hoping they would end up together with the Lord. And they not only took her help for granted, but treated her like this. After her indignation, Xia Yuqing realized, since your majesty knew from the beginning, why did you? Xia Yuqing's eyes widened suddenly. You were also fooling me? Feng Tinji looked at Xia Yuqing's expression, which changed like the weather, and laughed more mischievously as he bent down, biting her delicate earlobe, and chuckled. No, how could I bear to fool you? With just that one sentence. Xia Yuqing was immediately moved to tears. Unfortunately, before this feeling could warm her heart, his next sentence completely shattered it. Of course, I didn't fool you. I was just teasing you. But who, my lord, are you this evil? I can never play happily with you again. Will please remember the original domain for this book, www.forxiaoshua.org. Mobile reading URL, WAP. Forxiaoshua, or Chapter 139. For most people, the senior year review is exhausting. But for Su Qing, who is smart and has a photographic memory, it is nothing. However, it is still necessary to put on a show, as not to discourage classmates and to reassure parents is also important. Today is Saturday. After finally getting permission to go out alone, Su Qing decided to stroll around the flower and bird market to find a reason for the open appearance of Xiao Bai, the name given to her white fox, and the phoenix, which has shrunk to the size of a canary but insists on being called a phoenix. Claiming it is a matter of dignity, buying flowers is secondary. The market sells flowers, birds, fish, and even snakes, encompassing everything. Interests and hobbies vary from person to person, and there are many who like to raise mice or snakes. As long as there are consumers, there is a market. Although the flowers and plants are not as beautiful as those in the space, they're still worth their price. Her grandfather enjoys raising flowers, and her grandfather has a particular fondness for orchids. She has many orchids, but cannot take them outside, and buying them at the market seems to be beyond her pocket money. Although it is a big family, they do not engage in business, and her parents live modestly, so my brother and I do not have much pocket money. My cousin always mocked her wealth, but she brushes it off, looking forward to the day when this spoiled child cries. As she walked along, she admired the dewy roses, fragrant lilies, elegant bird-of-paradise flowers, vibrant and simple African daisies, luxurious peonies, and carnations, which made Su Qing feel delighted. She bought a bouquet of her mother's favorite lilies and also took away flower branches and seedlings that were discarded like garbage. She believed that with space, she could definitely turn waste into treasure. The feeling of not spending money is just great. When she returned home and found no one there, she trimmed the lilies and placed them in a vase, replacing the roses, then quickly slipped into her space. Bai and the phoenix immediately rushed over to her, eagerly leaping into Su Qing's arms. The queen bee was busy commanding the collection of honey and ignored everyone, but acted swiftly and accurately when tasked with gathering information. Moreover, the honey and royal jelly were delicious. After checking, she planted the flower branches and brought out several orchid seedlings she found at the flower market. Upon learning that they could openly stay outside with their owner, Bai and the phoenix were overjoyed. The phoenix flew around and even did somersaults in the air. Bai stood on Su Qing's shoulder like a proud lady, while the phoenix rolled its eyes at it, making her laugh heartily. The orchids, once planted in pots and watered with spring water from the space, instantly transformed from sickly to vibrant and grew significantly. Now it was clear that these were 2 pots of gladiolus and 2 pots of cymbidium orchids. With more watering, they might bloom soon. Su Qing caught sight of the bouquet of roses and felt an impulse to make pastries. She ruthlessly destroyed the poor roses to create a fake appearance using the petals. Always being cautious is a good practice. Su Qing also collected the non-toxic, spirit-infused rose petals from space and began making rose pastries. When the pastries were out of the oven, her 2 pets guarded their respective pieces, savoring them, just as Su Chan returned home. Su Chan played basketball with his classmates all afternoon and was drenched in sweat. As soon as he entered the house, he headed straight to the bathroom. After changing into casual clothes, he went to the kitchen, where Su Qing was preparing dinner and turned around to greet her brother. Su Chun, at 16, was almost 1.8 meters tall, and the once little boy had grown into a handsome and composed young man. If he wore glasses, he would resemble a refined scholar. When Su Chan was about to grab some pastries, he noticed 2 small pets enjoying the treats. Their expressions were so blissful that he almost thought he was seeing things. Ching, did you buy these 2 little guys today? What breed are they? They're quite cute. I don't know. I just thought they looked cute, so I bought them. Seriously, if they turned into what they are now, no one would believe what kind of animals they were. How about we take some photos and ask an expert? I'm quite curious. No way. What if they ask us to give them up for research? I really don't want to lose such adorable and well-behaved pets. All right, I'll go with you. By the way, where did you buy the snacks? They taste really good. I made them based on a recipe I found online. I'll make them again if they taste good. Su Qing knew the pastries were delicious, but was still pleased to hear compliments. As for the snacks, Su Qing claimed she learned it online just as an excuse. Great. By the way, didn't you buy 2 pots of flowers today? Grandpa only accepts top-quality orchids, which we can't afford, but Grandpa likes pretty flowers. Yes, I bought a bouquet of lilies for Mom, and there's some on the balcony. Su Chun hurried to the balcony, curious about what flowers his sister had bought. He had always felt that his sister was extraordinary at home. She was lively and cute while being sensible, and at such a young age, she managed household chores impeccably. In front of outsiders, she tried hard to go unnoticed, showing no performance at all. He always felt that Su Qing was pretending to be simple, biding her time until one day she would soar. In the eyes of outsiders, he was the genius of the Su family, while his cousin Lisa was a well-known beauty in the capital, but unbeknownst to them, there was another daughter in the Su family, Su Qing, who never attended parties and was the true genius and real beauty. Su Qing intentionally kept her talents hidden, and their parents had tacitly approved of this approach, so he wouldn't pry. Now he was curious about what flowers had caught her eye. When Su Chan saw the 4 pots of precious orchids on the balcony, he was astonished. Having seen many orchids grown by the old folks in the military compound, he had a good understanding of them. How could such exquisite orchids appear in the flower market? They must have been bought immediately by someone powerful. How did Su Qing manage to get them? She truly was an enigmatic person. During dinner, their parents praised the meal and the pastries, and their mother particularly liked the lilies. Su Qing mentioned the flowers on the balcony, saying that if they weren't up to the military compound standards, they would give them to their grandfather. Their parents nodded in agreement, knowing that Grandpa only raised top-quality flowers and rarely found anything to his liking. However, Su Chan almost choked on his food upon hearing that those flowers weren't up to standard. If that were the case, Grandpa might as well not bother with flowers. He didn't say anything, secretly hoping his parents would be surprised too. A few days later, when Su Dad saw the flowers, the orchids were almost in bloom. He was genuinely shocked by such orchids, realizing that he wasn't too good at raising flowers, but had an eye for them. He quickly rushed to show them to his father and father-in-law. If something went wrong with such orchids at his place, it would be a huge loss. When Su Grandpa saw the flowers, he was as delighted as a child and immediately had his guards notify his flower-loving old friends to come admire the flowers. Those old men were so excited that they almost couldn't sleep that night. Fortunately, Su Qing and T directly dug the flowers out of the space. Otherwise, who knows if someone would have had a heart attack from excitement. Chapter 140. Everything that happened in this mysterious place, aside from the exotic beasts, would not be known to anyone else. Naturally, no one could discover that the once mighty Elder Taylor had quietly died here, devoured by the beasts, leaving no trace. The Terra tribe, now in chaos due to the inexplicable disappearance of their leader, was left without guidance. Especially those who had been coerced or lured over from other tribes by Taylor felt increasingly dissatisfied after a year of being treated differently. Moreover, Taylor had failed to honor the promises he made to them and had used their families to coerce them into the front lines, causing many who lost loved ones to become angrier. Now that they had lost their common enemy, the beast tide, all the pent-up anger within erupted. While the people of the Yakiki tribe celebrated the retreat of the beast tide and their victory, the Terra tribe erupted into internal conflict. All right, everyone just experienced the beast tide. Those who didn't die at the hands of the beasts all ended up dead at the hands of their own people. Due to the previous actions of the Terra tribe, when the beast tide retreated, Yakiki did not immediately send someone to contact the Terra tribe, and thus received the news late. Once they got the news, Elder Heyman and Elder Flag quickly arranged for the next steps, leaving some skilled warriors to protect their tribe and rushing to the Terra tribe with the others. After all, they received the news a bit late, and by the time they arrived, the fighting within the Terra tribe had already reached a fever pitch. Except for women, the elderly, and children, almost all the other warriors were involved, and everyone had nearly lost their reason. As they drew closer to the Terra tribe, they could already hear the sounds of fighting. Heyman urged his people to speed up. When they got close to the tribe and saw the scene inside through the main gate, his already furrowed brows knitted even tighter, and his face darkened with anger. With a wave of his hand, the warriors behind him quickly joined the fray. Thanks to Bai Chi's training and a year of adapting to the beast tide, their coordination was deeply ingrained, and they could anticipate each other's actions without even looking. With perfect coordination, they quickly blocked each other's attacks, creating distance between the combatants until both sides calmed down. Fortunately, Heyman brought many people, but even so, it took a long time to separate everyone. The warriors of Yakiki quickly occupied the middle ground, preventing further fighting. Behind those warriors, LinLan led an experienced medical team and quickly moved into the crowd that had been forced to stop fighting. Using the superb techniques they had trained for an entire year, they swiftly tended to the injured. The entire team communicated minimally, with no unnecessary sounds. By the time the fighters were separated, the medical team was ready to assist. The separated individuals gradually calmed down and saw Elder Heyman standing there with a large group of warriors, his face dark with anger. After all, the tribes had previously gotten along well, and since Heyman and Flag held considerable prestige in other tribes, everyone felt a bit ashamed for a moment. However, upon seeing their own tribesmen injured, their initial embarrassment turned to anger. Where is Elder Taylor? Heyman, ignoring their thoughts, looked around but did not see Taylor and questioned aloud. With such a serious issue in the tribe, how could Taylor still not show up? How had he not revealed such cowardice before? Heyman thought to himself, feeling increasingly frustrated with Taylor, who had not only betrayed their tribes, but also neglected his own. The people being questioned exchanged glances, confusion evident on their faces. They also realized something was wrong. It seemed that since they took action, no one had seen Chief Taylor. At that moment, a voice floated from the back of the crowd. After the beast tide receded, I think I saw the chief heading towards the mountains and forests outside the tribe. When did this happen? Harmon's face darkened even more. The beast tide had receded, and the tribe's people needed to settle down. What was he doing in the mountains? Don't tell everyone he went hunting. Wasn't he this year's beast tide enough for Taylor to deal with? Harmon knew that Taylor wasn't the type of person to be bored. He must have a purpose for going into the mountains. However, he couldn't clarify it now, especially since the matter here wasn't resolved yet. So he buried this thought in his heart, planning to send someone to pay attention to it after they returned. For now, they needed to resolve the issues at hand. Since Chief Taylor is not in the tribe, are you all ignoring the tribe's rules and killing each other? Looking at the injured in the tribe, Harmon asked coldly, his face dark. Fortunately, they had kept some restraint while fighting, or the situation would have been much harder to resolve. The elder of the Terra tribe stepped forward and said to Harmon, Chief Harmon, we have gone too far in this matter. We trouble you to come specifically for this. However, we need to ask Siyuan. We also want to know why. Right after the beast tide receded, they attacked the warriors of the Terra tribe. Saying this, he shot a fierce glance at Siyuan, as if they wouldn't let it go until this matter was clarified. Upon hearing this, Harmon and Flag also looked at Siyuan. Being pointed out, Siyuan showed no fear and glanced at the elder of the Terra tribe with a hateful gaze. He respectfully said to Harmon and Flag, "Chief Harmon, Chief Flag, this matter was initiated by us. As warriors, we should be straightforward. There's no shame in admitting we were the first to strike, even though we struck first. The people of the Terra tribe have been too overbearing. Although our tribe is not as large as the Terra tribe and was temporarily merged into the Terra tribe during the Beast Tide, that does not mean we are here to serve as slaves to the Terra tribe." His words were filled with hatred, and those behind him echoed his sentiments. That's right. Our tribe may be small, but that doesn't mean we are slaves to the Terra tribe. When the Beast Tide came, we fought when we needed to and contributed our labor, but that does not mean we should serve the Terra tribe. Exactly. Every time the Beast Tide comes, it's us who take the front line while the people of the Terra tribe rest. Our warriors suffer severe injuries and do not receive proper treatment. Yet the people of the Terra tribe get all the best medicine for even minor injuries. Do you think our lives are worth less than those of the Terra tribe? Chief Harmon, do you know how many of our warriors have lost their lives because they couldn't get proper medical treatment? How many of our warriors have been forced to fight on the walls against the Beast Tide, dragging their severely injured bodies? As he spoke, the warriors, who had faced death without flinching, now had red eyes, glaring with mad hatred at the people of the Terra tribe. Among the dead were their friends, brothers, sons, and fathers, all of whom were their relatives. Were the people of their tribe not human? After these words, another young man, whose chest was still bleeding, wiped his tears and glared angrily at the people of the Terra tribe, saying, "If it were only this, it would be fine. We are all warriors and are not afraid. However, they should not throw all the heavy work onto our elders and children. The old are old, the young are young, and there are weak women who need protection. Did you ever consider whether they could finish those tasks? My grandmother is so old, yet you still force her to carry such heavy things and threaten her that if she doesn't we want get food. My father and uncle both died on the walls, all to protect the people of your tribe. And you don't even say a word of thanks, but threaten their relatives like this." He broke down in tears.